Chapter 301. Do you miss home? Wang Tianhai was silent for a few minutes, and suddenly heard the little boy next to him say this inexplicably. What? Wang Tianhai was slightly stunned, wiped the water stains on the corner of his mouth with the back of his left hand, and asked in confusion. The little boy did not answer, but knelt on the ground, looked up at the sky, and said to himself, "The teacher said before that the 7 brightest stars in the sky are the Big Dipper. Uncle, can you tell them apart?" Hearing this, Wang Tianhai shook his head. The little boy saw this, stretched out his right hand and pointed to the night sky, and said, "That's it, you see, it looks like a spoon." "Uncle, do you know how to identify the direction?" At this time, Wang Tianhai was seriously injured. He had changed from leaning against the wall to half lying. Hearing the question again, he coughed a few times and replied, "Don't ask any more. I just want to know how to survive. Is it useful to find the direction? I can't escape again." Hearing this, the little boy's eyes dimmed, but he soon raised his head and said seriously, "My home is in the north. Go straight along that side. There is a cellar with a lot of potatoes and radishes. They can be preserved for a long time. If you can leave, Uncle will take you there." Wang Tianhai, who was a little irritated, turned his head and looked at him after hearing his words. His eyes fluttered for a few times, and then he asked softly, "What's your name?" "Me." The little boy turned and looked at him, and said truthfully, "My name is Yufeng. Do you know me?" "I don't know." Wang Tianhai tried to sit back up, but pulled his wound and couldn't help but gasp. Seeing that he was struggling, Yufeng stepped forward to support him, and after he sat down he asked, "Uncle, what's your name?" "I haven't asked you yet. Why did you save me? I've never seen you before." "Wang Tianhai." He just said his name, and then Wang Tianhai closed his eyes and rested. Yufeng didn't bother him, but stayed beside him, continued to look at the sky, and continued to talk to himself. "The teacher actually taught us how to find the north direction before, but I was too playful at that time and didn't listen carefully in class, and now I have forgotten it." After the words fell, Wang Tianhai continued to close his eyes, and replied calmly, "If we can survive, I will find someone to teach you how to identify the direction." Wang Tianhai himself did not know how to do it, but at this moment, he actually thought of the community in Fengyi. At least that girl knew a lot. "Really? Let's make a pinky promise." The moment he heard this, Yufeng was much happier. He turned around and stretched out his left hand to him, but found that his little finger had disappeared. Wang Tianhai also looked at his left hand and smiled bitterly. No need to make a pinky promise. A man's words are trustworthy. "Don't worry." Yufeng lowered his head and said nothing. No matter how strong he was just a child after all. After a dozen seconds of silence, Wang Tianhai whispered, "How old are you?" 10 years old. "Don't you want to know why I saved you?" Wang Tianhai continued to ask. Before the boy could speak, he continued, "Because you look like my son." Hearing this, Yufeng became interested. "You still have a son, then uncle? Don't worry, I will protect him in this doomsday." The little boy raised his thin arms, patted his chest, and assured Wang Tianhai. Looking at Yufeng's serious little adult appearance, Wang Tianhai finally realized that he had done a lot of wrong things all along. He raised his left hand with a lot of blood on it, gently touched Yufeng's head, and said with some sadness, "My son died many years ago. He died on the spot because of a drunk driver. If he was still alive, he should be the same age as you now." Then Wang Tianhai also looked up at the sky and whispered, "The moment I saw you that day, I almost thought my son was alive again. I rushed up without thinking. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. In fact, I regretted it later. After all, I broke an extra finger. It's a loss." Just like that, in this cold winter, the two captured survivors, one big and one small, leaned against the wall and slowly chatted. The top of the mountain northeast of the abandoned examination room. It was getting late, and the three of them all sat in the car, planning to wait until late at night, when the people inside fell asleep, before taking action. In the afternoon, they had already determined the plan. First tie up Wang Tianhai and ask him if he had betrayed. If the answer was consistent with what they thought, then take him away. Chinyu glanced at the watch on his hand and whispered, "Check your weapons, and try not to use your guns to avoid being exposed." After he finished speaking, he also took out his pistol and checked it carefully. He only brought a bow and 10 arrows, which were used by Zhang Yin. There were 2 slingshots left, which were given to Chinyu and Lei respectively. This time, they did not bring too many weapons. Each of them brought a pistol and 7 bullets, and the rest were mostly cold weapons. For example, the sniper rifle was only brought to scout the enemy, and there were only 2 bullets in total. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Chinyu woke up on time and patted the other two. Get ready, Jean-Yin, go cut some branches to cover our car, and Alay and I will get some zombie blood. After the words fell, the three people quickly dispersed and went into the forest. The whole world was out of electricity. Although it was inconvenient to travel, there was actually an advantage. That is, the moonlight was not bad. Basically, as long as you were in the wild, you could see the road clearly unless you were in a particularly dense forest. A few minutes later, Chinyu and Alay each appeared with a small bucket, about half the size of their arms, filled with some zombie meat. Putting the bucket on the ground, the two took the wooden stick handed by Jean-Yin, fiddled with it in the bucket for a few times, and then threw the slingshot bullet into it. Jean-Yin took the arrow, and carefully used the arrowhead to smear it. Chinyu stood by and warned, "Be careful when you shoot arrows, don't hurt yourself by mistake." "It's okay, my thumb is wrapped in iron sheet." Jean-Yin raised his left hand, and waved at him. More than a minute later, the three of them poured the bucket on a slope, waiting for the zombies' flesh and blood to separate by themselves, leaving the stones in the original place. These were all prepared in advance, and there were special people in the community to handle them every day. They were about the size of a fingernail, round and smooth, like a small ball, with a diamond corner left on one side. This was the opinion put forward by Alay. If the projectile was too round, it would be less likely to scratch people. But if a bulge was left on the surface, it would be easier to scratch the skin. Once the zombie virus was applied, no matter where it hit, it would be either dead or injured. Chapter 302. Take out the pellets, and use the branches to pull them out. Then Chinyu looked at his watch and whispered, "Wait for about 15 minutes to let the blood on the surface dry up." What a pity. It would be better if there were gloves. Chinyu looked up at the moon and added again. When the time is up, Chinyu and Alay carefully wrapped the pellets stained with zombie blood in plastic bags, and divided them into two parts, about 50 rounds. Suddenly, Chinyu thought of something and said, "We are here only to take Wang Tianhai away. Although those people are also bad, they have no grudges with us. Let's not make a deadly feud. Our community is currently in the recovery period. Everything should be cautious. Attack with clean pellets in the early stage." Hearing this, Alay nodded. "Okay, I just take charge, you can make the specific arrangements." Jean-Yin held the bow, scratched his head and said, "But my arrows are all coated with zombie blood, and I didn't bring extra arrows with me, what should I do?" "Small problem." Chinyu stood up and looked around, then ordered, "You support outside, Alay and I will sneak in. If the other side uses a gun, then you shoot arrows, and we will also change to another kind of bullet." After a quick discussion, Chinyu and Alay began to prepare to wear zombie skins. It must be said that these two pieces of skin were peeled off by Lin Yi herself. They were very thin, and there was basically no rotten meat inside. They were all cleaned up. Then she asked someone to remove the lining of some clothes, and stick them inside the zombie skin according to the appropriate size. Then she sewed them with lighter color thread. Unless you look closely, you can't see them at all. The hair was obtained from some female zombies. They were all disinfected with boiling water, and washed many times. The top was glued with double-sided tape. Just hang it lightly on the scalp. This method is usually used at night. It is not very convenient during the day. If you are discovered in advance by mixing in the zombies, you may be attacked directly. After getting dressed, Chinyu nodded to Alay, and then the two of them went into the woods and headed down separately. Jean-Yin took the bow and arrow, checked the car to make sure it was hidden, and then walked down this road. Just walk straight, and you will reach the abandoned examination room. A few minutes later, Chinyu and Alay appeared on the side of the examination room. The two looked at each other, checked their weapons, and then climbed up directly when the time was right. As soon as they appeared, a nearby zombie suddenly turned its head to look at them, then growled and walked straight over. Chinyu raised his right hand and waved it gently, and then the two of them dispersed and staggered towards the wall. The zombie approached Chinyu, sniffed carefully, then twitched its head a few times, and then walked away. Because they were too close just now, a maggot crawled out of the zombie's eyeball and fell directly on Chinyu's shoulder. When the zombie walked a little further away, Chinyu quickly reached out and pinched the worm that wanted to crawl into his neck, threw it on the ground with a disgusting look on his face, and then stepped on it to death. Although this thing doesn't bite living people, it also carries the zombie virus. If it comes into contact with wounds, it will cause infection. According to the corner of the wall he saw on the mountain, Chinyu walked slowly along the wall, then stopped at a place, squatted down, picked up stones, and gently knocked on the wall. Inside the wall, Wang Tianhai and Yufeng were huddled together. The two of them were covered with a dirty blanket, and they barely avoided freezing to death. Suddenly, Yufeng changed his posture in a daze and murmured, "Uncle Wang, stop knocking on the ground. Go to sleep. You won't be cold when you fall asleep." Wang Tianhai was about to answer that he didn't knock, when he suddenly heard a voice coming from behind. He was moved, and with a little bit of luck, he asked softly, "Who?" After a few seconds of silence, there was still no response. Wang Tianhai thought he was hallucinating, so he planned to continue sleeping. At this moment, a familiar voice came. "It's me." Hearing this, Wang Tianhai's pupils suddenly widened, and he once suspected that he was hallucinating. It's not that he hasn't daydreamed before, that is, if Feng Yi has been looking for him, maybe she will send a layout. To put it bluntly, what if they really find him? No one wants to die if they can live. For so many days, he has been fantasizing about a Lei's voice appearing and taking him away from this dangerous place, even if he misunderstands him as a traitor and wants to kill him. I really don't want to stay here for a moment. If you are not dead yet, please make a sound. After more than 10 seconds, a voice came from outside the wall again. Wang Tianhai was anxious and immediately replied, not dead, I am still alive. Wait, don't talk yet, someone is coming." As soon as he finished speaking, a flashlight came over. Wang Tianhai raised his hand to block it, and said humbly, "Brother, why haven't you rested yet so late? It's none of your business. What the hell are you mumbling about?" The subordinate shouted with dissatisfaction. Originally, he didn't need to patrol. Normally, the survivors would be killed directly after asking for the address, but Brother Chong said to keep these two alive, so he had to patrol every night. One trip every 3 hours really pissed him off. The wound hurt so much that I couldn't help but yell a few times. "Sorry, big brother." Wang Tianhai knelt on the ground and flattered in the direction of the fence. "Humph, behave yourself, or I give you some salt later." The subordinate spit on the ground and walked into the house. When the candles in the room went out, Wang Tianhai turned his head and whispered, "Okay, he's gone, Chin." Originally, he wanted to call the name, but when he thought about how he almost died at the hands of the other party last time, he still couldn't say it out loud, so he changed his name. "Brother Chun, this wall is made of cement. Can you think of a way?" Chin pondered for a moment, then replied, "We didn't bring a rope when we came out. Wait for me for a while." Hearing this, Wang Tianhai became anxious. "How can you save people without a rope?" "Hurry up. They will probably execute us tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Chin said coldly, "We came out to hunt you down. Who told you to ignore the community and run away alone when it was attacked?" Wang Tianhai said quickly, "I'm not running away." "Oh, Brother Chen, go and get busy. I won't urge you anymore. After saying that, Wang Tianhai woke Yufeng up. "Little brat, don't sleep anymore. Get ready to evacuate." Chin looked around, then at the zombies on the wall, walked over and took a look, and immediately understood why they were spinning in place. It turned out that each zombie had a thin rope tied to its leg and a wire inserted in its neck. Being fixed by these things, it was difficult for them to move far. Chapter 303. In fact, Chin brought a rope with him this time, but the three of them had discussed this issue in the afternoon. If the rope is used for rescue, if it is discovered in the middle of the journey, it is likely that there will be no time to retrieve it, and it will have to run away. In the current environment, the supplies must be used sparingly. In the doomsday, the rope is also very useful, and cannot be wasted easily. It is a pity to use it to rescue such a person, who is not sure whether he is betrayed or not. If the gamble is wrong, it will be a pity. So Chin plans to use the zombie clothes below, as long as it can be hung up. He had already observed when he was at the top of the mountain. These people basically did not stand guard at night. Occasionally, one of them would come out for a walk, but would soon return to the house. He slowly approached the fixed zombies with a dagger, gently stabbed them from the back of the head, then supported the corpses, and carefully placed them on the ground. Then he used a knife to cut the rope. It was a bit thin, about the same thickness as disposable chopsticks. Chin pinched it with both hands, and pulled it to both sides a few times. It was quite firm, and it should be no problem to hold up a person for a short time. Then he continued to cut the zombies' clothes, stacked 2 pieces together, and twisted them into ropes. 10 pieces were enough. Looking at the pile of clothes on the ground, Chin was about to make them into a circle, when he suddenly heard a sound coming from the door. He quickly lay down in a shadow, then dragged a corpse next to him, and covered himself with it, lying on the ground motionless. 10 seconds later, a man in short-sleeved shirt and shorts appeared, standing at the door, with half-closed eyes and urinating. The urine dripped directly a few dozen centimeters away from Chin, splashing everywhere. In order not to expose his actions, Chinyu resisted the nausea and gently turned his head to the other side to avoid splashing his face. This torturous water-releasing time passed quickly. The man shivered a few times from the cold, and then he was ready to turn around and walk inside. But after walking a few steps, he suddenly shouted to his teammates inside, "Strange, why is the zombie at the door gone? Old four, bring the flashlight over, let's go out and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly short man sleeping at the door stood up and shouted at the door, "What's there to see in the middle of the night? It's so cold outside that you can't even see a mouse. The zombie must have gone somewhere else. We can just look for it tomorrow morning." Then the fourth brother continued to shout, "Are you coming in or not? If not, I close the door. Can't you see it's windy now? If you catch a cold, we'd be in trouble." "Okay." The man standing at the door looked back. Anyway, the door was locked well, so there shouldn't be any problem. He rubbed his arms a few times and quickly returned to the room. After waiting for about a minute, Chinyu pushed the corpse away and climbed up. With a calm face, he touched his left shoulder and neck, which were already wet with urine. "Fortunately you didn't come out to see, otherwise I would have sent you to death today." Touching the zombie's skin on his left shoulder, Chinyu looked inside the door and snorted coldly. Fortunately, Chinyu was calm now, otherwise he was almost exposed. Then he grabbed a piece of snow on the ground, rubbed it on his neck and shoulders a few times, weakened the urine smell, and continued to work. The method he used at present was what he saw on the internet before the end of the world. When some emergency personnel were rescuing, they would use a ring-shaped rope to put under the armpits of the trapped person on both sides, which would make it much more convenient to hang him up. Chinyu had made the zombie clothes into a circle, about the thickness of an arm, and then tied them with those thin ropes, 2 in total, each of which was extended a little. After finishing his work, he continued to return to the position of the wall, just now, and knocked it a few times with a stone. "You are finally here. I thought you left, Brother Chin." The moment he heard the voice, Wang Tianhai almost cried. Now he didn't think the injury was serious, and he just wanted to escape quickly. Chinyu whispered, "Get ready, I will throw the things in after counting to 3, and you just put them under your armpits." Hearing this, Wang Tianhai hurriedly said, Okay, count quickly. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Chinyu finished speaking, he was about to throw it, when he suddenly heard an anxious voice from inside. "Don't throw it yet, someone else is coming out." Hearing this, Chinyu quickly pulled a rope and dragged the things back. Wang Tianhai and Yufeng also immediately leaned together and pretended to sleep, but he also squinted his eyes to see who was coming. I saw a door being opened, and 2 men carrying a naked woman came out, walked straight to the corner of this side, opened the door, and threw it on the ground with a bang. Then he left without looking back. The woman lay on the ground without any movement, motionless. Wang Tianhai hesitated a little, but still climbed up and moved over with difficulty, squatting in front of her and whispering, "Hey! Are you okay? Are you okay? Don't be afraid, we will be rescued soon, you must hold on." But there was no response at all. Wang Tianhai squatted beside her, and for some reason, he began to recall what happened recently. These days, 3 people have been locked up together, a man, a woman and a little boy. Yufeng joked the day before yesterday that the 3 of them were like a family of 3. The woman's face was covered with wounds. Although she was dragged away every day for the beasts to play with, she was very strong and had been planning her life after she got out. At that time, Wang Tianhai looked lifeless every day. It was precisely because of the woman's optimistic attitude that he had been holding on until now. Finally, people from the community came. At that time, Wang Tianhai asked her curiously, "I'm going to say something that may not be very good. Ordinary women who suffer these things may want to commit suicide, but I see that you don't seem to care too much." Hearing this, the woman was carefully washing the wound on her leg with rainwater. She was wearing a few thin dirty clothes, then she raised her head and smiled. "What can I do? In this doomsday, a lone woman like me, once caught by a bad gangster, will basically experience this. Instead of dying, it is better to think about how to live longer. I say something unpleasant, anyway, I don't lose a piece of flesh, except that I was very scared on the first day, but then I thought it through. After all, I can't escape, as long as I'm still alive. It's okay, the worst that can happen is that I can't have children in this life. And in this disgusting doomsday, why give birth to a child? Are you going to starve and freeze with me?" After saying that, the woman smiled bitterly, and continued to clean the wounds on the surface of her body. "What's wrong with you?" Yufeng walked over and patted Wang Tianhai a few times. Hearing this, Wang Tianhai came back to his senses, and stretched out his left hand to feel the pulse of the woman on the ground. But the light here was dim and his hand touched a liquid. Chapter 304. Then he pulled the little boy away and let the moon shine over. Then when Wang Tianhai saw clearly, he gritted his teeth with anger and subconsciously clenched his fists. The woman's back, thighs, and even shoulders were all covered with wounds of varying sizes. What he just touched was the blood flowing from the woman's body. Not only blood, but there were also a lot of filth on the surface of her body, and even her entire left hand was cut off. But why didn't he hear a single scream? Wang Tianhai turned the body over, and the next second, he punched the hard concrete floor. No wonder there was no screaming. It turned out that the mouth was sewn shut. But Wang Tianhai still held a glimmer of hope. He continued to squat, stretched out his left hand with only 3 fingers left, and touched the woman's jaw. As soon as he touched the skin, Wang Tianhai quickly bounced away, and sat on the ground with a sad face. There was no need to measure the heartbeat. The woman's body had begun to get cold. Yu Feng was still a child. He didn't know what happened. He just stepped forward and shook the woman's body, anxiously shouting, "Auntie, why are you lying still? The ground is so cold, you will catch a cold. Wait, I get you some water." After the words fell, Yu Feng stood up and wanted to run towards the wall, but his arm was grabbed by Wang Tianhai. "Don't go. Auntie is dead." Hearing this, Yu Feng's eyes were sore, and he knelt on the ground and wiped his tears. "Do you know her name?" Wang Tianhai asked hoarsely with a gloomy face. "I don't know, Auntie never said." Wang Tianhai stood up, picked up the blanket, and covered the woman, and whispered, "It's good to leave. It's better not to stay in this doomsday." After saying that, his eyes condensed, and he lifted Yu Feng and whispered, "Let's go. If we don't want to experience life and death again in the future, we need to become stronger." When they came to the wall, Wang Tianhai tapped the wall with his fingers, and the next moment, a set of tools was thrown in. Without hesitation, he put it on Yu Feng directly, and then continued to tap the wall a few times. Alei had already checked the surroundings, found out where those people lived, and had come to meet Qinyu. The two began to pull the rope, and Qinyu was a little puzzled. "Strange, why is it so light?" Yu Feng was pulled close to the wall. He reached out and grabbed it, then turned over, hanging on the wall with both hands. Then Alei caught him. However, as soon as Yu Feng landed, he saw Alei's upper body covered with zombie skin, and he was almost scared to scream. Fortunately, Qinyu stepped forward in time and covered his mouth with his left hand. Then Qinyu took a closer look and was stunned for a moment. "No, how did this kid get here?" But soon he said again, "Forget it, it doesn't matter if we save 1 or 2. Hurry up and bring Wang Tianhai out, and we will retreat." As soon as he finished speaking, Alei threw the rope in again. Wang Tianhai put a glove under his armpit, then looked back at the corpse on the ground, waved his right arm gently, and then patted the wall twice with his left hand. The two of them exerted force again, and even the little boy came up to help, and soon dragged Wang Tianhai out. Looking at this man who didn't look like a human at all, Qinyu whispered, "I don't have time to ask you questions now. Let's evacuate quickly and talk about it after we get out." After speaking, Qinyu picked up a few zombie legs that were cut off from the ground and quickly stuffed them into their arms to cover up the smell, then turned around and wanted to leave, but his arm was pulled. "They have a lot of supplies here. Are we just going to leave like this?" People are like this. When they are locked up, they always want to escape, but once they climb over the wall, Wang Tianhai wants to rob their supplies. "No matter what, let's leave first and make plans later." Qinyu turned his head and growled with a displeased face, "If we drag it on, we won't be able to leave." Then he continued to move forward, but was still caught. Seeing this, Qinyu's face sank, and he said coldly, "My patience is limited. Don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. I will never risk my life for these invisible supplies." As soon as these words came out, Wang Tianhai lowered his head and released his hand. Then Qinyu and Alei took a step and wanted to leave, but soon, another voice came from behind. "I won't leave. Can you give me the gun?" Hearing this, Qinyu completely exploded and rushed back. He lifted Wang Tianhai's clothes with both hands and pushed him directly against the wall. He cursed in a low voice with an irritated face. "Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me for a gun? To tell you the truth, if I hadn't seen that you had 2 broken fingers and looked half dead, you would have died a few hours ago. You keep talking nonsense. Do you really think you are important? You want to die, right? Okay, I sent you to death now." After saying that, Qinyu threw him to the ground, pulled out a knife, and prepared to stab him in the throat. Suddenly, the little boy next to him bumped into Qinyu, then lay on Wang Tianhai and shouted loudly, "You are not allowed to hurt Uncle Wang." As soon as these words came out, Alay's face changed, and he quickly looked up at the inside of the wall. Sure enough, the two headlights on it lit up directly. Chinyu also saw this scene. He took out his slingshot and quickly shot down a lamp. He looked at the ground and shouted, "If the pile of supplies doesn't have what I want, even if a god comes, he can't save your dog life today." Although he was discovered, Wang Tianhai laughed. He knew that the man in front of him was not easy to mess with. In addition, with Alay there, even if there were only two people, most of the beasts in the wall would be killed or injured. Laugh, 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 what are you laughing at? Now that he was exposed, there was no point in killing Wang Tianhai. Chinyu was grabbing his hand to help him up, but saw the smile on the other's mouth, and then slapped him on the head. "Little kid, take him to the other side of the road and hold these zombie skins. Remember, don't lose the zombie legs in your hands." Chinyu and Alay quickly took off the skin on their bodies and stuffed it into the arms of the two men and quickly ordered. The noise inside was getting louder and louder. It would be very inconvenient to move if they were wearing zombie skins. Since they couldn't walk, they could only kill them. Chinyu also wanted to see that since these people could turn on the lights, they must have generators or solar panels. The community was in urgent need of these supplies. REI turned around and used a slingshot to knock out the bulb of the last lamp, and turned back to shout, "Hurry up, Xiuyu, they are coming out." "How many people are there?" Chinyu took out his pistol, pulled the bolt, and put it back behind his back, and asked quickly. "All of them are people." At this time, REI was lying on a stone pier due to the bullets. He looked up at the opportunity and quickly answered. Looking around, Chinyu bent down and grabbed the necks of the two bodies on the ground, then lifted them up with force, and then put them together to block the bullets. He quickly rushed over to save REI, and then the two ran to the other side along the wall. At present, they did not dare to run to the road at all, and could only use the wall to block the shooting of the group of people. Chapter 305. The two men bent down and ran to a corner. Chinyu was about to rush out, but his arm was grabbed by Alay and pulled back suddenly. "Be careful." Chinyu was caught off guard, his steps stopped and his body shrank back. The next second, several bullets hit the wall with a bang, and the ground was full of gravel. Fortunately, he lowered his head in time, and the gravel did not scratch him. Then Chinyu turned his head and whispered, "Thank you." Alay quickly pointed to the abandoned car window glass parked on the right side of the road and said seriously, "Don't underestimate the enemy. Remember, this is the first lesson I taught you. No matter what kind of person the opponent is, as long as they are not dead, you can't underestimate the enemy." Hearing this, Chinyu looked out the window. Under the light from the other side, he could see several men squatting by the other side of the wall, holding guns and staring at them. Since the two had taken off their zombie skins, the zombies on the road also noticed them and walked towards them from all directions. More than a minute ago, in the abandoned examination room, the former office center had been abandoned for a long time. It was in a mess outside, with many tattered mattresses inside. 7 people slept on the first floor. The moment the little boy outside shouted that sentence, everyone here got up quickly. One of them slapped the switch on the wall, and the 2 headlights in the yard lit up immediately. In the lounge on the 3rd floor, a bald man who was sleeping with 2 women in his arms suddenly woke up, raised his hand, and pushed his wives sleeping on him away, and quickly ran to the window to check the situation. The noise woke up the 2 women. One of them, who looked good and had a good figure, sat up, rubbed her eyes, and asked in a coquettish voice, "What's wrong with Chong Urge? You pushed me suddenly, and it hurt me a little. Baby, let me see." Hearing this, another woman rushed over and pressed on her to play with her. The bald man was the little leader here. His name was Chong Hui, and he was called Chong Urge. Apart from the eldest brother Su Dali, he was the only one who had the final say in this examination room. After the lights came on, it was as bright as day. Chong Hui saw a man standing outside the wall in an instant. Then he turned his head, and saw that the 2 people locked in the corner had disappeared, leaving only the woman's body on the ground. Then he took out a pistol from the drawer, bolted it, opened the window, stretched out his hand, aimed at the wall, and fired a shot, while shouting to his men below, "Kill them for me." As soon as he finished speaking, a young man outside quickly moved 2 steps outside, holding something in his hand, and aiming at the headlight, and there was another sound, and the light bulb was directly blown up. Seeing this, Chong Hui was furious. He had finally lit the light, but it was blown up the first time he turned it on. Who could stand this? As a result, just as he turned around, there was another bang, and the last headlight went out. "Damn it, you dare to save the people I'm holding?" Chong Hui shouted coldly, returned to the bed, picked up his clothes and pants and put them on, then bent down and slapped the two women on the face, and quickly said, "You two stay here. If anyone dares to run out of this room, I will feed her to the zombies." After that, he slapped the two women's buttocks hard, and then ran out of the room without looking back. After a silence of more than 10 seconds, the prettier woman frowned and said, "Maybe this is our only chance to escape." After she finished speaking, another woman stepped forward to cover her mouth and whispered, "Are you crazy? If he hears this, we'd both be dead. Don't think about those things for now. While he's out, how about we have some fun?" Then the two women smiled at each other and got back into the quilt. Just as Chang Hui ran to the stairs, one of his men followed him up. It was too dark in the corridor and they couldn't see clearly, so they bumped into each other on the spot. "Did you get kicked in the eye?" Chang Hui was knocked back and his head hit the wall. After he came to his senses, he kicked the figure fiercely and cursed loudly. The subordinate, who was hit hard, fell on the stairs and lost consciousness. Humph. Chang Hui glanced at the man on the ground, kicked him again, and continued to run downstairs. When he reached the first floor, he took the hunting rifle handed by the subordinate next to him and shouted, "How many people are there on the opposite side?" A strong man who was shooting at the wall with a bow turned his head and shouted, "Report to Brother Chang, 2 have escaped, and the remaining 2 are hiding under the wall." Hearing the answer, the corners of Chang's mouth rose. He picked up the ammunition bag next to him and hung it on his body, and said with a cold smile, "Fuck, 50-2, rush out and capture them alive. I will chop off their hands and feet myself." Then he shouted, "Old 4 and Old 5, you take 5 people, go catch the 2 who ran away, just kill them on the spot, the rest of you follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang's second brother kicked the door open and rushed out with a roar. "Pay for my lamp." At the corner of the wall, the 2 people were suppressed by the firepower on the other side, and dared not show their heads. Chen Yu just took advantage of the bullets on the opposite side, and shot one person with the reflection, but still couldn't rush out. "We can't be stuck together, we must act separately, otherwise once the enemy's large forces gather, we will surely die." Alay put his hand on Chen Yu's shoulder, and said solemnly, "Xiao Yu, only by fighting hard at this critical moment of life and death can you grow faster. It depends on you next. I don't expect you to kill many, just don't die. I'm going to raid their weapons warehouse first." After saying that, Alay picked up a corpse on the ground and rushed out. The moment he appeared, gunshots rang out and all the bullets came over. Then Alay grabbed the body and threw it over there. He dodged quickly like a cheetah, dodging up and down, left and right. He dodged all the subsequent bullets. Chen Yu was stunned by the scene in front of him. Alay's ability, no matter where he was, he would be a ruthless man who could kill his way out. 2 seconds later, Alay had already run to the side of the road, rolled forward quickly, and then disappeared. Chen Yu continued to look at the car window. The men on the other side really chased Alay. Seeing the right opportunity, he immediately moved to the corner. As soon as he left, a dozen people ran out from the direction of the wall where he had just been, holding torches and flashlights, and ran towards this side, yelling and shouting. Reaching out to push away the zombies that were approaching, Chen Yu ran forward and picked up the gun next to the corpse. He was slightly startled. It was a double-barreled shotgun, and the bullets inside had been taken away, leaving only this gun. After just a short pause for a second, Chen Yu dropped the gun and ran forward again. Chapter 306. Nowadays, people come into contact with guns a lot, but bullets are scarce. Chen Yu doesn't know how to use the hunting rifle, so there is no need to bring it with him. As he ran, he regretted not bringing the big machine gun with him. Even if he brought only 50 rounds of bullets, it would be enough to kill these people. He came to a small door, which was where those people came out just now. Chen Yu stood at the door, holding a slingshot in his hand, holding the bullet smeared with zombie blood, and carefully aiming at the back. He had been discovered, and running blindly was useless. He would reduce the number of people first, so he planned to attack one person by surprise. Hearing the noise, Chen Yu's eyes condensed, and he loosened his right hand, and then quickly entered the door. The gangsters who ran over already knew that there were only 2 people on the opposite side, and they had few weapons. At this time, they were all very excited and rushed out of the corner without thinking. With a snap, a stone flew over quickly, and the man running in the front was scratched on the cheek on the spot. He was so anxious that he picked up the shotgun and shot back at that side, and then fell to the ground screaming. Everyone surrounded the man on the ground, not daring to act rashly. "Stop yelling, let me see." A middle-aged woman with her hair tied up and a nose ring came up. The men around her all dispersed when they heard the voice. There was no other reason, just pure fear. All the men here were under her control. Her name was Hu Li, also known as Sister Hu San. She looked good. Although she was over 40, she still had charm. However, she was very cruel. The woman who died a few hours ago was cut to death by her. It is just as the saying goes, women have the most vicious hearts. Since the end of the world, one of Sister Hu's hobbies is to capture those survivors who are alone and bring them back. If the man is good looking, she will lock his hands and feet with iron chains and serve him every night. If it is a woman, she will throw her to others to be humiliated. If she is particularly beautiful, she will first use a knife to cut her face to make her ugly. Then Sister Hu will stand by and sew up the mouth of others, and then take a knife dipped in salt water and slowly cut the skin of those women until they die of pain. Although the people in this base don't eat human flesh, what they do is equally cruel. Third Sister Hu used a flashlight to carefully examine the wound of the man on the ground, and then stood up with interest. Interesting, the stone is coated with zombie blood. It is not fatal when hit, but it will slowly kill you. After saying that, she turned her head to look at the small door, sneered and said, "Be careful, don't let that man hit you. If you catch him, keep him alive. I will have a good fight with him." "Okay, third Sister Hu." The men present responded one after another, and no one cared about the man on the ground anymore, and they chased after him again. The man lying on the ground was terrified when he heard that the stone had corpse poison. He grabbed the trouser leg of the woman next to him and begged incoherently, "Save, save my third Sister Hu. TSK, TSK, what a pity." Third Sister Hu squatted down again, looked at the man's face with a flashlight, and gently poked the wound with the long nail of her little finger, completely ignoring the screams of the man on the ground. "I didn't realize that you were pretty good looking. If I had known that you would die before, I would have let you accompany me. This is such a waste, what a pity." As she spoke, she pulled out the machete from her body, which was about 50 centimeters long. The blade reflected light, which frightened the man on the ground. He crawled back in fear. What are you going to do?" Sister Hu said gently, "Baby, it won't hurt later." After the voice fell, she stood up and swung the knife expressionlessly. The tip of the knife was close to the ground, and she directly cut off the head of her former subordinate, and blood sprayed all over the ground. "This doomsday is really good, you can do whatever you want." Sister Hu picked up the knife, looked at the blood on it, licked the blade with the tip of her tongue, and said to herself. It was still early for mutation, and the wound on the man's face had not entered the blood, so she was not afraid of the virus at all. After all, this was not the first time she had done such a thing. At this time, Jinyu had already run in. He slipped into a 3-story building, stood by the second-floor window, and watched everything happening below. "That woman is a bit unusual," Jinyu muttered solemnly, and then continued to retreat into the darkness. At the moment he completely disappeared, Sister Hu turned her head to look at the window, suddenly laughed, wiped the knife on the clothes of the corpse on the ground, put it back in place, and then followed. As soon as she left, more than a dozen zombies crawled up from the roadside, walked straight to the corpse, and then lay on the ground to eat the fresh flesh and blood. Jinyu held a dagger and carefully searched the rooms on the second floor to see if he could find any new weapons. He only had 6 bullets left in his pistol, but there were more than 6 people downstairs. Moreover, in the middle of the night, he was not confident that he could kill one person with every bullet. "I originally thought that they were just a group of people who liked to kill people, but it seems that I thought too easily. This group of people is a bit difficult to deal with," Jinyu thought as he came to the last door. He could already hear footsteps coming from the stairs. But the corridor there was messed up by him in advance, which could barely slow down the footsteps. Sure enough, the next second, there were screams from that side. It was probably because someone fell down and crushed someone else. Holding the door handle, Jinyu walked straight in. At this moment, a man who had been waiting inside swung down with a knife. Fortunately, Jinyu entered with a knife in hand. The moment he realized the danger, he quickly crossed the dagger across his arm, then raised it upwards, and with a click, he blocked the blow. He then kicked the door next to him with his left foot and rushed over. He turned his head to turn the opponent's knife, then grabbed the man's wrist again and slammed it against the wall. The machete fell directly to the ground. At the same time, he grabbed the man's neck and pressed it down quickly, and then his right knee pushed against the opposite abdomen. With a muffled groan, the figure fell to the ground. Jinyu tried to press the button on the wall, and the light really came on. He looked up and found that the wires had been reconnected. Rubbing his numb arms, he looked inside the house. It was a small room without any furniture. There was a thick mattress in the corner. 2 nails were driven into the walls on both sides, and a woman with injuries all over her body was tied up, with a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth, looking at them with horror. Shinyu picked up the quilt that fell on the ground and threw it on the woman to cover her. Then he turned around and looked at a man in his 20s curled up on the ground, mocking her. Look at your appearance. You are addicted to alcohol and sex every day, which has drained your body. If you had more strength, you would have succeeded in the sneak attack. But there is no second chance in the end times. After saying that, Shinyu sneered and rushed forward quickly. He would not give others a chance to breathe and recover. Taking advantage of people's illness to kill them has always been his favorite thing to do. Chapter 307. Take a step forward. Shinyu clenched his right fist and punched the opponent's temple. Just as he had always believed, if he didn't fight, it would be fine. Once he fought, he had to subdue the opponent as soon as possible. The young man just felt that his stomach didn't hurt so much. When he looked up, he saw the fist coming at him quickly. He panicked instantly, raised his left arm to block the left side of his head, and swung his right hand blindly. 2 muffled groans sounded, and Shinyu pouted and took a step back. At this moment, he realized for the first time why Xiao Jiao asked him to intensify his strength training. Now he saw that what he said was indeed true. The young man on the ground was knocked to the right by Shinyu's punch. His head also came into close contact with the ground, his eyes staring at him intently. After being punched, Shinyu himself just used the force to pull back and distance himself, which was only slightly painful. The damage caused by the two to each other was completely on a different level. Okay, no more playing, I have to retreat as soon as possible. Shinyu lowered his voice, pulled out the dagger with a gloomy face, and was about to rush forward again, but suddenly heard a few roars from the corridor, and at the same time a burst of anxious footsteps came here. The moment he heard the voice, the young man sat up and said with a sly smile, "You are awesome, don't you? Come on, come up and try. I will hold you even if I die, and you will be buried with me." Hearing this, Shinyu thought quickly. The two of them were 3 meters apart. If he was really dragged by the other party, he would be left behind easily, unless he immediately cut off the man's hand. After thinking it through, his footsteps got closer and closer. Shinyu raised his head, showing a harmless smile, and said seriously, "Who said I was going over?" The young man was stunned. "Do you have?" Shinyu sneered. "Yes, I do have a gun." After saying that, Shinyu quickly pulled out the pistol that had been loaded from his waist, and pulled the trigger without a second's hesitation. Bang! The gun went off, and a bloody hole appeared on the young man's forehead, and then he opened his eyes wide and fell down with his eyes wide open. Then Shinyu put the pistol in again, ran to the window and looked down. The distance to the second floor should be enough, then picked up the machete, and used the handle to smash the glass. Just when he was about to jump out of the window, there was a sound of banging against the wall behind him. Looking back, the woman in the corner was very excited. She struggled with a rope in her hand, and banged her head against the wall next to her. But because her mouth was blocked, she could only make that kind of humming sound. Shinyu understood that this woman wanted him to take her with him, but now that he was in danger, taking such a stranger with him would be a complete hindrance. Even at this time, Shinyu forced himself to calm down. He would not be merciful and save people. If he just left like this, the fate of this woman could be imagined. For this kind of captured survivor, in the current environment, the appearance of Shinyu is probably her only chance to survive. After making a choice, he took out his pistol and pointed it at the door, picked up a small piece of glass from the ground, and then quickly ran to the corner and said anxiously, "Open your hands." But the woman just looked at him in panic and continued to pull the rope. Seeing this, Shinyu shouted, "I don't have much time to watch you struggle, open your hands quickly." As he finished speaking, footsteps in the corridor were getting closer. Shinyu ran to the door, stretched out his left hand, and fired a shot in that direction, scaring off those people. Then he ran back again. The woman had already done what he was told after being yelled at. Shinyu quickly stuffed the glass fragments into her hand, and hurriedly told her, "This is the only thing I can do. I hope this piece of glass can help you escape from this hell." After saying that, Shinyu ran towards the window, grabbed the windowsill and jumped down, and continued to run wildly to other places. Just 3 seconds after his figure disappeared, the door of the room was kicked open, and more than a dozen people rushed in. When they saw the body on the ground, they were immediately furious. More than a dozen people chased one person, and 2 were killed in return. "I will hack him to death today." A big man in a dirty down jacket roared, threw his hat on the ground, turned around and rushed out. The other men followed his footsteps, and there were only 8 people left in the room. A man wearing an eye mask walked up and asked gloomily, "Where did that man go?" The woman didn't answer, but just kept shrinking into the corner, but there were walls all around. Where could she retreat? The one-eyed man stretched out his hand to pull the cloth ball out of the woman's mouth, waiting for an answer. But the other party just kept begging for mercy, begging for mercy. Seeing this, the one-eyed man snorted coldly and slapped her backhand. The woman staggered and hit her head hard against the wall, bleeding instantly. Seeing that the man had already drawn his knife, she quickly stretched out her left hand, pointed in a direction, and said tremblingly, "Right, right." He jumped down and ran over there. "Humph, you really don't say anything until you get beaten." The one-eyed wolf stretched out his hand and spitted at her, then jumped down from the window with others and continued to chase. The woman sat up, lowered her head, and wiped the blood on her forehead on the quilt, then looked at the window, and kept on dazed. She just deliberately said the opposite direction. When the young man jumped down, she heard clearly that the footsteps were to the left, so she said to the right. If the group of people didn't find anyone later, they would probably come to torture her severely. Thinking of this, the woman opened her hand and looked at the glass fragments in her right hand. Fearing that she would be discovered, she held the rope tightly, and her palm was slowly cut and bleeding. She hesitated for a moment, but still stretched her head over and bit the glass with her teeth, then moved close to her wrist and gently cut the ropes. After a while, the woman cut one rope, but her mouth was full of blood and her lips were cut several times. The woods outside the examination room. At this time, Wang Tianhai and Yifeng were running outside, but they were too panicked and fell several times along the way, covered in mud. Just as they were climbing up the hillside, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side, grabbed Wang Tianhai by the back of the neck and pulled him behind the tree, and a voice was heard at the same time. "Why did you fire a gun? Is it us or the other side?" The person who spoke was none other than Zhang Yin. According to the plan, he stayed here to provide support. The moment he heard the voice, Wang Tianhai was shocked. He thought that only Qinyu and Alei were coming, but who would have thought that there was a third person? Chapter 308. However, the question asked by the other party was a little different. Wang Tianhai hesitated and asked, "Are you Zhang Yin?" "Don't bother who I am. I'm asking you a question." Zhang Yin grabbed his collar and asked hurriedly. Hearing this, Yifeng hugged the zombie's legs and skin and said quickly, "It was that group of people. They fired the gun." After the voice fell, several flashlights suddenly came from the distance. Zhang Yin's face changed slightly when he saw this. He continued to run with the two of them. "Not good, the enemy is chasing us. Let's retreat first. The gunshots are attracting zombies. It's not safe here." Wang Tianhai ran with a limp, his face flushed, and said, "What if it's Alei and the others? I think we should stop and rest for a while." "It's not them. We didn't bring flashlights this time, and—" Before he finished speaking, Zhang Yin turned his head and yelled at him, "Damn, it's all your fault. Why did you run out for no reason? It's fun, right?" Hearing this, Wang Tianhai was about to explain, but suddenly a gunshot was heard from behind, which scared him so much that he ran away immediately. When they reached the top of the mountain, Zhang Yin did not take them to the car location, but hid behind a slope, and then ordered, "Listen carefully, Wang Tianhai, you are injured now. I don't expect you to do anything, just hold those zombies for me." After saying that, Zhang Yin took a knife and cut down a small tree nearby, which was about the thickness of a thumb. He quickly split it into two, then sharpened one end and handed it to the two people in front of him. "Kill the zombies that are attracted here, and use the corpses to form a line to prevent the zombies from approaching. If you are still a man, die standing here." This time, things are obviously out of touch. The group of people below not only have electricity, but also a lot of guns. Although judging from the scattered bullets, most of them are hunting rifles, but this thing can still kill people at close range and should not be underestimated. After settling the two men, Zhang Yin ran back again. He looked at the dark forest and felt his blood boiling. The feeling of training in the jungle came back again. Zhang Yin used to be a soldier in a reconnaissance company of a certain military region. He had received many training courses like jungle infiltration, but he had never been on the battlefield. In the words of the former squad leader, being a soldier is to fight. In the world, peace has never been achieved by words. It is exchanged for the blood and flesh of countless people. In this way, Zhang Yin has been training hard in the army, striving to one day take a gun to the battlefield to defend his country. But later his wife died of a terminal illness, his father-in-law and mother-in-law were disabled, leaving a young daughter to take care of, and Zhang Yin himself only had an old father in the countryside. For a while, as a man, he had to choose to apply for retirement. Because of the change in his family, he was allowed to retire early after verification by his superiors. Later, In order to take care of the 3 elderly people, he borrowed money to open a water store. Life was going well, but who would have thought that something unexpected would happen in the world, and a large number of dead people would be resurrected. They would attack humans like crazy and infect other living people. At that time, Jong-un could not rush back to his home after picking up his daughter from school. There were car accidents everywhere on the road, and many people were scrambling for supplies. He did not dare to rush back with his children in such an environment. If they were separated, it would be difficult to see each other again in this vast sea of people without a mobile phone to contact them. When the outside calmed down a little, Jong-un also took advantage of his daughter's sleep and went back alone at night. With the advantage of being a scout, he was not attacked by zombies along the way. After much effort, he finally returned to the water store, but saw the 3 mutated old people. Later, he took care of his daughter, named Zhongrui, and her nickname was Xiaoxi, because it was a bit like her mother's name, Xiaoxi. Because he had been a soldier for several years, Jong-un was very friendly to people, but he forgot that it was the end of the world, order collapsed, and human nature gradually surfaced. He kindly took in 2 men, but almost died at their hands. Although he was rescued by a man and a woman, Jong-un was still angry. He had all the skills, but he had no place to use them. He didn't need to use what he learned in the army to kill zombies. To put it bluntly, he was not qualified for these zombies. Then he encountered zombie dogs, and was chased all the way. After all, without a gun, he could not fight these zombie dogs in groups. After joining the community, the most common thing he did was to go out to search for supplies. The only enemy was zombies, and animal zombies. He basically didn't encounter other evil forces. But now, Chen Yu and Alei were being chased, and 7 or 8 men were chasing Jong-un. It can be said that Jong-un had been looking forward to this day for more than half a year. Retracting his thoughts, Jong-un took off his coat seriously, folded it, and placed it on the leaves. Wearing a heavy down jacket in the winter was not convenient for movement. He looked at the lights dozens of meters away, pulled out his dagger, and slowly sneaked into the woods. In 2 minutes, Jong-un collected some thin vines and prepared to make a trap. This forest was very dense, and zombies appeared from time to time. The group of people basically circled in place, which bought him a lot of time. Cut off a few thin branches and sharpened both sides slightly. Then Jong-un used a knife to make 3 slots on the small tree next to him, and then split the vine in 2, gently tied the treetop to make it bend. When the small tree rebounded, the stuck wooden sticks would fly out quickly. Since the 2 sides were similar to wood chips, it was very easy to scratch the skin at high speed. It's hard to hit the vital points like this, and generally speaking, it won't be fatal. But if you smear feces on the wood, once it touches the wound, the chance of infection can be said to be 100%. Now you can't find this thing to smear, but there are better substitutes. Then Jong-un cut the zombie's arm, let some blood drip onto the sharp branches, then blew a whistle and quickly retreated. "Fuck, you dare to blow this thing, chase me." The 4th brother quickly turned his head, looked in a direction and roared, and ran towards that direction with his men. Jong-un retreated more than 10 meters, squatted in the pile of leaves, pulled the bowstring with his right hand, and stared at the figures of those people. Take another step. Continue to move forward. Jong-un looked carefully, and there were already people in his range. At this distance, he could kill them with 1 shot. But Jong-un planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Finally, when another person stepped into the range, his eyes condensed, and he quickly released his right hand. The arrows that were ready had been thirsty for a long time, and quickly flew towards the vines tied to the treetops. The sharp arrowheads cut directly with 1 touch, and then hit a man's throat. At the same time, the small tree rebounded, and 3 pieces of wood flew directly to the 3 men. 2 of them had their hands cut, and 2 screams were heard. Chapter 309. 1 second after Jong-un shot the arrow, someone on the other side reacted and shot at the place where he was hiding with a short shotgun. Fortunately, he ran away quickly, otherwise he would have been beaten into a hornet's nest. Quickly moving to the side for a distance, Jong-un picked up the Desert Eagle and put it in his mouth, and shot another arrow. Unfortunately, due to the angle problem, the remaining 4 people on the other side were all hiding behind the trees, so it was not easy to hit. Come out and fight with real swords and guns. What kind of hero are you hiding in the dark? The 4th brother couldn't see anyone at all. It was dark all around. He could only hear the sound of leaves shaking from different directions, and then he picked up his gun and shot. He fired 2 rounds in a row, but the bullets were all gone, but he didn't see a single person. Seeing this, the 5th brother got anxious and yelled at him, "That guy is wasting our bullets on purpose, don't be fooled." Hearing this, the fourth brother cursed, then took out the ammunition from his pocket, opened the barrel and started loading the bullets, while he looked around fiercely. At this moment, Lao Wu, who was a few meters away, had just stuck his head out from behind a tree to see what was going on, when an arrow suddenly flew over and almost hit his forehead, causing him to scream in fear. "Stop screaming. It's no use screaming any louder." Lao Si was a little annoyed, and cursed back at him. Hearing this, Lao Wu was furious, and he hid behind a tree, stretching his neck and yelling, "Fuck, you still have the nerve to say that? I told you something was wrong at the time, and asked you to take out the flashlight so we could go and have a look, and now they've come to our door." Hearing the roars from the side, Lao Si's face became more gloomy. He now regretted not checking carefully because he was afraid of the cold. Otherwise, he would not be so passive, and did not even know the enemy's situation. Originally, he thought it was an easy job to chase the wounded, but who would have thought that there was a difficult one outside? Thinking of this, Lao Si saw the leaves on the side move, and he stood out with both hands holding the gun. He raised the shotgun with his left hand and roared, "Son of a bitch, I finally caught you." As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the trigger, the gun went off, and there was a thump in the bush, as if something was shot out. The moment he heard the sound, Lao Wu stood up with a look of surprise. "It's a hit! Lao Si, you are awesome! I love you so much!" "Don't talk nonsense, Daniel and Erguzi, you two go over and see if he is dead." Lao Si was a little short, about 1.7 meters tall. He didn't dare to go forward to check, so he gave instructions to the side. Hearing this, the two men hiding behind the tree stood up reluctantly. One of them was nearly 2 meters tall, and weighed more than 200 kilograms. His name was Daniel. Although he was as strong as a bull, he was very timid, and could only fight with brute force. The other was very thin, and looked like a monkey, but his methods were extremely cruel. He especially liked to sneak into other camps in the middle of the night to kill people. Two men came forward with half-meter-long machetes. Dania pulled away a pile of weeds, and then Erguzi took out the lighter he carried with him, pressed it, took a closer look, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned back and said, "It's okay, fourth brother, this is a zombie." After the words fell, the two were ready to return. Daniel had already run back, leaving Erguzi alone behind. He put his lighter in his pocket, and was about to leave, but suddenly heard a noise from behind. He thought it was a zombie, so he drew his knife and swung it back without thinking. Strangely, the situation of chopping the zombie's neck with a knife did not happen as he imagined, and even his wrist was directly grabbed by someone. Because the forest here was very dense, the three people outside did not see what happened inside. Daniel stood outside and shouted, "Ergo, what are you doing? You are not even letting go of the zombie's body now, right?" When Erguzi heard this, he turned around and saw a man appearing 1 meter in front of him under the moonlight. His face was covered with wet mud, and he couldn't see his face clearly. Then he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "What are you looking at?" As soon as he finished speaking, Erguzi's eyes suddenly widened. He was about to shout, but his mouth was covered by the man opposite him. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. In an instant, he felt that he had no strength in his body, and slowly collapsed to the ground. Then Zhang Yin inserted the dagger, grabbed the neck of the corpse in front of him with one hand, and lifted it up, and rushed out with the gun in his right hand. The moment he saw Ergo coming out, Dania breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you were really so perverted." Because it was dark, the torches of these people were extinguished in the fight just now. Continuing to use the flashlight would expose their position. Lao Si and Lao Wu had already turned it off. But at this moment, Lao Si suddenly felt his eyelids twitching. He took out the flashlight from his trouser pocket and turned it on, and immediately saw a young man hiding behind Ergo. Without thinking, he raised his gun and shot directly, but the opponent reacted very quickly, and quickly swung his body to block the bullet. Then the man grinned again, raised his right hand, and fired back quickly. At such a close distance, the sound of the Desert Eagle's gun was deafening. In just a breath, the fourth man's head exploded instantly, and the white brain mixed with blood sprayed on the faces of the other two people who were still alive. The fifth man was already stunned, watching the fourth man die in front of him. He touched the flesh on his eyes, and a very fishy smell came, irritating his nerves. Then he took out his shotgun and fired 2 rounds in a row, but was still blocked by the corpse on the other side. The only disadvantage of this gun is that the bullet capacity is small, and it needs to be loaded manually. Lao Wu quickly touched his trouser pocket, but found it empty. At the same time, he looked at the headless corpse on the ground and his breath stagnated. The bullets are all on Lao Si. Seeing the movement on the other side, Zhang Yin grinned again and threw the pistol into the haystack behind him. He didn't want to waste 2 more bullets. The gunshots in the abandoned examination room below had not stopped. Xiaoyue lay, and the others must have been surrounded. We have to rescue people later. If we save more bullets, we can rescue them faster. Seeing the man across from us throw away his gun, Lao Wu's face, which was already dark, became even darker. He gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Dania had slowly moved over and stood beside Lao Wu, and asked nervously, "What should we do, Brother Wu? How about we run away? Go back and call more people." Hearing this, Lao Wu turned his head and glared at him and roared, "You usually eat so much food, but you think about running away when something happens. Can you fight for your courage?" With a plop, Zhang Yin let go of the body, then pulled out the dagger and held it in his hand, and said softly, "No need to call anyone, you all have to lie down tonight." Chapter 310. Daniel, are you afraid of death? Old Five threw away his hunting rifle, pulled out his machete, and asked coldly. "Of course I am afraid." At this time, Daniel was almost crying with fear. He had never expected that Brother Five would ask such a question. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, with the disappearance of laws and the collapse of order, although Daniel had killed people, the previous time was because he had to kill others in order to protect himself. After wandering for a long time, he was caught by the people in the abandoned examination room. He was bound to die, but Brother Chang'er saw that he was very strong, so he stayed. But in order to show his loyalty, Dania had to brutally kill a survivor in front of everyone. The other person was an honest and hardworking ordinary person who was struggling to survive. He fled with a few friends. Everyone else was beaten to death, leaving only this one. Dania hesitated for a long time, and finally chopped off the man's legs with a knife before Chang'er ran out of patience. The scream was unforgettable, and the man's eyes before he died had been branded in Dania's mind. He thought his conscience would be uneasy. But the fact is, he likes to watch others scream. The more screaming, the happier he is. But Dania never fights with others, he only dares to target those survivors who have been subdued. After 8 months, Dania has killed 5 people. Zhang Yin stood a few meters away from the two and said coldly again, "As long as you can tell me how many people you have killed, I will let you go." "Really?" Dania's eyes lit up, and he said directly, "Not many, only 5 people, now I'm leaving." Hearing this, Lao Wu turned around and kicked him. "You have lived in vain. He even killed Lao Si. Why do you think he will let us go?" He. Zhang Yin put away his smile, looked at the blade of the dagger, and said softly, 5 people, that's all." At this moment, the other 2 injured men who were hiding on the side also came out. They held the machete in their other hands, raised their hands that had begun to turn black, and said viciously, "Damn it, there is a virus on the arrow, and our knives are not clean. Even if I die today, I will drag you to be buried with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Wu picked up the knife and roared fiercely, "Don't waste time, kill him and avenge my 4th brother." Zhang Yin shook his head slightly, glanced at the 4 people in front of him, and whispered, "Just you?" After saying the last word, Zhang Yin exerted force with his legs and rushed out suddenly, and the distance was instantly shortened. Lao Wu's pupil shrank. What a fast speed! At the same time, he swung the knife to chop, but only heard a ding sound, and the machete was immediately blocked by the dagger of the man opposite, and then the other party raised his foot and kicked sideways, and Lao Wu felt like he was hit by a car on the spot, and flew several meters away and fell unconscious in the grass. "Brother Daniel, it's useless to be afraid now." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 men rushed forward together. Zhang Yin raised his eyebrows, held the dagger in reverse, and rushed towards the 2 men. When he was close to them, he quickly dodged to the side and slashed the back of the other's hand. With a sound of chi, blood spurted out. The man felt pain and let go of the hilt with his right hand. Zhang Yin's eyes condensed, and he stretched out his left hand to catch it quickly, then turned his wrist and stabbed it directly into the chest of the man in front of him, killing him on the spot. Killed another person. The remaining one was injured in the right hand. It was awkward to hold the knife with the left hand, so he was easily solved by Zhang Yin. Then Zhang Yin looked at the last man in front of him and sneered, "Big tall guy, how long do you want to see?" After the voice fell, Dania knew that today, either the other party would die or he would die. And from the tone of that man, he would never let go of himself who had 5 lives on his hands. Seeing this, Dania gritted his teeth, rushed over with a knife, and then roared, raised the knife, and chopped directly at Zhang Yin's head. Feeling the momentum of the opposite side, Zhang Yin raised the knife to block, but the next second, a fierce force came, and he was completely unable to stop it with one hand, and the dagger slipped out of his hand and rolled to the side. This is the advantage of being stronger than your opponent. Even if you don't know how to fight, you can still gain a slight advantage with brute force. Zhang Yin stood up, rubbed his numb wrist, and said solemnly, I wanted to try whether I could withstand your blow, but it seems that I underestimated you. The difference in physique is not small. As soon as he finished speaking, he picked up a machete on the ground with his toes and held it in his hand. He smiled and rushed forward again. Go on, what are you doing? Zhang Yin had been waiting for this battle for a long time. He couldn't wait to try it out and see if what he had learned in the army was really going to be learned. Dania had a fierce look on his face and swung his knife horizontally. Zhang Yin held it with both hands and swung it back with the same knife. His muscles tensed. When the two knives touched, sparks flew and the blades dented at the same time. Dania felt a pain in his palms and then kicked. Zhang Yin didn't take the attack directly, but let go of the machete and dodged to the side. Dania was caught off guard and staggered forward. His wrist was grabbed by the opponent and pressed down, and he was kicked in the chest at the same time. But this kick only made him retreat 2 steps. There was no way, he was too strong. Zhang Yin was wearing regular shoes when he kicked. If he had changed into the kind of military boots worn in the army, he would definitely have kicked Daniel so hard that he couldn't stand up. Zhang Yin touched the mud on his face, and was about to fight a few more rounds, when he suddenly heard a loud noise from the examination room, like something exploded. Seeing this, his face changed and he whispered, It seems that we have to fight quickly. Daniel was also angry at this time, and rushed up with a roar. Zhang Yin's eyes condensed, and he stopped smiling and rushed towards him quickly. Leaning his body downward, while dodging the opponent's fist as big as a sandbag, Zhang Yin raised his foot and kicked at Dania's knee, and there was a snapping sound. Then he supported the ground with his right hand, rushed to Dania, and punched the opponent's chin. This blow almost shocked Dania. Then Zhang Yin rushed to the side, kicked the tree with his foot, jumped up, and grabbed Dania's shoulder. His right leg quickly caught his neck, and pressed down hard. Suddenly, the man who was as strong as a bull was knocked to the ground. Then Zhang Yin pressed on him, desperately grasped Dania's right palm with both hands, and stretched it straight, trying to bend it in other directions, while his left foot locked the ankle of his right calf, locking him tightly. No matter how hard Dania struggled, Zhang Yin's face turned red, and he didn't relax at all. At this moment, Zhang Yin used a very professional strangulation technique to firmly control this man, who was much stronger than him. In 5 seconds, Dania's neck was already red. After 8 seconds, he gradually stopped struggling and lay on the ground motionless. Chapter 311. Huh? Zhang Yin let go of the man's hand, kicked him in the chin, and then lay on the ground to take a few breaths. If it wasn't for the purpose of checking his physical fitness, he really wanted to just shoot. After shooting so many times in the army, shooting again a few years after retiring, I have to say that the feeling is really different. The scene of the man's head exploding just now still lingered in Zhang Yin's mind, but soldiers are soldiers, and their psychological quality is still much better than ordinary people. Even with such a tragic death, Zhang Yin was just a little uncomfortable in his heart. After all, the end of the world has been so long, and there is no time for him to overcome the psychological barrier. After a short rest of more than 10 seconds, Zhang Yin quickly climbed up with his hands on the ground, picked up the machete, and stabbed it into the head of the big bull to prevent another zombie. Just as he bent down to pick up the machete, the bushes suddenly moved again. Looking back, 2 zombies came over. In this winter, not only is it difficult for living people to find food, but these zombies have also been hungry for a long time. They don't generate energy when eating, they just want to eat based on their body's instinct. Zhang Yin looked at it, then picked up a knife and cut a few cuts on the corpse, and blood immediately flowed all over the ground, with a strong smell of blood. The zombie ignored the living person in front of him without thinking, and just lay on the ground and started eating. Then Zhang Yin picked up the dagger and pistol, and ran towards the man who had just kicked away, intending to finish him off. But when he got closer and saw clearly, he shook his head and chuckled. I was worried that you would run away, but now I'm worrying too much. After saying this, Zhang Yin rushed over and killed the 3 zombies lying on the corpse, then pried open the bloody right hand and took the shotgun. Then he felt in his pocket and found no bullets, so he stood up and whistled again to attract the zombies around. In fact, this action was a bit unnecessary. After all, the sound of the Desert Eagle's gunshot was very loud, and almost everyone nearby heard it. However, Zhang Yin had to make sure that these zombies would gather here, so as not to accidentally run into the zombie group when evacuating later. After a quick cleanup, Zhang Yin put away his pistol and dagger, picked up the machetes and hunting rifles, and took out the bullets from the headless corpse's trouser pocket, leaving 6 bullets. Then he ran towards Wang Tianhai with the knives in his arms, and as he got closer, he heard Yufeng shouting, "Right, right, Uncle Wang, be careful. No, there's another one on the left." Zhang Yin ran over to help kill 2 of them, then threw the machetes on the ground and paused, saying, "Take these knives, pick up some dry branches and walk northeast, then find a wide area to light a fire, and try to burn some wet wood, so that it will make more noise." Zhang Yin, who had been a soldier, was different. He had a clear mind and quickly arranged tasks for the 2. After he finished speaking, he turned around and wanted to leave, but was stopped by Wang Tianhai. "Brother Zhang Yin, I know it's difficult now, but I really want to say one more thing. I'm almost exhausted." After the voice fell, Wang Tianhai knelt on the ground and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. After being beaten for a long time, plus the wound on his left hand, and just running a distance and killing a lot of zombies, his body finally reached its limit. Yufeng was still a 10-year-old child. It was okay for him to kill zombies in broad daylight, but in the dark early morning, his combat effectiveness was basically 0. Zhang Yin was also confused as to why another person ran out, but he didn't think much about it. Now was not the time to question these things. Everything needed to wait until it was safe. Seeing Wang Tianhai kneeling on the ground with a pale face, Zhang Yin pondered for a while, squatted down, and said seriously, "Everyone is very tired now. Xiao Yu and Lei, who rescued you too, are being chased by a large number of villains down there. I must support them. But the enemies are far more than these. The zombies outside are also staring at us. As long as they stop, they will pounce on us like crazy and eat us, so I need you to light a fire to lead them away." Hearing this, Yufeng picked up the machete, held it with both hands, and asked curiously, "Why do we have to go there? Can't we just light the fire here?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin quickly shook his head and said, "The southwest direction is our home. If the zombies gather and move towards that direction, no matter how many days it takes, they will go there sooner or later. I can't take such a risk. I won't say much, Wang Tianhai, I hope you can hold on to the end. Only by holding on can you survive. When I get home, I will personally ask Dr. Xiaolin to treat you." After the words fell, Zhang Yin patted his shoulder, stood up and prepared to run down. Wang Tianhai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stretched out his left hand and shouted, "Leave the lighter. Leave it, otherwise how can we light the wood?" Zhang Yin turned around and looked at him, nodded firmly, then took it out of his pocket and threw it over, and ran down. In the abandoned examination room. Since Qinyu jumped off the 2nd floor, he had no intention of running outside the wall. After all, the surrounding lights were brighter now, and the light on the road outside was better at this time. On the contrary, there are many dark areas in this examination room where he can hide. It really proves the old saying that the most dangerous place is actually safer. Those people certainly could not have thought that Qinyu would hide in their hometown. There are 4 houses in this examination room. The one he just entered should be the place where the group of people sleep. Since everyone ran out, there are few people inside. He searched for a while just now, but didn't find any weapons. The only thing he found was the machete in his hand, which he had snatched from the man just now. At this time, Qinyu held the knife in both hands, and was carefully touching other houses. After running more than 100 meters, Qinyu looked back and saw no one chasing him. He looked at the house in front of him, pushed open the door and walked in. It was dark inside, and there was no light. Fortunately, the 3 of them brought a lighter with them. This thing can not only save lives in winter, but also be used for lighting at critical times. After inserting the dagger, Qinyu held the machete in his left hand and held the lighter, covered it with his right palm, then gently pressed it, and then raised it to look around. After just a moment of scanning, he suddenly had a surprised expression on his face. Although this is not a weapons depot, the things piled here are also very important, because all Qinyu saw was a room full of food. All kinds of canned food, bacon, and even rice, piled everywhere. Qinyu rushed over excitedly. He stood in front of a table, put away the knife and lighter, and the surroundings fell into darkness again. Chapter 312. Then he wiped his hands, reached into the bag with both hands, and picked up a pile of rice, and leaned over to smell it greedily. The smell of rice was better than ever before. Qinyu had missed it for a long time. He even wanted to lie down in the rice pile. But the current situation did not allow him to be happy. There were still a lot of people outside chasing him. If he could not leave alive, no matter how many supplies he had, it would be useless. Thinking of this, Qinyu pressed the lighter again to check his surroundings. Suddenly he came to a corner and frowned slightly. In front of him were 2 bags of flour, unopened. Although he wanted to eat noodles, he probably wouldn't be able to eat them in the short term. Because at this moment, Qin remembered something Xiao Jiao had told him. At that time, Xiao Jiao was still in the basement, recovering from his injuries. In addition to training Qin and his friends every day, he would also explain some other knowledge to them in his spare time. At that time, Qin remembered one thing he had said very clearly. One afternoon in the training room, Xiao Jiao said seriously, "If you are desperate one day and break into those uninhabited places, you must learn to use all the resources around you, such as flour. As long as the flour is sprinkled all over the sealed room, once it encounters an open flame." Hearing this, Xiaoyin held his arm and stuck out her tongue and asked, "What will happen if it encounters fire? Will it burn?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao turned his head and scratched her nose, and said solemnly, "Don't be so frivolous. In a closed space, when flour floats in the air and encounters fire, it will explode, and the power is definitely not less than that of a bomb." After saying that, Xiao Jiao turned his head and looked at Qin Dazhuang and Li Yao. "Xiaoyin has been with me all her life. With me here, she doesn't need to worry about these things. On the contrary, you must remember that if you use it well at a critical moment, it can save lives." Xiaoyin blushed, let go of his hand and said, "Who wants to follow you forever? Shameless." Seeing her like this, all three of them laughed. Recalling the past, Qin couldn't help but smile. Brother Zhao's group was indeed very powerful. If he had been following them, he could have lived a lot easier in this doomsday. But Qin didn't like this kind of life, where he had to rely on others to protect him. If he was used to being a flower in a greenhouse, how could he withstand the extreme cold storm? In addition, he missed Lin Yi desperately at that time, fearing that she would suffer a little. After all, that girl could only kill a small number of zombies in addition to her ability to save people. Once he encountered a group of zombies, or even fell into the hands of bad guys, Qin couldn't imagine what the consequences would be. Moreover, Xiao Jiao, Uncle Hua, and Lei, who were far more powerful than ordinary people, all said the same thing, that is, only when you are strong yourself can you be truly strong. Only when you burst out your potential at various life and death moments, Qin, who was once an ordinary person, will make rapid progress, grow up faster in this doomsday, and then stand alone. Just as he was picking up the bag of flour, he suddenly heard a burst of gunfire, which seemed to come from two directions. Then Qin raised his mouth and said to himself, "It seems that Lei has successfully taken down the other party's arsenal. I have to work harder." After saying that, he opened the window, carried 2 bags of flour and went out, running towards the third house in the distance. This place should be a warehouse, and there is still a lot of food in it. He will not ambush here. If he accidentally blows up the rice, he will be heartbroken. After running for more than 10 meters, Qin looked around the windows to make sure they could all be closed, then pushed the door open and walked in. It was much more convenient inside the camp. Those people were cursing outside the wall, and they never thought that the person they were chasing was just a wall away. After entering the room, Qin put down the flour and turned on the lighter again to check it with the light of the fire. He was worried that there would be other flammable and explosive materials piled here to avoid causing a chain explosion. If he didn't estimate the distance well and got injured by the explosion, it would be a big loss. After a simple inspection, Qin was about to take action, but suddenly saw a lot of people appear in the warehouse, searching inside with flashlights. Seeing this, his face changed slightly. It seemed that those people already knew that he didn't run away. Thinking of this, Qin quickly cut open a bag of flour, and then threw it wildly, making it spread all over the corners of the small house. But soon, he was in trouble again. It's not easy to light a fire, because it needs to be in a closed space. If others are inside, they will blow themselves up in an instant. But if he threw it in through the window, he was also worried that the lighter would go out in midair. After all, it was not a windproof type. Moreover, air would flow in through the window, and unless it was ignited in an instant, it would most likely fail. Thinking of what Xiao Jiao and Lei had said, that is, to learn to use the surrounding environment, Qin quickly looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He walked over and picked up a disposable chopstick on the windowsill. It had turned black. I wonder which kind-hearted person had forgotten to clean up after eating here and left it there for so long. Fortunately, there was a moon on the window, so he could find it in time. Then Qin came to the door, took out a dagger and quickly drilled a small hole under the wooden door. Then he sharpened the chopsticks, inserted them into the small hole, knocked them with the handle of the dagger a few times, and then gently bent them to make sure they were still firm. Then he moved the only chair in the room, which was already covered with a layer of flour. Qin blew them away, put the chair behind the door, then quickly opened the door to see the trajectory of the chopsticks, and then quickly closed it. After remembering the position, Chinyu folded a flour bag to pat it so that the height was right. He couldn't find a rope, so he cut off a part of his t-shirt and tied the lighter tightly. As long as the door is opened outside, the chopsticks will directly press the lighter according to the set route, and a flame will appear. After finishing these, he opened the last bag of flour and sprinkled it again, then flipped out from the window and closed it carefully. After walking a few steps to the back of the house, Chin squatted in the corner outside, holding the pistol with both hands, carefully aiming at a person, and quickly pulled the trigger. There was a bang, and a man fell on the spot. The dozen people in the warehouse heard it immediately, and ran over quickly. Chinyu ran away without stopping. He squatted to the side, and saw those people coming to the door. It was too dark, and the people inside did not see where Chinyu was hiding and fired the gun. They all thought it was inside the house. Chapter 313. A man running in front kicked the closed door. The next second, the people present saw the large amount of flour inside, and looked a little confused. One of the people used to like watching movies. When he saw the flour floating in the air, he remembered a scene. A scene in a movie where the villain used this thing to make a bomb. At this moment, his pupils contracted violently, his heart beat uncontrollably, and he suddenly shouted, "Run!" As soon as the words fell, these people only heard a click. Then, a fierce momentum came, the temperature rose sharply, and the dozen men present were engulfed by the flames just as they turned around. A very terrifying explosion sounded, and the ground shook a little. Chinyu lay on the ground and covered his head desperately, feeling scared. Oh my god, the room is too small, and too much flour was used. Isn't this too powerful? All the glass was blown to pieces, and the fragments flew in all directions at a very fast speed. Some of the men who were lucky enough to be outside the explosion were not torn to pieces, but were pierced by the glass and rolled on the ground in pain. At this moment, both Brother Chong and Sister Hu, who were chasing Lei, looked back in shock and stopped. Even Lei, after shooting and killing two of the other side's men, hid in a blind spot and looked at the house. His expression was only stunned. Whether it was him or the people in the abandoned examination room, there was only one thought in their minds, that is, the other side used explosives. Chinyu, the mastermind behind all this, was getting up from the ground in a very embarrassed manner at this time, and a lot of glass shards also flew towards him. Although he was not hurt, the back of his clothes was basically scratched. Turning his head to look at the back, Chinyu said distressfully, "I am really impressed. It seems that every time I go out, I can ruin a coat. If this continues, I will really have nothing to wear in the future." The situation that could cause such a powerful force was actually because Xiao Jiao did not explain it clearly at the time. He emphasized that it would explode in a confined space, and Chinyu thought that this was the only way. In fact, this is not the case. As long as the flour reaches a certain concentration in the air, once it comes into contact with an open flame, an explosion will occur. If it is in a closed room, the power will be several times greater. With the addition of glass fragments, the lethality it causes will be very terrifying. Chinyu quickly took off his tattered clothes, revealing his strong muscles. After long-term exercise, his abdominal muscles have become more and more obvious. When he found the rice supplies, Chinyu planned to completely eat up the camp. So what if it's hard to eat? For these foods, he will definitely fight hard. When he was a child, he would fight with other homeless people for a bite of food. Even if he was beaten black and blue, he would never give it to others. Because he knew that if he backed down this time, it would be more difficult to pick up food in the future, and he would starve to death sooner or later. When others bully you, if you are not cruel enough, they will step on your head to humiliate you and squeeze out the last drop of blood. In today's doomsday environment, there are so many foods in the warehouse that they can't be found by searching. They must have robbed a lot of survivors. Judging from the physical torture Wang Tianhai suffered, this group of people must not be good people. They will not let them live after robbing their supplies. At least just now, Chinyu saw the woman hack her men to death. Although the man's face was poisoned by corpses, and he was dead, ordinary people would only wait until their teammates were bitten before taking action. After all, at that time, they were no longer human beings, and there was no need to have any psychological burden when attacking zombies. It can be seen that this group of people must be demons, who have committed many evils and killed countless survivors. It would be fine if they robbed others, Chinyu would not interfere, but if they robbed people from the community by chance, then they could not be blamed. As I said, if people don't offend him, Chinyu, he won't offend people. If people offend, then Chinyu will dig up the other party's ancestral graves. Picking up the dagger and machete, Chinyu's face darkened and ran towards the explosion site. At this time, the house was already burning violently, and there was a lot of smoke around. Chinyu covered his nose, and went up to finish off those who were not dead yet. Then he came to the last person, stabbed him in the heart with a cold face, and then stabbed him in the temple with a dagger. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly saw a woman squatting in the dark in front of him, her eyelids twitching wildly, and she rolled quickly to the side. The next second, a small pit appeared at the place where Chinyu had just squatted, and the bullet directly sparked a burst of sparks. Not bad, you're pretty good. Sister Husang came out with a pistol in hand, smiling. She had a pretty face, but she looked so creepy when she laughed. After all, Chinyu saw with his own eyes that she killed someone with a smile on her face, so it would be abnormal if she didn't have any reaction. As there was an open space all around, Chinyu couldn't hide anymore, so he had to half kneel on the spot with his hands raised. Since this woman didn't fire a second shot, it meant that she didn't really want to kill him. Seeing this, Chinyu said coldly, "What? You're out of bullets?" Hee. Sister Hu smiled, fired a shot into the open space next to him, and blinked. "What do you think?" Walking closer, Sister Hu looked at the man on the ground and said with satisfaction, "He looks okay, with delicate skin and tender flesh. How about it? Will you follow me in the future? I killed so many of your men, do you mind?" Sister Hu curled her lips. "Just a few stinky men, who cares, die if you die." Hearing this, Chinyu snorted coldly. "But judging from your appearance, you are almost 50, right? If I follow you, I will suffer a great loss." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings became colder, and Sister Hu's pretty face turned grim, and she stepped forward and kicked Chinyu's shoulder. With a bang, Chinyu rolled to the side and pulled away. It was too close, and it would be inconvenient to escape later. Sister Hu couldn't stand people saying she was old, so she kicked him in anger, but she regretted it the next second and said quickly, "Hey, look at you. Why do you have to make me angry? Let me see. Is it okay?" Chinyu covered his left shoulder and looked at the woman with a dark face. He was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. He kicked her in high heels, and she had the nerve to ask such a question. Just as the other party's men were about to come over, Chinyu suddenly saw a familiar figure climbing over the wall, and suddenly fired a shot at this side. Since third sister who could sit in the position of the big sister, she was naturally not a vegetarian. When she saw the man in front of her staring at her back, her brows suddenly relaxed, and she laid down to the side without thinking. A bullet immediately hit the wall where she was standing accurately. When she looked up again, Chinyu had rushed up with a sneer on his face, and kicked her wrist holding the gun. Chapter 314. A bang sounded, and Sister Hussein suddenly felt as if her wrist was kicked off, and she screamed uncontrollably. Then she looked at the man who was holding her hands with a sullen face, and gritted her teeth, and said, "Do you know what it means to be gentle with women? You almost broke my hands." Hearing this, Chinyu held her hands with one hand, grabbed the woman's hair with his right hand, and kicked her inside of the knee joint, making her kneel on one knee. Then Chinyu grabbed her head, and knocked it hard on the ground, then grabbed her hair and looked up again, saying indifferently, "Just because you are an executioner with your hands stained with human lives, you are qualified to ask me to be gentle with women." After saying that, Chinyu looked at his left shoulder, which was already bleeding, but he didn't care about bandaging it at this time. He stood up with the disheveled woman and quickly retreated to the side. Zhang Yin fired 2 rounds at a small door with a shotgun, then quickly ran towards Chinyu. As soon as he got close, he asked, "What do you mean? Retreat quickly or?" Looking at the surrounding environment full of fireworks, Chinyu's face was gloomy, and he quickly said, "There are many supplies here. I haven't had time to see the others, but they are definitely useful." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the woman's shoulders and slammed her against the wall, asking, "How many generators do you have?" Husanja had just hit the ground, and her head was still a little dizzy. When she heard the man's question behind her, she turned her head and spit, saying unconvinced, "It's none of your business. If you weren't handsome, I would have sent you to hell just now." Chinyu wiped his face with a t-shirt, and didn't get angry, but sneered, "You talk like you don't deserve it yourself. In this apocalypse, who can survive to this day and is easy to mess with?" Zhang Yin was exchanging fire with others. After killing 3 people, the Desert Eagle was completely empty. He put the gun in and hid behind the house, anxiously asking, "No, even if we want to kill them, we are no match without bullets." Hearing this, Chinyu quickly ordered, "Take off the shoelaces of the corpse on the ground and tie up this woman. She should be a manager. We can use her as a bargaining chip." Hearing this, Sister Hu felt bad and started to talk nonsense. "Bullshit, I am just a bystander. It's useless for you to catch me. Bang! Qin grabbed her head and knocked it against the wall again, then turned to Zhang Yin and shouted again, "Take off the guy's socks too." Then he pinched Hu Sanjia's mouth with his right hand, and Zhang Yin stuffed a smelly sock into it, and then tied his hands tightly with shoelaces. Somewhat worried, he added another shoelace to prevent her from breaking free during the negotiation. After finishing these quickly, Qin handed his pistol to Zhang Yin. "I know you used to be a soldier, so your shooting skills are trustworthy. There are not many bullets left. Try not to miss them." "Don't worry." Zhang Yin took the gun with a serious face and nodded. Then Qin grabbed Hu Sanjia's neck and lifted her up from the ground. The two retreated from the other side. He was going to pick up the gun that kicked the woman away. "Look carefully, who is this?" Qin huddled behind Hu Sanjia, holding the dagger in his right hand against her throat, and stood out and shouted. Seeing that the other party had captured their people alive, the remaining men panicked and didn't know what to do. Among them, there was a man who was barely familiar with Sister Husan. Looking at her miserable appearance, he gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. "Stop! Throw the bows and arrows and hunting rifles over here, quickly!" Qin shouted coldly. Seeing this, those people hesitated a little, and no one took action. Seeing this scene, Qin was too lazy to talk nonsense, turned his head, and nodded to Zhang Yin. Getting the signal, Zhang Yin cut a long piece of cloth from the corpse, then picked up a palm-sized piece of glass fragments and stabbed it into the woman's thigh. Blood immediately flowed out, staining third sister whose white pants red. This scene directly frightened the men on the opposite side, and many of them felt that they had encountered a tough opponent this time. Qin moved his right hand up 1 centimeter, holding the dagger against the middle of third sister whose throat, and said coldly again, "I don't want to talk nonsense anymore. Count to 3, if you don't throw it, wait for her body to be collected." Hearing this, a man on the opposite side stood up and shouted, "You have already stabbed third sister Hu. What's the point of us surrendering? As long as the glass is not pulled out, she will not die if she is treated in a short time. Or in such a large camp, you don't even have a person who knows medicine?" Qin shouted expressionlessly. With a smelly sock stuffed in her mouth, feeling the extremely disgusting smell, Sister Hu was already somewhat unconscious, but after being hit, the pain woke her up again, and she actually started crying directly. Seeing this, the people on the opposite side hesitated for a while, and the man who had spoken earlier turned around and whispered, "Sister Husan has always taken care of us, and we can't ignore her. Anyway, I go out first, and if anything else, I die first." After saying that, he threw his weapons and dagger into the open space next to him, raised his hands and shouted, "I threw them all away as you said. I hope you will do the same." Because it was too dark, although there were many places on fire, it was still a little difficult to see the people on the other side from a distance. So Qin shouted again, "Roll the flashlight over here." After the voice fell, the man continued to do as he was told, squatted down and threw it hard. Zhang Yin picked it up, opened it, and shone it over to confirm that he had no weapons on him, then ran back and nodded. Then Qin turned his head and whispered, "There is a pistol in the flower bed on the left, and there should be bullets. Go and pick it up." "Okay." As their relationship got better and better, Zhang Yin also began to trust Qin command unconditionally. At least there were basically no mistakes. Zhang Yin went to pick up the gun, and the people on the opposite side also began to throw away their weapons, and walked out reluctantly. Originally thought there were only a few people, who would have thought that 9 people actually walked out. Looking at those people, Qin looked solemn and began to think about the next method. There are really quite a lot of people in this camp. Alay also attracted some of them. The rest should be basically here. I killed more than a dozen people with flower bombs, but I didn't expect there were still so many inside. Hey, we did everything you said. When will you release them? The man on the opposite side shouted. Zhang Yin ran back, took off the magazine and took a look, and said quickly, "There are still 5 rounds, including the one in the chamber. I can fire 6 rounds. Hearing this, Qin thought about it carefully, and then whispered, "I still have 3 rounds left in my pistol, which is just enough." Hearing the two people's muttering, Sister Hu opened her eyes wide, and struggled desperately. Chapter 315. Come closer. Qin shouted again. The people on the opposite side hesitated, looked at each other, and then took 2 steps forward. After stopping, someone shouted loudly, "How close do you want to get? When will you release them?" Qin ignored them, holding the dagger in his left hand and hooking it around Sister Hu's neck, aiming the gun at her temple with his right hand, looking forward, and whispered, "Are you sure at this distance?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin shone the flashlight over, looked at it, and said seriously, "Yes, there is." But do we really want to do this? Hearing this, Shinyu snorted coldly. Either leave them alone or kill them all. I don't think I'm a bad person, and I won't kill innocent people, but I'm definitely not a good person, and I won't let the enemy live. And after all, these people have basically killed other survivors, so we can be regarded as doing justice for the heavens. After the voice fell, he stepped aside, showing his face, and then smiled. When did I say I would let them go? After saying the last word, Shinyu turned the gun with his right hand, threw Sister who sat on the ground with his left hand, and pulled the trigger with both hands holding the gun. As soon as the gun was fired, Zhang Yin also shot. He used up 6 bullets in a very professional posture. The soldier shooting skills were indeed much more accurate. At a distance of about 20 meters, they could kill every time. You know, it was early in the morning, and it was difficult even with a flashlight. On the other hand, Shinyu was an ordinary person after all. Although he was much more skilled in shooting, his shooting skills were still improving slowly. He only killed 2 people with 3 bullets. The remaining person was scared and crawled towards the weapon. Seeing this, Shinyu shook his head slightly, took the dagger in his left hand, held the blade in his right hand, and threw it out with a fixed look in his eyes. With a chi sound, it hit the man's lower back accurately, and he fell to the ground with a scream. Then Shinyu walked over slowly, while Zhang Yin stayed where he was, continuing to hold the stunned third sister who hostage. She had killed people before, but basically only 1 or 2 each time. After all, it was not so easy to catch survivors in the wild. Most people were very cautious. When they met strangers now, they would not greet them foolishly like before. Everyone knows that in this doomsday environment, kindness is useless. You give your own food to strangers, thinking that they will join you happily, and you will work together to survive. But is this really the case? No, there will be another situation. That is, after the other party knows that you have food, they will choose to secretly kill the owner, rob the supplies, or even occupy their women and wives. Even if you bite your teeth with hatred before you die, it will be useless. Counting the time since the apocalypse, Sister who has only killed 11 people in total. Even though the means were extremely cruel, at this moment, she finally felt fear. The man who captured her alive got a bomb from nowhere, and killed 80% of her men in an instant. She said she didn't care, but that was based on her advantage. But after a few minutes, the 2 men cooperated and wiped out all the remaining people. You know, there are only more than 50 people in this subcamp. She and Chang Urge each managed half of the area, and they had been living happily for several months. They had been attacked before, but they had basically won. And those attackers who were captured were tortured to death. Chang Zihabian finally fell into it. Third sister who looked up and saw corpses everywhere, devastated, and some gunshots in the distance. Alay hid on the 2nd floor and looked at his watch. Almost an hour had passed. The gunshots attracted many zombies, and the wall was basically blocked. Being chased by more than 20 people, no matter how powerful he was beaten back step by step because of the difference in weapons. Although he rushed into the armory, he was dumbfounded as soon as he entered. There was not even a good rifle. It was estimated that a pistol was the best equipment. Alay even saw some long-barreled hunting rifles loaded with gunpowder. As a former professional killer, he was proficient in all kinds of weapons that could be seen around the world, but he was also confused by this hunting gun that had been eliminated for many years. Due to his alertness from many assassination missions, Arya would not rashly use weapons he had never seen before. Using them improperly was one thing, but accidentally hurting himself was another, especially in this environment where various medicines and first aid tools were scarce. There was a lot of blood on his mask, and he was embarrassed to kill several people at close range. While hiding in the corridor to rest, thick smoke suddenly came out of the house next to him. Arya climbed up and looked over. It turned out that the other party had chosen to set fire because they could not attack him. The most common weapons in the apocalypse should be bows and arrows. At this time, several arrows flew in, all tied with zombie clothes and burning with flames. In order to catch Alay, Brother Chang even burned his own camp to force him out. After fighting for nearly half an hour, the guns had basically used up all the bullets, and now they had to rely on bows and arrows. The smoke was getting thicker and thicker. Alay took off the water cup he carried with him, drank the last sip, tied it around his waist, picked up a piece of clothing from the ground, and jumped out of a window. "Oh, you're willing to come out?" Chang Urge waved his hand, ordered the people behind him to stop, and sneered. Alay ignored him, and walked forward while tying the machete in his right hand with torn clothes. This was to prevent him from losing his strength and not being able to hold the knife. Although this situation rarely occurs with his physique, Tying it tightly can save a lot of effort. He pretended to shoot with the empty pistol, but there was a series of clicks. Seeing this, Chang'e reluctantly threw away his weapon and jumped off the roof of a car, saying with a dark face, "Boy, have you figured out how to die?" After wrapping his hand around it for several times, Alay lowered his head and bit it with his teeth, looking at the opposite side expressionlessly. Seeing this, Brother Chang got angry, took the bow and arrow next to him, and shot it directly. Alay snorted coldly, moved his steps, and swung his right hand quickly, and actually cut the arrow across the waist. Wow! A martial artist? Brother Chang saw this scene and became interested. I am also a 5th degree black belt. I wonder how we can compare. After saying that, he showed a playful smile again, touched his shiny bald head, and laughed. I'm not stupid, let the little ones play with you first. Chapter 316. After saying this, Brother Chang waved his hand vigorously, and shouted coldly, "Come on, hack him to death. Revenge for our brothers." Someone shouted loudly, and all 27 people rushed forward, each holding a shining machete. The light reflected on the faces of the people next to them, combined with their crazy expressions, was very creepy. Heh. Alay twisted his neck, held the dagger in his left hand, and whispered, "It just so happens that I also want to try, where is my limit?" After saying that, he stepped forward and rushed forward. With his right hand, he chopped off a man's right hand from bottom to top. The blade passed by the shoulder and separated on the spot. Alai, who was firing at full power, had strength that could not be measured by ordinary people. After swinging the knife, Arai stopped suddenly, and his upper body leaned back sharply to avoid the blow that was chopped at the tip of his nose. Then, he knocked the eye socket of the person next to him with his right elbow, and the eyeball burst with a bang. At the same time, the dagger in his left hand swept past and stabbed into the heart of the person in front. In just a few seconds, Alay had already disabled 3 people. Because there were too many people, he was kicked and took a few steps back. Then, before he could catch his breath, the people on the opposite side rushed up again. This scene made Chang'e anxious. He stood on the roof of the car, put his hands close to his mouth in a trumpet shape and roared, "You don't chop with a knife, you kick it. There is a virus on the knife, chop it with a knife." For a moment, sparks flew in front of him. Alay quickly used the machete to avoid damage. He directly took on some of the opponent's punches and kicks. After all, it was okay to be kicked, but if he was scratched by a knife, he would definitely be infected. After each kick, R would use the force to slash someone with his dagger. Like the knives of these people, his own dagger and machete also have viruses. As long as they come into contact with blood, they will either die or be injured. With a bang, R was kicked in the back and his head was swiped close to his scalp. He touched it and found no bleeding, so he breathed a sigh of relief. There are indeed too many people. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a serious face. After more than 10 rounds, there were only 10 people lying on the ground. If the opponents were not ordinary people with no fighting skills, R would definitely have been killed today. Even if he was a killer, it would be completely inadequate to deal with 27 men at the same time in close combat. If he had a high-precision automatic rifle, he would not have any problem dealing with even 50 men, let alone this number of men. But fortunately, the area nearby was not very open, and there were several cars parked there, so the space was limited. The opponent could only send 15 men at most at the same time, and there would be no room for more. The rest wanted to use bows and arrows to support, but they were afraid of accidentally hurting their teammates. There were only 17 men left. Alay looked at the machete full of cracks and raised his eyebrows. "That's it? I thought they were so powerful." He rushed forward again after he finished speaking. This scene scared several people. When had they ever seen such a scene before? There were more people against fewer people, but the other side became more and more courageous. When he was about to rush in, Alay bent down and rolled on the ground. His left-hand dagger quickly swung across the calves of the 2 men, and then his right hand followed up and slashed directly at the throats of the 2 men. At this moment, a man with a sly look on the other side had been waiting for a long time. He swung his knife quickly and slashed across the shoulders in an instant, spraying a burst of blood. "Beautiful!" Chang'e shouted excitedly. "Well done, I reward you with a night later." The man succeeded in the sneak attack, but turned back and smiled bitterly. "Although I hit him, but Chang'e, my knife was just taken out of the warehouse yesterday, it's clean." Hearing this, Alay raised his mouth. It seems that God really rewarded him. Although he was stabbed, the man's strength was average, and Alay dodged in time. It was only a 5-centimeter long cut, which did not make him fall directly. "I can't get hurt again." Alai took off his mask. allowing himself to breathe more freely, and began to pay attention to the movements of the remaining people. As they fell into chaos again, the other side was defeated step by step. It's not that they didn't dare to chop, but there were too many people, and it was night, so it was not easy to see who was the enemy and who was the friend. Every time before drawing the knife, you have to look clearly first, otherwise, like just now, someone will chop his teammate's head on the spot. And the man they surrounded was definitely not an ordinary person. He aimed directly at the vital points. Once hit, he would lose his combat effectiveness instantly. One person was thinking about these questions, and was about to retreat, but suddenly heard an extremely cold voice in his ear. "Want to leave? Ask my knife first." Then the man saw the tip of the knife on his chest, and then fell down with his eyes wide open. At this time, Alay was covered in blood, both from the opponent and from himself. His eyes were red with killing intent, and the tip of the knife in his right hand was even cut off, leaving only half of it. Looking at the last 7 people, although Alay was close to the limit of his body, he also hooked his finger and said expressionlessly, "Continue." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward again. The third active attack had frightened the last 7 people. They had never seen such a scene in their lives. Once they were afraid, their whole bodies would be full of flaws. The more Brother Chong watched, the more frightened he became. He wanted to shoot the man directly, but then he remembered that he had run out of bullets. He couldn't help but regret not saving his bullets. He turned around and picked up a set of bows and arrows on the ground, pulled them open, and aimed at the man who was fighting bloody battles with his men. With a swish, Alay swung and chopped the throat of the last man. Just as he wanted to take a breath, an arrow suddenly flew from behind and pierced his abdomen directly. Looking down at his stomach, Alay touched the arrow, then smiled bitterly. He looked up at the southwest direction, thinking of every bit with Feng Yi, and murmured reluctantly, "I haven't been with you enough, I really don't want to die." Although there was no zombie blood on the arrow, Alay knew that once he fell, the man behind him would definitely rush up to finish him off, which would be no different from death. After killing 27 people in a row, Alay was stabbed and kicked more than a dozen times. Even as a killer, his body was already close to the limit. Coupled with the arrow in the abdomen, he was completely kneeling on one knee on the ground. "Damn it, I forgot to apply the virus, I have to come up to finish him off." Chong Urge pulled out his dagger with a fierce look on his face, jumped out of the car, and slowly walked over there. Alay turned his head and looked behind him, then fell to the ground helplessly. Before he fainted, he looked behind the man holding a knife and walked towards him, revealing a smile. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be Xiaoyu and Zhang Yin." This thought finally came to his mind, and he finally couldn't bear it anymore, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 317. Seeing Alay fall, Qinyu's eyes were red and his face was extremely gloomy. He moved very fast. Although he was still more than 10 meters away, he had already swung the machete in his hand and stared at the man's vitals. Zhang Yin was also furious. He didn't care about taking the injured woman with him. He quickly picked up the bow and arrow from the ground, and it took less than 2 seconds from pulling it to shooting. There was a sound of anxious footsteps behind him. Chong Urge looked back with a smile, and was stunned. I saw 2 men rushing towards him desperately. His eyes suddenly widened, and Brother Chong quickly stood to the left, barely dodging the flying machete, but the arrow was not so easy to dodge. The speed was even faster, flying directly past his face and piercing his nose on the spot. Before he could catch his breath, a strange man had already rushed in front of him, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Brother Chong was about to pose for taekwondo, but his wrist was instantly hit. With a click, the palm joint was directly broken by the furious Qinyu, and at the same time, his right leg was raised and his knee hit the chest of the man in front of him. In less than a second, Brother Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, his ribs broke, his chest collapsed, and he rolled backwards uncontrollably. Before he could get up, Zhang Yin also rushed up and kicked Brother Chong in the throat, breaking his trachea on the spot. Brother Chong Hui, who once relied on his status as a 5th-degree black belt, had been doing evil for more than half a year in this doomsday. He had defiled countless women and killed many survivors. But he really didn't expect that he would die in the hands of these 2 men in just a few encounters. He didn't even fight back. In fact, this is what Xiao Jiao said before, that Qinyu still had great potential waiting to be developed, so he spared no effort to train him at that time. Later, it was because Qinyu got the rocket launcher first that he was able to kill Long Shan, who was about to escape. If it weren't for the devilish training in those days, Qinyu would probably have been hacked to death when he met Wang Matzi and his men outside. Not only him, but all humans have great potential, but it's not easy to stimulate it. It was dark, and Chinyu and Zhang Yin both thought that Lei was dead, so in this situation, the strength they showed in an instant was very different from before. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Yin could not pick up the bow and arrow, aim and shoot, and hit the target in 2 seconds. At this time, Sister Hu was sitting limply on the ground, looking into the distance with a numb face. Even the most powerful Brother Chang was killed in seconds. As a woman, she was doomed to die. With a sound of qi, Zhang Yin stabbed the dagger into the head of Brother Chang's body to prevent mutation, and then followed Chinyu to run towards Lei. Lighter. Chinyu squatted down and asked nervously. He rarely panicked at ordinary times, but at this moment he was finally confused, and his mind was blank. Lei's appearance could not be described as tragic. His body was covered in blood, and his left hand was still tightly holding the dagger, lying on the ground motionless. Zhang Yin quickly touched his body, and replied with a slightly changed face, "Give it to Wang Tianhai, I asked them to light it to attract the zombies." Hearing this, Chinyu did not care to check the injury, and stretched out his hand to put it on Lei's jaw, feeling it carefully, and even forgot to breathe. After a few seconds, he changed from squatting to sitting directly on the ground, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, my heart is still beating slightly." After the voice fell, he quickly climbed up again, rushed to Sister Hu, held her shoulders, and shook her and shouted, "Where is your doctor? Tell me." Sister Hu's eyes were dull, as if she didn't hear it. Seeing this, Chinyu stretched out his hand, and pressed directly on her thigh and shouted, "Hurry up and tell me. I don't believe that you have such a big camp, but there is not even a doctor who knows medicine." With the stimulation of pain, Sister Hu gradually woke up. She lowered her head and said, "I said, can you let me live?" Hearing this, Chinyu stopped shaking her hand, thought for a second and replied, "It's impossible to let you go. I won't tolerate the enemy having a chance to breathe, not to mention that you have killed many people, but I promise you that I will give you a quick death." "Okay." Sister Hu raised her head, and her bloodless face smiled. "Not torturing me is not bad. The doctor is in the abandoned office center, the second room on the right on the first floor." After saying that, Chinyu lifted the woman with one hand and quickly shouted, "Hurry over there, let the doctor prepare the tools, we will come over soon. If you dare to play tricks, I will cut off your face piece by piece." Then Chinyu ran towards Lei, ready to carry him for emergency treatment. Sister Hu stayed where she was, smiled bitterly, and said softly, "All our people are dead. Even if we want to resist, we can't do it." As soon as she finished speaking, she forced herself to walk over there. All these efforts were just to make her death easier. Returning to the place where Lei was injured, Chinyu was about to go with Zhang Yin to carry him, when he suddenly remembered the precautions Lin Yi had specifically reminded him of before. She had said more than once that patients with serious trauma should never be moved casually. If secondary injuries or more bleeding occur, there will be no hope in this doomsday environment. As soon as Chinyu raised his head, Zhang Yin also looked at him. Both of them understood that Lei could not be moved casually at this time, but there were corpses everywhere nearby. After the corpses turned into zombies, there would be zombies everywhere. We must leave this place. Thinking of this, Chinyu and Zhang Yin rushed to the house on fire nearby, and they kicked down a wooden door together. Then, they returned with it. Chinyu carefully supported Lei's head and shoulders, and Zhang Yin lifted the side of his thigh with his hand, and gently placed him on the wooden board. Because there was still an arrow stuck in his stomach, he could only lie on his side. Then Chinyu led the way, and Zhang Yin followed behind, and the two of them carried the wooden board and walked towards the office center. Fortunately, there was a lot of noise around, and some mutated corpses did not notice them. Arriving on the first floor, Chinyu kicked open the door, looked at the only room with lights on, and walked straight over. He entered and looked around. Compared with the community clinic, this place was much simpler, and there was not even much medicine on the cabinet. A man in his 50s, wearing a dirty white coat, stood in front of a bed, his face very nervous. Then Chinyu and Zhang Yin carried Lei over, and carefully moved him to the bed. Then he looked at the man next to him, and said with a slightly pleading voice, "Please, doctor, please save him." Chapter 318. The doctor looked at the arrow on the bed, his mind buzzed, and then he said stupidly, "Piercing wound. I don't know how to treat it." Hearing this, Chinyu held his collar with both hands and growled, "Stop the bleeding, okay? Stop the bleeding first, understand?" Looking at the young man with red eyes in front of him, the doctor gritted his teeth and replied directly, "I will do my best, you go out first, don't disturb me." After the voice fell, Chinyu let him go, then adjusted the doctor's collar, nodded, "Let's go, let's wait outside." When he was about to reach the door, Chinyu suddenly thought of something. He looked back and saw the doctor holding a dagger and preparing to step forward. Seeing this, he quickly ran back to stop him and said, "Wait! Why are you using this knife? Isn't it always a scalpel?" The doctor spread his hands helplessly and said, "Young man, in this environment, where can I find professional tools for you?" After saying that, he was ready to step forward again. According to the knowledge he had learned before, he was ready to check whether there was any blood stasis in the body. From the current situation, the injured man on the bed did not bleed much. "Don't move," Chinyu said again, and then took off his t-shirt, revealing the first aid kit tied to his waist. This was what Lin Yi gave him before he left. Chinyu did what he said and carried it with him. He handed the package to the doctor and said seriously, "It contains antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodine and hemostatic gauze. If you can stop the bleeding and temporarily stabilize him, from now on, as long as you don't kill innocent people in this doomsday, I guarantee with my life that you will definitely live safely." After saying this, Chinyu picked up his t-shirt and walked out with his upper body naked. The three of them stayed outside. Sister Husan still had glass stuck in her leg, but the wound was not deep, so it was not very serious. In addition, she knew that she would not live long, so she had no intention of treating the wound. After putting on his clothes, Chinyu opened the door on the first floor and was about to go out, but was suddenly stopped by Zhang Yin. "Xiao Yu, where are you going?" Chinyu turned around. "The conditions here are not enough to treat a lay. To be honest, it is not a little worse than our community. I'm going to drive the car over. As long as the bleeding stops, I will quickly take him back to the community. Now time is life." Hearing this, Zhang Yin took a step forward. "It's too cold outside. You lost your coat. Don't catch a cold if you go out in the middle of the night. Let me go. You stay here." After saying that, he patted Chinyu on the shoulder and ran directly to the top of the mountain. "I didn't feel cold when I was fighting and running some time ago, but now that I stopped, I did feel a little chilly." Thinking of this, Chinyu picked up the magazine on the ground, rushed to the fire outside to light it, and then ran back. He also found tables, chairs and benches from other rooms, and threw them on the fire to start a fire. Looking at the man squatting in front of the fire, Sister who sat on the ground, leaning against the wall and asked, "What's the name of the handsome boy?" Chinyu was too lazy to respond to her, just checking the wound on his left shoulder. "I did what you said. Isn't it bad to kill the donkey after it has done its work?" Sister who spat on the ground and asked again helplessly. "Chinyu, the island of you. Haha, the name is also very nice." Sister who looked at the door, looked at the night sky through the glass, and murmured, "If I had met you first, maybe the situation would be different from now. If you meet me, I will kill you too." Chinyu looked at her coldly, and said lightly. Hearing this, Sister Hu lowered her head and said, "My name is Hu Li. I used to be a yoga instructor. You should also know that people in our industry have good figures." "I don't know." Chinyu stood up with a cold face, and continued to pick up magazines in the corner. Don't look at this woman's pitiful appearance now. A few hours ago, she was still a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. Chinyu will not take it lightly. Hu Li raised her head, looked at her legs, and whispered, "You don't have to be so hostile to me. Now that things have come to this, I have become indifferent to life and death. As you said before, no one who has survived the apocalypse is easy to mess with. Most people have blood on their hands. They have to do these things to survive. If I had met you guys first, or even the community you live in, I would not have become the devil you said." Chinyu walked up to her and said with a dark face, "Everyone will make a choice. A single thought will lead to eternal damnation. You can't blame others." Hearing this, Hu Li sneered self-deprecatingly, "But have you ever thought that sometimes you are forced to make a choice?" Chinyu sat on the ground and said again, "Then don't get caught. The world is so big, don't you have a place to hide? You are a man, it's easy for you to say that in the doomsday, it doesn't matter if you are unkempt all day long." Hu Li shrugged, "But I can't do that. Taking a bath once every 2 weeks is the limit, until I was finally caught by the bad guys." Hearing this, Chinyu sighed and said, "Between taking a shower and surviving, you don't know which is more important." Hu Li smiled and raised her head. "I just took a shower last night, handsome boy. If you want, I can agree to it before I die." She stretched out her legs and tried to touch the man in front of her. But Chinyu kicked her away, pulled out a dagger and stuck it into the ground next to her calf, and said coldly, "Who do you think I am? The kind who can't walk when seeing a beautiful woman. If you keep saying this kind of nonsense, I will send you to hell now." Hu Li, who was kicked, was not angry. She looked at her foot who she was kicked off, and curled her lips and said, "Why are you so angry? In the end of the world, Don't men think about those trivial things? We are all adults and understand. Bullshit. Chinyu put the knife back and sat on the ground again and paused. I am not, the people I met are not, and the people around me are not. You are a crow, so you think the world is black? What a perverted theory. After saying this, for some reason, Chinyu saw the woman's eyes darken, and then she showed an extremely disappointed expression. He couldn't tell what caused it, and of course, he didn't want to guess. After a dozen seconds of silence, Huli said lightly, You are right, I am indeed a crow. But I was also a white dove before the end of the world. A few months ago, I was kidnapped by a group of forces. They didn't want my life, but they did something more disgusting than killing me. I was locked on a bed, my hands and feet were tied with iron chains, and I couldn't struggle. That night, more than a dozen men came to the room. Now tell me, how should I make a choice? Chapter 319. Hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a while, and did not speak. Then Huli said again, That was the darkest night of my life. The next day, another group of forces looted the camp. It was the first time I saw that group of men kneeling on the ground, trembling and trembling. It was so pleasing to the eye. There was a leader in that group who found me in the house, and asked me if I wanted to go with him and be his woman. I asked him, if I followed you, what good would it be for me? At this point, Huli wiped her tears with her shoulder and said with a smile, He said he could give me power and no other man would touch me, and then I agreed. Since then, I have completely changed. I can control people's life and death at will. With just one word from me, those who beg for mercy from me will have their hands and feet cut off. This feeling has gradually made me sink deeper and deeper. It was not until tonight that I realized that there is always someone better than you. No one would believe it if I told them. We, more than 50 people, were wiped out by the three of you. It was as easy as turning your hand. After the words fell, Huli raised her head. Her face was completely covered with tears. She didn't make a sob, but she cried like a tearful person. Hearing this, Chinyu felt mixed emotions and said softly, It's not that simple. My friend is lying in there, and I don't know whether he is alive or dead. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. If I had known that the ending would be like this, I would rather ignore the person you caught and never step into this place. Who? The man with a missing hand? Yes. Chinyu nodded, and suddenly he thought of something and asked, From what you said, there is someone else above you? Huli hesitated for a while, but still chose to speak out. Perhaps because she had chatted with this person for a while, she whispered, The man just now is called Chang Hui, the second child. We call him Chang Urge. I am the third child, called Husanjia. We are sworn brothers. How many people are there in total? Chinyu asked. 4. After saying this, Huli looked at his eyes and said firmly, You don't need to continue to ask questions. Apart from these, I can tell you everything else, such as how much supplies this community has, etc. As for the rest, even if you peel my face, I will never betray them. After listening to her, Chinyu felt a little overwhelmed. It seemed that this was just a small scene, and there was a bigger one behind. However, after listening to the simple description, Huli's elder brother should be even farther away. At least they drove all the way here from the community, and only encountered Han Shershan's group. Chinyu didn't care about those minions at all. Apart from that, he didn't see any other camps. Generally speaking, camps are chosen in areas with roads. After all, you have to drive to search for supplies. It's impossible to rely on people to carry them, right? The things they searched were not enough to replenish their physical strength, so if the road was inaccessible, basically no one would live in the area. Just as they were asking about the supplies, Zhang Yin came back at this time. Sitting by the fire, the two asked Huli from time to time. She did not lie, and told everything about the abandoned examination room truthfully. About half an hour later, the door of the infirmary was opened, and the doctor walked out tiredly. Chinyu and Zhang Yin quickly got up from the ground and ran over. How is it? How is the situation? Hearing this, the doctor took off the dirty mask and whispered, The bleeding has stopped. This person is lucky. There is no major bleeding in the body. Otherwise, even if the King of Heaven came, he would die. Stop talking nonsense. What should we do next? Chinyu waved his hand and asked anxiously. He needs to be transferred to a cleaner place as soon as possible, and he needs anesthetics, ventilators, etc. Although he can still breathe on his own, he may stop at any moment as time goes by. The most important thing is that I can't do the next operation. The doctor hesitated for a moment, but still chose to speak out. What? Chinyu frowned and said in confusion, Where can I find these things for you in this doomsday? The doctor was about to take a few steps out, but suddenly heard a sound of iron chains. He then remembered that his feet were locked. He pointed in a direction and said, "I just know where these two things are. But no one can perform surgery. Even if there are 100 ventilators, it will be useless. Where can I find a surgeon who can perform penetrating injuries within 10 hours in the doomsday? To put it bluntly, prepare for your funeral as soon as possible." After saying this, the doctor turned around and wanted to go into the house. This statement completely angered Chunyu. He stepped forward, twisted the doctor's shoulder, then grabbed the doctor's collar, lifted him up with one hand and held him against the door frame, leaned forward and said in a hoarse voice, "What did you say?" Seeing this scene, Zhang Yin stepped forward and put his hand on Chunyu's arm. Actually, he is right. Penetrating injuries are already quite serious. This is one of the most serious injuries among external injuries. Even before the end of the world, trying to save him is to race against time in the hands of the god of death. But according to the doctor, there is no heavy bleeding in Alay's body, which is a blessing in disguise. Hearing Zhang Yin's voice, Chunyu put the doctor down, lowered his head and asked in a low voice, "As long as there is a ventilator and someone can perform the operation, can he survive?" Hearing this, the doctor frowned and said, "This is only a 50% chance, and we will need antibiotics and other drugs in the future. We have plenty of antibiotics, you just need to answer me yes or no." Chunyu clenched his fists. When the arrow is removed, someone needs to give him a blood transfusion, but there is no equipment now. How can we check his blood type? The doctor was stunned for a moment, but still told the truth. After taking a deep breath, Chunyu turned to look at Zhang Yin. Feng Yi and Alay have known each other for a long time, so they may know each other's blood types. We need to continue on our way. We rested at night when we came here, and drove slowly, so it took about a day and a half, but we don't have so much time to go back. Can you drive back to the community without eating or drinking for 10 hours? Looking at the snow outside the house, Zhang Yin gritted his teeth. If there are anti-skid chains, I'm sure it can be done, but we didn't bring them this time. Chunyu shook his head and pointed behind the doctor. There is a chain here, just put it on the front wheel. You rush back to the community in 10 hours and let E try. If even she can't do anything, then Alay has reached the end of his rope. From now on, we can only do our best to protect Feng Yi and prevent her from losing a single hair. What about you? Aren't you going with us? Zhang Yin was a little confused when he heard it. The direction the old man just pointed is right next to our community. I'm going to get a ventilator and anesthetics. I want to remove the foreign body from my stomach. Even if I don't know much about medicine, I know that anesthetics are necessary. Let's split up into 2 groups. I will definitely rush back before you have the operation. Chapter 320. After he finished speaking, Chunyu looked at his watch and continued, "It's 2 a.m. now. The next 10 hours will all depend on you and me." Zhang Yin nodded seriously and shook hands with Chunyu. Then the two of them continued to go into the infirmary and planned to carry Alay out. The trunk of the car had been opened, and the back seats had been folded down, with a few bricks to make it flatter. After finishing his work, Chunyu turned to look at Wang Tianhai and the little boy, and said, "You must always pay attention to his injuries along the way. Tell Zhang Yin immediately if there is any situation." At this time, Wang Tianhai's face was pale, and he spoke weakly. He was very exhausted, and had to rely on his breath to hold on. But he knew very well that if he couldn't return to the community, he would die in 10 hours. Thinking of this, Wang Tianhai put his left hand on Yifeng's shoulder to make himself stand more relaxed, and then said firmly, "Don't worry, we will watch it." "Yes." Chunyu nodded and looked at Hu Li. "Where are your cold weapons? Axe or something like that?" "The first room on the second floor, the door is not locked." Hu Li sat on the ground and said calmly. Hearing this, Chunyu ran upstairs, searched for a while, picked up a big axe and ran down. Then he chopped off the doctor's heel with a few sudden blows. As soon as he broke free from the restraints, the doctor wanted to go to the car directly. Seeing this, Chunyu quickly grabbed him and frowned. "What are you doing?" The doctor turned around and was slightly startled. "Didn't you say that as long as I stop the bleeding and don't kill innocent people in the future, you will protect me to live? I have never killed anyone in my life, you can rest assured." After saying that, the old man struggled with his arm, but couldn't get rid of it at all, so his face sank, and he whispered, "Young man, are you lying to me?" Chunyu ignored him, but looked at Hu Li and asked in a deep voice, "Is this man serious?" Although Hu Li, who was sitting on the ground, was a little confused, she still raised her head and hummed, "He is right. He has been here since we tied him up." Chong Urge had threatened him to kill someone before, otherwise he would kill him, but he would rather die than do it. Since he needed a doctor, we didn't make it difficult for him later, but just locked his feet, and didn't allow him to take a step out. Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head and looked at the doctor seriously and said, "Since I have said it, I will definitely agree to it, but you can't leave now. I don't know how to use anesthesia and ventilators. You have to go with me." After saying this, the doctor immediately made a bitter face. "I am already in my 50s, and it is very difficult for me to deal with zombies. If you let me go with you, I will only be a hindrance. You just need to go to the operating room or the ward and move the machine beside the bed." "No." Chinyu continued to hold his hand and said coldly, "We can't be careless about this matter. What if I make a mistake? You must follow me. Don't worry, I'm here. As long as you follow my instructions, nothing will go wrong." Looking at the serious look of the man in front of him, the doctor knew that he would probably not be able to win the argument with him. And from the conversation between these people, the other two men also followed the instructions of the young man. After thinking for a while, the doctor gritted his teeth and agreed. "Okay, I go with you, but you have to promise to protect me. I can't handle the zombies alone." Chinyu nodded. "I'd protect you with my life." The doctor had no choice but to stand by the car and wait. Then Chinyu took the axe to separate the iron chain, and together with Zhang Yin, put it on the front wheel of the car, and finally tied it with rags on the inside of the tire. After this busy time, a few minutes passed, and Chinyu directly urged them to drive away quickly, and try to shorten the time. But Zhang Yin quickly took off his coat, handed it to Chinyu, and said seriously, "This low temperature weather is not a joke. There is a heater in the car, so I don't need thick clothes, but you can't have any problems." Chinyu did not refuse, but took it and put it on, looking into his eyes, and nodded firmly. Then Zhang Yin quickly got in the car and started, taking Wang Tianhai and Yu Feng, and gradually disappeared behind the abandoned examination room. Because they were on the road late at night, they could not care about being exposed at this time, and the headlights had to be turned on. Otherwise, if there was a car accident, Alei would definitely die in this wilderness. When they left, Chinyu began to think about how to deal with this woman. After all, it was agreed that she would be killed quickly. Just when he didn't know what quick and effective method to use, the doctor suddenly thought of something, and took something out of his pocket, and handed it to him. "By the way, this is from the first aid kit. It should be for you, right?" Hearing this, Chinyu looked up and saw that the doctor was holding a bullet. He took it, and turned to walk into the house. Looking at the woman on the ground with a relieved expression, Chinyu whispered, "Are you ready?" Huli looked up at him and smiled, nodded, "Come on." After pondering for a while, Chinyu asked quietly, "Where are your car keys and car?" "Over there." Huli pointed to the right, and said truthfully. Putting the bullet into the pistol, and then pulling the bolt, Chinyu stood in front of her and said expressionlessly, "Although you are also a poor person and have also suffered some injustice, this is not a reason for you to hurt other innocent people. If I walk alone in this world, even if I let you go, in this doomsday, the probability of us meeting in the future is basically zero. But the fact is that I still have people I want to protect, and there is a camp, and there are a lot of people waiting for me to lead them to survive. I can't bet on whether you will change for the better. I can't afford to lose this risk. As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to another. We are human beings. We have to bear the consequences for our mistakes. If I let you go, if you come back one day, when the people around me are attacked fatally, it will be useless even if I grit my teeth." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his pistol and aimed at Hu Li's head. After hearing this, Hu Li's hands were tied behind her back. She supported herself against the wall, and stood up with difficulty. Then she smiled and said softly, "Go ahead. I don't blame you. Although I have been hurt by many people, those who were killed by me actually had no grudges against me. To them, what is the difference between me and the dozen men who bullied me in the room? Whatever cause you plant, whatever fruit you will grow. All of this is my own fault." After saying that, Huli closed her eyes and hummed a nursery rhyme. Chapter 321. Looking at her face, Chinyu's eyes narrowed, but he still pulled the trigger. With a bang, the life of Hu Li, the third sister who had killed many survivors, came to an end at this moment. A bullet hole appeared on her forehead, and she fell here with a smile on her face. After inserting the gun, Chinyu turned to look at the doctor and said, "You also heard where the car stopped just now, right? Hurry up and drive the car over. I go upstairs to get some weapons." The doctor looked at the young man in front of him, and was a little dazed. Hearing the instructions, he nodded quickly. "Oh, okay, I go right away." "Right away." After he finished speaking, he turned and ran towards the garage, feeling a little surprised. According to his original idea, the man would not have the heart to do it. After all, when the doctor was treating the wound inside, he also heard the two chatting outside. He even felt itchy when he heard it. To be honest, although the woman was in her 40s, she had a perfect figure, with a thin waist and long legs, a protruding front and a curved back, and a good face. The 4 words "still charming" were not enough to describe her. The doctor once thought that the young man would definitely show mercy, and then keep the woman by his side to enjoy her at ordinary times. But the result was unexpected. After the man finished speaking, he resolutely shot. The doctor felt really distressed. In the end times, such a beautiful woman was killed without hesitation. Although she had indeed killed many people, from his own point of view, she was not his family or friends anyway, and it had nothing to do with him. While thinking about this, he ran over there, and suddenly another idea popped up in his mind, that is, this young man was different from those he had met before. Maybe he could really live a stable life by following this man? Looking at the body of the woman on the ground, Chin-Yu felt mixed emotions. During her last period of time, she might have found her conscience and planned to change for the better, but was that really the case? She could kill her former subordinates with a smile. She was used to ordering others around all day. Even if she had to find a new place to live, Chin-Yu felt that as time went on, she would most likely recruit a group of desperate criminals and continue her previous business. Alas, it would be great if you had met us earlier. Chin-Yu sighed and said this, then turned around and continued to run upstairs. In more than a minute, he ran down with 2 axes and 3 machetes. He brought these for later use. There were some bows and arrows in the abandoned examination room, but it was too troublesome to collect them. Chin-Yu didn't want to waste time. Soon the doctor drove a car here. Chin-Yu just asked casually about the fuel level, and the answer was that there was still half left. Hearing this, he thought for a few seconds. Now he had to hurry up to find a ventilator. Half a tank of fuel should be enough to drive back. Throwing the weapons into the back seat, Chin-Yu picked up a dirty axe from the ground and planned to go back and jam the door, otherwise the zombies would wander in within a day. There were still many weapons in here, and he planned to come back to take them away when he had time. At this moment, the doctor seemed to have made some important decision, opened the car door and walked out, asking, "Little brother, are we in a hurry?" Chin-Yu jammed the axe into the door handle, then tore off the clothes of the corpse on the ground and continued to tie it up, looking back and wondering, "Aren't you talking nonsense? Within 10 hours, you just forgot what you said?" I didn't forget. The old man rubbed his palms, walked up with a tangled face, and then stood beside Chin-Yu. He looked inside the house and whispered, "Would you like to give me a few minutes?" When Chin-Yu heard this, he didn't look at his expression and thought he hadn't eaten, so he pushed the door and confirmed that it was secure and said casually, "No, we have to hurry up and find something to eat later." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave, but heard the man's voice coming from the side. "That's not what I meant. Look, this woman just died. I guess her body is still warm. If you don't like her, then let me have some fun, okay? To be honest, I haven't touched her since my divorce," the old man said as he tried to untie the cloth on the door, but suddenly felt his neck tighten, and then his body flew backwards uncontrollably. Chin-Yu threw him several meters away with a sullen face, then walked over and said coldly, "It's the end of the world, and you still can't control your lower body. You're still thinking about those things even though people are dead. It seems I have to think carefully about whether to take you in." The old man was frightened by these words, and he knelt on the ground with tears and snot, saying, "Brother, I was wrong, I am not good, I deserve to die." While saying this, he slapped himself in the face with his hands. Chin-Yu's words scared him. When the doomsday came, he relied on picking up garbage to survive. Although he was kidnapped by this group of people, he still had 2 meals a day and didn't have to go out and risk his life. But in this battle tonight, the camp where he had stayed for several months was directly wiped out by the man in front of him and 2 people. It doesn't take much thought to know that this man is definitely not an ordinary person. If he misses this big tree, where can he find a big thigh to hug? Get in the car. What you have to do now is to do your best to take me to find a ventilator and anesthetics, so that you can have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Chin-Yu looked at this man with disdain, and then walked towards the car. Although he is also a doctor, if his character is not good, it will also be a time bomb if he is brought back to the community. To put it bluntly, the community already has doctors, and such people are not necessary. If it weren't for the fact that he could save a lay, Chin-Yu would definitely not bother to care. But if the other party did stop the bleeding, then Chin-Yu would do what he said, and let him live peacefully. But now that he even wanted to take care of the corpse, he planned to build a shed for this man against the inner wall after returning to the community. After slamming the car door, Chin-Yu sat in the driver's seat, fastened his seat belt, and prepared to leave. The old man quickly got up from the ground, got into the passenger seat, and sat down tremblingly. Huh, they are both doctors, but the difference is really big. Chin-Yu turned his head and looked at the person next to him, and said with a cold face. Then the car drove out of the abandoned examination room and started to drive to the location he said. The old man held the window handle with his right hand and said with a bitter face, "There is no way. In this environment, I am just a veterinarian. If it is not for my life, how dare I pretend to be a doctor?" Chapter 322. As soon as he said this, Chin-Yu stepped on the brakes, stretched out his right hand to pinch his neck, and said viciously, "Are you kidding me? You dare to treat people's wounds as a veterinarian? Let go, let go." The old man's neck was pinched, and he desperately slapped Chin-Yu's wrist, blushing and said, "But I stopped the bleeding, didn't I? Can you do it yourself?" Hearing this, Chin-Yu snorted and let go of him, and continued to start the car and rushed to the destination, frowning and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will kick you out of the car if you tell it out? No one will know if you keep it secret, right?" Hearing this, the old man looked at him and said hesitantly, "I feel that if you find out my real job, you may not even have a chance to beg for mercy." Chin-Yu said coldly, "Even if I know you are a veterinarian, I won't do anything to you, unless you probably did something when bandaging the wound." After saying that, he turned his head to look at the person in the passenger seat next to him, and then continued to look at the road, driving the car quickly. The snow on the road was hit everywhere by the car, and the old man next to him was scared and his face turned pale. Hearing what the young man said just now, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I definitely didn't have any other thoughts. I treated him in the right way. In fact, I didn't help much." The man was lucky. Although the arrow shot through his stomach, his body was not seriously injured, and the amount of bleeding was not much. Chin-Yu hummed, and then ignored him, just continued to look at the car. After more than 20 minutes, there were still all kinds of trees around. Chin-Yu asked irritably, "Where is the place you said? How come I didn't find it after driving for so long?" "Almost there, turn right at the next intersection." The old man explained quickly. "What's your name?" Chin-Yu opened the window a little to let in some cold air, and then asked. The car had been parked for a while, and there were some dirty clothes in the back seat, making the smell inside the car a bit unpleasant. "By limping, young man, just call me old man Bai." The old man was a little afraid of him, so he quickly said in a flattering way. He had heard Chin-Yu's name in the infirmary before, so he didn't ask more questions. It stands to reason that he saved Chin-Yu's friend, so he shouldn't be treated like this, but the actual situation is as mentioned above. The old man Bai only contributed a part of the effort. If it weren't for the hemostatic gauze and scalpel provided by Chin-Yu, the wound would not be so easy to bandage. After all, the arrow was not taken out. It is precisely because of these that he dared not pretend to be a veterinarian. But fortunately, the old man Bai also knew that he could not rashly remove the arrow, otherwise the consequences would be extremely serious. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Chin-Yu looked at the building in front and said in a deep voice, "Why do we have to go into the city?" Hearing this, the old man explained, "Those things are usually only available in hospitals. You know, it is not easy to find medical equipment in other places except in the city." Chin-Yu had never been to the city here. Although he was heading in the direction of the community, the old man actually pointed to the wrong direction. The road was indeed that way, but after entering, he made a few turns and actually drove in the opposite direction. At this point, there was no other way. He could only pray that there were fewer zombies in the hospital, and that they would not delay too much. Zhang-Yin had only 10 hours to leave the abandoned examination room, but Chin-Yu even drove a distance in the opposite direction, and went to get a ventilator. It could be said that he was really risking his life. 10 minutes later, Chin-Yu slowly drove into the city along a road. There were many abandoned cars parked on the road. It was barely enough to pass through, and zombies could be seen in the driver's seat from time to time. With a bang, the road was too narrow, and the car had to hit the stone pier in order to drive in, and the door frame suddenly collapsed. The city has been abandoned for a long time. Many houses have collapsed, and some have been burned into empty shells. A few zombies can be vaguely seen on the streets. But Chin-Yu doesn't think that there are only so many zombies. You know, these are the main ones in the city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people fleeing to the wild. At least the land is vast and sparsely populated, making it easy to hide. Where are we going next? Chin-Yu stopped at a crossroads and turned his head to ask. He stretched his head to look at the signs around him, and the old man pointed to the right. Right. Just keep driving straight. Then the car started up again, driving carefully in this city full of zombies. Chin-Yu didn't dare to wake up the zombies. It was late at night, and there was nowhere to run. A few minutes later, the two came to the gates outside several buildings and looked at the house numbers. They were a little blurry and not very clear. Seeing this, Jinyu took out a flashlight from the back seat and got out of the car, ready to confirm. There were still some flashlights in the camp. Jinyu picked up 3 and threw them in the car before leaving. After all, lighting was needed at night. After wiping the doorplate with his hand and looking at the words affiliated hospital, Jinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned around and ran back to the car, turned off the engine and closed the door, leaving it parked quietly. As the lights went out, the surroundings fell into darkness again. In order to avoid being discovered by the zombies, Jinyu did not turn on the flashlight in the outside area. He could barely see the road clearly with the help of the moon. Go, take your weapons and follow me. Be careful not to chop randomly. Be careful not to hurt yourself by mistake. Jinyu whispered and walked towards the door. The old man followed Jinyu in fear, looking around from time to time. Although he was much older than the man in front, he was much worse in both means and brains, and was completely on a different level. As soon as he approached the gate, a zombie in a hospital gown suddenly pounced over, making a loud bang, and scared the old man so much that he jumped up on the spot. Jinyu turned around and quickly covered his mouth, and shouted coldly, "I'm walking in front. I'm not afraid of what you shout. If you don't want to die, shut up. If you want to die, I won't stop you. Don't delay me from doing my work." As soon as he finished speaking, Jinyu took out his dagger and stepped forward, quickly turned on the flashlight to illuminate the location, then quickly stabbed the zombie's head with a knife, then cut the corpse, and held a handful of blood in his left hand and handed it behind him. "I forgot to bring the zombie's skin. Smear some blood on your body to avoid being smelled by too many zombies." Listening to his instructions, the old man understood that this was also to save his life. In order to survive, he even crawled through the cesspool, and smearing zombie blood was not a difficult thing for him to accept. What happened this time did make Jinyu a little less calm, but it was also normal. After all, he also grew up step by step. If he needed to go out to search for supplies like usual, he would definitely bring a zombie skin, otherwise he would waste a coat like now. Chapter 323. After staying at the door for about half a minute, the two of them were covered with zombie flesh and internal organs, and then they climbed over the electronic door. Although the old man was very scared, he knew that if he continued to drag his feet, Jinyu would most likely abandon him. After all, if he wanted to have a more stable life in the future, he would definitely have to pay a price. In the end times, no community would accept an old man in his 50s like him for no reason. Thinking of this, the old man gritted his teeth and climbed in without Jinyu's help. The abandoned hospital they came to was quite large, with 3 buildings visible in front of them, the largest in the middle. Jinyu looked at the zombies around and in the distance, turned back and whispered, "Should we go to the inpatient building to look for them?" "About the same. Let's go. There are too many zombies outside." The white old man glanced at the zombies in the corner and urged them with some fear. Hearing this, Jinyu looked at the signboard next to the security room, and after confirming the direction, he did not stop and rushed straight there. In order to make as little noise as possible, Jinyu walked very slowly, so as not to be noticed by the zombies. After all, he had to move things out later. If too many zombies gathered outside, it would be very troublesome. After all, the man next to him was too weak in combat. Jinyu had no doubt that if 2 zombies came at the same time, the old white man would die. When they came to the lobby on the first floor, since the door here was basically not closed, there were about 10 zombies inside, scattered in various corners. After taking another look at the glass shards everywhere on the ground, Jinyu waved his hand and waited for the old white man to approach before giving him a few instructions. There are quite a few zombies in the hall, and there are a lot of broken glass on the ground. When you step on them to kill them, it is easy to make a series of noises, so I need you to run to the second floor as quickly as possible and gather them in one area so that I can sneak attack from behind. Can you do it? What if you are too slow and I get bitten? When the old man heard this, he was a little hesitant. Seeing this, Jinyu patiently said, "I say it one last time. If you want to survive, you must obey. I don't have time to explain it to you again and again." As soon as he finished speaking, he stuffed the flashlight into the white old man's arms and whispered, "Use this to illuminate the road, and you must run to the second floor. Remember not to go up, otherwise you will be trapped and can only wait for death." After that, Jinyu pushed him directly, and at the same time pulled out the 2 machetes tied to his back and held them with both hands. Looking at his feet, the white old man gritted his teeth, turned on the flashlight and rushed in, and suddenly there was a crackling sound on the ground. These fragments are not only on the door, but also some of the transparent glass bottles that fell on the ground. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, this hospital must have been visited by many people. Now Chin-Yu can only pray that the ventilator is still inside. After all, it's not very useful if there's no electricity. After seeing the old man run a distance, Chin-Yu's eyes condensed, holding the machete, and rushed in directly, killing the zombies one by one from behind. Plop! In the silent night, Chin-Yu swung the machete down with a serious expression, then kicked the corpse away with his foot and rushed inside. The old man didn't know if he was too scared. When he was about to step on the stairs, he missed the step, wailed and fell backwards, and at the same time 2 zombies pounced on him. Seeing this, Chin-Yu cursed in a low voice, held the handle of the machete with both hands, and threw it hard. Then he kicked his feet, and rushed to the position of the white old man. He picked up the cane placed beside the counter, and threw it hard, smashing the 2 zombies' heads to pieces on the spot. Throwing this kind of big knife is not as good as throwing a dagger, and the hit rate is not high. Chin-Yu just made the zombie pause for about 2 seconds. Fortunately, there was a cane next to him, and saved it in time. Chin-Yu walked forward with a gloomy face, and pulled out the 2 knives, then held them with his right hand, and then he stretched out his left hand to pinch the white old man's collar. He was about to scold him, but he saw the extremely panicked expression on the latter's face. After thinking about it, he still held back. It's useless to be afraid, especially at this time. The more afraid you are, the more likely you are to make mistakes. If you are not careful, you will kill yourself sooner or later. After saying that, Chin-Yu picked up the flashlight that he dropped on the ground, turned it off, and put it in his trouser pocket, and then continued to walk upstairs. For such people, Chin-Yu couldn't hate them even if he wanted to. After all, everyone has a different personality. Take himself for example. He was also very scared and panicked when he first encountered zombies, but things have already happened, so he has to find a way to solve it, right? Since there is no antidote to save the world from the end of the world, we must learn to kill zombies, otherwise we will join them as soon as possible. Judging from various facts later, Chin-Yu's decision was very correct. When he encountered the first zombie in the supermarket, he did not choose to retreat and run away, but made a spear weapon to kill it head-on. This also laid the foundation for the following series of events. The old man covered his heart in panic, thought carefully about those words, then took the crutches and walked up the stairs. Standing on the top step, Chin-Yu stretched his head and looked at the corridor. There were obviously more zombies on this floor. Many of them were wearing hospital gowns. They walked in and out of different rooms, basically circling in place. After just a glance, Chin-Yu turned back and said quickly, "There should be ventilators in the intensive care unit and the operating room, right?" The old man nodded quickly. "Indeed there are, and we should be able to find them on this floor. We don't need to go up." After speaking, he stretched his head and took a look, then whispered, "These monsters are more numerous than below, but it should be no problem for you. You fight quickly, and I will help you find them. Let's leave quickly." Hearing this, Chin-Yu sneered, turned around and approached the old man and whispered, "Do you think it's easy for me to kill zombies? I still have to drive for several hours, and I haven't eaten anything since last night. Do you think I'm a Superman? I tell you, the first element of survival outside is to conserve your physical strength until you are sure you can get food. Hurry up and find a floor with fewer zombies." After saying that, Chin-Yu continued to walk towards the 3rd floor. According to the instructions in this building, the upper floor should be the operating room. Chin-Yu continued to look out and breathed a sigh of relief. There were obviously fewer zombies here. After all, zombies had no intelligence. As long as there was no noise from other floors, they would basically not move to another place. The moment he turned on the flashlight, the zombies were startled on the spot, growled and looked at the staircase, then staggered towards this side. Chapter 324. The light inside the hospital is very poor. Although the moon occasionally shines in from the corridor, it is too dark, so a flashlight must be used. Looking at the 2 zombies coming, they are wearing green nurse uniforms and limping. It's probably the end of the world. These doctors and nurses are still performing surgery. They can't even run away. Chin-Yu muttered to himself, then stepped forward and quickly killed them, dragging the bodies to the other side of the corridor to avoid being tripped when retreating later. He took out the last flashlight from his trouser pocket, turned around and handed it to the old man. "Separate yourselves, come to me directly when you find a ventilator." He turned around and left, but the old man walked a few steps forward and stood in front of Chin-Yu, whispering, "Then can you give me a knife, so that I can protect myself?" Hearing this, Chin-Yu shook his head and said, "Didn't you say you were afraid of this thing? It's a waste to give you a knife. If there are zombies in those houses, You can just close the door and call me. After saying that, he patted his shoulder and went to check other rooms with a flashlight. This was just a casual remark. The main reason was that Chinyu was a little tired now. He had to prevent the zombies from attacking him and concentrate on finding things. What if he was attacked by this man with a knife? In the doomsday, human nature must be guarded against. Especially for strangers who have just met for a short time, giving them weapons is really a waste of your life. The old man had no choice but to walk to the other side carefully with the cane. Once there were zombies inside, he would just close the door, then use his hands to stain the zombie blood on his body and draw a mark on the door. A few minutes later, the old man looked through all the rooms. He had never entered the room with zombies, and he had searched all the other rooms. He walked towards Chinyu in a panic, holding two things in his arms. After opening the door and entering, the old man immediately saw Chinyu standing by the bed, looking down to check a machine. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Chinyu turned his head and waved. You came at the right time, come and see. Is this a ventilator? Getting out of the way, the old man checked with a flashlight and said hesitantly, It is, but there is a lot of blood on it, and it is estimated that it has seeped into it. It cannot be used rashly, right? Hearing this, Chinyu patted his forehead in annoyance, and then said, Just now, 4 zombies pounced on me at the same time. I had no choice but to kick one with my foot. Who would have thought that it would hit this? It's okay, there is one in the operating room. I went in and saw it. It's very clean. The old man stepped back in disdain, then looked at Chinyu and said, Okay, let's go and move it. Chinyu hummed, turned around and wanted to leave. Wait. The old man suddenly shouted, then put the flashlight on the bed, took out a bottle of liquid from his arms, and handed it over. I heard you didn't eat much, drink some glucose. It can replenish your energy. Chinyu turned his head to take a look, took it, and looked at it. Glucose injection. It's really a good thing. After saying that, he raised it and looked at it, then smiled and said, But I don't believe you. In other words, I don't believe that what you gave me is normal glucose. I won't use anything given by a stranger like you. After the voice fell, Chinyu threw the thing directly on the bed, rummaged through the cabinet next to him, and then found a bottle covered with dust. He blew away the dust with his mouth, and then he turned around and said, I only believe in myself. After saying this, the old man was anxious. He quickly picked up the bottle of glucose, used the bed frame to pry it open, and then picked it up and drank it, then wiped his mouth and said quickly, Really, why did I hurt you? Look, I drank it myself and nothing happened. Seeing his movements, Chinyu chuckled and didn't bother to pay attention. Then he opened the glucose in his hand and walked out while drinking it. It has nothing to do with anyone. Chinyu's personality is like this. As long as it is a stranger he meets in the end of the world, he will not touch the things handed over by the other party, whether it is water or food. Of course, if the other party saves Chinyu, he will choose to observe and then accept it appropriately. After all, if he was going to harm himself, why would he save him? When they were in that abandoned town before, Ma Zhuang found a bottle of drink from a small shop and threw it to Chinyu. Although they didn't have a falling out at that time, and Chinyu hadn't drunk that kind of soda for a long time, he didn't drink it either. Later, when he brought it back to the community, De Zhuang didn't care and drank it in a few gulps. No one heard anything happen to him afterwards, which shows that Ma Zhuang didn't want to harm Chinyu at that time, but even if he did it again, the result would be the same. Arriving at the operating room, the door was closed and the zombies would not open it, so it was quite clean inside. Looking at the ventilator placed next to the bed, Chinyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was clean and tidy, not contaminated at all. Putting the half bottle of glucose on the ground, he walked forward and quickly sorted out the line. After thinking for a moment, Chinyu picked up the surgical gown hanging next to it, and then spread it flat on the ground, and carefully placed the ventilator on it. Old man, bye. Chinyu looked up and shouted, Go collect 2 sheets, we will evacuate later. Hearing that he was leaving, the old man stood by the door with a happy expression. Okay, I get it right away. A few minutes later, Chinyu continued to tie up the ventilator with a bed sheet to prevent the plug and wire from falling off. After all, he was not familiar with this thing. If something fell off after returning, he would be really angry. Have you found the anesthetic? Chinyu looked at the old man and asked. Not yet, I have to go to the warehouse to get it, on the first floor. Okay. Chinyu nodded, and just as he was about to pick up the ventilator and leave, he suddenly saw the clothes and gloves on the cabinet in the corner, and his eyes lit up. Lenny usually only had one white coat, which was worn and washed many times, and it was already a little tattered. Thinking of this, Chinyu ran over, packed all the clothes, tweezers, scalpels, etc., and threw them into the last sheet. Take it, if you want to live, take this package with you. Chinyu picked it up and stuffed it into the old man, and said seriously, no problem, you have the final say. The old man hurriedly hugged it with both hands and immediately agreed. After giving instructions, Chinyu held up the ventilator with both hands. Fortunately, it was only about 30 kilograms, not very heavy. Then the two of them quickly rushed to the first floor. They delayed for a few minutes when passing the second floor, mainly to prevent being discovered by the zombies. When they arrived on the first floor, Chinyu's face changed slightly when he looked at the scene below. There were actually more than a dozen zombies. Chapter 325. Now you can't fight the zombies with the ventilator in your arms. Whether you can fight is one thing, but if it gets damaged, Chinyu will definitely not accept this result. After thinking quickly, Chinyu carefully put the thing on the ground, then looked at the old man and said softly, wait for me here for a while, don't make any noise. If the zombies come and contaminate the ventilator, you know how serious the consequences are. Hearing this, the old man nodded quickly, indicating that he knew everything. Then Chinyu quickly ran to the third floor. Just when he was about to collect bed sheets to light a fire to attract the zombies, he remembered that he had no lighter. However, he did not panic. Instead, he found some empty glass bottles, went to the corridor, and threw them towards the corner of the yard. The cracking sound was particularly clear in the middle of the night. Chinyu glanced at his watch. The time was already 4 a.m., and there were only 8 hours left to rush back to the community. He had to hurry. After throwing the bottles quickly, Chinyu ran back to the first floor. Sure enough, some of the zombies were gone, with only 2 or 3 left. Holding the ventilator, Chinyu shouted, let's go! Then he rushed forward, kicked the zombie in the chest when he passed by, and then continued to crush its head when it fell to the ground, and then rushed to the warehouse. If it were ordinary supplies, Chinyu would definitely leave them where they were, go up and kill the zombies, and then come back to move them. But now this thing in his hand is too important. It can be said that if he can't take it back, this day next year will be a Lei's death anniversary. This kind of ending is unacceptable to Chinyu no matter what. After all, a Lei is not only powerful, but also steady. At the same time, for everyone in the community, he has basically become the backbone. Without a Lei, Feng Yi would not be able to deal with those people, let alone develop the community to its current size. Once those people heard that even such a powerful Lei was dead, how could they have the heart to grow vegetables and stabilize the walls in the future? Arriving at the door of the warehouse, Chinyu kicked the door open, and suddenly a zombie in work clothes turned around and roared. He was about to go forward to deal with it, and the white old man next to him said, let me do it, you save some energy. Hearing this, Chinyu made way for him to rush in. The old man put down the bed sheet, picked up his cane and started to hit him randomly. After being exhausted, he finally killed him. Chinyu praised him casually, then picked up the ventilator and went in. He put it on the ground and carefully searched for anesthetics. A few minutes later, the two finally found the target item and quickly filled several large bottles, and also took other medicines. In Chinyu's words, no matter what it is, what if you take it back and use it? A lot of disposable syringes were also collected. The old man looked bitter. Brother Chin, there are too many things, and I may not have enough energy to carry them. Please understand me. Chinyu ignored him, and continued to stuff a large sheet full. Then he said firmly, it's only a few dozen meters away. Even if you are exhausted, you can wait until you get on the car. There will be plenty of time for you to rest. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu picked up the ventilator, nodded to the back, and rushed out directly. Along the way, Chinyu worked hard to clear a path by simply bumping with his shoulders and kicking with his feet. The two of them ran to the door with great effort. Hurry! Hurry! The old man looked at the zombies behind him and shouted anxiously. Chinyu put the ventilator on the door frame, then grabbed it with both hands, flipped out with force, put the things on the ground, and took the big bag of items handed to him by the old man. Then Chinyu stepped on the door frame, grabbed the arm of the old man who was about to piss, gritted his teeth, burst out with strength, lifted him up directly, and threw him outside. A zombie stretched out his hand and grabbed, and pulled off the old man's shoes on the spot, and at the same time, he rushed forward and hit the electronic door with a clang, and then waved his rotten hands desperately. Let's go! Chinyu pushed the old man, quickly picked up the ventilator, and ran towards the car. He then picked him up with one hand, opened the back seat with the other hand, kicked the weapons under the seat, put the ventilator on the back seat, took the sheet from the old man, and stuffed it in. Take off your clothes, don't pollute the car. Chinyu saw that he was about to get into the car, grabbed his arm and growled. The two quickly took off their coats, and as soon as they got into the car, several zombies rushed over and hit the car violently. Chinyu looked at the rearview mirror, quickly reversed and knocked down the zombies, then changed gears again and rushed out with a foot on the accelerator. Watching the car speed up gradually, the old man hugged his thin body and lay on the passenger seat. He looked at the zombies outside the window, then panted and said, "Brother Chen, what happened tonight is really exciting. I have lived for most of my life, and this is the first time I feel my heart is about to jump out." Chinyu concentrated on controlling the steering wheel to avoid hitting other abandoned cars. He glanced at the left rearview mirror, then smiled and said, "Either fight hard or wait to die." After driving for 5 or 6 hours, the sky had already brightened. He had been busy dealing with a group of people in the first half of the night. After driving for so long in the second half of the night, his eyes were bloodshot. The speed was much faster than when he came, which required a lot of mental strength. After all, zombies could come out at any time on the road, and he had to avoid those potholes on the road. Just now, he passed the abandoned gas station last time. The road ahead was much easier to walk. Zhang Yin even wanted to continue speeding up. After driving for about 2 hours, a big stone suddenly appeared on the road ahead, staying in the middle of the road. "Damn it!" Zhang Yin slapped the steering wheel and stopped the car. He turned his head and looked at the back seat and said, "It's probably the snow that melted, causing the rocks to roll down. I go find a way to deal with it. You guys keep an eye on Alay." Wang Tianhai couldn't say anything. He leaned against the trunk, stretched out his hand weakly, and made an OK sign with his left hand with only 3 fingers left. Zhang Yin got out of the car and looked at the half-man-high rock in front of him. He pushed it hard, but there was no response at all. So he returned to the car to get a knife, walked to the side, and cut down a tree as thick as an arm, intending to use it to pry it. Just as he was about to leave the roadside, he suddenly heard a sound coming from the forest behind him. Zhang Yin thought it was a zombie, so he picked up a fist-sized stone and threw it in the distance. Then he walked away, but when he stuck the tree trunk and put stones underneath to pry it, he suddenly saw another girl coming out from the direction he had just walked out. She was covered with a lot of dry leaves, her hair was full of dirt, and she was looking at him with a begging look. Zhang Yin was slightly startled. This girl was the one they met at the gas station a few days ago. I didn't expect she was still alive. Chapter 326. Zhang Yin was stunned for a moment, and then he didn't care about the girl anymore. After all, he had to hurry on his way, and it would be troublesome to bring a stranger with him on the road. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. He put the tree trunk in place, then pressed hard, and the stone immediately rolled to the side of the road, and was blocked by several trees. He continued to kick away the stone debris on the roadside, threw away the tree trunk and prepared to drive away. Seeing this, the girl was a little anxious, and hurried to the driver's seat and begged, "Brother, can you take me with you? It's too cold outside. If you really can't, can you give me a piece of clothing? Otherwise, I will really freeze to death." Hearing these words, Zhang Yin ignored him, but started the car quickly and said seriously, "Let go." But the girl didn't listen and still held the car door handle tightly. Zhang Yin snorted coldly, put the car in neutral and stepped on the accelerator. Suddenly there was a roar, and the girl hurriedly let go. If it were before, Zhang Yin did feel sorry for the girl, but now he had to rush back to save Alay, and there was no time to waste, so he didn't bother to care. After all, there are so many poor people in this end of the world, do you have to save everyone you see? Xiaoyu and Fengyi also made a decision not to accept old people, women and children anymore, otherwise the community would be too weak to stand firm. The girl was shocked, biting her lip and standing by the car, tears started to flow from her eyes again. She found many wheel marks along the way, so she decided to take a gamble, hoping that the people she met would be good people. After staying in the wild for dozens of hours, without thick clothes and unable to make a fire, she was really a little bit exhausted. Most people understand the principle of leverage, and she also pried the stone from the hillside on the right, hoping to stop a car. She even prepared for the worst. Even if she met a group of bad guys, she would accept it, as long as she could survive. Zhang Yin turned his head and glanced at the left rearview mirror. The girl was squatting on the roadside and sobbing, hugging his shoulders. He frowned, but still didn't intend to care. He put the car in gear and prepared to leave. But at this moment, Wang Tianhai knocked on the car body and whispered, "Zhang Yin, come and have a look, Alay's abdomen seems to have started bleeding." Hearing this, Zhang Yin's face changed, and he opened the car door and pulled out the key, so as not to be snatched by the girl and cause unnecessary trouble. He went outside and opened the trunk, bent down to look around, frowned and said, "It's probably because the road was too bumpy, which may have aggravated the wound. Hurry up, cut the car seat with a knife and find something to plug it." Hearing these conversations, the girl wiped her tears with the back of her relatively clean hand and walked over tremblingly. She looked at it for a few times and hesitated. "You can't stop the bleeding like this." But no one in the car paid attention to him. Yufeng was cutting the seat with a knife. They had no clean clothes, so they could only do it like this. Zhang Yin took the pile of sponges, tore off a part of the sponge that had touched the dagger, and then pressed it against Lei's stomach. At this point, the girl was anxious. She stepped forward and shouted, "Really, believe me, this won't work. I studied nursing before. Although I haven't graduated yet, I know all these." As soon as these words came out, Zhang Yin's eyes lit up. He grabbed the girl's arm and asked quickly, "Are you a nurse?" The girl was a little hurt by the hand, and she frowned and said, "Not entirely, I haven't graduated yet, and I still have to pass the exam before I can officially take up the job." But Zhang Yin didn't care about that and continued to ask, "You also saw the situation. Is there any way to stop the bleeding?" The girl bit her lip and said hesitantly, "I said, can you take me with you? I don't want to die in the wild." Hearing this, Zhang Yin looked at his watch. There was not much time left. Although it was agreed before that as long as the girl could survive, the three of them would take her back to the community on their return trip. After all, she could survive in the wild for several days. At least her ability was not weak. If she returned to the community, she would not be as weak as those old men and women, but he was alone at this time. However, considering the emergency situation, Zhang Yin gritted his teeth and agreed without authorization. "As long as you can stop the bleeding, I will take you away." After hearing the promise, the girl quickly threw away the dry leaves on her body, revealing her body in only underwear. But Zhang Yin didn't want to look at her at this time. He was concentrating on Lei. The girl reached out and touched the wound, then quickly ran to the side of the road, dug a large ball of snow from the roadside, and got into the trunk with it. Then she turned her head and shouted, "I can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. You have to go home quickly to find someone to treat you." Zhang Yin nodded, closed the trunk, got in the car and started it directly, and continued to rush towards the community. The girl bit off the leather cover of the car seat with her teeth, tore off a piece of it, then dug a palm-sized snow block, wrapped it with the leather, and then pinched it and gently placed it on the wound on R's abdomen. Then she whispered, "Ice can stop bleeding and cool down. It can shrink blood vessels and control the amount of bleeding." Because the girl was bent over, she was kneeling on the back seat of the fallen car, and her upper body was only wearing a set of underwear, so she looked a little exposed at this time. In the past, many people at the beach would wear the same thing, but now it's different. In the end of the world, there are fewer people alive, and her posture is a bit imaginative. Wang Tianhai was hit at this time. Although he was very weak, he couldn't help staring at such a big living person kneeling in front of him, swallowing his saliva from time to time. The girl used a piece of snow to ice the wound in front, and then was about to switch to the back waist. When she changed her action, she suddenly saw Wang Tianhai's eyes. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, "Can you please stop looking at me with this expression? I mind a little." Living under someone else's roof and feeling the temperature in the car, the girl did not turn hostile directly. Even though she was disgusted, she still put on a negotiating tone. Hearing this, Zhang Yin looked up at the rearview mirror, then stretched out his right hand and hit the passenger seat, saying coldly, "Be honest, Wang Tianhai. Others say that the scar has healed and the pain has been forgotten. You are not healed yet, and you dare to think about other things?" Hearing this, Wang Tianhai smiled bitterly and took a few breaths. "Big sister, I am injured like this. Can't you let me take a look?" The girl heard his words and looked at the latter's injuries. Only then did she find that she was covered in blood. Her right hand was missing, and there were only 3 fingers left on her left hand. Her face was also bruised and swollen, which was indeed a bit miserable. Seeing this, she took a deep breath and whispered, "Then you can see? Just don't swallow your saliva, I'm really scared." After that, the girl continued to apply ice to Lei's wound. She knew that this was her only chance to survive, and she must seize it. Chapter 327. After applying ice for a few minutes, the girl took the clean sponges again and gently pressed them on the wounds on both sides. She breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Just be careful not to bump around anymore. His condition is a bit serious. His lips are starting to turn white." Zhang Yin nodded slightly. "Don't worry. The road conditions will be fine." The girl hummed, then squatted next to Lei and continued to press the sponge. After a few minutes of silence, Wang Tianhai panted and asked, "Big sister, can you help me take a look?" "Don't worry, I just have the desire but not the courage. I won't really do anything to you." Hearing this, the girl looked at his condition and whispered, then asked him to come over and hold the sponge. The girl was looking at Yufeng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looking behind him. Zhang Yin turned his head. "Go over there, little brat." "Oh!" Yufeng responded and climbed back from the armrest. The girl handed him the sponge, then moved in front of Wang Tianhai and whispered, "Close your eyes." Wang Tianhai did not refute, but did it directly. Then the girl carefully checked his wound. Zhang Yin looked at the road and asked, "What's your name?" "Me." The girl raised her head while holding the sponge and replied, "Oh yes, I'm the only stranger in the car. My name is Wu Rui." Zhang Yin hummed and asked again, "What's the name of that kid?" "Yufeng." A voice came from the back seat. After a while, getting closer and closer to the community, Zhang Yin didn't know whether his decision was right. He remembered that a long time ago, when he first came into contact with Qin Yulini, he was asked a few questions. Thinking of this, Zhang Yin held the steering wheel seriously, and then asked, "Wu Rui, right? Forget about the child. As for you, I will ask you 3 questions next, and you must answer me truthfully." "Okay, your left hand injury has healed a little, and it is bleeding because of the rupture, so just bandage it with a sponge." Wu Rui gave some instructions, then climbed into the passenger seat and sat down, turning his head and said, "Ask. How many places have you been? Why are you alone? And why are you still alive?" In fact, Zhang Yin knew the reason for the second question, but he asked it again. If the girl lied, she would definitely be thrown out of the car on the spot. After all, Zhang Yin had done something that put the community in danger before, and was attacked later. He always blamed himself for it, so he would never make such a mistake again. For the first question, "Are you talking about before or after the apocalypse?" Wu Rui asked softly. "After the apocalypse." Wu Rui grabbed the seatbelt with both hands, looked ahead and thought for a while, then answered, "I've been to many places. When the zombies appeared, I followed the rescue team and left. At that time, as most people thought, the zombies were not fast and should be easily suppressed by the military. But what happened later was beyond everyone's expectations. The virus spreads very quickly and is transmitted through the air. Although cremation has been promoted, many rural areas actually have burials. Those corpses can actually be resurrected and attack the living like crazy. In addition, animal zombies appear, and humans gradually can't hold on. At first, the military used large weapons, but there were too many people, and there were living people hiding everywhere. If they were not careful, they would accidentally hurt humans. There was no other way, so they sent many troops with guns to kill zombies, but the ending was completely different from what they imagined. Hearing this, Zhang Yin frowned and said, "I used to be a soldier, and I thought so at the beginning. For this kind of zombies, the army and the police should be able to maintain order quickly, but later I found that I thought too easily. First of all, there is no antidote for this virus, and secondly, it can also affect animals." "Yes." Wu Rui quickly agreed. "The number of animals is much greater than that of humans. There are hundreds of billions of them in the world. Think about it, this thing did not suddenly break out in a certain city. As far as I know, 8 months ago, zombies appeared in different cities around the world. Even if the whole country broke out at the same time, I don't think it would fall so quickly, but the world is different. Typhoons blew in various countries in those days. Now think about it, I'm afraid the virus has been everywhere since then. Until the corpses appeared and attacked the living, and then spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 1,000, the bullets had to be replaced when they ran out, but the animal zombies were endless, and coupled with the number of human zombies, it didn't take long for the large rescue base to fall." As Wu Rui finished speaking, Zhang Yin also sighed and said, "One of the main reasons is that there is no antidote. The main reason is that there are too many animals. In the past, no one burned these animals after they died. They were everywhere in the wild. They spread very quickly. We didn't encounter them very often at that time, and it was a bit inexplicable. Now that I hear what you said, I'm afraid that all the bases have been targeted by animal zombies, but some scattered survivors have not been noticed. Let's get back to the point, please continue." Wu Rui nodded and slowly told the story. The survival base was hit, and most people fled separately. In our team of 30 people, only 2 were left in the last 5 days. We hid on the beams of a toilet for a full half-month before we finally escaped. Since then, we have never been to the city again. Anyway, we hid everywhere in the wild, slept in caves, graves, and even lived in coffins. I have to say, you are quite capable to survive in the wild for several months. Zhang Yin suddenly praised. To be honest, if I didn't have thick clothes and it was too cold in winter, I wouldn't ask you to take me with me. I can survive on my own. Wu Rui turned and looked at him, saying seriously. Hee hee. Zhang Yin smiled, turned into a fork in the road, and then continued, second question. Hearing this, Wu Rui hesitated for a moment, thinking about whether to tell the truth. She turned her head and glanced at the man driving the car. There was no expression on his face, and it was hard to tell what he was thinking. After pondering for a while, she decided to report the truth. A few days ago, my former teammates and I were caught by a group of people. Later, we escaped by chance, but my teammates stole their things and were captured again when we were resting at a gas station in the early morning. At that time, another person betrayed me and wanted to give me to the bad guys. In order to survive, I had to agree, but the ending was different. Wu Rui gritted her teeth and continued. They bullied my teammates and then let me go. Later, I had an argument with that person and we fled separately. Don't worry, I have no contact with him. Chapter 328. Zhang Yin curled his lips. Although he didn't say much about the details, it was basically the same. At least he didn't lie. The girl was indeed betrayed, but he didn't say it was her fiancé, but her teammate. But as long as she didn't lie, Zhang Yin could accept it. He casually said, the third question. At this point, Wu Rui said with some confusion, Can you explain it? I don't quite understand this question. Why am I still alive? What exactly do you mean? Hearing this, Zhang Yin whispered, Have you ever been in a life and death situation, and had to kill people or kill a lot of zombies to escape? Wu Rui thought about it, then lowered her head and said, If you say so, it is true. Oh! Zhang Yin became interested. The former or the latter? The former. Wu Rui trembled a little when she recalled her past memories, but she still told the truth. After saying this, Zhang Yin turned his head and looked at her, curiously, looking at the appearance of a little girl. I didn't expect that she had killed someone. It seems that the old saying is right. You can't judge a person by his appearance. Tell me, what is the specific reason? Can I only talk to you? Wu Rui hesitated for a while, turned her head and begged with red eyes. Please, just in private, I really don't want to talk about this. Looking at her like this, Zhang Yin looked at his arm again. It was only half an hour before he could reach the community. Anyway, there was no rush, so he agreed, okay. After he finished speaking, he continued to increase the accelerator and speed up. More than 30 minutes later, after more than 9 hours of continuous driving, Zhang Yin finally arrived at the entrance of the community. The person standing guard was Feng Yi. She recognized the domestic SUV at a glance and immediately waved to the people below to open the door. After all, this was the only best car in the community, but now the body was covered with mud and there were many scratches. It was obvious that there was something wrong. When the car entered, she was about to ask what happened, but she saw that Zhang Yin did not stop the car, but continued to step on the accelerator and rushed into the community. Looking at the direction of the vehicle, Feng Yi frowned. That was Shaolin's residence, but it also had another identity, the infirmary. Thinking of this, Feng Yi lowered her head and shouted, Come up and stand for me for a while. I go over to see what's going on. As soon as she finished speaking, she grabbed the tree trunk and slid down, handed the weapon to another person, and then ran inside. Zhang Yin stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, drove quickly to the door of Lin Yi's house, then honked the horn a few times, then opened the car, and went to the back seat, turned his head and shouted to the side, Come and help. Wang Lulin was sitting in a chair reading a book at this time. When he saw Zhang Yin's appearance, he immediately ran up quickly. When he saw who was lying there, his pupils shrank, and he was stunned. Don't be dazed, lift the other side. Zhang Yin pushed him and shouted quickly. Okay. Wang Lulin quickly responded, holding the wooden board with both hands, and followed Zhang Yin into the house. He had also imagined that there would be an accident. Even if it was Chen Yu or Zhang Yin, Wang Lulin thought it was normal if either of them got into trouble, but he really didn't expect that the most powerful one would fall down. The moment she heard the horn, Lin Yi hurried out, but when she saw Zhang Yin, her heart suddenly tightened. Then when she saw the bloody body, Lin Yi was even a little afraid to look at it anymore. She was very afraid that the face that appeared at the end was the one she didn't want to see the most. When she saw that it was a Lei, although Lin Yi was also very shocked, she felt relieved in her heart. Fortunately, as long as it was not Qinyu, it would be fine. She quickly opened the door and instructed, Carry it to the next room in the infirmary, which is the operating room. Then Lin Yi looked at the girl next to her and said quickly, Xiao Ning, go prepare iodine, alcohol, etc., and then come to help me. Yang Zi, go and boil some hot water, use the water we drink. Brother De Zhuang, go get the big scissors in the warehouse. After saying this, Lin Yi quickly took out clothes, masks, and gloves from the cabinet, put them on, and ran into the operating room. Everyone else was kicked out, leaving her alone. Zhang Yin sat limply on the ground. Fortunately, Lin Yi was a doctor, and seeing that she was not panicking at all, she must have seen this kind of scene before. At least she could handle it. A minute later, Feng Yi ran into the room. Because she was in such a hurry, one of her shoes fell off. She came to Zhang Yin and squatted down, and asked hurriedly, "Who's in trouble?" Zhang Yin looked at her eager eyes, hesitated, and whispered, "It was a Lei. He encountered 28 enemies alone, and he killed 27 of them, but the last one shot an arrow and attacked him. Directly pierced his abdomen." Hearing this, Feng Yi was struck by lightning, and stood up in disbelief. She thought of something, rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Yin's collar and asked, "Aren't there 3 people going out together? Where are the 2 of you? Did you watch him go up to fight the enemy alone?" Zhang Yin said with some guilt, "There were too many enemies. I had 7 outside, and Xiao Yu was chased by more than 20. I thought a Lei was more powerful, so I went to help Xiao Yu first. In the end, when we rushed over, we were still a little slow. But don't worry, the bleeding has stopped. As long as the next operation is performed, Ari can still survive." As soon as the voice fell, the door of the operating room opened. For the first time, Lin Yi showed a more serious expression than before the end of the world. She shook her head and said, "The injury is not serious, but the arrow must be removed within the next half an hour, otherwise there will be a large area of infection. However, under the current conditions, the operation cannot be performed at all." When Feng Yi heard this, she sat on the ground and murmured, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Seeing her expression, Lin Yi was unwilling to give up. She took a deep breath and said, "I try again." Soon Xiao Ning followed in, holding a pair of large scissors and a basin of hot water. 2 minutes later, Lin Yi came out again, frowning, and said, "General anesthesia is required to remove the arrow. Our community has run out of anesthetics, and once general anesthesia is used, a Lei will lose the ability to breathe. To put it bluntly, a ventilator is needed." At this point, Lin Yi didn't have any good solution. There was no ventilator at all. Even if she could find one, it would be too late to go now. There was only half an hour left. But at this moment, Zhang Yin got up from the ground and said quickly, "Qin Yu went to find a ventilator and anesthetics. He promised me that he would come back within 10 hours. After that, Zhang Yin looked at his watch and continued, "It will only take about half an hour. I believe Qin Yu. He will definitely do what he says." Lin Yi heard this and looked at Feng Yi. "In this case, we must start the generator quickly. I will perform surgery directly later." Feng Yi nodded and agreed, and ran to the warehouse with his men. Chapter 329. More than 2 minutes later, Feng Yi was holding the only half barrel of diesel in the community, which was taken from an abandoned bus half a year ago. It took a lot of effort to complete it. Later, Feng Yi was reluctant to use it, but kept it for emergency use. Unexpectedly, it really came in handy today. At this time, 2 men were carrying a diesel generator and rushed over there. Suddenly, the gate in the distance was knocked crooked, and a loud bang was heard. The noise scared many people, and Dazhuang and Hongwu rushed out of the door directly, but soon the 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Because the person who hit the door was none other than Qin Yu, who was extremely nervous. After a full 9.5 hours of driving, Zhang Yin was already very tired, but Qin Yu even shortened the time by 2 hours. This shows how violently he drove. He never stopped along the way. Except for lightly pressing the brake when turning, he pressed the accelerator to the bottom at other times. In addition, the car was very old. After he drove for about 6 hours, the whole car was full of strange noises. Finally, when he arrived at the door, Qin Yu found that the brakes had failed. Fortunately, he had left the car window open in order to use the cold air to wake himself up, and the guard saw that it was his own man at the first sight, and opened the door directly. However, he couldn't stop, and there was only half an hour left. Qin Yu was very anxious. 1 more minute might give a Lei a chance to survive. So he didn't bother to care so much. The door was only half open, and he rushed in directly, and drove straight to the infirmary. "Hold on." Seeing that he was getting closer and closer, Qin Yu roared, quickly turned the steering wheel to the left with both hands, then released the accelerator and pulled the handbrake, and then quickly turned the steering wheel to the right, but the car was completely out of control at this time. Qin Yu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He held the steering wheel tightly with both hands. He saw the right moment, and swerved again. The front of the car brushed past the SUV, almost scaring the three people inside to death. With the car's force release, Jinyu controlled the car and hit a tree as thick as a thigh, and finally stopped. With a bang, the front of the car sank directly into it. The airbag also exploded in an instant. At the critical moment, Jinyu's right hand suddenly pulled back the bundle of sheets to prevent them from hitting the seat. Although it was wrapped in clothes, if the anesthetic was broken, it would be the end. Jinyu almost fainted when the airbag hit his face, and shook his head fiercely several times while sitting in the driver's seat. At this time, everyone outside the house stared at this scene with wide eyes, and Lao Chung was stunned for a few seconds before speaking. If there wasn't a tree nearby, Jinyu would probably be dead today. You're not right. Hongwu was also beside him, shook his head and said softly. Jinyu chose to hit the tree because he saw someone in the SUV, otherwise he could have stopped with the car. Dajwan was the first to react, and turned back and shouted, "Hurry up and save him!" Fortunately, Lin Yi inside was not using a knife, otherwise the last loud noise would probably cause her hands to shake, causing more serious consequences. Although she was also startled, she remembered what Zhang Yin had just said, and then put down the clean towel in her hand and shouted to the side, "Xiao Ning, continue to help him wipe. Be careful not to touch the wound directly." After the voice fell, Lin Yi quickly ran to the door. The next second, she saw the mess on the ground outside, and Jinyu also quickly kicked the door open with his foot and got out of the extremely miserable car. Jinyu saw Lin Yi in an instant, but he didn't have time to say hello. He smiled and said hello, then went to pull the back door. But due to the collision, the outside of the car was automatically locked. Jinyu didn't hesitate, raised his elbow and hit the window hard, reached in and opened it from the inside. Then he took out a large bag and handed it behind him, saying seriously, "This is anesthetics and other medicines." Then Jinyu grabbed the last bag, dragged it out, and ran straight to Lin Yi. He said in a deep voice, "To make a long story short, I have a ventilator in my hand. Can you see if it can be used?" Lin Yi nodded quickly. "Okay, come with me." Feng Yi had already brought people to move the generator. Dajwan walked over to take the diesel and quickly poured it in. Just as she was about to step into the operating room, Lin Yi suddenly thought of something. She pressed her elbow on Jinyu's chest and said solemnly, "It can't be too dirty here. There is a lot of dirt on your shoes and pants. After entering, it may increase the infection. At this point, you can't let your guard down." Hearing this, Hongwu stepped forward to take the ventilator and said, "It's okay, leave it to me next." Jinyu also knew that Lin Yi was right, so he handed the things to Hongwu. "Be careful, put it gently." Lin Yi looked at his watch and said, "The generator cannot be moved into the house. There are 2 plug boards upstairs. Connect them to the house. Who of you can go and get them?" "I go." Yang Zi immediately raised his hand, and then ran upstairs. Then Lin Yi took Hongwu into the operating room, and began to instruct him to put the ventilator next to the bed. Jinyu just took a look, and then walked out the door. It was useless for him to stay here. The next step depended on the lives of Lin Yi and Alei. More than a minute later, the diesel generator in the backyard started to sound. The huge sound instantly attracted many zombies. They all gathered outside the wall, and slapped the wooden walls again and again. 10 seconds later, Feng Yi walked to the front door. At this time, Jinyu was lying on the lawn, recovering his strength. "Thank you very much, really, thank you very much." Feng Yi stood in front of him, squatted down and said softly, "Is there anything to eat?" Jinyu turned his head to look at her, and then said with a smile. Hearing this, Feng Yi nodded quickly. "Yes, wait, I get it right away." She quickly got up and ran to the bedroom on the 2nd floor, intending to take her personal supplies for Jinyu to eat. Half a minute later, Feng Yi ran back with 2 bags of bread and a box of canned meat, and stuffed them directly into Jinyu's arms. Jinyu was not polite about these things. Just as he was about to tear them open to eat, he saw that his left hand was full of black blood, and then he remembered that he had touched the zombie's internal organs before. Seeing him like this, Feng Yi suddenly realized, squatted beside him and quickly said, "I can feed you, as a thank you for bringing back the ventilator." "Haha, okay." Jinyu nodded, and lowered his head to eat the bread in her hand. The old white man had already vomited twice on the ground, and his whole body was pale. He almost died on the spot on this train. After eating, Feng Yi was about to take a cup of water to feed Jinyu, but suddenly heard a shout from inside the house. "Sister Feng, Sister Xiaolin asked you to come over." Chapter 330. Here it comes. Feng Yi put the water in Jinyu's right hand, then turned and ran into the house. "What's wrong, Xiao Ning?" Sister Shaolin asked if you know what blood type a Lei has. Now someone needs a blood transfusion. Hearing this, Feng Yi thought carefully, then raised his head and replied, Type B. When I was going to take him back to China, I went to the hospital for a checkup in this regard. I remember it very clearly. Xiao Ning nodded. Okay, then you can find someone with type B blood. It's better to find two, otherwise it won't be enough. After that, she went back to the operating room. After spending so many days together, Xiao Ning has been learning from Lin Yi. At least it's no problem for her to help her. Feng Yi quickly ran to the yard outside. Since she couldn't help much inside, everyone came out. The movement nearby also surprised everyone in the community, and they all came over. In this way, Feng Yi didn't need to ask door to door. She looked at everyone present and asked, Is there anyone with type B blood? I'm in urgent need of blood transfusion. For every donation, I give him 4 cans of meat. After this was said, the place was completely silent, and some people whispered, What's your blood type? I don't know. We did test it more than 10 years ago, but I've forgotten it now. Yeah, me too. I can't remember it at all. After discussing for more than 10 seconds, someone shouted, Alia is one of us. We don't need to send anything to save him. But the problem is that no one knows their blood type. No one dares to gamble. What if they remember it wrong? Yes. I heard that blood transfusions must be of the same blood type. We really forgot that in this damn apocalypse, we can't go to the hospital for a checkup. Listening to the voices of the people in front of her, Feng Yi also understood the reason. There was no other way. She planned to go in person. Continuing back to the operating room, Feng Yi knocked on the door a few times. Xiao Ning opened it and asked hurriedly, Have you found it? I can't wait, and need a blood transfusion immediately. Seeing this, Feng Yi quickly took off her coat and wrapped one of her feet. She ran too fast and one of her shoes fell off, so it was also stained with mud. She quickly said, Other people don't know their blood type, but I am type B blood, just draw mine. No, Sister Xiaolin said that it must be 2 people, 1 person will cause big problems. Now we really can't find so many people with the right blood type. This is the end of the world, not the past, Xiaoning. Feng Yi was anxious. She shouted excitedly. Forget it, let Sister Feng come in first. Lin Yi had put on her gloves again, and the wound had been simply treated, so there was no need for a scalpel at this time. She turned around with a syringe and shouted, Come and sit down next to us, we can't waste time. Then Hongwu also came out, and there were only 3 girls left inside, trying to rescue a Lei. Time passed by minute, and Xinyu was very tormented sitting on the grass. He was very worried about hearing those words, and his hands kept clasping the grass. Suddenly thinking of something, he stood up and walked towards the crowd. By the way, Laocheng Hongwu, the brakes failed when I just came in, and the gate seemed to be damaged. Please go over and see if it can be repaired. I want to wait for news here. Okay, we will go now, don't worry, a Lei is so powerful, he will definitely survive. Laocheng patted him on the shoulder and said firmly, and then the 2 ran to the gate. Xinyu looked at their backs and whispered softly, I hope so. After an unknown amount of time, the operating room door finally opened again, and everyone gathered around, intending to listen to what Xiao Ning would say. Looking at the people a few meters away, Xiao Ning took off her mask, let out a long breath and said, The basic situation has been stabilized, the arrow was successfully removed, and Brother Ali was very lucky and just avoided the important internal organs. Sister Xiaolin is sewing his wound. Beautiful. Qinyu heard this, clenched his fist and waved it downwards, and the tense muscle finally relaxed. Seeing the cheers of the people outside, Xiao Ning also smiled, then closed the door and went back to help. She could do nothing but hand things to Lin Yi and lend a hand. For the first time, she felt proud. This feeling of pulling a friend back from the brink of death was difficult for ordinary people to understand. With a click, Lin Yi cut off the last thread, turned around and said, That's enough. Don't lose yet. After saying that, Lin Yi walked to Feng Yi, took the syringe from her arm, and said in a deep voice, An adult man can only transfuse 300 to 400 milliliters at a time. This is the end of the world, and the food is not very good. You have almost reached the limit with 200 milliliters. But, Feng Yi covered the needle hole with a cotton swab. She turned her head and looked at the bed next to her, wondering, But why is the lei not moving at all? Why don't you draw some more? It's okay, I can hold on. Listen, I'm a doctor. I can't possibly save one and kill another, right? Let's go out first. I have something to tell everyone. Lin Yi ignored her request and helped Feng Yi walk straight out. Let's go, Xiao Ning. We have nothing to do here. After coming outside, Lenny took off her white coat and gloves and put them in a box. Then she walked to the door. She glanced at everyone and said seriously, "Everyone knows that the current doomsday environment is not very good. It's already a great luck to find anesthetics and ventilators. I have taken care of the injury, but because of the delay, it is still difficult for him to wake up. In the next 3 hours, if Alay can wake up, then it will be fine. Just focus on recuperating. But if he doesn't respond, I hope everyone will be mentally prepared. In the doomsday, some people will come and some will die." Hearing this, everyone's face was a little sad, and no one spoke with their heads down. Hearing this, Feng Yi was a little absent-minded. She whispered, "Can I go in and accompany Alay?" Lenny glanced at her and nodded. "Okay, Xiaoning, help Sister Feng over." "Okay. Everyone go away, I'll let you know when there's news." Lenny waved to everyone, then turned and walked into the house, intending to see what medicine was left in the bag of sheets. "Wait, Yi!" Qinyu suddenly shouted. Lenny turned around, although a little confused, but still obediently walked back. "What's the matter? If Alay can wake up, does he need to replenish nutrition urgently?" Qinyu looked into her eyes and asked. Chapter 331. Well, it's not necessary to replenish it immediately, Lenny thought while reaching out to pat the dirt on Qinyu's body. There was no need for surgery next, so there was no need to worry about getting her hands dirty. Then she whispered, "Since it was an abdominal injury, if he can wake up next, I have to give him glucose for the first 3 days, just a little bit every day. The key is that there is only 1 bottle left in the community, and I don't know if it is enough. And after 3 days, he has to eat more good food to speed up his recovery. There is not much brown rice in our community. With the degree of injury of Alay, he basically has to drink porridge every day next." At this point, Lenny suddenly sighed and said, "Hey Qinyu, why do you think there will be an end of the world? Everyone just wants to survive. Why is it so difficult?" Hearing this, Qinyu stretched out his clean right hand, held Lenny's hands and whispered, "If there is rice, will it be better to recover? Of course, he can only eat liquid food in a few days, and he needs to recover slowly." Lenny said helplessly, then she raised her eyes to look at Qinyu, and continued, "There is still some clean hot water left. Wait, I will bring it to you for you to wash well." After saying that, Lenny ran inside, and came out with a small basin of water. The two sat on the steps at the door without saying anything. "It's dangerous outside, isn't it?" Lenny asked, while carefully washing the blood on his hands. Qinyu was silent for a while, then said, "Do you want to hear the truth or the truth?" Hearing this, Lenny raised her head and glared at him with a pout. "What's the difference between the two? Aren't they almost the same? You look a little disappointed, so I am trying to cheer you up." Qinyu chuckled, looking at the girl who was pouting so close to him. He was suddenly a little dazed, and then he hugged Lenny in his arms. "Hey, what are you doing? Your hands are full of water, and you wet my clothes." Lenny was startled and was about to struggle away, but after hearing what Qinyu said, she leaned on his shoulder quietly. "I regret it, Yi. I messed up this time. If I could do it again, I would never risk saving people, but shoot Wang Tianhai and retreat. I wouldn't care if he betrayed me, because in this way, Alay wouldn't be so seriously injured." Hearing this, Lenny leaned on Qinyu's solid chest, and suddenly another idea popped up in her mind. This figure has indeed improved, but she quickly corrected her attitude and said, "But if that happens, you are not yourself anymore." "What?" Qinyu was slightly stunned, and didn't quite understand. Lenny sat down, holding his shoulders with both hands, and said word by word, "The Qinyu I know would not do such a thing. In the end times, you will kill people, but that is to survive. Although Wang Tianhai is indeed not a good person, I just heard Zhang Yin say that he would rather be abused than tell the community address. And I think, with your means, you will never kill him by mistake. You regret it now, and say that you should have killed Wang Tianhai at the beginning, but I think even if you can do it again, you still won't do it without understanding the reason. It's just that you will most likely act alone." "Maybe," Qinyu said with his head down. Lenny patted Qinyu's thigh gently and said seriously, "Don't be discouraged, you are already great, you don't have to take all the blame on yourself." Then she moved to the side, took the initiative to hug Qinyu, patted his back again and said softly, "My dear brother, I still count on you to protect me in the future. If you fall down, what if I am kidnapped by bad guys? Don't you care about me anymore?" Hearing this, Qinyu hurriedly said, "How could it be you are my savior?" "Oh." Lenny stepped back a little, she covered her mouth and smiled, then tilted her head and asked, "Do you just treat me like this, or do you want me to?" Hearing this, Qinyu blushed and leaned back a little. You You are too close to me. Lenny laughed and was about to continue teasing Chinyu, when she suddenly heard someone open the door, and then a surprised voice came from the room. Xiao Lin, come here quickly, Lei is awake. What? Lin Yi turned her head to look at Feng Yi, who was crying with joy, and said in astonishment, Damn, it's a miracle. She didn't care about Chinyu anymore, and immediately got up and ran inside. Chinyu looked back at Lin Yi, who almost fell down because of happiness, and couldn't help laughing. Lei was really lucky. It was less than 10 minutes, and he woke up. But according to Yi, he would need better food next. After all, the follow-up recovery is the key. At this moment, Chinyu thought of the warehouse in the abandoned examination room. His eyes condensed, and he stood up and ran towards the parking lot. It had already fallen there, and if nothing unexpected happened, there would definitely be a large number of zombies in there, and by then, all the food inside would be wasted. A few minutes later, Chinyu carefully selected several cars, and chose the one with the most gas, intending to move all the food back to avoid more trouble. After all, only when the supplies are placed in your own home, they are yours. Before leaving, Chinyu came to the door of Zhang Yin's room and knocked on the door. Then he told Zhang Yin, Lei has woken up. I have to go back next. Then I saw that the girl a few days ago seemed to be in your car, and Wang Tianhai was not under control. Although there were people watching there, it was not a good idea. After all, they are strangers, and we don't know the details, so you have to ask De Zhuang to watch them carefully and deal with them when I come back. The old man next to the car is a veterinarian. He has some problems with his character. Remember to find something to tie his hands. After the voice fell, Chinyu turned around and wanted to leave, but Zhang Yin asked in confusion, Since Lei has woken up, where are you going? Hearing this, Chinyu turned back and whispered, Although the injury has stabilized, you can't be careless in recuperation. You have to stay in bed for 1 or 2 months at a time. You can't do without good food. Now it's not like before the end of the world. You can go to the vegetable market to buy meat. Now supplies are in short supply. There is a warehouse in the abandoned examination room. There are rice and bacon. I have to move them back. Hearing this, Zhang Yin hurriedly stepped forward. Then I will go with you, more people and more care. No. Chinyu shook his head and refused. The generator is currently. If you continue to work on the ground, it will make a huge noise, and the zombies will most likely be attracted to that direction. You have to take Huang Lulin and the others to deal with it. In addition, the door was also broken by me, and Hong Wu is repairing it. In any case, the community needs more manpower. Remember to check the fence. If the zombies rush in, Lei really can't stand it now. After saying that, Chinyu turned around and ran to the car, started the car and drove towards the door. Although he didn't sleep all night, he couldn't stop to rest at this moment. Chapter 332. When passing the SUV again, Chinyu stopped the car and planned to get something. Wu Rui and Yu Feng were leaning on the car window at this time, looking at the plants and trees in the community with envy, and the more they looked, the more shocked they felt. The two of them had no idea that in this end of the world, not everyone was just trying to survive, and there were people who spared no time and effort to build such a high wall. For Yu Feng, it was the first time he saw so many brothers and sisters with clean clothes, unlike before, when everyone's clothes were tattered. Chinyu opened the trunk, looked at Wang Tianhai expressionlessly, and said, Tell Dazhuang about the series of events that happened after you were captured. Don't hide anything, because it depends on whether you live inside or outside the wall. Hearing his words, Wang Tianhai lay inside, half closed his eyes, and nodded. You are the eldest brother, you have the final say. Yeah. Chinyu began to search for tools in the car, and finally took a zombie's skin and a lighter and left. His own dagger was still in the car, and there were axes and machetes under the back seat. Chinyu went in and picked them out, leaving an axe for himself, and then waved to the people next to him. What's wrong, brother you? A young man ran over. Hearing this, Chinyu frowned slightly and said, You don't have to call me that, just call me by my name, take the remaining knives and axes to the armory. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man in front of him scratched his head and whispered, It's not that we changed the name without authorization, it was all Sister Feng's request. She said that you are now managing the community together, so everyone should respect you more. Chinyu smiled and said disapprovingly, Respect is never just a matter of words. I'm leaving now. After that, Chinyu patted him on the shoulder, took the axe and zombie skin, got into the car and left. When he arrived at the gate, Hongwu was also curious about why he wanted to go out again. Chinyu just made up a random excuse and rushed to the abandoned examination room. When he was there, in order not to delay the rescue, Qin Yu had no intention of taking care of the materials in the warehouse. Even if it only took a few minutes to move them into the car, he was unwilling to waste them. At this critical juncture of life, no material is worth Qin Yu's gambling with his friend's life. After hearing that Lei had successfully woken up, he planned to go and clean up the examination room. 3 hours later, Qin Yu had already driven a distance. He looked at his watch. It was past 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was still several hours away from the abandoned examination room. At this moment, there was no hurry to get there, so Qin Yu did not drive very fast. Otherwise, if he continued to drive violently like before, if the brakes failed again, he would really have to wait for death. The speed was controlled at about 60, and the car window was still open. The cold air could make him more energetic and not sleepy. In the evening, Qin Yu did not plan to continue driving. After all, it was easy to expose himself with the headlights. In the past, he had to travel at night to save his life, but now, there was no need to take risks. He returned to the gas station and parked the car inside according to the old method. Then he moved some corpses to the back to create a false appearance. Fortunately, it was winter, and the zombies were not easy to rot after being killed, and they would not break easily when dragged. After the simple arrangement, it was almost dark. Qin Yu climbed in through the back window and just wanted to light a fire, but found another fire on the ground, which was extinguished. Seeing this, he squatted down and touched the charcoal. It was very cold, which showed that it should have been extinguished for a while. In addition, the temperature was cooling down quickly. Qin Yu could not tell exactly how many hours ago, but it also meant that someone had been here. It was not clear whether it was an enemy or a friend. After thinking for a while, Qin Yu decided to change a place to rest. When he was in the wild, he did not intend to meet strangers to avoid some conflicts. After moving the zombies back to their original positions, he continued to drive forward. Finally, half an hour later, night fell completely. At this time, Qin Yu still did not choose to turn on the lights, but slowed down the speed of the car and drove slowly in this wilderness. At present, he was the only one outside, and everything was based on stability, and the main focus was on how to do it safely. After driving for a few more minutes, Qin Yu looked at the fork in the road in front of him and slowly thought about the next way. Going right means continuing to drive to the abandoned examination room, but there are no buildings along the way, and it is not easy to hide, which is not very convenient at night. The left side is an unknown road section. Qin Yu has never been there, but according to the directions given by the old man last time, it may lead to the city. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a shaking in the bushes behind Qin Yu's left, and then, there was a strange animal sound. The sound was a bit like a goose, and a bit hoarse, but it was similar to the pheasant that Qin Yu and Uncle Wa caught near the grassland a few months ago. But soon Qin Yu frowned again. How could there be a chicken crowing in the middle of the night? It has been so long since the apocalypse broke out, and animals have actually become much smarter. After all, once a noise is made, zombies will be attracted. After a long time, they also know that those things will eat them. Qin Yu, who felt something was wrong, did not get out of the car to check rashly. Instead, he aimed at the left intersection, turned on the lights, stepped on the accelerator to increase the speed, and drove straight towards the city. About a minute after Qin Yu drove away, 5 or 6 men suddenly appeared at the previous position. They were covered with zombie viscera, and stared at the disappearing taillights with sinister expressions. Damn, this guy is a little alert, Boss Gene. What should we do next? One of the men looked at the intersection and said, holding a pheasant in his hand. A closer look revealed that the pheasant's mouth was tied with a cloth strip, and there was a trace of blood on its wings. It was injured just now, so it made a cry. Hearing his men shouting, a man in sheepskin came out of the haystack, with a turban wrapped around his hair. His expression was a little unpredictable. After thinking for a while, he said, since this man can drive around, he should have a camp. Let's wait here and follow him when he comes back. The man with the turban was named Jin Xingsong. He migrated here from the south. There were more zombies there. Although the temperature was not so cold, the zombies were everywhere. In order to survive, he led a few like-minded survivors to leave, searching for supplies as they went. Since there was a hunter in the team, they would not starve to death. After he finished speaking, Jin Xingsong glanced at the haystack behind him and said with a squinting eye, Xiao Qin, you said you had a beautiful and well-built fiancée, but I have been looking for her for so long. Why can't I see any trace of her? Chapter 333. After that, a man stood up again. It was Qin Ho. He was carrying a bucket of zombie meat and said with one swollen eye, my fiancée is alone. Don't worry. She can't walk far in this icy and snowy place. Really? Jin Xingsong turned around, stretched out a hand and patted Chin Ho's face, and said in a pause, "You know, there are only 7 people in our team, including you. It's 8. We are all strong men. It's not a big deal to stay like this day in and day out. If you can really let your wife join us, then they will all obey you in the future, don't you think?" As soon as the voice fell, the men behind him immediately echoed a few times, and some even whistled. Chin Ho bent his body slightly, lowered his head and quickly agreed. "Boss Jean is right. I have the same idea. As the saying goes, happiness is better shared than happiness alone. I will definitely find her as soon as possible." Boss Jean touched his face with satisfaction, then waved his hand. Let's go back and rest. Leave one here to watch." Feeling the sticky substance on his face, Chin Ho's eyes were extremely gloomy. It was not mud, but zombie meat. If the man slapped a few more times, these things would probably go directly into his eyes. Because it was dark, no one present noticed this timid man, who liked to kneel down and kowtow. Since he separated from Xiao Rui last time, Chin Ho walked alone in other directions. While walking, he covered his buttocks, and his whole mentality changed drastically at this time. But not long after, he met a group of people again. He thought they would be good survivors, and excitedly went up to say hello. But the result was the same. That group of people were not good either. They grabbed Chin Ho and beat him for more than 10 minutes. At that time, Chin Ho curled up on the ground with his hands covering his head. He screamed at first, but he just endured it later. He began to feel resentful and couldn't understand why all the people he met were bad. Did all the bad things happen to him alone? Later, by chance, Chin Ho heard that those people wanted to catch a woman, so he thought of a way, and the bait was Xiao Rui, who had been separated. But the group of people were not stupid, and they didn't follow the direction he pointed, but went back and forth along this road to look for her. In addition, Chen Yu and Zhang Yin were in a hurry to get back to the community in the middle of the night last time. They turned on the lights all the way, which was very obvious and was noticed by some people. At this time, Chen Yu looked at the unfamiliar environment around him and drove into the city with a serious face. He began to feel that he was a little too hasty to leave this time. Calming down and thinking, those gunshots may not only attract zombies. After all, living people can tell the difference. If some people are attracted there, then if he goes back now, wouldn't he just be trapped? Thinking of this, Chen Yu planned to take this road to go around and get glucose from the abandoned hospital. Lenny also said that Alay could not eat for the first 3 days, and could only receive a little fluid every day. The community still had half a bottle, so it should be enough for 2 days. As long as Chen Yu rushed back within 2 days, there would be enough time for him to make a serious plan. After all, those foods filled up almost half of the room. No one could resist their temptation in the end times. When it got darker, Chen Yu closed his eyes for more than 10 seconds, then opened them, waited for his eyes to get used to the light of the moon, and then drove on. At this moment, his eyelids were already fighting, and he was becoming more and more exhausted. After a day and a night without rest, coupled with the high-intensity physical exertion and driving, Chen Yu was close to the edge of collapse. In order to see more clearly, he even stuffed the zombie's skin into the center console to block the already dim light. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Yu had successfully entered the city, but he did not go directly to the hospital, but began to wander around some streets. Finally, he found a storefront, which was empty with only a few zombies inside, and the glass door outside was open to both sides. After parking the car, Chen Yu turned off the engine and sat inside for a few minutes to make sure there was no movement around. Then he put in his dagger, picked up his axe, put on his zombie skin, opened the car door and walked out. Then he walked straight to the storefront, looked at the street next to it, and then walked in with his weapon. There was some garbage on the ground, which made a slight sound when stepped on. The zombies immediately discovered this alien, and walked towards him with a low roar. Chen Yu had no expression on his face. He raised his axe and chopped off the heads of 6 zombies in a few seconds, and they fell to the ground motionless. Looking at these corpses, Chen Yu suddenly remembered that he had been in that underground passage before. There were only 3 zombies at that time, but he was so flustered. In the end, Zhu Yuanyuan even had to sacrifice her life before he and Li Yao escaped. Although the primary reason was that Zhu Yuanyuan was bitten in the lower back first, and there was no medicine to save her, so she came up with this method. But if Chen Yu were to go back to the past, he would never rush in, but would get angry first, and then check carefully before going in. If Zhu Yuanyuan were still alive, Li Yao might be much more cheerful now. Chen Yu didn't have any feelings for Li Yao, he just thought of her as a survivor, and it was only after they worked together to kill the Longshan group that he considered this girl a friend. Apart from that, he had no other thoughts. But recently after returning to the community, Liao became less and less talkative and less sociable, but checked the cars every day. It seemed that Yang Zi was the only one who was closer to her. Every time they went to get the car, they would say hello, and then do their own things. Shen Yu naturally didn't care about this situation. He had no idea about Liao at all. If he had to name someone he liked, maybe Yi was the one he liked. Standing in the room, Qin Yu suddenly started to think of these things in his mind. Maybe it was because he was too tired now, and hadn't rested for a long time, so his mind was a little confused. Thinking of this, Qin Yu said to himself, Yi is really not a simple girl. Every time our relationship progressed a step further, she always made me run away. But no matter what he said, he smiled at this time. He shook his head slightly, put those things aside, and then continued to drag the body out. Then Qin Yu returned to the roadside and drove the car back inside. He would spend the night next, so he would not park his car directly on the roadside. If someone saw it, even if the other party could not drive away, the tires might be damaged, and then the owner of the car would appear. After parking, Qin Yu closed the two doors, and then cut off a few zombie legs and wiped them on the transparent door. Chapter 334. After half a minute, Qin Yu took a few steps back, looked at the blackened door with satisfaction, and then turned and walked to the other side of the street. The snow here was not very thick, almost up to Qin Yu's ankles, but there were a lot of snow hanging on the trees. According to the old method, he continued to make a torch with the zombie's arm and clothes, then raised it and walked towards the shop. Standing at the door, Qin Yu held an axe in his right hand and gently knocked on the wall, making some noise. After listening quietly for a few seconds, he confirmed that there was no movement, and then he entered. He checked several rooms with a torch, but found no trace of zombies. He even checked the bathroom. Then he returned to the door and closed it. Feeling a little uneasy, he picked up some rotten clothes from the ground and tied the two door handles. The room Qin Yu chose was a room of more than 10 square meters, and like the one opposite, there were basically no facilities inside, and it was very empty. I don't know if it was because the zombie outbreak was too sudden. Everyone on this street ran away and forgot to lock the door. It was estimated that other survivors had come in to search, and all the useful things were moved away. Returning to the corridor, Qin Yu found no place to sleep, so he took off his zombie skin, used it to sweep the dust on the floor, then used his arm to support his head, and then slowly fell asleep. Nothing happened that night. Since he slept in the room, and there was no place for the wind to blow in, Qin Yu did not catch a cold. With his improved physical fitness, he successfully spent the night. Of course, the main reason was that he was wearing Zhang Yin's coat, which was thicker than his own before. He didn't rest for too long yesterday, so when he woke up this morning, it was almost 9 o'clock. He sat up and dazed for a while, then packed his bags and left. The car continued to be parked inside without moving. Qin Yu parked 2 streets away last night, and planned to walk directly there. The zombies followed him along the way, and Qin Yu was too lazy to care about them. After all, he didn't bring any food this time. He decided to stay for 2 more days to avoid any accidents. Soon they arrived near the abandoned hospital. After the light was better during the day, Qin Yu saw more clearly, and felt that it was not good. Only a few days had passed, and there were many zombies around here. There were about 100 of them. Looking around, Qin Yu looked at the buildings that were burned black by the fire and thought of a solution. He walked straight to a bookstore and walked in. Now there is basically no need to look for keys, because most of the doors have been destroyed. You don't need to think about it to know that they have been visited several times. After all, most of the survivors now huddle together for warmth, but they will stare at the places with supplies and search several times, just in case they find something missing. Looking at the mess in front of him, the books were almost emptied, leaving only the empty shelves, but it didn't matter. Qin Yu was just here to set the fire. He stood on a stool, collected the papers scattered on the ground, and put them under the chair, and then prepared to take out the lighter. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly saw a roll in the corner, walked forward and opened it, and was slightly stunned. Inside was a map. Then he spread it out and took a look. Not only were the facilities in the city very detailed, but also some of the outside. Finally, in the lower right corner, Qin Yu saw the address of the community. It wasn't that the name was displayed on it, but Qin Yu followed the road in front of the hospital and found it step by step. After a careful look, there was actually another road leading to the community, and it looked even closer. Thinking of the movement he encountered on that road last night, Qin Yu's heart moved, folded the map and put it in his pocket, and then set fire to the abandoned bookstore. Qin Yu hurried to the other side. After a few minutes, the fire became bigger and bigger, and the movement also attracted zombies, and those surrounding the door gradually left, Another 5 minutes later, Chinyu saw that there were fewer zombies at the door, so he ran over. With 2 bangs, he killed the 2 zombies that were alone, then grabbed the electronic door and flipped in. Entering the abandoned hospital, Chinyu did not hesitate and walked straight to the building he had been in last time. The old method was to use bed sheets to pack the things. After sweeping several floors in a row, Chinyu found almost a dozen bottles of glucose, which was really unexpected. I didn't expect that many people would look for medicine, but not many people would take these things. He ignored the ones that had been opened, and he probably couldn't use them anymore. Thinking of the medicine, Chinyu wrapped the bed sheet. Worried about breaking the bottle, he added a few nurse uniforms. Finally, he added another bed sheet, and carried it diagonally on his back. He went back to the warehouse below. It had been visited many times. Since Chinyu and Old Man Bai's last big sweep, there was basically nothing left. But Chinyu didn't care. Regardless of whether he knew them or not, he still packed all the remaining things in. After finishing all this, Chinyu did not return the same way, but planned to go around and climb over the wall from the back to leave, intending to find something to eat first. Of course, the most important thing is to find water. Chinyu did not plan to go to supermarkets, convenience stores, etc. Instead, after leaving the hospital, he went straight to those restaurants and went to the freezer at the counter to pick up leeks. After searching for more abandoned restaurants, Chinyu finally found 2 bottles of unopened drinks. He looked at the production date and found that there was only half a month left. After opening it and taking a sip, Chinyu put them into the bag behind him and began to prepare to evacuate. There must be other survivors in this city, and there are more zombies. While the fire is getting bigger and bigger, he has to go to the abandoned examination room to take a look. After returning to the parking place, Chinyu put his things away, then started the car and prepared to leave. When driving out of the city, a man suddenly rushed out from the left, begging with both hands on the car window. "Brother, can you take me with you? I have food and water. If you take me away, I will give you half." But Chinyu ignored the man. Instead, he stepped on the brakes expressionlessly and drove further and further away. If it was any other excuse, Chinyu might have to think about it, but it was ridiculous to say that he was willing to share food. Let alone how hard it was to find supplies nowadays. Chinyu spent almost an hour looking for water just now. Even so, he didn't want to drink more, but made plans for the next step. Nowadays, no one would make such a choice. Chinyu turned his head to look at the rearview mirror, only to see the man kneeling on the ground and shouting a few words loudly. Seeing that the car did not stop, he looked back at the zombies behind him, and quickly stood up and ran to other alleys. Chapter 335. While driving, Chinyu drank water. If there were no zombies on the roadside, he would still like this feeling. Before the end of the world, he wanted to do 2 things. The first was to go cycling for a few months, and the second was to buy a second-hand car of his own and drive it to see the world. Unexpectedly, when the end of the world came, all this was gone. Now, it is more important to live well. If possible, he also wants to live with Lin Yi. After driving for about another hour and a half, the gas in the car was only half full. Chinyu found an open space and drove the car into the woods. After getting off the car, he took an axe and cut down a few small trees, using the leaves to cover the car body. Looking around, he felt a little worried, so he scooped up some snow and sprinkled it on the car body, so that from a distance, it would only be mistaken for a large snow pile. The slingshot was always in his trouser pocket. Since the last exchange of fire, this thing was rarely used. After all, there were too many people chasing him at that time, and he was only concerned about running. After walking for about 10 minutes, Chinyu came to the right rear of the abandoned examination room, which was exactly in a straight line with the top of the mountain last time. As soon as he approached, Chinyu smiled bitterly and shook his head. It was another group of zombies. There were several times more zombies than those in the abandoned hospital, gathering outside the wall and circling several times. He looked around, but didn't find any trace of living people. There were still cars in the abandoned examination room, so Chinyu didn't drive his car too close. He planned to get more resources, such as gasoline. After all, as the apocalypse progresses, he also has to avoid acting alone in the future. Without saying too much, at least if his teammates are there, he can feel more at ease. Chinyu is not a Superman, and he never thinks that he can fight many people alone. According to the surrounding environment, Chinyu made a simple plan. Holding the slingshot in his hand, he began to walk around the woods to see if he could find something useful. A few minutes later, Chinyu was holding a pile of garbage in his hand, including foam boards, plastic bags, etc., all picked up from the ground. Then he walked towards the examination room, which was far away, so the zombies rarely noticed him as a living person. There were many abandoned cars parked on the roadside, which were in a dilapidated state, and the exterior had been mostly rotten. Just looking at them, you could tell that they could no longer be driven. Putting the foam board on the tire position, Shinyu used a lighter to ignite it directly. Then a foul smell came, and he covered his nose and ran away, waiting for the flame to burn the tire. For no other reason, there should be some gasoline in these abandoned cars, so as long as the car was burned, it would be fine. As the fire grew bigger, a few zombies turned their heads and growled, then staggered towards this side. Then Shinyu stood there, and shouted a few words loudly, making more zombies notice him as a living person. When the zombies gradually approached, Shinyu ran to the other side, and ran along the road outside the abandoned examination room. After he turned around like this, most of the zombies moved and followed closely behind him, so that a lot of the wall was vacant. Seeing this, Shinyu took a few deep breaths, then exerted force with his legs, kicked on the flower bed outside the wall, and his body flew up to grab the edge of the wall, and then flipped directly in. As soon as he landed, 2 zombies came up. They grabbed Shinyu's shoulders and tried to bite him, but they missed. Shinyu took a step back, grabbed the heads of the 2 zombies with both hands, and then hit them hard in the middle. The heads collapsed on the spot, and fell to the ground without any reaction. Looking at the dozen zombies in the examination room, Shinyu pulled out an axe from his back, and ran towards the warehouse. After becoming more proficient in killing skills, the axe is sometimes more convenient to use than a knife. In addition, the zombies nowadays are a little fragile, so it is easy to smash through their heads. Standing outside the window, and looking at the interior of the warehouse, Shinyu breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that a few zombies would sneak in, which would be bad if there was contamination. Then he looked around, pondered for a moment, and continued to run towards the dormitory building he entered last time. At the same time, he slowed down his pace, and led all the zombies over. Then Shinyu sneaked into the first floor, slapped the door frame hard, and then shouted loudly. Soon, most of the zombies in the examination room gathered here, and then Shinyu ran to a dormitory, and continued to stand by the window. After about a dozen of them came in, he climbed out of the window, quickly closed it, and entered from the first floor, killing the ones at the door, and then tightened the door and closed it. These numbers did not pose a threat to Shinyu, but it would take some effort to kill them all. Now he had nothing to eat, only a bottle of water, so he still needed to maintain his strength. After thinking for a while, Shinyu continued to draw out the dagger, and carved a few words on the door. There are zombies inside. This abandoned examination room has a good wall. Although it was burned a little badly inside, it is also a good camp, if the hundreds of zombies outside can be eliminated. But there is another reason, that is, the terrain is low and information cannot be obtained in time. For such a place, Shinyu would not live in it unless it is urgent. After finishing these, Shinyu planned to take a good look at the building during the day. There are 4 floors in total, and there are many small rooms. See if you can find some hoses and empty bottles, and make an oil extraction tool according to the method that Li Yao taught. Last time, he only looked at the second floor, and didn't search the first floor. After checking it out this time, he actually found a lot of useful supplies. A rope, about 2 meters long, plus half a roll of electrical tape. Shinyu originally planned to throw it away, but then he remembered that the community would need generators and solar panels in the future, and it would probably need longer wires, so maybe it would be used less in the future. Yesterday, when he was still in the community, Shinyu asked Feng Yi what was missing while eating, and the other party replied that it was wires, the longer the better. There were a few power strips, but they were not enough. If the generator was to be used, the noise problem had to be solved, and each house was far away, at least several dozen meters. However, Feng Yi also expressed her opinion on this point. There is no rush to use electricity now. After all, people lived well even without electricity hundreds of years ago. There is no rush to use it. Thinking of this, Shinyu put the electrical tape in his pocket, and continued to walk to other floors with the rope. When he reached the second floor, he went back to the room where the woman was imprisoned and saw that she was gone. Only the body lying in the room was left. Since it was shot in the forehead at that time, it did not mutate later. It is estimated that because of this reason, some zombies later ate part of it, which makes people want to vomit at this time. Chapter 336. Shinyu pressed the switch, and as expected, it didn't light up again. Looking at the light bulb above his head, his eyes suddenly lit up. The community was short of electric wires, and there was just a ready-made one here, wasn't there? He did it right away. Shinyu found 2 stools, and stood on them carefully. Then he took off the light bulb, grabbed the wires, and pulled them down hard. It immediately fell off the wall with a crackling sound and fell to the ground. Then he pulled down the switch together. Some of the wires that couldn't be broken were cut off by Chinyu with a knife. Anyway, he could just take them back and connect them. According to this method, Chinyu began to check the rooms with light bulbs installed. Anyway, as long as there are switches, they are all taken down by him. Now is different from the past. Before the end of the world, most of the wires were in the wall for the sake of beauty, but now, there is no way to achieve this. They can only be stuck on the wall or nailed, which is a bargain for Chinyu. After more than half an hour, Chinyu basically dismantled the dormitory and got a pile of wires, half a person's height. These things can at least make community life more moist. Even if they are not used in the short term, at least take them back first. Just tied it up with that rope, and left it here for the time being, planning to take it when he leaves. Then Chinyu came to the abandoned office center, stood at the door and hesitated for a few seconds, then took off the cloth strips, pushed the door and walked in. He was going to take the remaining weapons. Hu Li's body was still in the same place. No zombies entered, and the low temperature weather made it not rotten, but some ice chips began to appear on the surface of the body. After thinking for a while, Chinyu wrapped his hands with the dirty clothes, carried the body to the infirmary, and then put it on the bed inside. Then he closed the door, left here, and went straight to the second floor. There were some melee weapons here, such as machetes, axes, hammers, etc. After packing them up again, he started to walk to the third floor. This floor was basically empty, with nothing. In the next half an hour, Chinyu swept every corner and finally found a small, half hose. He guessed that it should be used by the original people in this camp to pump oil. Now gasoline is scarce, and basically many people know how to pump it out from other cars. Then Chinyu left the building, put his weapons outside, and walked to the parking lot. He picked up a few empty bottles on the way. He came to a shed where 5 or 6 cars were parked, some of which even had their tires removed. He quickly made a pump bottle according to the old method, and Chinyu began to insert the hose into the fuel tank and slowly pumped the gasoline. He had nothing to put it in, so he simply put it in those empty bottles, which were basically everywhere in this abandoned examination room anyway. Time passed slowly. Chinyu had already gotten 10 small bottles, and he estimated that he had reached his limit, so he left the last car and put the bottles in it. He started the car and checked it, and there was still a little oil left, enough to drive a few kilometers, so that he could return to where he parked. Then he took the wires and weapons and stuffed them into the trunk, then walked to the gate and looked at the zombies outside with worry. It's only been a short time, and you guys are back again? Chinyu looked at them for a few times and said to himself. Then he returned to the car, took a bottle of oil, and poured out a small bottle cap. He stripped the clothes from the bodies on the ground, made them into balls, and slowly poured the gasoline on them. He picked them up and came to the door. Chinyu grabbed one side, then put the lighter close to the closed ball, and with the help of gasoline, it ignited instantly. Then he looked to the side in the distance, threw it hard, and threw it over there immediately. Unfortunately, there was snow all around, and it didn't burn at the first time. But it was for this reason that Chinyu added some gasoline, so that it would not be easy to extinguish. After throwing several fireballs in a row, the fire was finally intensified, but there were still 5 or 6 left at the door, continuing to beat the door. Chinyu was too lazy to wait any longer. He had been here for several hours. 1 more minute would increase the danger. After untying a few strips of cloth on the door, Chinyu quickly retreated. When he sat in the driver's seat and started the car, the zombies just pushed open the door and staggered in. Seeing this, Chinyu stepped on the accelerator and drove directly into them, smashing the bodies of these zombies in an instant. Then he used the wiper to clean the blood on the windshield and drove away directly. He returned to the place where he had parked before and drove out his car. He then moved all the things over and was about to sit in the driver's seat when suddenly there were bursts of noises behind him. Since the car door was open at this time, a faint shadow was reflected on the reflection of the car window. Normal people would not notice this degree of reflection, but Chinyu has always been very cautious. The moment he heard the sound, his eyes were already looking at the car window, and then he quickly laid down to the side. Then an arrow flew over and shot directly through the car window glass. Without hesitation, Chinyu quickly ran into the woods, took out a slingshot with his left hand, took out a bullet from his pocket with his right hand, and quickly fired back. However, he didn't aim, and his shot was dodged by the opponent. Just as Chinyu was about to aim for the second shot, a woman suddenly rushed out from behind the tree in front of him and hit him with a tree trunk. Chinyu quickly raised his hand to block his head and took the blow. There was a click, and his bone was broken on the spot. As the severe pain in his hand came, his face sank. It seemed that this group of people really targeted him. Then Chinyu took a step forward with his left foot, stretched out his hand to grab the tree trunk and pulled it to the side. He endured the severe pain with his right arm, raised his elbow, and hit the woman's temple fiercely. With a bang, the woman collapsed to the ground instantly. Then Chinyu's eyes became fierce, and he kicked her throat with his left foot, instantly breaking her trachea. As soon as this action was made, the remaining people were furious and shot towards this side with bows and arrows. Rolling on the ground, Chinyu continued to run wildly in other directions. At this time, he didn't care about those cars, but focused on saving his life first. As he ran further and further away, there were too many trees around, so those people did not chase him. Instead, they checked and confirmed that the woman on the ground had died, then drove away in Chinyu's car. Chinyu, who was hiding behind a tree, witnessed all this, and his face began to become gloomy. A total of 5 women actually stole his car. He had parked the car so far away, but he didn't expect to be targeted. But it was clear at a glance that these people probably didn't know how to enter the examination room surrounded by zombies, so they ambushed in the wild, ready to reap the benefits. Chapter 337. But the group of people completely underestimated Chinyu's caution. He had expected this to happen. After all, the bad guys now were not just zombies. When he lit the fireballs in the abandoned examination room, Chinyu put the bottle of gasoline into his sleeve. Sure enough, after checking the 2 cars, the group of people only drove away the one with more oil and ignored the rest. Thinking of this, Chinyu didn't waste any more time, ran back quickly, unzipped his left hand, took out the oil on his body, and poured it directly into the car. There was basically only one road, with no forks, so the group couldn't run very fast. Chinyu sat in the driver's seat, shifted the gear with his left hand, and then stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed out quickly. After the group robbed a car, everyone was very excited and quickly checked the supplies in the car. There were 5 of them in total, all of whom were kidnapped from the abandoned examination room. Since Chinyu and his team attacked the examination room last time, all of them ran out, but they had nowhere to go. After wandering around in the wild for most of the day, they set their sights on the supplies in the examination room. But since they left, more and more zombies have come, and they can basically not go back. But they were unwilling to leave like this, so they waited to see if anyone would go in. In the end, they really waited, but what they didn't know was that they had offended the wrong person this time. Soon someone saw the car behind them in the rearview mirror and shouted anxiously, "What should we do? The man is catching up. Hold on tight." The woman driving the car frowned, held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and continued to increase the speed. Because there were a lot of things on the back seat, and even the roof was tied with wires to some supplies, the 2 women in the back seat had to sit together. But this section of the road had many potholes, and the car was prone to bumps when the speed was fast. Gradually, some supplies began to fall from the roof and fell into the dirty water in the middle of the road. Seeing that more than a dozen cans that were hard to find were wasted, Chinyu's eyes were almost on fire. Even on the curve, he accelerated. Finally, half a minute later, he stepped on the accelerator, and the car crashed into the back of the other car. Then the car lost control and crashed into a big rock on the roadside. Then Chinyu took advantage of the people's confusion and got out of the car with a dark face and walked straight forward. A woman woke up first and climbed out from the passenger seat. She wanted to shoot with a bow and arrow, but Chinyu snorted coldly and threw out the tip of the dagger in his left hand, instantly stabbing the forehead of the person. Then he picked up a stone from the ground, smashed the rear window with a few bangs, dragged out the 2 women, pinched one of them by the neck and said coldly, "It's hard to survive in the doomsday, but it's easy to die. For example, now you are already dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu grabbed the back of the man's head and smashed it against the rocks on the ground. He didn't bother to say anything and just killed him. Looking at the other person, she was already scared at this time, holding a dagger in her hand but not daring to swing it. Seeing her like this, Chinyu said angrily, "I'm tired of living like this by killing people, but why do you have to force me? If you want supplies, can't you go and search for them yourself? You just know to wait and take the ready-made ones?" After saying that, Chinyu stepped forward and kicked the woman's wrist, immediately kicking the knife in her hand into the distant woods, then picked up his dagger and walked to the driver's seat, ready to drag the last person down. But when he saw her face clearly, he stood there with a frown. "Is this how you treat your lifesaver?" Chinyu said expressionlessly. The person in the car was none other than the one who had stuffed a piece of glass into the hands of the tied-up woman in the second-floor dormitory last time. What I did that day has hurt me today, right? Shen Yu continued to say calmly. The woman heard this and crawled out in shame, kneeling on the ground, whispering, I'm sorry. Looking at the dirty clothes that the other party had picked up from who knows where, Chen Yu said with disgust, You don't have to be sorry, I helped you, so you had a chance to live. But now, you sit it out with your own hands. After saying that, Chen Yu held a dagger in reverse, stepped forward and killed the person in front of him directly. When he walked back to the other side of the car, he found that the man just now was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, motionless. Seeing this, Chen Yu inserted the knife, stepped forward to check the pulse, but found that he was dead. Looking at the man's appearance, Chen Yu sighed and said, It seems that you have a heart disease or something. Why bother? It's not easy for you to live, but you still follow these people to rob supplies. In the end, it will only hurt yourself. After the voice fell, Chen Yu stood up and looked at the 4 corpses on the ground. He couldn't calm down for a long time. In the end of the world, in order to survive, no one can always be kind. Chen Yu thought that he would not kill a woman easily, but now it seems that he thought too simply. In the end of the world, under the influence of extremely cold weather, where are the women, children and the like? Everyone is a survivor. Everyone just wants to survive. Even if they don't reach out to their own kind, they will target other survivors. But the development of things is more and more beyond Shen Yu's expectations. The end of the world has pushed people to the point of being outrageous. Even the people he saved can do things to harm him. Just 5 women can't do anything to Chen Yu, but they still make him fall over and break his right hand. After tying the rope on the roof again, Chen Yu opened the map, put it on the hood and looked at it, planning to take a detour back to the community. After stabbing the heads of the corpses one by one, Chen Yu backed up the car and planned to check if the cans were damaged. He squatted on the ground, picked them up from the sewage and looked at them carefully, and threw them back into the car after confirming that there was no problem. He picked up all of them in a row. A total of 2 cans were hit on sharp stones and caused water to enter, and the others were intact. Chen Yu could accept this result. Although his right hand could not move now, his left hand was still fine. The supplies he got on this trip alone were probably more than what 5 or 6 people in the community had found together. Similarly, he encountered this attack. It seems that surviving in the doomsday is never smooth sailing. Chen Yu looked up at the sky. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If he kept driving, he should be able to return to the community in the evening. Taking out the oil extraction tool, Chen Yu continued to extract the oil from the car behind, then poured it into the bottle, got back on the first car, turned around, and planned to take another route. Although the front of the car was partially deflated, it was still barely able to drive, only the headlights were broken. Chapter 338. Chen Yu could only pray that there would be no landslides on the other road. The road he took to get here made him feel a little unusual, and now that his right hand was paralyzed, he would have to surrender if he encountered an enemy. Chen Yu could never accept this outcome. Fortunately, the car he was driving was an automatic transmission, so he could drive smoothly with one hand. After stopping to eat a can of food and drink some water, Chen Yu did not rest for too long, but continued on his way. Finally, in the evening, I successfully returned to the community. The person at the door was stunned when he saw the supplies on the roof of the car. Then Chen Yu helplessly stretched out his hand and patted the car door, signaling him to let him in. After entering the community, Chen Yu drove the car straight to the medical room, then opened the door and walked down. The damaged car that was parked yesterday was also towed away. The SUV was probably towed to the parking lot. Let Li Yao check it carefully. After all, the car was still pretty good. After getting out of the car and walking into the house, there was no one inside. Chen Yu came to the door of the operating room, opened the door, and took a look. Lei was still lying on the bed resting. I don't know if he was unconscious again or sleeping, with half a bottle of glucose hanging on his hand. After walking to the living room and sitting down, Chen Yu pulled open his coat with difficulty and took it off carefully. As for the long-sleeved clothes inside, he had no idea what to do. Looking around, he remembered that he seemed to have seen someone cutting hair here last time. If he remembered correctly, there should be a pair of scissors in the living room. With his right hand still hanging down, Chen Yu stood up and rummaged through the drawer, and finally found the scissors in the cabinet where the bowls were placed. At present, except for the lack of electricity, the community has basically everything else. Just as he was about to return to the sofa with the scissors in his hand, Lenny walked in. She stood at the door, holding the sterilized scalpel and tweezers in her hands, and looked at Chen Yu quietly. Seeing this, Chen Yu forced a smile and greeted him, Are you back? I left in a hurry last time and forgot to tell you. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinyu returned to the sofa and picked up his coat, then deliberately held it in front of his chest, intending to leave here and go back to his room to check his injuries. When he passed the door, Lenny pouted, then stood aside, blocking him in front of him, and whispered, "Where are you going?" Hearing this, Jinyu pretended to be dumb and said, "It's dark. Let's go back to sleep. By the way, lend me the scissors." But after he finished speaking, Lenny still didn't move away. She raised her head and looked at Jinyu, and pointed her chin at the sofa. "Go back and sit down. I come over after I put these things away." "What?" Jinyu pretended not to understand, and didn't want to tell about his injury, intending to continue to conceal it. But Lin Yi ignored him, and left directly after saying a word. "If you walk out of this door, I will never care about you again." Hearing this, Jinyu smiled bitterly while standing at the door. This girl is really amazing. She can find out that he is injured from several meters away. He was wearing long sleeves and his injuries were not exposed at all. After thinking about it, Jinyu still did not walk out. If the injury was really serious, he would have to come back to comfort Lenny later. At that time, he would feel like shooting himself in the foot. There was no choice, so Jinyu had to go back to the sofa. Soon Lenny came out of the infirmary, sat down next to him, and whispered, "Raise your hand and try." Hearing this, Jinyu moved his right hand, but the front half of his arm was still vertically downward. Seeing him like this, Lenny lowered his head, took Jinyu's right arm, and placed it on his legs, and then slowly cut it open with scissors. Then he opened his sleeves and looked at the arm, and Lenny sighed. "I saw a bruise on the side, and it began to swell." Seeing this, Lenny raised her head and said faintly, "Does it hurt?" Jinyu grinned, looked into her eyes, and shook his head, "No." After the voice fell, Lenny stretched out her hand and gently pinched it, and he immediately gasped in pain. "Why are you still using your hands? You still feel pain?" As soon as she opened her mouth, Lin Yi frowned again, and her eyes were slightly red as she said, "Why do you have to fight so hard? Can't we be selfish? I saw the cars parked outside, and there are a lot of supplies. I know you want to exchange for supply coins, but there are few people now, and the trade fair cannot be carried out. I guess it will be shared with others later. Why should you work alone while others wait to eat the ready-made food?" Seeing Lin Yi complaining, Jinyu laughed, patted her knee, and said softly, "If time goes on, these things will soon expire, and the supplies will become more and more difficult to find in the future. I believe Feng Yi will take care of them in the warehouse. Besides, I'm not going out to find things for others. Besides, I also want to let Lei recover faster. After all, with more powerful teammates in the future, we will be more relaxed when encountering other enemies, right?" Lenny lowered her head and murmured, "Forget it, I will supervise Sister Feng to keep the supplies you brought back. If others want them, they have to exchange them for coins." After that, she began to check Jinyu's injuries. A few minutes later, Lenny paused and said, "How did you get injured? Tell me the truth." Hearing this, Jinyu raised his left hand and scratched his head, and said, "I was attacked by someone, and in a hurry, I used my right hand to block it in order to protect my head." "Yeah, you did the right thing." Lenny frowned and said, "Thanks to the thick clothes that cushion the force, you didn't get hurt too badly. If you had worn short-sleeved shirts in summer, this blow would have directly broken your arm. If it had been your head that was hit, yesterday would probably have been the last time we saw each other." At this point, Lin Yi raised her head and glared at him. "Don't be so careless in doing things in the future. We are all a team. Before we do anything, I hope we can discuss it together and determine the feasibility before we start. There is no need to rely on yourself for everything. At present, you have a fractured bone, but luckily the situation can be saved." Jinyu just listened quietly, thinking of the series of events in this attack. He was indeed a little scared. If the other party changed to an iron rod, Jinyu would be afraid that there would be nothing he could do. After all, he could still tell which was more serious, a fracture or a bone fracture. After thinking for a while, he smiled and nodded. "I know. You still feel like laughing?" Lenny raised his hand and patted his head, saying angrily, "Can't you let me be more careful every day?" Chapter 339. Lei alone is already giving me a headache, and now you are injured too. I have stressed more than once that your basic condition is not good now, and I may not be able to treat many injuries at all." Lenny patted Jinyu lightly, then fixed his hair, and then said seriously, "It's okay, I believe you." Jinyu was not angry. After all, Lin Yi was just caring about him. "Okay, sit here for a while, I'll be back soon." Lenny pouted, carefully took his arm off his leg, put it on the sofa again, then stood up and twisted his neck. Hearing this, Chinyu asked in confusion, "Hey, what else are you going to do?" "Find some boards and other things to treat your injuries, sir." Standing in front of him, Lin Yi rolled her eyes. "I doubt if you have discussed it beforehand, and you only choose those who I can treat to get injured." After saying that, Lin Yi went straight to the second floor. After a while, she came down with a bunch of things. After about 10 minutes, Chinyu's right arm had been fixed by several boards, and a silk scarf was tied around his wrist and hung around his neck. "Okay, remember to keep it hanging during the day, and you can take it off at night, and put it flat on the right side when you sleep." After Lin Yi finished all this, she lifted the hair beside her ear and said seriously. Suddenly thinking of something, she added again, "Be careful not to roll over and press it, otherwise the situation will be more serious." "Okay." Chinyu looked at the brace wrapped in a decent way on his right hand and nodded. "Well, next you need to apply appropriate cold compresses. Let me see." Lin Yi frowned and thought for a while, then said, "Every 2 hours, put a piece of snow in a plastic bag and apply it for about 10 to 15 minutes. Tonight, you only need to apply it twice." Listening to her serious instructions, Chinyu felt relieved for some reason. In the past, when patients went to the hospital for injuries or illnesses, doctors would also give such instructions. After the end of the world came, the doctor next to him was also telling him the precautions seriously. Watching her sitting there and talking non-stop, Chinyu felt that she was more and more beautiful. Gradually feeling a little quiet, Lin Yi turned her head, only to find that the person next to her was staring at her in a daze. She couldn't help but pat his knee, waved in front of his eyes and asked, "Hey, do you remember what I said?" "I remember, you said that you could apply hot compress now." Hearing this, Lin Yi was a little angry, and just as she was about to continue, she saw Chinyu grabbing her hand and continuing. "I never thought that the ponytail hairstyle was so good looking until I met you in the villa area that day." After saying this, Lin Yi blushed and retracted her hand. "Well, you have been having evil intentions since then, right? I thought you were a gentleman." Hearing this, Chinyu said in a panic, "No, I just thought you were amazing at the time. You could survive for so long alone, and I admired you a little. When I heard you wanted to go with me, I was a little happy." Looking at his explanation, Lin Yi burst out laughing and waved her hand. Okay, I don't blame you. Let's get back to the point. I corrected again. You can apply hot compress after 48 hours. You can't do it now. Remember it." "Okay." Chunyu nodded firmly. Then Lin Yi whispered, "I think a ponytail hairstyle will make people look more energetic and spirited. Of course, there is another reason. It will be much cooler in summer. Although it is a bit cold now, I am used to it." Hearing this, Chinyu didn't know what to say, but just nodded to himself. Very good, not bad. Lin Yi glanced at him, then stood up with his hands on his knees, took the coat and put it on him, and said, "Do you want to go see R? How is he?" Hearing this, Chinyu began to take it seriously and asked softly, "It's okay, he won't die. Next, we need to see how to recover. To be honest, for people like you two, it's best to make bone soup, so that you can recover quickly." Lin Yi put his hands in his pockets and replied, "Is that so?" After listening, Chinyu sat on the sofa and pondered, and didn't say anything else. Lin Yi didn't leave, but stood there, wanting to see what he would say. In fact, according to her method, she planned to kill a chicken and stew soup. In the past, when someone was injured, many people would choose to make soup for the patient to drink, so that the nutrition could keep up. But now, it is not realistic to do so. Those chickens were also found by Chinyu in a lay, and they happened to be injured at the same time, so Lin Yi chose to ask for advice. As for Alay, he had asked him in the morning when he was more awake, and his original words were to listen to Chinyu. After thinking for a while, Chinyu said, "We have 5 chickens, 3 males, and the rest are hens. If we kill one, the remaining number will be balanced." Although he said so, Chinyu also considered another reason. That is, the current environment is not good for survival, and there are dangers everywhere outside. There must be a group of people in the abandoned examination room. Although they have not yet discovered that their home has been taken down, they will inevitably notice it after a long time. If Alay is not well by then, once he engages in a firefight with the enemy, he will lose a powerful fighter. Apart from other things, Alay's ability to deal with 27 people alone is a treasure in the Doomsday. The only one who can compare with him is a surgeon like Lin Yi. In addition, Chinyu himself would need more than a month to recover from his injuries. If the two of them fell, the longer they delayed, the more dangerous the community would be. So after thinking for a moment, He still felt that compared with future survival, a chicken was nothing. Hearing the answer, Lenny nodded and said, "Okay, then it's decided. You two can't drink chicken soup now. It's best to wait for about 4 days. I will let Sister Foam arrange it then." Then the two of them said a few more simple words, and then Chinyu left. Lying on the bed in his room, Chinyu looked at the ceiling and began to think about the next development. Vegetables must be planted. There is nothing to say about this. Only if they can be raised in the community can we live more stably in the future. Chinyu did not forget to dig a fish pond to raise fish, but if there is no excavator, it will take a lot of people to dig with shovels. With the current number of people in the community, this method is a bit unrealistic unless they can be provided with a lot of food. But Chinyu is not sure whether he can keep them alive. Don't let the fish die when there is no food in the end, which is really funny. Chapter 340. While lying on the bed thinking about something, someone suddenly knocked on the door and heard a voice. "Xiaoyu, are you there?" "Wait a minute." Chinyu responded, then sat up with his left hand on the bed, and then walked over to open the door. When he looked, it was Dajwang outside, holding a plastic bag in his hand. He handed it to Chinyu, and then said, "Lindy asked me to get some clean snow. I heard her say that you need to apply cold compress to your arm. What's going on? Is it serious?" Chinyu took it with a smile, shook his head, and walked to the living room. Fortunately, there is nothing to do next. I guess I will just stay in the community and take a rest for a while. Hearing this, Dajwang also followed and walked over. He sat on the sofa on the other side and nodded. "Okay, this is perfect. I will tell you about Wang Tianhai." Chinyu leaned on the sofa, looked at his watch, then picked up a piece of snow and started to apply cold compress, and said softly, "You tell me." After more than 10 minutes, Dajwang curled his lips. This is the case. According to him, he would never think of betraying the community even if he died. After listening to his story, Chinyu casually put the bag on the table. Due to the contact with body temperature and the higher indoor temperature, it gradually began to melt. "What do you think about this?" Chinyu crossed his legs, looked out the window, and then asked. Dajwang crossed his hands and roasted them by the fire. After thinking for a while, he frowned and said, "I feel that this bee is a bit unreal." "Well, continue." Chinyu nodded. "Our community didn't treat him very well. He said that he ran away to save the little girl. When he wanted to go back, he encountered a group of zombies and had no choice but to hide in the wild. But the problem is, there are no eyewitnesses to this incident," Dajwang said, helplessly grabbing his hair. Hearing this, Chinyu asked curiously, "Could it be that little girl?" Dajwang sighed and continued, "Yes, she died. At that time, the car was attacked and everything was in chaos. She was a child, and was probably too scared, so she crawled out from under the car and turned around to meet the group of people." After carefully analyzing these clues, Chinyu was silent for a moment, and then said, "Are Wang Tianhai and the child imprisoned together?" "No." Dajwang shook his head. He was injured. Xiaolin checked him, and the wound was treated. He is in his room now. Chinyu stood up and said, "Okay, let's do this first. I see that the boy is also with Wang Tianhai. Let's go and ask him to see if the answer is consistent. This depends on whether Wang Tianhai stays. We can't be careless. I don't want a time bomb buried in the community." Seeing his movement, Dajwang stood up and pushed Chinyu back to sit down again and whispered, "You are injured, so don't run around outside. The ground outside is slippery. If you suddenly fall down, you will become a sinner in the future. You stay in the house and warm yourself by the fire. I bring him over." After saying that, Dajwang left without looking back. Looking at his back, Chinyu smiled. In this doomsday, it's really hard to survive without friends. Thinking about the next solution, Chinyu continued to add a piece of wood and frowned at the firelight. A few minutes later, Dajwang came in pushing a little boy. He had a shoelace tied on his hand, his lips were a little swollen, and there was a shallow scar on his chin. He looked unconvinced. Seeing this, Chinyu was slightly stunned and said, "Did you torture him? If you ask me, we don't allow this." Dajwang waved his hand. No one touched him. At that time, Shaolin suggested not to lock these people together, so as not to discuss things behind the scenes. But when this little brat heard it, he reacted violently and wanted to hit our doctor with a stool. Shaolin dodged in time. The child missed a step and fell down the stairs on the spot. Then he was hit like this. Later, Sister Feng tied his hands and threw him into the basement. At this point, Dajwang sat on the sofa and pushed the child to stand opposite Chinyu, and then continued. Shaolin also said that although she was not injured, she was very annoyed by this kind of naughty child, and would not treat his injuries. Let's not persuade him. Hearing this, Chinyu laughed. Yi's character is really good. She is generous for not retaliating. After the voice fell, he looked at the little boy. That girl is the treasure of our community. It's thanks to you that you didn't hurt her. Otherwise, how would you have the chance to stand here? Yufeng pulled a face and snorted coldly. I thought you were all good people, but you are also a group of bad guys. After saying this, Chinyu curled his lips. Then why don't you just get out? We are too lazy to take you in. Yufeng struggled to free his wrist, but it was tied very tightly. He shouted, I want to stay with Uncle Wang. I won't leave unless he leaves. Haha, don't worry. Chinyu looked at him and said casually, we will carefully decide whether to keep Wang Tianhai. If he is driven out, you will be the second one. Children like you are a waste of resources in the community. I am too lazy to take you in. Hearing this, Yufeng was a little unconvinced. I don't need your charity. I can find food by myself. Looking at his face, Chinyu was amused and didn't say anything more, but turned to look at the Zhuang. This kid just said we are bad guys. What is the specific reason? Hearing this, De Zhuang explained, after you left, Shaolin checked Wang Tianhai's injuries, and the conclusion is that he has 1 foot in the gate of hell. Shaolin injected him with some anesthetics, treated the wound simply, and gave him antibiotics, but because there was not much glucose left, it had to be left for a lay, so there was no portion for Wang Tianhai. This kid got anxious and asked us why we didn't treat everyone equally. He said we were biased. To be honest, I laughed at his words. After listening to the explanation, Chinyu looked at the opposite side again. What's your name? Yufeng. After saying that, he still looked unconvinced. According to Yufeng's original idea, this group of people were Uncle Wang's teammates, and should be a family. Uncle Wang was beaten into that state by the bad guys, but he still didn't reveal the address of the community. After being rescued, he was still ignored until more than an hour later, when someone came to treat his wounds. This situation made Yufeng very confused, so he did some irrational behaviors. Chinyu has been experiencing the end of the world for so long, and he will not judge a person's good or bad at will. At present, Yufeng is not very old, but he is irritable, can't control his emotions, and can't distinguish the importance of things. Chapter 341. But Chinyu didn't think he was necessarily bad, but planned to make a decision after learning more about him. Then Chinyu said calmly, you must answer the questions I ask next truthfully, because the answer determines whether your Uncle Wang can survive, or you could also think that with his current injuries, he can survive with you in the wild. Hearing this, Yufeng stood on the other side of the table. After thinking carefully, he nodded. Okay, ask. Chinyu hummed and said, where was your previous camp, and how many people were there? After he finished speaking, Yufeng quickly shook his head. No one. Hearing this, Chinyu frowned and said coldly, you lied on the first question? You are a little kid in your teens. Can you survive in the wild for 8 months alone? Do you think I am a fool? I didn't lie. Yufeng stared into his eyes, but still changed his words. I followed others before. There were many uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters at that time. We stayed together for several months. What happened next? Why are you alone? Chinyu asked. Someone came to steal our supplies, and threw fire bottles at us. It was too chaotic at the time, so I ran away from them. Yufeng lowered his head and whispered. So you wandered around alone? How did you deal with the zombies? With your physique, I admire you for being able to kill 2 in a day. After hearing the answer, Chinyu looked at him and said casually. Hearing this, Yufeng explained, those monsters are indeed powerful. I can't defeat them alone, but I can run, and there are some places I can get into and hide in. Well, at least you know how to use your brain. Chinyu nodded and asked again, tell me about you and Wang Tianhai, skip the other nonsense, and start from the time you two were arrested. Hearing this, Yufeng raised his head hesitantly and whispered, can I sit down and talk? I'm a little tired after standing for so long. Chinyu laughed and mocked. Who said we were all bad guys just now? Why do you want a stool to sit on now? After saying this, Yufeng's face suddenly turned red, and he stood there awkwardly. Although he is not very old, he has been in this doomsday for a long time, and knows the principle of speaking to people in a human way, and speaking to ghosts in a ghost way. He still knows the general meaning of the words living under someone else's roof. Looking at the child's situation, Chinyu looked to the side and nodded slightly. He would not really be angry with the child. Of course, if Yufeng was really that kind of naughty child, Chinyu would never take him in. Anyway, it's the doomsday, so he can go wherever he wants. He is not interested in being a good guy. De Zhuang saw the instructions, stood up and moved a chair from the dining table next to him, and placed it behind Yufeng. Seeing this, Yufeng sat on it, and then whispered to the person behind him, "Thank you." Hearing this, De Zhuang curled his lips. "I thought you were made of stone. You don't know how to say these 2 words, let alone anything else. The doctor's sister helped your Uncle Wang to treat his injuries, and when you heard that you didn't give him medicine later, you took things to hit others. If you put this thing outside the wall, and it was bitten to death by zombies, I wouldn't even look at you." At this point, Jinyu looked at De Zhuang and shook his head slightly, signaling him to speak less. Then he waved his hand, and when De Zhuang came closer, he whispered in his ear, "This kid probably cares too much about Wang Tianhai. We don't need to say bad things to him. If he can make Wang Tianhai correct himself from now on, stop being lazy, and work hard to develop the community, that would be great. After all, in the Doomsday, more friends are always better than more enemies." After the words fell, Da Zhuang sighed and said, "This child is about the same age as Xiui, but the difference is too big. Zhang Yin's daughter is sensible and polite. She can deal with a small number of zombies alone outside, but look at this person, he really can't tell good from bad." After that, Da Zhuang walked back to his seat and sat down, and added again, "Yufeng, right? I advise you to think about it carefully. Apart from anything else, right now, the injuries on your body are all your own fault. Although we didn't provide you with food, at least we let you drink a glass of water, which is already very good. If it was the camp where you and Wang Tianhai were captured, do you think they would be treated this way?" After hearing this, Yufeng lowered his head and looked at the ground without saying a word. After all, he is just a child. He now regrets his impulsiveness. If Uncle Wang is kicked out, wouldn't it be a disguised way of harming him? At this time, the living room was silent. Qin shook his head. De Zhuang's painstaking efforts were because he was afraid that this little brat would go astray. It is said that De Zhuang has been taking care of his younger sister. What he is most worried about is that children, like this, will be affected by the environment. The current environment is different from before. In the apocalypse, there are too many murders, arson, burning, looting, and all kinds of evil things. If you don't pay attention, even an adult will go from bad to worse. Looking at the time, Chen Yu continued, "Okay, hurry up and tell us, we don't have time to see you sitting here." As soon as he finished speaking, Yufeng began to narrate slowly, "The bad guys forced us to tell the address of our camp. If we didn't obey, they would chop off our fingers. And Uncle was too scared and told it first. Later he was taken away by that group of people, but he didn't come back. The bad guys' knives and bodies were all covered in blood. Although I was still young, I knew that the uncle might have been killed. Then, they wanted to ask me, I didn't have a camp, but those people didn't believe me when I said it, so they forced me to say it, and then Uncle Wang rushed to save me." Just like that, Yufeng began to slowly talk about what happened in those days. I don't know if it was because of guilt, he talked about it in detail, and even some things that Wang Tianhai didn't explain clearly, he also said everything. Qin Yu and De Zhuang just sat on the sofa, listening to his story quietly. 10 minutes later, Yufeng raised his hand to wipe his tears, sobbing, "This is what happened. A few minutes before you came, the aunt just died, and her body was thrown in front of us." After hearing this, De Zhuang turned his head to look at him, and then said something similar to what Wang Tianhai said at the time. "Boy, crying in the end times is useless. Those demons and bad people want you to cry harder. Although you are young, you are still a man in the current environment. You have to work hard to grow up, suffer more and sweat more, so that you will bleed less, and the people around you will not leave you. So what if a little finger is broken? At least you are still alive." Wang Tianhai only has 3 fingers left, but he is also very grateful to return to the community. As long as he is alive, everything is possible. At this point, Qin Yu stood up and said, "Okay, I won't say more. Take him back to reflect on himself. Let's go back to the basement. Just treat it as the result of your attempt to hit the doctor. If you can survive tonight, we will notify you and Wang Tianhai of the results tomorrow." As for the other girl Zhang Yin brought back, Qin Yu planned to deal with these first, and then go to inquire. After all, things have to be done step by step. After giving the order, he took the snow block back to the bedroom, and Da Zhuang continued to take Yufeng back. Unlike the previous time, Da Zhuang began to walk beside him. As for the basement there, Qin Yu had seen it before. It was a bit shallow. If the generator was used, the noise was still very loud, but it was very suitable for imprisoning people. Chapter 342. Opening the bedroom window, Qin Yu placed the bag of snow on the windowsill to let it melt more slowly. Then he took off the dagger on his body and was about to go out, but his stomach started to growl. "I almost forgot to eat dinner." Qin Yu smiled bitterly, and went to the kitchen to find something to eat. There were only some biscuits and canned food in the cabinet. To be honest, I was really tired of eating these things for too long, but I would starve to death if I didn't eat them. Although he wanted to cook some of the smoked meat in the car, he only had one hand, so it was a little inconvenient to wash it. He could ask others to help him, but Xinyu didn't like to bother others. After thinking about it, he continued to take a box of canned meat and walked to the stove in the backyard to prepare to boil water. There was a lot of firewood. The trees that were cut last time were also dragged back to the community, and then Sister Feng arranged for someone to split them into strips and send a part to each house. Like these materials, she didn't plan to ask people to exchange them, and the same was true for water. The community provided everyone with water, wood and houses to live in. In return, everyone needs to search for supplies regularly, bring them back to the community, and store them in the warehouse, and then come back to exchange them with the supply coins. Of course, people will not hand over all of them, and they can keep some for themselves. But now the temperature is low, and it snows heavily from time to time. No one has been out for almost half a month. Just as Xinyu was concentrating on blowing air into the fire pit, a person came over from the right and greeted him. "Why don't you use a fan? It's so tiring to blow like this." Hearing this, Xinyu turned his head and saw that it was Feng Yi. Then he smiled and replied, "I can only use one hand now. I have to clamp the wood and fan the wind at the same time. It's really a bit difficult." As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Yi walked out of the darkness, holding a ball of cotton wool in her hand. She whispered, "I put these in for you first, and I help you later." Xinyu nodded, "Okay." Feng Yi hummed, walked towards the front door, carried the cotton wool in her hand into Qinyu's bedroom, and spread it under the bed sheet for him, and then came to the backyard. Xinyu looked up at her and said, "I give you the material coins tomorrow. The cotton wool should be 5, right?" Took a small stool and sat down. Feng Yi shook her head slightly with a fan in her hand. "If you exchange it in summer, this thing will be 2, but it's winter now, and the value will increase appropriately when others search it back. As for the material coins, you don't need to worry about it. Xiaolin has already paid for you." Hearing this, Xinyu turned his head to look at her and said in surprise, "I thought that someone with her status didn't need to go out to search for materials. Since there is nothing, where did the coins come from?" Due to different identities, most of us have to rely on doctors in the end times, so I made a special rule for her. Feng Yi said as she stood up, lifted the lid of the pot, and added more water to it. She then explained, "In the past, there was a situation where some people, whenever they felt a little uncomfortable, had to go to Xiaolin for treatment. Even if they had diarrhea, they would go to him. Nowadays, there are not so many medicines. Today, this one comes to get some, and tomorrow that one comes to get some. If this continues, the community clinic can be cancelled. To prevent this kind of bad situation from happening, everyone has to pay Xiaolin a supply coin when they go to the infirmary for the second time every month. If they need to get medicine, it will be calculated separately. This way, another situation can be prevented from happening." Hearing this, Xinyu smacked his lips and said casually, "I should have guessed it. Is there always someone hiding supplies and not willing to exchange them?" "Yes." Feng Yi nodded. "No one can tell whether they will get sick or injured. Although we can treat first and then replenish coins, if we can't find useful supplies when we go out, the result will be expulsion. TSK TSK. Xinyu stretched out his hand to warm the fire and whispered, "You have made a series of rules and regulations, which are really good. Although it is a bit troublesome, it makes everyone's life more regular. After all, is this a special benefit for doctors? Only in this way can she stay here with peace of mind." Feng Yi stared at the fire and said softly. Hearing this, Xinyu suddenly became interested. He smiled and said, "If one day in the future, you and I have a disagreement and plan to separate, do you think you will go with you or with me?" As soon as these words came out, Feng Yi, who was adding wood to the fire pit, stopped immediately. After thinking for a moment, she hesitated and said, "I don't know." Seeing her somewhat sad expression, Xinyu reached out and patted Feng Yi on the shoulder, and paused and said, "Don't worry, you can provide protection here, and you don't have to hide outside. Even if that day really comes, I will leave her here, so at least the danger will be much less." Then Xinyu added, "Besides, I was just joking just now. Why would I disagree with you? Your community is well organized, and you are a good person. I won't do such a thing." Feng Yi turned his head and looked at the black mark on his right shoulder, and said helplessly, "Xinyu, your hands are so dirty. So stop patting my white clothes, there's really not enough soap to wash." Hearing this, Xinyu laughed and changed the subject. "Well, it seems to be ready to eat." I go in and get chopsticks, and you can help me bring it out. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked inside. Feng Yi used a piece of wood to scrape the ashes, and then took the burning ones outside, waiting for them to extinguish themselves, and then picked up the cans with a towel and walked towards the house. Hey, why are you in? I was thinking of eating outside, so I'm warming up by the fire. Jinyu turned around and saw her coming in. It's better to eat on the table to avoid the cold wind. Putting it on the table, Feng Yi turned her head to look at his right arm, and then helped to open the can, but it took several attempts to succeed. Thanks. Seeing this, Jinyu took out a candle from the cabinet, lit it with a lighter, and then put it on the table, and asked casually, Have you eaten? Do you want me to pour you half? Feng Yi shook her head, and sat on the other side, with the help of a chair. Seeing her like this, Jinyu was a little curious. He took a spoon and ate a mouthful of it, then asked, What's wrong with you? Why do you feel weak? Hearing this, Feng Yi sighed. Ali's condition is sometimes good and sometimes bad. There is no one with the right blood type in the community. Although Xiaolin tried his best to persuade me, I have transfused blood 3 times in total to keep him alive. How many milliliters each time? Jinyu frowned and asked. Chapter 343. The first 2 times were 200 milliliters, the third time was 100. After saying that, Feng Yi felt a little chest tightness, and even had difficulty breathing. Seeing her like this, Jinyu suddenly thought of something, quickly got up and walked to the kitchen, opened the window to let the cold wind in. With more fresh air, Feng Yi's face looked a little better, and she whispered, How do you know I have some difficulty breathing? Hearing this, Jinyu walked back and said solemnly, I saw it on a TV series before, and I thought it was useful at the time, so I watched it several times. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Then he sat on the chair and said seriously, Although I don't know much about this, I also know that if too much blood is transfused, people will have big problems. Moreover, the current environment is not good, and basically everyone is a little malnourished, so I advise you to really stop being stubborn next time. After the voice fell, Feng Yi raised her head. With the light of the candle, Jinyu saw her face clearly, and his pupils shrank slightly. Feng Yi, who was once heroic, now looked particularly haggard. Her eyes became a little weak, and her lips gradually turned pale. Seeing her like this, Jinyu couldn't bear it and said, You are already like this, why are you still bringing me cotton wool? Before he finished speaking, Jinyu had a flash of worry in his mind and asked, Do you have anything to say to me? You are really smart, and you guessed it right. Feng Yi smiled bitterly, then she leaned back in the chair, which would make her more comfortable, and then said softly, Tonight is the last day. I have made a bed on the floor in Lei's operating room, and will watch over him at night. If something else happens again, I will have to give him a blood transfusion. This matter was kept secret from Xiaolin. She didn't know about it. You have seen how I look now. If I lose again, I am afraid I can't survive. Hearing this, Jinyu didn't want to continue eating, and whispered, There is no need to exchange your life for someone else's, otherwise even if Lei is cured, he will only live in guilt for the rest of his life. After the voice fell, Feng Yi shook her head slightly and said, Lei is not someone else. He saved me once when I was abroad a long time ago. Later, when the apocalypse broke out, he followed me closely, and saved me more than a dozen times. You know, with my personality, I'm not suitable to be a leader. I've saved strangers several times. They wanted to attack me in the middle of the night. It was because of Lei that I was able to escape danger every time. I don't think it's a big deal to change this time for more than a dozen times. Hearing this, Jinyu looked at her face again and frowned. Can you do the infusion by yourself? Will it be inserted crookedly? Feng Yi put her hand on her chest and whispered, Xiao Ning and I have discussed it. If I really need a blood transfusion tonight, she will come to help me. The chance will be greater. Hearing this, Jinyu already felt something was wrong and said, You came to me to ask me for help? Feng Yi looked at him and nodded slightly. No. Jinyu stood up and said excitedly, Are you kidding me? Seeing this, Feng Yi waved her hand and said softly, Sit down first. This is just for emergencies. After Jinyu sat down again, he pointed to his right arm with his left hand and said, I fell down, and I have to recover from my injury. If you have any problems again, we are the only 3 people in the community who can speak up. Aren't you afraid that everyone will take the supplies and disband directly? After the words fell, Feng Yi pondered for a while, looked at the burning candle, and then began to answer. To be precise, Lei doesn't care about things. With his personality, he doesn't like to deal with trivial matters, and doesn't care about the lives of others. But to survive in the end times, you must unite. He can survive alone, but it is really unstable. Take this time for example. If you can bring a few more people when you go to find Wang Tianhai, I believe the result will be completely different. Hearing this, Qin Yu also sighed, knowing that Feng Yi was right. If Lao Cheng-Hongwu hadn't been injured, De Zhuang would have needed to take care of them and couldn't leave. Qin Yu really wanted to call these three together. But in this way, there wouldn't be many people left in the community. De Zhuang stayed inside and cooperated with Li Yao. If there were other people with bad intentions who wanted to attack the community, they would be able to hold on and wouldn't let anyone in directly. In the final analysis, there were still too few people in the community. To put it more directly, there weren't many powerful men, and Qin Yu had worried about this problem more than once. There are indeed many survivors outside, but it is not clear what kind of people they are. What if they are wolves in sheep's clothing? Qin Yu thought that no matter how cautious he was, he could not keep an eye on everyone. Once someone did something to them, all the people around him would be in danger. And for someone like Lin Yi who is beautiful and a doctor, there must be many people watching her. Some time ago, when he drove to the community alone, he missed Xiao Jiao and the others. Qin Yu was not sure whether this place could accommodate those people, so he did not dare to promise to bring them back. But now it is completely different. Qin Yu has been managing this community with Feng Yi. He really hopes to meet Xiao Jiao again, and the three groups can integrate together and survive together in the end times. But without a phone, there is no way to contact, which really fulfills what Xiao Jiao said, and we can only meet by fate in the future. But what Qin Yu didn't know was that after the Spring Festival, a convoy 2,000 kilometers away in the south also turned around and started to drive in this direction. Of course, these are all later stories. Looking at Qin Yu sitting opposite without saying anything, Feng Yi breathed a few times, and then continued, "If tonight doesn't go well, after I fall tomorrow, I hope you can take over my position and continue to lead everyone to survive. As for the community, if possible, I hope you can develop it on a larger scale. To be honest, I have always wanted to start step by step. In this doomsday world, with this place as the center, I will build a small town, or even a large community that can accommodate hundreds or thousands of people." Just when Qin Yu didn't know how to answer, the door of the room was suddenly opened, and Li Yao and Yang Zi walked in side by side. The two greeted this side, and then started to light a fire at the stove in the living room. Feng Yi didn't want to continue talking, but looked at Qin Yu with a pleading expression. Seeing her expression, Qin Yu sighed and nodded gently. Chapter 344. Feng Yi also looked at him and nodded. Then she stood up with the help of the table and left through the back door. Returning to her house, Feng Yi looked at the dark living room inside and did not choose to light a candle, but went directly to the infirmary. The two rooms were next to each other. The infirmary was near the back door, and the operating room was at the front door. Feng Yi came to the door on the left, took a deep breath, then pressed the door handle and walked in. But when she saw the scene clearly, she was slightly stunned. "Why are you here?" She asked this question not to anyone else, but to Lin Yi who was kneeling on the ground making the bed. 10 seconds later, Lin Yi patted the bed sheet, then stood up and turned around. Facing Feng Yi's question, she rolled her eyes and pretended to be angry. "You dare to let Xiaoning help you with a matter of life and death? What if she doesn't control it well and directly pierces the blood vessels, causing a lot of blood loss?" As she spoke, Lin Yi walked forward, stretched out her hand to help Feng Yi walk inside, and let her sit on the chair. "Your body is already failing. If you continue to give blood transfusions, you may suffer from cardiac arrest or even death, because the environment is different now, and it is not the same as before." After saying that, Lin Yi sat next to the bed. She turned her head and glanced at Lei who had his eyes closed, and continued, "After staying in the apocalypse for a long time, your physical fitness is not very good, so I need 2 people to give you blood transfusions. Just think about it. A full 600 milliliters of blood transfusion. Before the apocalypse, it would take half a year." Hearing this, Feng Yi lowered her head and said softly, "But Lei hasn't recovered yet. I'm really worried. If he dies, I can't live alone, so I might as well take a gamble." Hearing this, Lin Yi put her hands behind her, hugged the chair she was sitting on and moved forward a few steps. Then she sat down next to Feng Yi, held her hand again, and said seriously, "You have drawn 500 milliliters of blood in 2 days, which is the limit of the human body. If it were a man with Dazhuang's physique, he would probably collapse by now. I know you are worried about Lei, so you have been holding on, but this will cause great damage to your body. You must rest now, otherwise you will have problems even if you don't have a blood transfusion tonight." But, after the voice fell, Feng Yi wanted to say something. Her bloodless face looked a little scary. Although Lin Yi was used to seeing life and death, and had seen all kinds of patients, she still felt a little distressed by the scene in front of her. She continued to shake her head and said, "No, but I will watch here tonight. If you are really worried, I will help you go to the infirmary to rest. Even if something really happens, I will let you see a lay for the last time." After saying that, Lin Yi didn't wait for her to object, and helped her to walk to the infirmary. Feng Yi looked at the man on the bed and wanted to speak again, but Lin Yi came closer and whispered, "Don't talk yet. A lay needs to rest, he is very weak now." Helping Feng Yi to the infirmary, Lin Yi then lit a candle and placed it in the corner, and continued to cover it with a transparent glass cover, then turned back and said, "I take you to lie down and rest first." After she lay down, Lin Yi said with a little blame, "Really, if you didn't go to find Qingyu and walked a few more steps, why would you be so weak? He is also a wounded person, and needs someone to take care of him now." After saying that, Lin Yi turned and walked to the small room inside, and then she came out with a bottle of glucose. "The situation is a bit serious. I give you some glucose. Don't worry about it anymore. I go to the operating room tonight to watch. You two are just doing this little trick. You still want to hide it from me. Do you think I'm a fool?" While speaking, she stretched out her hand to scratch Feng Yi's nose, and then glared at him. Then Lin Yi fixed the infusion tube, checked it, and left. In the early days of the apocalypse, Feng Yi often arranged people to search for this thing in the hospital. There were also quite a lot in the community, which was barely enough. Unexpectedly, the preparations she made a few months ago were also used on herself. More than a minute later, Lin Yi brought back a quilt, looked at her sleeping appearance, and sighed helplessly. "With your physique, even if you want to hold on until the last loss, it's impossible." After that, Lin Yi covered her, then gently closed the door, and went back to the operating room. Looking at the night outside the window, she rubbed her palms and murmured, "It seems that tonight will be another sleepless night." Walking to the bedside, Lin Yi checked the lay again. Now without the assistance of those equipment, she could only rely on her experience to judge. Fortunately, Lin Yi's medical skills were top-notch. The reason why she appeared in that third-tier small city at that time was because she took a leave and went back to her hometown to buy a villa. However, due to the outbreak of zombies and the paralysis of traffic, she was trapped there. If the original timeline had been followed, Lin Yi would still return to the super first-tier city and continue to stay in the top hospital ranked among the top in the country. According to her master, Lin Yi's future achievements will be very high, and she is likely to break the record and become a chief surgeon at the age of 30. But with the advent of the end of the world, all this became a bubble, and she fell from the top of the pyramid to the deep pit. In order to survive, she lived a miserable month in the villa area, but she finally persevered. After observing one group of people after another, Lin Yi chose the one who looked more friendly, that is, Qingyu. After that, she lived together, and later she was glad that she bet on the right person. At that time, Qingyu was only thinking about how to survive, and didn't pay any attention to her, a beautiful girl. Lin Yi also understood at that time that her appearance would only hinder her in the end of the world, making her a target of some criminals. She even thought of the most extreme way, which was to wear a mask to survive in the future. But fortunately, the person she decided to follow at that time was not a bad person. A few days ago in the community, Lin Yi also talked to Feng Yi, that is, if there was no doomsday, she would never have any intersection with Qingyu. Unless Qingyu has a serious illness, he must come to her hospital for treatment. But even so, there will be no intersection between the doctor and the patient. Sitting in front of the bed, looking at Alay's face, Lin Yi unconsciously thought of these things. Alay has a good physical fitness, coupled with regular exercise, so his recovery has exceeded Lin Yi's expectations. There is no other way to transfuse blood later, because the arrow had to be removed at that time. Chapter 345. Just when Lin Yi changed the gauze for Alay, the door was suddenly pushed open. She looked up and was stunned. "Why are you here so late at night?" When this was said, the people standing at the door were also stunned. Didn't Feng Yi say she would be on night watch? "Why is it you?" After the voice fell, Qingyu closed the door and walked in. He glanced at Alay and looked around the operating room to confirm that there was no one else, so he asked, "Where is she?" Hearing this, Lin Yi waved her hand to signal him to come over. Then he took a chair and put it next to him. Lin Yi asked curiously, "Did you two discuss something behind my back?" Qingyu sat down, covered Alay with a blanket with his left hand, and changed the subject. "How is he?" Seeing this, Lin Yi talked about business. The situation is like that. Although he woke up, the amount of bleeding was a little more when the arrow was removed last time. Although it was stopped in time, blood transfusion was needed later. You also know that now everyone doesn't know their blood type, and I dare not try it rashly. Only Sister Feng has the same blood type as Alei, but she is a woman, and I can't draw too much. Hearing this, Chinyu whispered, do we need to have one last draw tonight? It depends. Lin Yi looked at the watch on her hand, frowned and replied, as long as there is no heavy bleeding next time. Hearing this, Chinyu turned his head to look at the bed and asked, I think the bleeding has stopped. Why is it still bleeding? Hearing this, Lin Yi didn't want to explain it at first, because it was too complicated to say, but when she thought that Chinyu was not someone else, and he was also interested in these things, she patiently talked to him. Alei suffered a penetrating wound, and a wound on his lower back. Normally, I should let him lie on his side or flat, which can reduce the pressure on the abdomen and allow the injury to heal faster. But our conditions are not good enough. The bed is just randomly raised. The wound on his lower back is compressed and may bleed again. Today is the second day. After tonight, there will be nothing to worry about. There will be no need for blood transfusion in the future. Just focus on healing. Do you understand? After the voice fell, Lin Yi turned and looked at Chinyu. I don't quite understand. Chinyu did not lie and answered truthfully. Although he wanted to learn more useful knowledge, so that it could be put to use in the apocalypse, it was still a little difficult to understand. Lin Yi had said before that Alei would be fine as long as he woke up, but why did he need a blood transfusion after waking up? Chinyu was a little confused about this, but he planned to ask again when he had time. If nothing unexpected happened, this apocalypse should not end, and there would be plenty of time in the future. 8 months have passed, and Chinyu has not heard any news about the military or rescue since he left the city. This does not mean that the military has not shown up. On the contrary, Chinyu believes that the troops must have come out to deal with the zombies at the beginning. Soldiers will never retreat when facing disasters, and will definitely stand in front of the masses at the first time. But the zombies have been there for so long, and there is no news of recovery from any city, which can only mean one thing. That is, this virus is far more powerful than ordinary people imagine. Unless nuclear weapons are used, it is basically impossible to kill it completely. But the whole world is full of viruses. Do we have to bomb every place? By then, there will be no area on the earth for human survival. Under the bombardment of nuclear weapons, zombies will be eliminated, but it will only usher in another doomsday. Chinyu thinks that it won't take so long for zombies alone. The key point is that this virus can infect animals. And for some reason, Chinyu is getting more and more uneasy. He always feels that the zombies will appear next. If even mosquitoes carry the zombie virus, how will humans survive in the future? Just as he was thinking about these things, Lin Yi continued to speak, you don't have to stay here. Although I don't know what Sister Feng said to you, if you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. Hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a while and said, it's nothing, anyway, it's the end of the world, and there's no point in hiding it from you. Feng Yi originally planned to come to donate blood for the last time tonight. According to her, if she can't make it, she hopes that I can continue to lead everyone to survive in the future, so that we don't separate. Hearing this, Lin Yi shook her head slightly, smiled bitterly and said, with her body, how can she continue to infuse? She has already collapsed on the bed exhausted, lying next to me to infuse glucose. Ah? Chinyu was slightly startled. Then in this case, wouldn't Alei be? At this moment, Lin Yi also sighed helplessly. Even if I am very powerful, without the assistance of equipment and those medical devices, the medical skills I can really display are actually only a small part. Now, I don't have any good solutions. Chinyu turned around and looked at her, comforting her. As long as you live in this apocalypse, that is the greatest resource. There will always be electricity in the future. Those equipment are placed in the hospital and everywhere in the country. We can always find a way to move them back in the future. By then, you will be much more important than them. I hope so. Lin Yi had no choice but to nod. Then she glanced at the person next to her and whispered, you didn't come here to give me some spiritual chicken soup, did you? But forget it, I give you some. Hearing this, Chinyu scratched his head. I almost forgot the main thing. I just wanted to ask Feng Yi where you are. Since you are here, I asked directly. Yeah. Lin Yi nodded. How many blood types are there? 5, what's wrong? After getting the answer, Chinyu asked again, is there a blood type that is universal blood? Lin Yi hummed, yes, there is, but it seems that there is no one in the community, right? Later, I also asked if there was anyone with universal blood, but there was no one, otherwise Sister Feng would not be like this because of the blood transfusion. But Chinyu waved his hand at this time. That's because you haven't asked me yet, and I happened to be out again at that time. Ah? Now it was Lin Yi's turn to be confused. Brother Chinyu, this is not a joke. If you are not sure about your blood type, there will be big problems if you transfuse it. I'm sure. Chinyu nodded firmly. I didn't think of it before because Xiaoning said that she needed someone with type B blood, so I didn't say anything, but just now I was sitting at the dining table and thinking carefully, and then I heard people talk about universal blood. Because I was an orphan before, the director took me to have a physical examination and also tested my blood type. I remember it very clearly, it was type O. Plus, Fengyi asked me to come and tell her about her affairs just now, which was a bit stimulating to me, so I kept thinking about it, and then I thought of this matter. I remember blood type very clearly, but I don't know what universal blood is, so I plan to ask you, what if I happen to be it? After saying this, Lin Yi stood up from the stool and said with surprise, I look for silver with a lantern every day, and it turns out that there is a gold mine under my feet. O-type blood is universal blood. Chapter 346. Hearing this, Chinyu finally relaxed his tension. He whispered, does this mean that I can give blood to a lay? It's no wonder that Chinyu couldn't wait to ask this question. The longer he spends with people around him, the less he wants them to leave. Fengyi's ability doesn't seem to be very strong, but from a long-term perspective, the community can't do without her. If possible, Chinyu still hopes that everyone can divide the work and do their own things well, so that it will be easier to survive. For example, Lin Yi's task is to save people, treat injuries, and see a doctor, while Li Yao is responsible for daily maintenance of cars. Fengyi manages a series of operations in the community and grows vegetables. As for Chenyu himself, he leads people like a Lei de Zhuang to ensure the safety of the community. To put it bluntly, the team is divided into two forms. One group is responsible for the inside, and the other group is responsible for the outside. After hearing Chenyu's words, Lin Yi sat down again, thought for a moment, and replied, if we look at the previous situation, unless the patient is bleeding heavily or is being rescued, we do not recommend using O-type blood to transfuse other blood types, and we will try to use the same type of blood transfusion. But the situation is really serious now. If a lay bleeds later. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yi saw Chenyu frowning and narrowing his eyes. Seeing this, she turned her head and saw red blood on the bed sheet again. Then Lin Yi quickly shouted, it seems that another blood transfusion is needed. Wait a minute, I will go to call Xiaoning. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly walked to the window and opened it, then stretched out her hand to pull a line, and then returned to the bedside and ordered, okay, Xiaoning will come down soon, you quickly sit on the left seat, I will go to get the blood transfusion tube. 10 seconds later, Xiaoning had already rushed to the operating room. Before that, she had been reading a book upstairs. Since communication was inconvenient now, and a lay needed to rest, and could not shout loudly, she got a rope to hang outside the window. As long as Lin Yi pulled, Xiaoning would come down to help immediately. Brother Chen, roll up your sleeves quickly. Halfway through the words, Xiaoning saw that Chenyu's right hand was hanging, and then she said again with some heartache, how come you are injured too? Forget it, don't move, I do it for you. After Xiaoning finished speaking, she quickly took out gloves from the cabinet next to her, and put them on. She then took iodine and cotton swabs, and put them on the bed, then pulled up Chenyu's sleeves. Then she dipped some iodine on the cotton swab, and smeared it on Chenyu's elbow for a few circles. Lin Yi also returned to the operating room at this time, holding a set of tools. Lin Yi quickly came to the bedside, turned her head and ordered, Xiaoning, turn on the flashlight, point it here. Soon after all this busy work, a lay was successfully transfused with blood, but the wound still needed to be treated. Lin Yi and Xiaoning worked together again. The two of them moved a lay so that he lay on his side on the bed, and injected some anesthetic into the wound on his lower back. Then they asked Xiaoning to hold him up carefully, while Lin Yi wrapped a flashlight with a piece of paper, bit it with his mouth, and sat on a stool to start the final treatment of the wound. Now that it is impossible to directly test more carefully, Lin Yi did not dare to sew up the two wounds rashly. The lower back wound was simply stopped from bleeding, so that it would be convenient to observe the follow-up situation and make plans step by step. In the end times, everything is difficult, not just survival. Looking at the serious look on the girl next to Lin Yi, Chenyu leaned against the bedside cabinet and whispered, it seems that after returning to the community, Xiaoning, you are very interested in these things. Did you plan to study medicine before? Hearing this, Xiaoning held a lay's body steady with her hands, trying not to shake at all. She raised her head and smiled, and replied, no, when I was in college, I chose computer science as my major. Because my family was not well off when I was a child, my mother couldn't stand living in the mountains, so she used the excuse of going to the city to work and finally abandoned us. My father is very hardworking. He makes money by slaughtering pigs for others and doing farm work. He also successfully raised me to be fat and white, and even paid for my college education. Unfortunately, the end of the world came before I graduated. I chose this major because I heard that I could make a lot of money in the future. Now, I am afraid that no matter how much money I have, it will be useless. When talking about her father, Xiao Ning's eyes darkened and her expression gradually became a little lost. I don't know how my father is doing. I really hope he can come to this community. I really miss him. Hearing this, Lin Yi took the flashlight out of her mouth, swallowed her saliva, and said, "Then you should study finance. It will be easier to earn $1 million a year." But soon Lin Yi shook her head again. She put the flashlight on her shoulder, tilted her head to hold it, and continued, "From your perspective, if you don't have a good network of people and background, it is indeed better to study computer science. After all, from the grassroots level, the salary in the IT industry is higher than that in the financial industry." But now Xiao Ning is right. Whether it is money or diamonds and gold, it is useless now. The doomsday has destroyed everything. Looking at Xiao Ning's expression, Qin Yu's expression was a little unpredictable. He was hesitating whether to tell her the truth. It would become more and more difficult in the future if she kept holding on to hope and fantasized about finding her father. But one day hope would be shattered. If she couldn't bear the blow at that time, she would probably collapse. Just when Qin Yu wanted to continue, Xiao Ning spoke again. "Everyone in this room has done me a favor, so I won't hide it from you. Tell the truth. I hope I can be a useful person in the community. When I was basking in the sun before, I heard those people talking about me behind my back. They thought that I, a patient, should not be saved. It was useless, and it was a waste of resources." Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head and said firmly, "As long as you are a human, you will be useful, especially in the end of the world. Humans represent hope. Only when everyone unites can civilization be restored." Lin Yi was busy with his hands and said, "Don't worry about those old men and women. Whether in the past or now, there are always some people who like to gossip behind their backs. It's just the nature of some people." "That's what I said." Xiao Ning turned her head to look at the bloody wound and said softly, "But if I can contribute to the community, I can stand up straighter here in the future. In this way, if my father is really found next time, I can also firmly say, take him back to the community." As she spoke, Xiao Ning's eyes lit up, and she became more determined to study medicine in the doomsday. Chapter 347. After coming to the community, she had seriously thought about her future plans since she recovered from her illness. After all, there were not many professions that could be used in the apocalypse. She knew nothing about car repair, and Xiao Ning herself did not like the smell of engine oil. After thinking it over, she decided to learn more about medicine. At that time, Xiao Ning privately asked Lin Yi if she could learn from her. At that time, Xiao Ning was also afraid that the other party would directly reject her. After all, if there was only one doctor in the community, it would be more precious. But Lin Yi agreed on the spot, and asked Xiao Ning to follow her and learn from her. And Lin Yi also said directly, "If you can learn medicine and even cure diseases and save lives like this, it only means that everything I did before is a joke. You don't have to worry about those things. Even if you study for a few years now, it probably won't be of much use, but it should be no problem to simply bandage external injuries in the future." In this way, Xiao Ning began to become a resident in the medical room, following Lin Yi every day, taking notes in a notebook when she treated patients, and then helping her. No one was talking in the operating room. Lin Yi was busy and focused, and Xiao Ning had to support a lei to prevent him from falling. As for Qin Yu, he began to feel weak as the blood transfusion progressed, and his expression was much worse than when he first came. After more than a minute, Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, I'm done here, Xiao Ning. You continue to support him. I get another bed." Hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head and saw that it was a bed, but it was actually a cart, but he shook his head again soon. That thing was not even a proper cart, just two supermarket carts with the top flattened. Then a wooden board was fixed on the cart, and then a mattress was placed on it. Who made that thing? Qin Yu couldn't help but ask. What? Lin Yi turned her head to look at him, then followed Qin Yu's gaze to look in front of her, and suddenly realized, "Oh, I made it. How about it? Smart, right?" Qin Yu nodded. "It looks a bit shabby, but the effect seems to be pretty good." Because he saw Lin Yi and Xiao Ning, the two of them worked together to lift a lei onto the cart, without shaking at all. Then Lin Yi quickly changed the bed sheet, and said with a smile, "Of course, it's not so easy to go to the hospital to bring this thing back nowadays, so we could only make it with the existing materials. After saying that, Lin Yi walked back and took out the blood transfusion tube, then took a cotton swab and pressed it on the needle hole and reminded, "Keep pressing, and throw it into the fire after a few minutes." After doing all this, Qinyu got up and left. Lin Yi originally said that he would send him back later, but Qinyu shook his head and refused, saying that he was not that fragile yet. Returning to his bedroom, Qinyu threw the cotton swab into the fire as instructed, said hello to the others, and went back to sleep. Nothing happened overnight. Due to the injury and the blood transfusion last night, Qinyu woke up late in the morning. There was nothing to do in the community at the moment. After waking up, everyone gathered in the living room to chat. There was a hot canned food next to the fire, which was left for Qinyu's breakfast. After finishing the meal quickly, Qinyu called several elders in the community, such as Zhang Yin, De Zhuang, and Huang Lulin, and held a simple meeting. Discussed the results of dealing with Wang Tianhai and Yu Feng. In the end, everyone agreed that since he did not betray and was already injured, the community had no reason to drive him away. And Wang Tianhai also knows how to repair cars. Although his hands are not convenient now, he can still be useful, so he was kept. After dealing with one, Qinyu leaned on the sofa, rubbed his temple with his left hand, and whispered, "What do you think of that kid?" Dazhuang spoke first. "He's a bit stubborn, but quite clever. I sent him back to the basement last night. Guess what he said to me?" "What?" Zhang Yin asked while checking the magazine in his hand. "The kid said that he can survive in the wild by himself. Keeping him in the community will make it easier to search for supplies in the future, because some places are blocked, and he can only get in because he's small." Hee. Zhang Yin closed the magazine and said with a smile, "He seems to have overlooked a key issue, that is, he went in by himself. How can a little kid carry the supplies out?" After the words fell, Huang Lulin said in a courteous manner, "Brother Yu, what do you think? Anyway, everyone listens to you, you just make the decision." Hearing this, Qinyu opened his eyes and looked at him, expressionless. "You don't have to think about flattering me, let alone deliberately trying to please me. This is not the first or second time, and I have wanted to say this for a long time. If you really want to be my brother and friend, Qinyu, then show your true ability and work hard to survive and help everyone, instead of thinking that you can survive in the future by building a good relationship with me." After saying this, Huang Lulin scratched his head in embarrassment. "Brother Yu, I think it's good for you to lead us. To be honest, I have long disliked Ma Zhuang, but there is nothing I can do. I can't beat him alone, and you and Brother Alay have to take action. Don't worry, the community will be my home in the future. Whoever dares to touch it will have to step over my body. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person." Seeing his appearance, Qinyu didn't want to say anything hurtful to him. He simply stood up and said, "Forget it, don't think about being sneaky in the future. I will go to Feng Yi to discuss how to deal with Yu Feng. Since you have decided to keep Wang Tianhai, he is also one of us. I will go to see him. You continue to warm yourself by the fire." After saying this, Qinyu put on his coat and left the house. Although Feng Yi decided to let him manage together, Qinyu was not very experienced after all, and he could handle some small matters at will. But if he encountered a big thing, he was still used to discussing it with everyone. When the apocalypse just broke out before, Qinyu had this attitude. He never thought that the team could develop by relying on one person, and working together was the kingly way. When he just met Lin Yi and decided to take her away, Qinyu also said that he would listen to him in the future for small matters, and they would discuss big matters together. A few minutes later, Qinyu came to the door of Wang Tianhai's house and walked in. As expected, there was almost no one inside. Wang Tianhai was lying on the sofa alone, and his situation was better than before. What a rare guest. I thought it was only Dr. Kobayashi who came to see me. Wang Tianhai opened his eyes, and found that it was Qinyu, and then smiled self-deprecatingly. Chapter 348. It seems that you still have the energy to joke, which means that you are not going to die. Qinyu walked over and sat down, speaking lightly. Hee. Wang Tianhai put his legs down from the sofa and sat up. This is also thanks to the help of Dr. Xiaolin. At least the injury has stabilized. After the voice fell, Wang Tianhai turned his head and looked over, and the whole person was slightly stunned. Just now, he didn't look at Qinyu carefully, and the latter was wearing a coat when he entered the door, so he didn't see that his right arm was hanging. Now that Qinyu sat down, Wang Tianhai saw that he was not the only one injured. What's wrong with you? Seeing this, Wang Tianhai couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Qinyu tightened his clothes and said casually, Why do you look surprised? Wang Tianhai looked at him for a few seconds, looking at his hanging arm and his calm expression, and said speechlessly, I thought that with your skills, nothing could hurt you, but I didn't expect that you are now a wounded person. Hearing this, Chinyu glanced at Wang Tianhai and continued, It is indeed impossible to hurt you like this, but I am not a god, and I don't have superpowers. Isn't it normal to be attacked by sneak attacks? Besides, even a lay was injured. With my physique, I am lucky to only hurt an arm. After saying this, Wang Tianhai laughed directly. He leaned back on the sofa and nodded. It seems that I bet right this time. Only by following you can I live safely in the end times. After saying this, Chinyu frowned and said, You are risking your life. Aren't you afraid that we will ignore your life and let you disappear? Hearing this, Wang Tianhai shook his head, stretched out his bare right arm, and then said something that no one could understand. Do you know why I didn't betray the community address even though my hand was broken by your people? Chinyu looked at him and then whispered, To be honest, I can't figure this out at all. Although there is no deep hatred between us, the hatred of breaking your arm is not small. You have a chance to retaliate against us. Why not do it? There are more than 50 people in that camp, and they have weapons. Most of them are men. To be honest, if they attack us first, the community will basically not be able to resist this time. Even if we have guns in the arsenal, we lack bullets and have insufficient numbers, and those people can also use zombies to attack. For you, this is the best time to take revenge. Chinyu has been holding back for the past few days, so now that he has the opportunity, he throws out all his questions. After hearing this, Wang Tianhai laughed. Although his face was almost swollen, he still looked a little funny. He took a sip of the water cup with his left hand, then turned his head and said, You've already given the answer. Chinyu was startled for a moment, then quickly thought of the key point and quickly answered, Don't you want other people in the community to die? Wang Tianhai shook his head slightly and said softly, To be precise, I don't want those children to continue to suffer. Living in the end times is difficult. Once they encounter evil people, they have no power to fight back now. And there is another reason. Even if I tell the address and successfully retaliate against the community, I can't survive in the hands of those people. In addition, if you and Alay survive by chance, I will definitely be targeted by you. In the end, my fate might be worse than being killed directly. After listening, Chinyu nodded calmly and said, You are right. If you really betray the community and cause harm to people around me, and I happen to be alive, then I will skin you alive, and it will be a waste of my experience of the end of the world. So I am betting. Wang Tianhai stretched out his left hand and tapped his heart several times, and said in a pause, I bet that you will not put the safety of the community in danger. After all, a person with a grudge is stranded in the wild, and this person happens to know the address of the community. What if we join the bet? We bet that you die before you can tell us. Chinyu said calmly. Hearing this, Wang Tianhai shook his head firmly and said, No, to put it bluntly, how long have you been in the community? I've been here much longer than you. Alay, the strength he possesses has not yet been fully revealed. It can be said that the most powerful thing for a killer is to use guns, but what is the most lacking thing in the doomsday now? It's still guns. After he finished speaking, Wang Tianhai added a few more words. And to be honest, Alay is very cautious. If I hadn't happened to have a conflict with you, and you had stayed in the community, and your status had risen, believe it or not, if it were me in the past, he wouldn't have brought me out to look for me even if I was missing. At this moment, Chinyu began to look at Wang Tianhai with a new eye, and whispered, After the incident where you wanted to shoot Zhuang last time, I thought you were really tactless, but I didn't expect you to use your brain. Wang Tianhai was embarrassed when he heard about the past, but he quickly said seriously, No matter what you think, I didn't intend to shoot anyone at that time. It was just because a woman I liked came out to watch the fun, and I lost face for a while, so I was ready to shoot the ground to find a place. Hearing this, Chinyu sighed and said, I really can't help it. Do you men really need women? Why do you like to revolve around them in the doomsday? After the words fell, Wang Tianhai turned his head and looked at him, revealing a meaningful smile. How old are you? Almost 25. What's wrong? Chinyu answered truthfully. Hearing the answer, Wang Tianhai smiled. It's true, if I'm not mistaken, you should still be a virgin, right? After saying this, Chinyu said coldly, Let's talk about business. Does this have anything to do with me? After more than 10 minutes of conversation, Wang Tianhai also felt that Chinyu was actually a good person, so he patted his knees and joked, I feel like you haven't even had a date, tut. This makes sense, you haven't experienced it at all. How can you understand the pain of US men? After hearing this, Chinyu's face turned red. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhang Yin already has a child. Why has he never thought about women? Hee. Wang Tianhai turned his head and looked over, with a smile on his face. Are you sure he didn't? Have you not noticed that Zhang Yin's daughter has been very close to that new teacher who joined the community recently? Chapter 349. Qin Yu sat there, carefully recalling every detail from the first time he entered the community, and then answered, but I saw that Zhang Yin and Yang Zi were also very close in the past. Hearing this, Wang Tianhai waved his hand. How old is Yang Zi? She is probably in her early 20s, and Zhang Yin is over 30. And Zhang Yin should only regard Yang Zi as a sister, and has no other thoughts. But that teacher, from my observation, should be about 30 years old. After the words fell, Qin Yu was already a little confused. Wang Tianhai really guessed it right. He had never dated before the end of the world. In the past, with Qin Yu's conditions, which young girl would be interested in him? Many people were curious whether he should have a relationship in college, and whether he should find one after entering the society. But Qin Yu wanted to say, if I can't find the vegetables I like in the vegetable market, how can I find them after leaving? Moreover, he didn't have the money to go to college at that time, so he came out to earn money to support himself. And from Qin Yu's perspective, he didn't plan to find a partner. He had a hard time supporting himself, so why would he drag down another person? Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, he has no interest in these things, but after meeting Lin Yi, he began to have other ideas. That is, he must survive, and live with the people around him, no matter how hard or tired it is. But at that time, after falling from the bridge into the river, Qin Yu thought that he and Lin Yi had no fate from then on, and that this was the end of their lives. Although Qin Yu planned to wait until his wounds healed before reuniting with Lin Yi and the others, that was just to comfort himself. After all, in the apocalypse, there was no telephone contact, and he didn't know the location of the Dazhuang brothers and sisters community at that time. It was as difficult to find a person in an environment full of zombies as to find a needle in a haystack. Just knowing a direction, to find the specific location, to be honest, Qin Yu had already prepared to look there for several years. For him, sometimes when he came into contact with a person, he would suddenly understand in his heart that this life, maybe she was the one. After a few minutes of silence, Wang Tianhai tapped the table and spoke. What are you thinking about? Qin Yu came back to his senses. Nothing. Looking at him like this, Wang Tianhai smiled again and said softly, our community is different from other camps. No one forces it. People will slowly start to get in touch. In the end, although there is no marriage or wedding banquet, everyone knows in their hearts that the two people are together. This is also the reason why I tried my best to hold on and come back. Here, I can feel something magical. What is it? Qin Yu asked curiously. Love. Qin Yu laughed at this, and he leaned on the sofa and said, it's the end of the world, does love still exist? Hearing this, Wang Tianhai whispered, I don't understand one thing, that is, some people think that it's the end of the world and still fall in love. This statement is totally wrong. What does falling in love have to do with the end of the world? When the end of the world comes, will people degenerate and become the kind of beasts who only know how to eat, drink, defecate, and vent their desires? After the words fell, Qin Yu pondered for a while, and replied, I have been thinking about this question. In the end times, humans will definitely live together. Once the survival problem is solved, they will definitely think about how to reproduce. It is impossible to completely fight the end of the world by relying on the efforts of one generation. Only when everyone works together can we restore the civilization of the past. That's right. Wang Tianhai nodded. Other camps directly capture women and lock them up, using them as tools. For those people, is this the correct end of the world? If they like someone, they just rob them directly. There is no need to contact the other party. What is the difference between this and beasts? A woman who was snatched away like this would probably not feel at ease even if you sleep with her in your arms. She might be thinking about how to kill you behind your back. After the words fell, Wang Tianhai said several more sentences. To be honest, I think it's like before. Two people met, fell in love, stayed together often, and then became more and more familiar with each other, and finally got together naturally. This is the right way. Don't think that I used to like to tease those women, but I never crossed the line, and they wouldn't really get angry, otherwise I would have been thrown out by a lay. Some people think that when the world ends, they will have a few women, and then go out and kill people every day. This is really stupid. After saying this, a trace of sadness appeared on his face. It's a pity that the woman I like was brutally killed in the last attack. If I hadn't broken my hand, how could I be chased everywhere? When he said this, Wang Tianhai was already a little emotional. Suddenly he thought of something, turned his head and looked at Qin Yu and added, well, I'm not targeting you, don't worry. Since I can still sit in the community now, I don't care about the past. Just think of it as a big fall. At least I'm alive. Hearing this, Chinyu nodded. I am quite accurate in judging people. You have indeed changed. But people are not perfect. Just correct yourself. I won't go against you every day. Okay, I will be a disabled person in the future. I really need you to take care of me. Wang Tianhai looked at him, moved a few steps in that direction, and then stretched out his bandaged left hand. Seeing this, Chinyu also stretched out his hand and shook his hand, and paused and said, Don't be impulsive in the future. If a person can't even control his own emotions, how can he control his own world? Haha, Brother Chen is right. Let's just work hard for the community in the future. Wang Tianhai is older than him, so he just used this name. Then the two talked again for a few words. Chinyu looked at the time, stood up and said, Okay, I have something else to do. You stay here to recover. After that, he walked out the door, but at this moment, Wang Tianhai hesitated and said, Can I make a suggestion? Hearing this, Chinyu turned around. Go ahead. Wang Tianhai pondered for a while, then said seriously, Can we keep that kid? I know I don't have the status to ask this now, but at least I know how to repair cars. Even if I can't do it myself, I can teach others. Just let him live with me, and I will support him in the future. After listening, Chinyu frowned and said, I can't decide this matter myself. I will discuss it with Feng Yi, but for now, the child has not caused any serious consequences. Try your best. But if you really stay, you have to discipline him well, otherwise I will definitely expel him, and I won't ask anyone's opinion at that time. After the voice fell, Wang Tianhai nodded quickly. Don't worry about this, I just saw that he looks like my dead son, and I have a thought in the end of the world, so I brought it up. Chapter 350. Yeah. Chinyu nodded and walked away. Back to Lin Yi's house, Chinyu asked, and was told that Feng Yi had gone to the greenhouse. A few minutes later, Chinyu finally saw her inside. What are you doing here? I heard Yi tell you to rest, but you refused. Feng Yi turned around and smiled, saying hello, you're here. Thanks to your help last night. I really appreciate it. After saying that, Feng Yi stood up and wanted to bow to Chinyu. However, Chinyu stepped forward, held her arm with his hand, and stopped her from taking the next step. Then he said, It's the end of the world. There's no need to do the same thing as before. Now we are all family and friends. We just need to survive together. Listening to his serious words, Feng Yi raised her head and smiled. I'm sorry about what happened in the past. I was too impulsive at that time and my attitude towards you was not very good. Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head. He walked to the side and squatted down, looking at the cabbages in front of him, and whispered, I never blamed you in a lay. After all, if you put yourself in their shoes, if someone broke into my camp and directly injured my people, or even wanted to draw a knife, I would probably take action on the spot without asking any questions. From this aspect, you have done a good job. To put it bluntly, we were not familiar with each other at that time, and Dojhuang did not have time to explain to you. Feng Yi followed and said with emotion, Hey, there are not many people as sensible as you. Some people think that I have to coax them well when they come to the community. After all, it is a good thing for me that they join the community. Speaking of this, Feng Yi turned his head and smiled. To be honest, there were indeed such people in the past. They regarded themselves as masters, and thought that joining us would strengthen the community's manpower. They should be provided with good food and drink, and then they would protect us. Later, they were all driven out of the community by a lay, and their whereabouts are still unknown. After listening, Chinyu reached out and flicked a small insect off the leaf, and said casually, This kind of idiot has not figured out the seriousness of the matter. It's the end of the world, and a safe camp is the most important thing. Otherwise, you can't sleep well every day, for fear that zombies will wander in the middle of the night. Yes, I took great pains to build a wall, which is very useful. You should have heard a lay say that in the future, there will be more than just zombies that will threaten us. Yeah. Chinyu nodded, and stood up with his hands on his knees. Zombie bugs, zombie animals, probably coming soon. Let's go outside, it smells bad here. After saying that, Chinyu walked outside. Feng Yi understood that he must have something to say here, so he came here to find her, and then followed behind him. The two came to sit on a chair by the roadside outside, and the sun just came out. Chinyu sat on it, leaning against the back of the chair, closing his eyes, and facing the sun, feeling the warmth in his hands, and whispered, Fortunately, there is nothing wrong with the sun, otherwise this doomsday would be really hard to endure. Hearing this, Feng Yi laughed and also stretched out her finger. She looked at the light and replied, You probably won't think so when summer comes. Then she turned her head and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Hearing this, Chinyu began to talk slowly, telling everything about Yufeng. After hearing this, Fengyi put her hands under her thighs, thinking, and tapping the ground with her toes rhythmically. After more than a minute, she frowned and said, "To be honest, I decided not to end the women, the elderly, and the children after several months of careful consideration. These people live inside, and few of them go out to search for things. After a while, they will even forget to resist. This will give us an illusion." Chinyu closed his eyes, basking in the sun comfortably, and said, "What illusion?" Fengyi said helplessly, "People in the community will think that there are many people inside now, and everyone will gradually relax their vigilance. What is the reality? There are less than 20 combat-capable people among the 50 people. To put it bluntly, the rest are all trash. I'm tired of this situation a long time ago. It wasn't long before the apocalypse broke out. I was still hopeful at that time, thinking that the zombies would be eliminated and the apocalypse would end. These people should not be left in the wild to die, so I took in a lot of them. But as time went on, I gradually began to realize that the apocalypse would not end. It would probably be like this for the next few decades. But if it continues like this, how can the community survive?" Listening to what she said, Chinyu turned his head and said in surprise, "I thought you always had a good temper and would not swear." Hearing this, Fengyi curled his lips and continued, "This attack just happened to wake me up. The establishment of the community is not to allow those people to find a place to live in peace, but to encourage everyone to work together and work together to gradually survive in this apocalypse. So what is your opinion?" Chinyu pondered for a while and asked softly. Fengyi crossed his legs again and frowned and said, "Start training everyone as soon as possible. Those who disobey will be expelled. Even if there are only 7 or 8 people left in the community, at least they are all capable of using weapons, which is much more useful than those children and old men and women. Otherwise, do you think you can struggle if a lay attacks you?" After listening to this, Chinyu sighed helplessly. "I really envy you for having a lay by your side. This guy is really powerful. If he attacks me, to be honest, I'm not sure I can beat him. I think a lay is your biggest trump card in the doomsday." Chinyu rolled his eyes. "I'm not stupid. Why would I take ye away? You have a wall and a house. So what if you have a bad attitude? If you are very enthusiastic towards me, I will think there is something fishy, and it is very abnormal. Being hostile to strangers is the way normal people should think. After all, we don't know the other person's background, right?" At this point, Chinyu added again, "And the key problem is that nowadays without electronic devices, how can I contact my friends? There are so many people, zombies everywhere, and the weather is so cold. Taking a girl with me, traveling long distances in the wild, unless my brain and butt are installed backwards, I will not do such a bad thing." Fengyi was amused by Chinyu's appearance and said with a smile, "Indeed, it is difficult for 2 people to meet without knowing each other's location. I have never thought about looking for my family for so long since the apocalypse, because I can't find them at all. Instead of wasting resources on the road, it is better to believe in God. If there is a destiny, we will meet each other eventually. And I don't like to rely on others for protection blindly." Chinyu showed a serious expression and said firmly, "Only when you are strong can you be really strong. Some people think that in the apocalypse, they follow those powerful people and think about eating ready-made things all day long. To be honest, I think this kind of trash is the most useless. Once they encounter a truly powerful enemy, these people will be the first to die. To be honest, whether it's Dazhuang, Zhang-Yin, Alei, or even Hongwu and Lao Cheng, even if they are separated from us in the future, everyone can survive in this apocalypse, and even regroup other survivors and lead others to survive." Hearing this, Fengyi also nodded. "Yes, what's the use of being powerful alone? Relying on others for protection, I grow too slowly. I also plan to learn more about those weapons in the future, and let a lay teach me some self-defense methods when I have time." "Yeah." Chinyu looked at the trees in the distance and said softly, "But now, I have a certain ability to protect myself. In the future, I still hope to meet those friends earlier. If the 3 of us stick together, life will be easier." After the voice fell, Chinyu said again, "Next, I will let Dazhuang lead those people to train, and Yufeng will simply stay. Although he is small, he is better than other children. It's just right to let him lead those children in the future. What do you think?" Fengyi hummed, "Okay, we assess them once a month, and whoever fails will be kicked out. It's a waste of food to stay in the community." Hee hee. Chinyu smiled and said, "I've heard you talk about expulsion several times. I'm a little curious, don't those people come back? What if they come back to retaliate after being kicked out of the community?" Hearing this, Feng Yi asked, "What do you think expulsion means?" Qin Yu scratched his head and hesitated. "Literally? Just let him take his luggage and leave?" "You are totally wrong." Feng Yi waved her hand and replied, "If this is the case, what's the difference from the last time Wang Tianhai disappeared? Once someone makes a mistake, I won't give him a chance to correct it. And I know you must think that sometimes I can't manage my subordinates well, such as Wang Tianhai, Ma Zhuang, and Wang Lulin in the past, but the fact is that I can't manage them at all. I have too many things to take care of every day. Some people act like little sheep in front of me, but they change their faces behind my back." Hearing Feng Yi swearing, Qin Yu was slightly stunned. "I thought you didn't swear much." Feng Yi ignored him and continued, "I also thought about asking many people to help me manage it before, but it didn't work out. It was a mess. I can also tell you clearly that if Wang Tianhai really shot at Dazhuang and hit him, the consequence would be that he would also be shot. At the same time, a lei and I will tie his eyes and plug his ears, and he won't be allowed to bring any luggage. We will drive him to another place. They usually walk a long way, and then drop him off in a safe area. They tie a knife with a rope, fix it with wood, tie a strip of cloth on it, and then light it. As long as it burns, the knife will fall off, and those people can cut themselves off and find a way to survive." After listening, Qin Yu suddenly realized, "So that's it. I said no wonder, you have expelled many people. Why don't you come back to attack the community?" Feng Yi curled her lips. "I was a big boss before, after all. A lei is more stable than me. He won't do risky things like these. Those people who are driven out of the community, it is very difficult to come back again. And the key issue is that before each expulsion, I will make it clear that if we meet again next time, whether you threaten the safety of me and the community, a lei will kill each of you as soon as possible. If you don't believe it, you are welcome to try it." Chapter 352. No wonder. After listening, Qin Yu nodded approvingly. In this way, the people who stay will basically not do anything out of line, which is suitable for development. Then the two continued to chat about other things, and Qin Yu planned to leave. Suddenly he remembered what happened in the greenhouse before, and walked back to sit down again. "What? Anything else?" Feng Yi was stunned for a moment and asked. Qin Yu nodded. "Why are you the only one who can plant in the community? There is land everywhere in the community, but I know the reason. The main reason is the lack of seeds. Secondly, the temperature is low in winter, so I can only try to plant in the shed. But those old men and women should also know how to grow vegetables, right? Why don't I see them helping?" Hearing this, Feng Yi spread her hands helplessly and said, "You are a little bit that. Who told you that you can grow vegetables when you are old? In the past, cities developed so fast. I remember when the zombies broke out, it was already 2030, who would still grow those in the city. There are people in the villa area who grow vegetables in their own yards, but the proportion is very small. After the end of the world, many people fled for their lives. The survivors you met have nothing to do with whether they know how to grow vegetables or not. Besides, this thing is not difficult. Our community couldn't grow it before, mainly because of the lack of fertilizers and seeds." At this point, Feng Yi's eyes turned and he smiled. "Recently I've been studying how to use the things in the manure pits for fertilizer, but I don't know what proportion to add. I slowly try it out next spring." After listening, Qin Yu suddenly realized and said, "If you can learn to plant by yourself, it's also good, so that those people don't think they have mastered such a powerful technology and start to act up all day long." After the voice fell, Feng Yi stood up and tidied his clothes and pants, and said softly, "Okay, I go see a lei, you have to take care of your injury, I cook some porridge at noon, remember to come and eat." Qin Yu nodded and didn't refuse. Then he walked to the basement, intending to see the child. After about 2 minutes, Qin Yu walked down a staircase, greeted the person at the door, and waited for the other party to open the door. After entering, he looked around. It was about 10 square meters in size. There was a small hole in the upper right corner of the room. There was no glass, and it was sealed with some transparent plastic bags. The light was not very good, and the basement was a little dark. After Qin Yu walked in, he said, "If you are not dead, make a sound." After saying that, Yu Feng stood up from the darkness in the corner and limped out. Seeing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly. "What's wrong with your legs? Didn't I see you walking normally last night?" Hearing this, Yu Feng quickly waved his hand and replied, "I've been sitting for too long, and my legs are a little numb. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to anyone." Hearing this, Qin Yu laughed. "I don't know whether to say you are naive or innocent. With your thin arms and legs, why do you always want to do something to others? Do you really think you can beat anyone? Let's fight right now. I give you one hand, and you come up to attack me. As long as you can touch me, I let you follow Wang Tianhai in the future. After saying that, Yufeng hesitated and said, Really? Qin Yu hummed, Why would I lie to you? Okay. Yufeng grinned, Wait for my legs to recover first, wait a minute. Looking at him jumping and jumping there, Qin Yu snorted coldly and ignored him. This little brat is a bit thorny and impulsive. Qin Yu didn't know how he got so close to Wang Tianhai, but since he decided to keep him, he had to suppress Yufeng's temper. It would be bad if he got impulsive and attacked other people in the community. The main purpose was to make Lin Yi live a safer life. Her force value in the community was basically zero. It should be okay even if it was like this. Others would not dare to bully Lin Yi, but it was hard to say for a child. Qin Yu was afraid that this person would not be able to control his hands, which would cause some serious consequences. If Lin Yi gets into trouble, the murderer will definitely die. Even if it's a child, Qin Yu will never let him go, but what's the use of that? There is no regret medicine in the world. So Chen Yu, you have to subdue Yufeng today. After about 10 seconds, Yufeng stood there and pinched his legs, then pretended to stretch back, and then rushed forward directly. Looking at his sudden attack, Qin Yu raised the corner of his mouth, stepped forward with his left foot, raised his right leg and kicked in front of him. Of course, Qin Yu only used 1/5 of his strength, otherwise, Yufeng would have fallen to the ground on the spot. A bang sounded, and Yufeng was shocked. It was obviously a bit dark in the basement. How did that person see that he was going to attack him in front of the right? While thinking in his mind, Yufeng couldn't help but retreat backwards, and his back hit the hard concrete wall directly. The noise coming from inside also alarmed the guard outside. He hurriedly opened the door and walked in. After a careful look, he was surprised and said, Brother Yu. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned around and shook his head. It's okay, I'm just playing with him. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu heard footsteps coming from behind him again, and at the same time saw the guard pointing his finger behind him. Seeing this, Qin Yu shook his head again, stepped back quickly, and then reached out his left hand to the side and grabbed Yufeng's wrist. This kid didn't know any fighting skills, just rushed up like a street thug, his hand was grabbed, and then he wanted to kick. Qin Yu turned around, pushed his left knee forward, and instantly hit the sole of the opposite shoe. Then he pushed his left hand upward, grabbed Yufeng's neck, and pressed it to the ground again. Due to the difference in strength, Yufeng lost his balance. Then he saw the man in front of him raised his right leg and attacked his abdomen. Seeing this scene, he quickly stretched out his right hand to block it, and then he was kicked and flew to the corner again. Humph! Chen Yu shouted coldly, with a dark face. People like you, who have no ability and like to use violence against strangers, will die in vain in this end times. If you are weak, don't even think about using force. If it were another camp, how dare you do this? Qin Yu was a little angry now. He was not angry because the kid had a bad temper, but because he actually wanted to attack Lin Yi. I thought about it all night last night, and couldn't figure it out. I was holding back my anger. I heard from De Zhuang that the kid wanted to hit Yi with a bench. What if he was a sneak attack and hit the back of her head? When he thought of this, Qin Yu didn't look happy. Chapter 353. Even if you want to hit someone who can withstand it. Dr. Xiaolin is a girl, and you actually want to sneak attack her? Getting angrier and angrier, Qin Yu looked at Yufeng, who struggled to get up from the ground, and growled. You can't hold on even when I didn't even try hard. What are you, a little brat, pretending to be in the apocalypse? If you were an adult man, I would cut off one of your hands just because you wanted to attack me. At this moment, the basement door was suddenly pushed open, and a man walked in. Hey, I heard Sister Feng say you came over here. What's going on? Why are you fighting? It was Lin Yi who spoke, holding a clean piece of snow in her hand, and came over curiously. She looked at the little boy who had finally climbed up in the corner, stretched out her hand, and gently pinched Qin Yu's waist, and blamed him. You can't move your injury too much, don't hurt yourself. The child didn't hit me at the time. I didn't care about it. Don't take it out on me. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head and said, this time he just wanted to move the chair. What will you do next time if you use a knife? I can't let you feel unsafe in the community. At this moment, Yufeng completely understood how serious his impulse was last time. These people were actually very good. After he came to the community, he saw their smiles, and made a wrong judgment. He thought that others would be very friendly to him. So when he heard that Uncle Wang would not be given glucose, and they would be separated, he didn't think too much at the time. Now think about it, he almost lost his life. After all, in the end times, no one cares about his identity as a child. Thinking of this, Yufeng limped forward again. This time, it was not because his legs were numb, but because he had actually bumped into something. Sorry. I'm sorry. Yufeng stood 2 meters away and said with his head down. Hearing this, Jinyu snorted coldly. Who are you apologizing to? To that sister. Yufeng said in a low voice, then he raised his head, looked at the girl, and said again, Pretty sister. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Lenny waved her hand and said, It's just a small problem. Don't be so impulsive next time. Yufeng lowered his head and dared not speak. Do you have something to talk to me about? Jinyu turned around and looked at Lin Yi and asked softly. If there is nothing, can I talk to you? Lin Yi glanced at his hanging arm and said casually. Jinyu smiled and said, I just thought you were a busy man. After saying that, Lin Yi handed him a plastic bag filled with snow cubes and instructed, apply cold compress every 4 hours today. Come to my place at night, and I give you some medicine. Okay, I got it. Jinyu nodded. Just as the two were chatting in low voices, Yufeng began to walk out, holding on to the front and walking out. Where are you going? Seeing him like this, Jinyu frowned and asked. Yufeng stood there in silence for a moment, then whispered, I haven't touched you, so I lost. Uncle Wang, stay here to recuperate. I can leave by myself. After that, he stepped out again. Hearing this, Jinyu glanced at Lin Yi and then said, Okay, it's so cold outside in the winter, and there is no city nearby. You will die if you go out. Stay in the community in the future and learn to be a good person with your Uncle Wang. Next time there is a similar situation, I will not show mercy because you are a child. Hearing this, Yufeng turned around quickly, his face full of disbelief. He thought he had heard it wrong. But soon, he bowed. Thank you, brother. Thank you, beautiful sister. You are really good people. It's useless to say these. You have to follow the training in the future. So, brother, what's your name? Jinyu waved his hand and shouted to the man at the door. Brother, you, just call me Shao Kong. Okay. Jinyu nodded and continued to order. Take this child to Wang Tianhai. You don't need to watch over this side. Okay. Shao Kong nodded and began to leave with Yufeng. There were only 2 people left in the basement, standing close to each other, but no one was talking. He attacked you, but the community still kept him. Will you blame me? Hearing this, Lin Yi turned her head and looked at him, curiously. Why blame you? It wasn't you who attacked me. After the voice fell, she walked outside and turned back and said, Let's go, the air down here is not good, it's too smelly. Looking at Lin Yi's back, Jinyu laughed and ran a few steps to catch up. When he walked beside her, Lin Yi whispered, You and Sister Feng have discussed these things. I won't blame you for making any decisions, because I know that you must have considered many factors before executing them. Hearing this, Jinyu turned his head slightly, looked at Lin Yi who was very calm beside him, and said softly, The children in the community are still young, and we are a little too familiar with them, so it's not easy to teach them. Although Yufeng is not very old, he is more powerful than other children in this end times. He is a peer. He can set an example and guide those kids. The next time they are attacked, they will at least have a much higher chance of survival. Lin Yi nodded and chuckled, Just do it. I will support you. Then the two separated from the intersection and went about their own business. Although the relationship between the two has been getting better and better, both Jinyu and Lin Yi know it in their hearts. That is, there is no need to stick together every day. The doomsday will not end. If you want to survive in the future, you need to work harder. To put it bluntly, there is plenty of time in the future. Jinyu walked over to Zhang Yin, who was washing clothes and cleaning in the backyard. After he finished, Jinyu asked him about the details of the girl so that he could make plans for the future. For those who could be useful, Feng Yi had also told him in advance that they didn't need to ask him specifically, as long as Jinyu felt that they could stay. I heard that the girl had studied nursing before, although she hadn't graduated yet, but if she studied with Lin Yi for a while, the medical capacity in the community would be very stable in the future. There is no need to worry that Lin Yi will be too tired to even drink water. Then Zhang Yin detailed the answers to the 3 questions. A few minutes later, when Jinyu heard the last answer, he frowned slightly. You mean, she killed 3 people? Yes. Zhang Yin nodded. According to the girl herself, even her teammates didn't know about this. She was kidnapped by those people at the time, and then someone gave her. At this point, Zhang Yin didn't continue, and Jinyu also knew what would happen next in that situation in the doomsday, and didn't ask in detail, but changed another statement. How did she, a girl, kill 3 people? Hearing this, Zhang Yin's expression became solemn. She used a straw and rust. Chapter 354. Hearing this, Jinyu was obviously shocked and blurted out, No, I know that if some knives are rusted, Everyone likes to call it a tetanus blade. This thing is extremely harmful, and you must get a tetanus vaccine. But how can you kill people with just rust? Do you want to rub it on other people's wounds? Are you sure that girl didn't lie? Hearing this, Zhang Yin shook his head seriously and whispered, I thought so at first, but after I asked carefully the girl. By the way, her name is Wu Rui. I forgot to say her name. Zhang Yin took the water cup and moistened his throat, then continued. Wu Rui recalled many times. She couldn't figure out why she succeeded. She was very scared at the time and ran away without thinking. If Qin Yu was not very familiar with Zhang Yin's character, he would really think that he was lying. Because this was completely beyond Qin Yu's cognitive level. Whether it is a knife or a nail, or some sharp objects that are rusted, if these things hurt the surface of the skin, basically anyone knows how serious the consequences are. Before the end of the world, even if the skin was pierced by a fish hook, no matter if it was rusty or not, you had to go to the hospital to get a tetanus shot. Qin Yu knew the reason without asking Lin Yi, because there were a lot of bacteria in the river water. He had been pierced by a fish hook before, and he spent a lot of money on the injection at that time, so he remembered it clearly. However, rust alone cannot infect the human body. According to Zhang Yin's description, the three men were all adults. Whether in terms of strength or number, they were not something that a little girl like Wu Rui could subdue. Even if she wanted to hurt the three men, it was unrealistic, because if she really had this ability, she would not have been captured alive. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt mixed emotions and asked, Is there anything wrong with the girl's psychology? After all, she was. Hearing this, Zhang Yin shook his head and said softly, To be honest, the doomsday has been going on for so long, and the evil of human nature has been magnified dozens of times. Most people focus on two things. One is survival, and the other is women. I talked to her seriously for a long time, and she sobbed and said something at that time. Recalling that time, Wu Rui curled up in a corner and hugged her legs, crying as she spoke. It's hard for me, a girl, to walk in this doomsday world. If I encounter zombies, I can only keep running. If I get separated from my teammates and encounter bad guys, I know what will happen. For those things, when I can't escape, I can only try my best to save my life. As long as I'm not pregnant, and I'm still alive, it's fine. Being alive is more important than anything else. And later I killed those three people. If it were before, I might really collapse after experiencing such a thing, but think about it carefully. If I commit suicide because of those bad guys, I would be a coward. If it was before the end of the world, I would have used the law to punish those beasts. But now that the end of the world has come, I took revenge on the spot by chance, so there is no psychological problem. After Zhang Yin told her story in her original words, she became irritated and said, There are too many beasts. Women really have a hard time in the end of the world. Hearing this, Qin Yu was also a little depressed and said softly, In the dark areas of the past, these things often happened. Our country has a complete legal system. Those who have violated the law will eventually be punished, but even so, the psychological trauma of the victims often takes a long time to recover. I think the previous punishment was not harsh enough, and those bastards should be physically castrated directly, but now, the world has basically entered the doomsday era. No matter which country it is, the order should have collapsed, and those who are bad to the core are now more unscrupulous in doing things. After listening to him, Zhang Yin continued helplessly. The main reason is that women are mostly not as strong as men, and those evil people basically like to act in groups. Once they are alone, they will either be imprisoned forever or be killed directly. So, Qin Yu pondered for a while and said firmly, In this doomsday, we still have a lot to do. We have to fight against hundreds of millions of zombies, and those evil people. We don't ask to protect everyone. After all, our ability is not enough. After the voice fell, Qin Yu pointed his left hand to the ground and said word by word, But as long as we are within this wall, we must never let such a thing happen. Only when those people deeply realize that some things can be done, but some things must not be done, will they retain that moral bottom line, such as eating their own kind. Although killing is inevitable, after all, in the end of the world, human life is worthless. Sometimes, in order to protect yourself, you have to stain your hands with blood. Even if you only have half a bottle of water, you may still be killed. Yes. Zhang Yi nodded. Fortunately, I left with you. I have to say that although you are younger than me, you are also very steady in doing things. So even if it is the end of the world, what does it matter? We can work together and still do great things. Hearing this, Qin Yu laughed and shook his head. I don't have any lofty ambitions. In this end of the world, I just hope to live well in the future. If possible, I also want to live with the people around me. We used to be one size fits all, and did not accept any elderly, women and children. In fact, if you think about it carefully, if those people can take up arms, they are also a force. Hearing this, Zhang Ying turned his head to look at him and whispered, "You are thinking about the last time we attacked the abandoned examination room, right?" "Yeah." Jin Yu did not veto and continued, "With more people, the speed of consumption of supplies will be faster. This is a disadvantage, but at the same time, we can also let those people go out to search for things. The more work, the more rewards. Moreover, after the number of people increases, even if we are attacked again, we will not be slaughtered in a short time." The idea at this moment is also another path that Qin Yu intends to take after seriously considering how to develop the community in the future. Zhang Ying had been a soldier, and Qin Yu had also found out that he was a scout. Although he himself had never been in the army, he also understood that scouts were also a very powerful type of soldier. So now, Qin Yu also planned to cultivate his own trump cards, such as Zhang Ying. After all, the three of them survived together from the beginning. The most important thing was that there was another reason. Qin Yu and Lin Yi had saved them father and daughter. Chapter 355. Of course, it was Lin Yi who did the hard work at that time, but later, Qin Yu also led everyone further and further, until they met this community. With this reason, Qin Yu was basically sure that Zhang Ying would never betray him and Lin Yi in the future. And as Zhang Ying was supported, Lin Yi would be safer in the future. From Qin Yu's perspective, he also felt that Lin Yi's hands were used to save people, and he didn't want the latter to become like himself, with blood on his hands in order to survive. After listening to what was said just now, Zhang Ying pondered for a while, and said, "Indeed, going out to search for supplies is also a form of exercise. There are zombies everywhere, and people without some ability cannot bring things back. From this point of view, we can also use the external environment to screen out some weak survivors." "Yes." Qin Yu gently applied massage to his arm while answering, "We are not great philanthropists, so there is no need to help those survivors. Unless they can bring value to the community, I don't have the heart to save this, and that all day long." After the words fell, Qin Yu nodded again and said, "Go on, I want to know what happened to the girl at that time." Zhang Ying hummed, stood up and said, "Wait, I go to the backyard stove to add some wood." More than a minute later, Zhang Ying returned to the sofa and began to tell the story slowly. According to Wu Rui's description, she was taken away by 3 men to a farmyard, and after the incident, she was thrown into a small room with little ventilation. It smelled bad inside, and the ground was damp. She saw a light in the corner and crawled over to lie there. But the hole was very small, only about half the size of her little finger. The outside air could get in, but she could only breathe with her mouth against the wall to barely maintain her strength. Hearing this, Qin Yu thought of something and asked, "Are there a lot of iron chains in that small room?" "Yes." Zhang Ying nodded. "The room is less than a few square meters, and most of it is piled with iron tools, all of which are rusty." Later, Wu Rui was tired of leaning against the wall, and her neck couldn't bear it. She groped in the dark to find something useful on the ground, and then found a discarded beverage box that someone had drunk, and there happened to be a straw in it. And as time went on, Wu Rui began to find something wrong with the house. She didn't dare to breathe, so she pinched her nose with her hand, and bit the straw to breathe the air outside the wall. She lay on the ground like this, and she didn't dare to move even when bugs crawled on her body. Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "You can't kill people like this, right? Think about it. Since she entered the house without any trouble for a short time, those people would definitely not stay in there for a long time. Once they needed to, they would just drag her out of the house. After all, you said before that the ground was very dirty and wet." After the voice fell, Zhang Ying waved his hand and continued, "I haven't finished talking yet, just listen. It rained heavily that night, so a lot of mud and water rushed into the house, making it even more humid. Wu Rui felt more and more weird, so he kept biting the straw and dared not move. The next morning, someone went in first and wanted to take Wu Rui out, but just a few seconds after entering, he fainted on the ground. The voice scared Wu Rui. She held her breath and looked back to check the situation, then looked at the open door, and suddenly an impulse emerged in her mind, and then she ran over and closed the door again. After hearing this, Qin Yu quickly analyzed the useful information and blurted out, "Could it be that this is the case? The 3 men are all fainted inside?" Zhang Ying looked at him and nodded seriously. According to Wu Rui's description, it was really like this later. The other 2 saw that their companion had not returned yet, so they opened the house and found him lying on the ground. Then they rushed in to check and fainted as well. After all 3 people fainted, Wu Rui hurriedly ran out holding her breath. Then she took down the iron chain in the yard and let the zombies in. Then she lay on the wall, and saw with her own eyes that those people did not wake up until they were bitten to death. It was really terrifying. When he finished speaking, Chen Yu also felt a little confused. If he fainted, he would feel pain when being attacked by zombies, so he should wake up. Then he said, but from the description, the 3 people were eaten alive without moving. In this case, it means that their condition is at least more serious, but how did they do it? Zhang Yin spread his hands. It's okay if you ask me some knowledge about firearms, but I really don't understand this stuff. The 2 analyzed for another half an hour, but still had no clue. Then Chen Yu left. Before leaving, he asked Zhang Yin to send a bed sheet to the girl. After all, there are many men in the community, and it is not convenient to wear underwear. 2 days passed in a flash. Chen Yu also took the time to ask Feng Yi and Lin Yi why the 3 men fainted. Their answers were similar. They had no idea at all. When Chen Yu encountered such a confusing thing, he wanted to find out the reason. It was effortless. A small house plus a pile of rust could make 3 adults lose their ability to resist instantly. The knowledge involved in this fascinated him. And Lin Yi also said that rust would basically appear in a damp and dark environment, and then a lot of tetanus bacilli would appear, which was very toxic. Chen Yu was stunned at the time because he didn't understand it all. However, Lin Yi reached out and poked his head, then changed the way he said it. You can also understand this thing as the culprit that causes tetanus. The mortality rate is extremely high, and there will be symptoms such as difficulty breathing. It can basically be found on those rust and feces. And this thing needs to be boiled in boiling water for an hour or so to kill it. If you encounter those rusty knives in the future, don't hurt yourself by mistake, otherwise I can't save you in this environment. Lin Yi told him seriously. After such a description, Chen Yu understood, but those people did not touch the rust, so how could they faint? Lin Yi shrugged helplessly, saying that she was not very clear. She was just a doctor, not an encyclopedia. Later, Chen Yu planned to ask Alei, but heard that he was in the recovery period. It was best not to talk too much in the early stage and take more rest. Lin Yi suggested that he go in 2 days. Finally, 3 days passed again, and it was very close to the spring festival. Chen Yu finally found the answer in his heart. He stayed in Ar's room and said in surprise, "Air asphyxiation? How is this possible? We ordinary people can hold our breath for 1 or 2 minutes, but those people fainted in a few seconds." Hearing this, Ar leaned against the head of the bed, and he said under the quilt, "Do you know what the proportion of oxygen in the air is?" Chen Yu shook his head. "I forgot." Seeing this, Ar chuckled. After almost a week of recuperation, his condition has improved a lot. He then explained, "I told you before that being a killer involves many fields. We will learn all kinds of knowledge during training. This thing is not like going to school. If you don't meet the assessment standards, you will eat peanuts. So in this case, it is hard to forget what we have learned. The oxygen content in the air is about 21%. If it drops to half of the value, people will fall into a coma or even die. From your description, the room is very small, and there are many iron chains. When they are exposed to too much humid air and react with oxygen and water, they will rust quickly. In this way, the oxygen content in the room will drop rapidly. If I am not mistaken, it must have rained before the incident, otherwise the girl would have fainted the moment she entered. That's why, before the end of the world, people often said that when entering a closed room, you should open the windows for ventilation." Hearing Alei's explanation, Chen Yu was stunned and said, "Fuck, brother, you are too awesome. You know this stuff so clearly. I admire you." After the voice fell, he directly raised his thumb. Chapter 356. Hee. Alei smiled and said casually, "These are the basics I had to learn before. After all, sometimes when performing individual tasks, you need to disguise the target as an accidental death." Chen Yu nodded, looked at him again, and then said softly, "How are you doing? If you feel uncomfortable, remember to tell EE, don't force yourself." Hearing this, Alei nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I've been drinking chicken soup these days, and I don't feel so uncomfortable. By the way, killing a chicken to make soup, will it be a bit difficult for you? After all, we just said a few days ago that they are the hope of survival." Hearing this, Chen Yu curled his lips. "What are you afraid of? The chickens were found by the 2 of us, and now they are used for our recovery. No one dares to complain." After hearing what he said, Alei hummed, and after thinking for a while he said, "Did you hurt your arm when you saved me? That's what you were talking about." Chen Yu turned his head to look at his right hand and shrugged. "That's not the case." Then Chen Yu described in detail what happened at that time. Anyway, he was bored now, so he just happened to chat with Alei. A few minutes later, Alei looked at the wall opposite and whispered, "Thank you and Jean-Ying for this time. If it weren't for you, I would definitely not be able to return to the community. Death is not a big deal for me. What I am afraid of is that Shui will have a hard time living in this apocalypse from now on." As soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door was pushed open, and Feng Yi and Lin Yi just walked in. She also heard Alei's last words. The two girls each held a bowl and a towel, which was still steaming. Lin Yi quickly put the bowl on the chair and turned around to shout, "Come here, Qin Yu, there are the last 2 bowls of chicken soup. You two will be done after you finish them." Hearing this, Qin Yu stood up and walked over, squatted down, and looked at the hot soup in front of him. There was not much in it, just chicken and some vegetables. In the past, it would not taste good when stewed like this, but now, it is also a delicious dish. Feng Yi also worked harder, and within her ability, she tried her best to stew it better. Recently, Chen Yu and Alei have really enjoyed a feast. "What are you doing? If you don't drink it, you get cold." Lin Yi glanced back while checking Alei's injuries. Seeing Qin Yu squatting there without moving, she immediately reminded him. Hearing her call, Qin Yu stood up and smiled, saying, "You've been taking care of me these days. I feel much better now. I don't think it's much use to continue drinking the soup. Why don't you drink it?" Hearing this, Lin Yi shook her head. "You are a patient, and I don't need to recover. Why don't you drink that stuff?" After he finished speaking, Qin Yu walked over a few steps, stood beside her and whispered, "Even if you don't recover from your injury, you can still satisfy your craving. Anyway, I won't drink it. Either you go and finish it, or just leave it there. Whoever wants to drink it can drink it." Qin Yu also knew that Lin Yi would definitely not listen to normal words, so he had to say these slightly threatening words. As for Alei lying on the bed, he shook his head after drinking a few sips, indicating that he couldn't drink anymore. Hearing this, Lin Yi turned her head and rolled her eyes at Qin Yu. "Let me check your injuries." After that, she removed the wooden boards, carefully checked the general situation, and then nodded and said, "It's recovering quickly. It will be almost ready to be removed after hanging it for 2 weeks." "Ah?" Qin Yu looked bitter. "It will take another 2 weeks. To be honest, it's too inconvenient to hang one hand. Whether it's going to the toilet or taking a shower, my left hand is not used to it. After all, this thing can't get wet. Why don't you let Dazhuang help you?" Hearing this, Lin Yi continued to take care of him, and then said curiously. Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head like a rattle. "Ah. Forget it, I get goosebumps when I think of this scene." Looking at his appearance, Lin Yi put the back of her hand against her mouth and smiled softly. "You are a grown man, and you are shy." After the voice fell, she asked again, "You really don't want to drink? In this case, I will obey your order respectfully, okay?" Qin Yu directly stretched out his left hand and pushed her shoulder. "Go quickly, it will be cold and not drinkable later." The relationship between the two is now very familiar, so the scene of false excuses like others will basically not appear. Just now, Feng Yi had already sat over there with her bowl to drink the soup after hearing Alei say that he didn't want to drink it anymore. Because these two people have long regarded each other as family members, they don't mind whether the other has drunk it before. After all, it's a waste to keep it if you can't finish it. In the current doomsday, serving such a bowl of chicken soup is very attractive. It's no exaggeration to say that in the doomsday that has almost erupted for 9 months, a bowl of fresh hot chicken soup can make a woman willingly get into bed. You can also make a man work like a cow or a horse, or even follow you wholeheartedly. Qin Yu looked at the two girls sitting at the table, drinking soup and whispering, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Qin Yu had never dared to think of such a warm day before. He took the chair and continued to sit beside Alei's bed, asking about the previous things again. Why didn't the 3 men wake up after they fainted and were bitten by zombies? Hearing this, Alei replied, "Why would they wake up if they were dead?" After listening, Chen Yu scratched his head. It seems that he overlooked this point. Then he thought of something and said seriously, "If rust is extremely harmful, then we don't need to paint zombie blood on arrows in the future. Wouldn't it be better to just put some rust on them?" After thinking for a moment, Alei nodded and said, "It's true. Think about it. If those people knew that they were infected with the zombie virus, they would definitely rush to find a way to cut off their hands or feet. As long as someone knows how to bandage, they can basically survive. But if it is caused by infection with other viruses, it will mutate into a zombie in the middle of the night without anyone noticing, which is simply a time bomb." Speaking of this, Alei looked across and shouted, "By the way, Dr. Shaolin, if rust enters the human body, what is the mortality rate?" Everyone is also familiar with each other, so Alei did not choose another name like he called Lin Yi before. Although he knew the various ways of killing by rust, he was not clear about the specific principles, so he had to ask a professional about this. Hearing the shout, Lin Yi blinked at Feng Yi, then swallowed a piece of chicken, turned around and said, "Well, let's put it this way. The mortality rate of tetanus infection is higher than that of cancer." Chapter 357. Is it true? Chen Yu was a little unconvinced and asked curiously, "I rarely heard of people dying from tetanus before, but it seems that patients with advanced cancer are basically quite serious." After he finished speaking, Lin Yi sat down and said seriously to the two men, "Cancer is something that needs early detection and early treatment, and as long as the patient maintains confidence and is optimistic, the situation can be improved a lot. What's more, with the development of medicine, even if cancer is in the advanced stage, it does not necessarily mean death, as long as the doctor's treatment is cooperated, but tetanus is different. This thing has a very high mortality rate. You must go to the hospital to get a tetanus vaccine within 24 hours after the wound appears. Remember, it is a must." After speaking, Chen Yu touched his chin with his left hand and said, "In the current environment, if you are infected, will you die?" "Yes." Lin Yi's expression was also very solemn at this time. She said seriously again, "In the end times, the world is out of power. It is no exaggeration to say that tetanus vaccines are basically ineffective because most of them are stored in a low-temperature environment, which is roughly equivalent to the temperature of a refrigerator. It happened to be summer in the past few months. Even if there are still a few cool places, the probability of finding vaccines is very small. So when entering an unfamiliar place, you really have to be extra careful. It's hard for us to survive, so we have to be more cautious in the future." After saying that, Lin Yi put his arm around Feng Yi and told her, "Sometimes, in order to repair the community, you just start hammering nails. You must check carefully. If they are rusty, you have to boil them in hot water for several hours. Don't take chances." Feng Yi smiled and said, "I know, my little baby, I'm not stupid." After Lin Yi finished speaking, Chen Yu swallowed his saliva and said, "To be honest, I am so lucky to meet you in the end times." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Meeting you is also my good luck. We will cooperate with each other in the future. You protect me, and I take care of you. We will live together." After the voice fell, Feng Yi said faintly, "You don't care about me and Alei." "Care, of course, we are all friends. I will take care of you, you give me a place to sleep, and brother Alei also protects me." Looking at the two of them, Chen Yu turned his head and looked at Alei again. The two smiled at each other, and the information in their eyes was self-evident, which made them more confident in leading the people around them to live well. Then Chen Yu did not stay here any longer. Alei wanted to rest, and the best thing to do was to heal his injuries first. He walked on the community road, humming a song, and his mood was inexplicably much better. The main reason was that Alei's injuries began to improve, and the community gradually returned to normal. Although the electricity was still not available, Feng Yi was also arranging people to connect the wires. As long as the temperature is suitable and the soil is a little soft, everyone will start digging holes to get the generators running. By then, although there will be a shortage of diesel, Chen Yu is not too worried about this. After all, there are not only zombies in the outside world, but also many abandoned trucks. Moreover, diesel generators are only used for emergencies. If you really want to use electricity, you have to rely on solar panels. Walking around the wall for most of the time, people would greet Chen Yu from time to time, and he would respond with a smile. Some younger people called him Brother Yu. Chen Yu had reacted to this several times, but it didn't work, so he just accepted it. Let them call him whatever they want. Anyway, he won't look at them differently because of the name. In other words, no matter how familiar they are, Chen Yu won't treat them as his own people for the time being. When he reached the innermost corner of the community wall, Chen Yu looked at a shanty there, chuckled, and then walked over. "How are you, old man Bai? Are you used to living here?" Hearing the voice, there was a noise inside, and a man in his 50s hurried out, smiling bitterly. "Brother Chen, I really don't have any idea about the women in the community. Can you please not let me live here?" Hearing this, Chen Yu laughed and ignored him, but walked over and stood at the door. He looked at the facilities in the house and said, "I added a quilt for you, and there is a window on the bed, and a plastic film is added on top to keep out the rain. What else do you want? Do you want to build a villa for you?" As soon as he said this, the old man waved his hands and said tremblingly, "You are joking. We don't dislike this place because it is run down, but there are zombies hitting the wall at night." As soon as he finished speaking, a sound came from the wooden board of the wall. The old man's face changed slightly, and he pointed in that direction and said, "Listen, listen, it started hitting again in broad daylight." Hearing his complaints, Chen Yu curled his lips. You are a living person living so close. The zombies will definitely smell the smell. It's normal. After speaking, Chinyu looked around, then walked back to the yard more than 20 meters away and brought back a shovel. Seeing his action, the old man was frightened and quickly stepped back and shouted, "What are you doing, Brother Chen? We have saved your friend after all. There is no need for you to destroy the bridge after crossing the river. What are you destroying?" Chinyu was holding a shovel in his left hand, and he was slightly stunned. "What are you talking about?" Seeing this, the old man looked at him and said hesitantly, "You are holding this thing, aren't you planning to bury me?" Hearing this, Chinyu said helplessly, "Do I look so scary? Besides, why would I bury you if there is nothing wrong?" After saying this, Chinyu threw the shovel on the ground in front of the old man. He pointed to the ground and said, "Dig a pit next to your house. You can poop in it in the future. In this way, the zombies can't smell your odor." "Ah?" The old man looked bitter and hesitated, "But if this happens, I will have to sleep smelling the pit every day." Chen Yu's face darkened, and he whispered, "Who told you to be so unruly? You want to defile a corpse. To be honest, if it wasn't for you helping my friend stop the bleeding, how could I take you back to the community? What a joke. You also saw that there are many women inside the wall, including some young girls. If you, a dog, do something nasty while others are out, how can I face them?" The matter of dealing with the old white man was entirely handled by Chinyu. Although it is common for men to be lustful in the doomsday, Chinyu does not think so. He does not care about outside, but inside the wall, everyone has to follow the rules. Once someone can't control his lower body, then Chinyu will definitely take action. He wants to make the other party regret it rather than be bitten to death by zombies. Chapter 358. Looking at Chinyu's aggressive momentum, the old man sighed. He was impulsive at the beginning, and he didn't expect such a big impact. He picked up the shovel helplessly, and prepared to dig a hole next to him. Seeing this, Chinyu said lightly, "I suggest you dig in the downwind position." Hearing this, the old man's face was happy, and he turned around and said, "Brother Chen, you are a good person. Since you have made a suggestion, can I write you a letter of guarantee in the future? The women in this community, oh no, every blade of grass, even an ant, I will not touch it. There are so many houses inside, just find one, and let me live in it." Hee hee. Chinyu smiled, took a few steps forward, looked at his stubbled face and gradually graying hair, and shook his head slightly. "It's the end of the world. What's the point of asking you for a guarantee? It's meaningless even if you swear a poisonous oath. I just want you to dig in the downwind area, so that the stench will not drift into the community in the future." After the voice fell, he continued to urge, "I don't have much patience to stand here and chat with you. Count to 3. If you don't dig, let Dazhuang throw you out. 1. As soon as he spoke, the old man waved his hands, took the shovel and changed his position, and began to dig a toilet for himself. Seeing this, Chinyu curled his lips and said again, "There are quite a few people who know medicine in the community now, 3 in total. Veterinarians like you are useless here." Hearing this, the old man stepped on the shovel with his foot and turned back and said, "But I can also help treat some wounds. And you see, there will definitely be more and more people here in the future. Wouldn't it be great to build a hospital or something like that?" Hearing this, Chinyu squatted on the spot, picked up a fist-sized stone, and threw it hard outside the wall. With a snap, the zombies gradually stopped moving. Then he sneered and said, "Why are you so sure that there will be more people here?" "Ah?" When the old man heard this, he stuck the shovel into the ground, supported his hands on it, and asked in confusion, "If you want to develop in the long term, you must need manpower, right? And there's a saying, there is strength in numbers." "Bullshit." Chinyu smiled coldly, stood up and said, "The doomsday has been going on for so long. Do you think that those who died would be those unarmed ordinary people? I have been here for 8 months, and I have only encountered a few waves of people. At least there are many survivors, and they all found places to survive separately. Why don't others easily stick together? Because human nature has never been tested. In the past, weren't there fewer such examples?" Looking at what Chinyu said, the old man hesitated and whispered, "You are young people, you watch a lot of news. I am almost 60 years old and I don't know those things. But in the past in the countryside, whether it was building a bridge or digging a road, the whole village would go out together, and more people would make things easier. The past is the past, and the present is the present," Chinyu said expressionlessly. He took a step forward, then stood in front of the pit, and said again in a deep voice, "When there are too many people, it is easy to cause trouble. For example, there are hundreds of people in the camp. You think you are powerful, right? I can guarantee that there will definitely be people under your command who are thinking about how to turn against you. The little ones are out there going through fire and water all day long, and the big brothers are just thinking about eating, drinking, having fun, and having sex with women. Do you think those people won't be resentful? Especially in this end times, there is no need for a reason to kill people. In the future, the community will indeed have more people, but it will never be like those camps with hundreds of people, at least not in the short term. As for your fantasy of building a hospital or large-scale development in the future, you better go to bed and stop daydreaming. After listening to him, the old man thought about it carefully, then continued to pick up the shovel to dig the soil, and gradually felt that there was some truth. You are right, it is indeed difficult to manage when there are too many people. After the words fell, Chinyu continued to whisper, if you want to control the hands and feet of hundreds of people, you need weapons of mass destruction, but you have been in this doomsday for so long, have you seen any powerful weapons appear? For example, tanks, explosives, etc.? Hearing this, the white old man shook his head. Then Chinyu snorted coldly and said, don't say you, even I haven't seen it. The most powerful weapon I have encountered so far is the RPG rocket launcher, and it only has one shell. Where can ordinary people like us find powerful weapons? Only those who have watched too many TV dramas and movies will think that when the world ends, they will have all kinds of hot weapons, and they can shoot anyone they don't like. If they can find guns, they will be lucky. As for those military factories, armed helicopters, and the like, I wouldn't dare to do such a thing even in my dreams. After saying this, Chinyu spit on the ground. This is not his own opinion, but Chinyu was also curious about these situations. At that time, when we were in the department store, we hid inside with Xiao Jiao and others. There was no electricity, so everyone either read books or practiced archery. The rest is to gather together and chat. Chinyu liked to chat with Xiao Jiao and Uncle Hua at that time, because they were both knowledgeable and had a broad vision, which could help him grow faster. In the past, Chinyu also thought that when the doomsday came, he would collect all kinds of powerful weapons, then build a base, and finally slowly devour other forces and occupy a lot of resources from then on. But until the zombies suddenly broke out, he realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. In an instant, order collapsed, and there was chaos everywhere. Many people were not killed by zombies. Most people died from stampedes, car accidents, and cruel murders. When the disaster came, ordinary people could not react at all. In other words, when you see zombies appear in front of you, it means that the situation is already quite serious. If they can be suppressed, those monsters and dead people will not appear in the public eye at all. Regarding these aspects, Xiao Jiao explained seriously a few months ago, I, a special forces soldier, don't know where to get hot weapons. How can you be confident that you can find a gun when you have never been a soldier? Even rifles and other tools. Like police stations, police substations, unless you rush there the moment a zombie outbreak occurs, you won't even be able to find a holster, and places like those are often filled with a large number of zombies. Because once someone gets a gun, even if they don't know how to use it, they will randomly shoot and kill those monsters, eventually leading to the formation of a zombie swarm. Chapter 359. And when talking about the latter part, Xiao Jiao put one hand around Chun Yu's shoulder, and then said earnestly, as for confidential units, like military factories, they are basically in various mountains, and some are in the suburbs, but you can forget about them. The weapons are basically provided to the troops to kill zombies. But the zombies are still not over. What does it mean? It means that there are already quite a lot of these things. Since the previous waves of firepower have not been solved, then we should first think about how to survive. It is basically unrealistic to drive fighter jets and helicopters to kill zombies. Think about it, they can only be completely killed by hitting the head. Large-scale sweeping will consume a lot of ammunition. This is the first reason. Then many living people will be chased by zombies. If you hit them with heavy firepower, you will kill people as well. Who will be the end of the world? This is the second reason. At that time, these words had a great impact on Chinyu, and changed many of his subsequent decisions. Then Xiao Jiao said to him seriously, since all countries have not used those heavy weapons to eliminate zombies, they must have calculated many strategies. In the end, there was really no way, and they had to give up using nuclear weapons. After all, it is difficult for zombies, and various zombie animals, to completely destroy humans. Many people will survive. But if the world launches a nuclear war, or even conducts indiscriminate bombing, in the end, there won't be many people left on the entire Earth. First, find a way to survive, wait for the doomsday to pass a little longer, and after there are fewer people alive, find a way to find those weapons. After all, those things will not expire, and zombies can't use them, even if they are contaminated. It doesn't matter. After listening to Xiao Jiao, Yu also determined to survive first, and then talk about life. It must be said that that experience really helped him a lot. If it weren't for meeting Xiao Jio's team, Yu would have been lucky to live for another 2 months based on his situation at the time. In just 9 months, he has changed from head to toe, both in his mentality and his skills. Before the apocalypse, when Yu encountered stronger enemies, he did not dare to confront them head-on, and would only think of various ways to weaken the enemy's strength. But now, even if 4 or 5 adult men come together, Yu has great confidence to deal with it. If he is given a dagger, he will not be afraid of even more. Of course, if he wants to chop down 27 people by himself like a lay, Yu thinks he can't do it even if he is exhausted to death. He still has a long way to go to catch up with these strong men, such as Xiao Jio and Lei. Just as he was standing by the wall, missing Brother Xiao, his thoughts were suddenly pulled back by the old man Bai. "Hey, Brother Chen, what do you think this thing is?" Hearing this, he looked and saw the old man Bai walking under the wall, squatting there and saying curiously. Then he picked up a pile of soil in his right hand, turned around and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this thing should be an ant, right? Why is it almost the size of a small grasshopper?" Seeing this, Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, then remembered what Lei said a few days ago. His pupils suddenly contracted, and he shouted, "Throw it away!" The moment the voice fell, the old man was about to throw it away, but suddenly the ant turned its head fiercely, and bit his right thumb. The pain came, the old man's face changed drastically, screamed and shook his wrist desperately, but he couldn't get rid of it at all. The ant bit his finger tightly, and didn't let go at all. Then the old man pinched its body with his left hand, and pulled it hard, and a small piece of meat came off. Yu quickly approached, stepped on the ant and crushed it into a pulp, then ran towards the white old man who was howling on the ground, and shouted solemnly, "Shut up first, let me see." Hearing the shout, the white old man quickly shut his mouth, with cold sweat on his forehead. He stretched out his hand and said tremblingly, "Brother Chen, what's wrong with me? Why does my right hand hurt so much?" After taking a closer look, Yu's face was extremely gloomy, and he quickly said, "You are really not afraid of death? You dare to take it without even knowing what it is? That's a dead ant." As soon as he said this, the old man felt his eyes go dark, and he was about to faint, but Yu slapped him awake and continued to growl, "This place is too far from the infirmary. It's too late. I have to separate your fingers immediately, otherwise the virus will enter your arm, and then I will have to cut off the whole hand." After saying this, he was about to pull out the dagger from his waist, but he remembered that he had killed zombies on it, and he hadn't tried the experiment he wanted to do yet, so the knife was not clean. Thinking of this, Yu turned his head to look at the shovel, gritted his teeth, and rushed over to pick it up, then continued to help the old man up and walked to the cement floor, and seriously instructed, "Spread your hand on the ground, with your thumb straight." Before he could finish, the old man knelt on the ground and did as he was told, nodding his head and saying, "Hurry up, hurry up." Then he bit his collar and looked away, not daring to look. Yu took a few deep breaths, pressed the shovel on the lawn with his left hand, scraped the soil clean, then aimed the shovel head at the top of his thumb, staring at it closely. Fortunately, this thing had a pointed tip, which would be more convenient. In order to avoid inserting it crookedly, Yu even endured the pain and held the shovel with his right hand. Although this old man is not a good person, he at least helped to treat Lei. Even considering this favor, Yu has to take this matter seriously today. With a fixed look in his eyes, Yu gritted his teeth and held the wooden handle of the shovel with both hands, then chopped it down hard. With a ding sound, the old man trembled all over, and his left hand tightly grasped the grass on the ground. As his fingers separated, Yu hurriedly took off the shoelaces from his feet, quickly tied them around the old man's wrist, bit them with his teeth to tighten them, and then helped him rush to the infirmary. After handing the old man over to Lin Yi and Xiao Ning, Yu had no time to rest. He thought of something and felt something was wrong. He called Zhang Yin, De Shuang and Lao Cheng and ran outside the wall. The other 3 people didn't understand the situation, but they didn't ask. Instead, they followed Yu and rushed out. When they approached the wall, they all stood there with their eyes wide open. I saw a dozen ants, which had grown in number, lying under the wall and drilling the soil, trying to get in from below. Seeing this, Yu shouted, "Don't be in a daze, hurry up and get the zombie meat." After saying that, he quickly ran to the edge of the forest, holding the dagger in his left hand, and stabbing it from the back of the zombie's head. At this moment, Yu felt that the situation was getting more and more serious. Last time, Lei said that there were a lot of zombie meat buried around the community, which could interfere with the judgment of animal zombies, and make them think that they were the same kind inside. But now it seems that this method is gradually losing its effect, and Qinyu looked back and saw De Zhuang and Zhang Yin hitting the ants with wooden sticks. If I am not mistaken, after being infected by the virus, the animals will become larger in size, just like the corpse rats before. Chapter 360. Half a minute later, Qinyu killed 5 zombies in a row and tried to drag them to the wall, but it was difficult to drag them with one hand. Seeing this, he handed it to Lao Cheng to move the corpses, and he quickly ran back to help. The 3 of them used sticks to pull the zombie ants out, and kicked the snow nearby with their feet, trying to block the hole that was about to be dug through. Because there was snow all around, the zombie ants began to change directions, and continue to drill. Seeing this, Qinyu hurriedly shouted, "This thing only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. We still have to use zombie meat." As soon as he finished speaking, Lao Cheng broke off the arm of the corpse, and threw it straight over. It landed in front of the corpse ants with a clatter, and indeed made them stop in place. Seeing this, the 4 people acted quickly, picking up stones and stepping on the legs, and soon the corpse was turned into a ball of meat paste. They used the clothes on the zombie to wrap the rotten meat, and then smashed it hard towards the wall, and soon formed a circle, surrounding the corpse ants. Then De Zhuang ran in, and stepped on the corpse ants hard, crushing them while cursing. "Damn it, these animals are really different from before. The virus has changed their body shape and habits, but I'm curious, why can they get in here?" After saying that, Da Zhuang turned his head, and looked at Qinyu. His expression was very puzzled. Now everyone in the community knows that animal zombies are not just dogs and snakes. Even insects can be infected. Although most of them cannot attack humans directly, such as soft worms, which do not have the means of attack, once infected like this ant, it is really terrifying. So a dividing line made of zombie meat was buried around to drive away the insects. The effect was indeed very good. The community had not encountered them for several months, but one suddenly got in today, making Qinyu feel more and more difficult. However, his personality was not the kind of person who liked to emit negative energy. Things had already happened. Instead of complaining about this doomsday disgust, it was better to find out the cause, and then prescribe the right medicine. Just as the 4 people carefully examined the bodies of the corpse ants, Fengyi also ran out panting. She came behind them, supported her knees with both hands, then bent over and breathed deeply, and asked, "What's going on? I heard from Xiaolin that you ran out in a hurry." Hearing this, Qinyu explained it to her softly. Then he said with a serious expression, "If it weren't for the coincidence that old man Bai lived in the corner, these corpse ants would definitely sneak in at night. Once we fell asleep, they came to the bedroom without anyone noticing, and it would be a really unclear death." As soon as he finished speaking, there was still a head that was not crushed in the pile of corpse ants in front of him, and it was moving on the ground. Seeing this, De Zhuang spitted, then raised his foot to send the last one on his way. But Qinyu stretched out his hand to grab his arm, and said in a deep voice, "Don't move yet, it will be useful to keep it." After that, Qinyu looked around, ran outside to pick up a plastic bottle, simply cleaned the dirt on it, then clamped his legs together, and cut a hole at the bottom of the bottle mouth with a dagger. Then he walked back, put the bottle on the ground, and then held the dagger in his left hand, carefully picked up the corpse ant, and finally threw it in. "Okay, it's very smooth inside, it can't crawl out. Fengyi, you take it back first, I come back to study it later." Hearing this, Fengyi nodded, holding the bottle with both hands, and walked into the community while looking at it. The more he looked, the more creepy he felt. It's okay to see grasshoppers normally, most people are not afraid of them. But what if it's an ant half the size of a grasshopper? The most important thing is that it's not an ordinary ant. Its body is infected with zombie virus. Anyone who sees it will find it terrifying. After Fengyi went back, Qinyu pondered for a while, then looked at Lao Cheng and Zhang Yin and said, "Well, you two go back and get 4 shovels. Let's dig up some of it, and see what the specific reason is." The 2 nodded and ran towards the gate. They were currently standing at the back of the community, a little far from the entrance. For safety reasons, and because of lack of manpower, Fengyi did not build a back door at the beginning, but listened to Lei's advice and left a secret passage. A few minutes later, Zhang Yin and Lao Cheng came back with shovels. It was mainly because it was not easy to find this thing. Although there were some in the community, most of them were distributed in different locations. They ran all over the houses to find them. Then the 4 of them took shovels, stood a few meters away, and began to dig the soil. Although Qinyu's right hand was inconvenient to move, fortunately his foot was not injured and he could step on the shovel. After about a minute, Da Zhuang shouted to the right with a depressed look, "No, Xiaoyu, it's too cold in winter, the soil has become hard and it's not easy to dig." Hearing this, Chinyu glanced at the ground under his feet and replied, "Those corpse ants can dig these hard soils, which at least means that they have been digging for a long time. In this case, if we want to isolate the invasion of those zombie insects, we have to find out why these zombie meats are ineffective." The other two also stopped, not because they couldn't dig, but because they were ready to listen to Chinyu's next instructions. Digging now was too strenuous. Resources are scarce now, so we can't waste our energy casually. After thinking for a while, Chinyu looked up at the others and shouted, "Let's not dig yet. Let's go back and boil some water, and then pour it in one area to make the temperature rise before digging." After that, the four of them began to return to the community, then got some snow from inside, and started to boil water. Everyone gathered around a stove in a house, while Chinyu waved a fan in one hand and frowned. Everyone believed in him, and was willing to listen to his command. In this case, Chinyu could not live up to the trust of those around him. More than 10 minutes later, Dazhuang and Zhang Yin carried a large bucket of water, and the four of them continued to rush over there. While boiling water, Lao Chum also took the initiative to check around the wall, and finally found that there were no traces of zombie bugs anywhere else. There were only those outside that corner, so it seemed that the soil had to be dug. After pouring water on it, everyone waited for about 10 minutes before preparing to dig. Chinyu was about to move forward with a shovel, but Dazhuang stopped him and said, "You take a break, Lao Chum, and I will dig. Zhang Yin, you keep watch around to prevent zombies from coming." Zhang Yin nodded, and walked towards the edge of the forest with a shovel. It was much easier to dig after it softened, and Dazhuang whistled softly, and then Chinyu walked over. He squatted above the pit, and carefully looked at the zombie meat below. Chapter 361. After analyzing for a moment, Chinyu waved his hand in the distance, and when Zhang Yin came closer, he expressed his opinion seriously. "Look carefully, the color of the zombie meat has become very dark, and the most important thing is that we can smell the stench clearly only after we dig it up now." Dazhuang squatted at the edge of the pit, poked the rotten meat in the pit with a shovel, frowned and said, "The meat itself should not be very smelly. I think the black juice is the source. When I buried these things before, I didn't think of this aspect. Now I see that the blood has flowed deeper into the ground." Hearing this, Lao Cheng looked around, snapped his fingers and said, "How about we find some plastic bags to put underneath, so that the juice won't flow away?" Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head slightly and said, "Not very good. Look at that pile of rotten meat. There's something. It seems to be starting to have cracks." After the voice fell, Lao Cheng scooped out the pile of rotten meat with a shovel, endured the stench, stepped forward and dug it, then said in astonishment, "Plastic gloves? How can there be such a thing? And it doesn't look like it's torn. It seems to have been corroded by something." Chinyu held his breath and observed for a while, then kicked the pile of meat back into the pit with his foot, turned his head, and took a few breaths of air and said, "I guess this corpse was eating roast chicken or roast duck before it mutated, and was infected before it had time to run, and then wandered around wearing disposable gloves." Then he continued, "I don't know much about this thing. Do you know anything about it?" "What do you know?" Dazhuang turned his head and asked after a moment of hesitation. Chenyu looked at him and explained patiently, "Why do these rotten meats dissolve plastic bags? If we don't figure out the reasons and rashly use plastic pads underneath, there will still be problems over time, and we will have to dig again. I'm not saying this to discourage you. As we stay in the apocalypse for longer, I'm afraid it will be hard to collect plastic bags. Although they will take many years to degrade, it's still hard to find usable ones. After all, these zombies often pollute a lot of resources." Hearing this, Dazhuang waved his hand and said, "I used to be an archery athlete. How could I know these things? Lao Cheng probably doesn't know even more." Hearing this, Lao Cheng was unhappy and shouted, "Don't look down on me. I was also a student with good grades before, understand? You know?" Chinyu looked at him, his eyes lit up. Seeing this, Lao Cheng's cheeks turned red and replied, "I was just joking with Dazhuang, but I suggest you ask Dr. Shaolin about this. If I'm not mistaken, she should be the most educated person in our community, right? It stands to reason that she would know more knowledge." Chinyu hummed and nodded. "Okay, I ask later, but even if you can use plastic pads underneath, the old method won't work. Look at the place over there that hasn't been poured with hot water." Hearing his reminder, the three turned their heads and looked. Zhang Yin smacked his lips and said, "TSK, it can be frozen into ice underground. In this way, it is more difficult for the smell to reach the ground." "Yeah." Dazhuang kicked the mud on the ground with his feet in annoyance, and said depressedly, "The purpose is to prevent zombies. They walk close to the ground and can detect odors at close range, but if we put those internal organs on it, The smell will be terrible. Chinyu curled his lips. As long as the wind blows, everyone will become walking stinky tofu. Forget it, let's get some zombie meat and spread it outside, and then we can do it after we find a solution. Let's act first. Chinyu added again. After he finished speaking, he walked to the woods next to him, ready to continue killing zombies. However, the three of them discussed it for a while, and then De Zhuang shouted to Chinyu, "Your right hand is still injured. The resources and environment are not good now, so you have to be careful. Didn't you ask Sister Feng to bring back a corpse ant? It's just right for you to go and study it, and the three of us can do it outside." Seeing this, Chinyu thought for a moment and felt that it was feasible, so he did not refuse. He gave them some instructions and went back. Now everyone is a family, and some polite words will seem strange if they are said too much. After entering the community, Chinyu did not go to Feng Yi first, but went straight to the infirmary to ask Lin Yi. After walking for about a few minutes, Chinyu just opened the door and walked in, and saw a person sitting in the living room. Looking closely, it was the old man Bai. "Hey, you are back, how are you? Did something happen just now?" Lin Yi just opened the door of the infirmary and walked out. She found Chinyu coming back, and immediately greeted him. In order not to make her worry, Chinyu did not answer directly, but pointed his chin at the ground and said, "Why is he sitting on the ground?" Hearing this, Lin Yi pouted and said, "I have bandaged his wound, but he refused to go back no matter what. I had no choice but to let him stay there." Chinyu looked at the old man for a few times. The latter just looked pale, and continued to think about the terrifying corpse ants in his mind. Walking to Lin Yi's side, Chinyu asked softly, "Just now, only you and Xiaoning were here. He didn't have any bad intentions towards you too, right?" Hearing this, the old man almost vomited blood. He leaned against the wall and shouted, "Brother Chen, I admit that I was a piece of shit before, but since I came to you, I really intend to change my ways. And this doctor treated my wound? How could I have any other ideas? You are really insulting me." Chen Yi looked back at him and answered casually, "I just care about you. Look how excited you are. Your heart ruptured and died on the spot. Come on, stop talking so viciously." Lin Yi rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Chin Yu nodded. Seeing this, Lin Yi walked to the sofa, then come over and talk. When he came near the old man, Chin Yu straightened his attitude and said seriously, "The outside of your residence has been cleaned up. Go back and stay for 2 days. I will find you a new place to live after I think of a solution. Hurry up, I'm not as easy to talk to as a doctor." Looking up and seeing his appearance, the old man gritted his teeth, supported the wall with his left hand, and then bent his body slightly, and walked towards his own place very reluctantly. After he left, Chin Yu sat down and said softly, "I'm sorry, every time I come to you, I ask you questions, but there is no way, in our community, only you and a Lei Fengyi know more, so I can only keep bothering you." Hearing this, Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa, she tied her hair and smiled. "We are friends, as long as I happen to know, you can ask anything, in the current environment, knowledge can really save lives, I wish you know more, so that you will be more powerful in the future, and I can live more safely." Chapter 362. Hearing this, Chin Yu smiled at Lin Yi, and then began to slowly tell the story. Of course, he concealed the fact that the corpse ants had entered the community. After all, Lin Yi had just bandaged the old man's wound, and she would not ask for the specific reason. If something big really happened, Lin Yi felt that Chin Yu would definitely tell her. A few minutes later, Chin Yu looked at his hanging right arm, and said helplessly, "This is what happened." Corroding plastic? Lin Yi put a pillow on her legs, and then propped her chin on it, and said, thoughtfully, "If you ask me something else, I may not know, but I do know a rough idea about this thing." "Ah?" Hearing this, Chin Yu looked at her with a happy face. Seeing this, Lin Yi laughed, "You don't have to be so excited, I'm not sure if what I said is correct, and it's been several years, let me recall it first." After the voice fell, Lin Yi kept staring at the coffee table in front of her, carefully recalling the past. After about a minute, she raised her head and smiled. "If I remember correctly, this should be caused by hydrogen sulfide." Hearing this, Chin Yu frowned slightly. "It doesn't sound like a good thing just by the name." "Yes, you guessed it right." Lin Yi sat down and said seriously, "I used to have a classmate who was a forensic doctor. Sometimes when we chatted, she would tell me some other knowledge. Let me ask you, do you know why some forensic doctors need to wear masks when entering the crime scene, while others don't?" Hearing this, Chin Yu understood that Lin Yi really wanted to teach him something useful, so he thought about it carefully and answered, "Wearing a mask is to prevent odor, right?" As for not wearing it, is it because you need to distinguish other gases in the air? Lin Yi nodded approvingly. You are right about the general reason. According to my classmates, sometimes when you go to the scene, not wearing a mask can better distinguish the cause of death of the deceased, such as pesticides, gas, etc. Ordinary people may not find it easy, but for forensic doctors, they can get key information in the first time, so they can avoid many detours. Then she continued, let me test you again. Everyone knows that no matter it is an animal or a human body, once it rots, it will stink very badly. But do you know what causes the odor? Qinyu sat opposite Lin Yi, and thinking back to what she had just mentioned, he blurted out, because of hydrogen sulfide? That's right. Lin Yi snapped her fingers. She was very satisfied with Qinyu's character of using his brain, and then explained seriously, when a corpse rots, a lot of gases will be produced, and one of them is hydrogen sulfide. This thing is extremely toxic and corrosive. I don't know the specific reason, after all, I haven't come into contact with it. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the stairs. It can make people comatose or even die. As soon as the voice fell, Qinyu and Lin Yi turned their heads to look over there, and found that it was exactly what Alei said. Hey, Sister Feng, why did you help him down? He should stay in bed and rest. Seeing this, Lin Yi hurried over to help, and said something slightly reproachful. Don't blame her. Alei waved his hand and said softly, I'm going to get moldy if I stay in the bedroom all the time. Although I'm still very weak, I want to go out more often and breathe some fresh air. Hearing this, Lin Yi thought for a moment and nodded. That's right. Staying in that small room for a long time is not conducive to recovery. Come on, we help you sit down. Qinyu quickly put the pillow on the sofa and let Alei sit down, and then Feng Yi brought a blanket from upstairs to cover him to prevent him from catching a cold. Now that it's not snowing much during the day, there's no fire in the living room, and the indoor temperature is still a little low. Feng Yi continued to sit next to Lin Yi, and was also curious about what the two were talking about just now. Now they are all family, so Qinyu did not beat around the bush and asked Alei, how do you know what this thing is used for? Hearing this, Alei smiled and replied, because I have used it before. Last time I told you that my expertise includes using poison. Do you remember? Of course. Qinyu nodded. I remember everything everyone said very clearly. You also said that poison is everywhere in nature. At that time, I thought you were referring to toads, poisonous snakes and the like. Alei shook his head and said softly, yes, but not entirely. Hydrogen sulfide is the gas produced when a corpse rots. It can affect human breathing and is very smelly. I guess you have smelled this smell before. No way. Qinyu was slightly startled and continued, I have never seen a corpse before, not even an animal one. How could I come into contact with it? Hearing this, Lin Yi explained, my classmate also said a few years ago that low concentrations of hydrogen sulfide smell like. Wait, let me think about it, I forgot a little. Lin Yi blushed for a rare moment and whispered. After a few seconds, Lin Yi patted her thigh lightly and added, I remember now. She said it was similar to rotten eggs, anyway, it smelled really bad. Hearing this, Qinyu nodded, I understand what you said. When I first rented a house, I went to a convenience store on the street and bought 2 eggs. I didn't notice that one of them was cracked, and then I put it on the table. TSK, I didn't dare to eat eggs for 2 months afterwards. Seeing him like this, Lin Yi covered her mouth and laughed, then said, I guess there must be a lot of maggots, right? There are piles of them. Normal people can't stand it. Qinyu now recalled that he still felt extremely disgusted and replied, yes, I can't figure it out. Although it's summer, how can so many worms be born in one night? Speaking of this, he stood up with a disgusted face. I can't stand it anymore. I have to get a glass of water. Feng Yi also felt uncomfortable. She followed him to the kitchen. I have to drink some water too. Seeing the two of them, Lin Yi and Alei smiled at each other while sitting on the sofa, then shook their heads helplessly. The reason why the two of them didn't react was mainly because they were in different environments. Lin Yi was a surgeon, and had seen countless bloody scenes, so she was used to it. How could she feel sick when she heard about those maggots? Even if they crawled on her sometimes, she would just feel quite disgusted. As for Alei, he would not feel disgusted at all, because in the places where he had been to perform tasks before, maggots were the most acceptable. Chapter 363. After drinking the water, Qinyu went back to the living room. After sitting down, he frowned and said, to be honest, compared to now, I don't think zombies are disgusting. When I was holding the egg, countless insects crawled on my hand. I almost cut my hand off. I washed it with water more than 10 times before I felt better. Hearing this, Lenny chuckled and explained, this is because eggs are very nutritious. Flies like this thing the most. Once the eggshell is broken, they will stick to it to lay eggs, so the insects come. Feng Yi also said helplessly, I am most afraid of insects. It would be great if they could be extinct. Alas. Lenny stretched out her hand and hugged her in her arms, and said with a smile, you have a phobia of mollusks, just like you are afraid of sharp-beaked animals. You have to try your best to overcome it, because those zombies sometimes have maggots on them. You can't be scared to death when you see them, right? I know. Feng Yi said in a low voice. Watching Lin Yi's actions at this time, Qin Yu blinked and asked curiously, why do I feel that I have changed now? As if Yi has become the elder sister and Feng Yi is the younger sister. What do you care? Feng Yi glared at him, then sat down and said, Shaolin does know a lot and has a good personality. We are good friends, and age is irrelevant. Besides, Shaolin's job is much more useful than mine. I will have to rely on her to take care of me in this doomsday. Besides, her body is soft, so it's so comfortable to hug her at night. Hearing this, Lin Yi quickly reached out to cover her mouth, blushing and complaining, why are you so careless and say whatever you want? Qin Yu was slightly startled. You two are not still sleeping together, are you? It's been a long time since the last attack. Hearing this, Lin Yi replied, no, I sleep next to her now. The other two sisters in this room have moved to other places because we often have wounded people coming in, and they feel uncomfortable. Oh so, I thought you were still sleeping in the same bed. Lin Yi waved her hand. No, we are both normal. Why do we stick together every day? Feng Yi saw Qin Yu's look, smiled and said, just put your heart at ease. Didn't Shaolin say it before, she likes you? Lin Yi turned around and pinched Feng Yi, angrily said, you still say it. Okay, I won't say it anymore. Let's talk about business, Feng Yi grabbed her hand and begged for mercy. Qin Yu laughed, and then continued to express his concerns. That's the thing, the zombie meat is frozen, and the juice will flow deeper into the ground. The effect is not as good as before. Talking about the topic just now, Lin Yi stopped laughing and said seriously, that's a bit difficult. The soil outside is frozen and hard. It's hard to dig. If we do it according to your method of boiling water, it will take a lot of time. Alei pondered for a while and asked, did any zombie worms sneak in? Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at him and nodded slightly. Just one zombie ant, I didn't see anything else. Thinking of the busy scene outside just now, Qin Yu asked again curiously, it's winter now. Why are there still maggots on those zombies? Where did they come from? Lin Yi curled her lips. Since ants can become corpse ants, it is normal for maggots to become corpse worms. After all, they are already dead because the virus has not stopped. Everyone should try to be careful in the future, and don't let the worms crawl on their bodies. After chatting for about half an hour, Qin Yu shook his head helplessly. This is a bit difficult. I didn't expect that the first spring festival in the Doomsday would give us such a big problem. Hearing this, Feng Yi said, why don't you take some people and get some zombies? First pile up a dividing line outside, and wait for the weather to warm up before digging a pit again and finding some containers to put them in. This should be fine. R whispered, decomposing corpses will produce a lot of hydrogen sulfide. Zombies are still moving, and will take these gases to other places. They will not easily gather in one place. But if we pile a lot of zombie meat around, the wind will blow those things in, and it will easily form a cycle. Then everyone will get sick easily. After the voice fell, Lin Yi also nodded and said, Brother R is right. We humans cannot be exposed to this gas for a long time. The smell of corpses is quite unpleasant. I can tell you clearly that no one in the world can tolerate this thing. There are many people who were vomited by the stench of corpses before. Just like the environment we live in, there can't be zombies. In this case, won't it be a dead end? Qin Yu pondered for a while and said, we can't catch some zombies and then fix them outside the community, right? Hearing this, R thought for a moment and said softly, I guess this is the only way. Cut off their hands and feet, control them with wood, and it's better to smash their mouths, so that they won't make any sound to attract other zombies. But if this is the case, the workload will increase, and everyone will consume supplies faster. It's winter now, so it's not easy to go out to search, and it's even more dangerous. What if someone gets bitten again? After hearing their opinions, Feng Yi hesitated and spoke. Listening to the discussion of the three people, Lin Yi sat there without interrupting. After thinking seriously, she snapped her fingers. Since zombie meat and zombie blood can repel insects, why don't we try bones? Think about it. If you remove the meat from the bones, there will still be a stench, but the smell will be much less. If you throw them on the ground, You can hardly smell them unless you bend over. Qinyu's eyes lit up, and he continued, yes, how could we forget about bones? If we stick them into the ground, they can still repel insects. Then Lin Yi smiled and said again, and we can also remove the rotten meat from the zombie bones, soak them in the zombie blood, and then put them in the sun to dry, and finally grind them into powder, so that we can carry them with us in the future. I'm convinced. Qinyu raised his thumb with his left hand, and said with emotion, knowledge changes destiny. This sentence is really not just talk. Even if there is no doomsday, I should have studied hard before. Learning more will come in handy sooner or later. Feng Yi also echoed. Shaolin has read a lot of books, and has the highest academic qualifications among us. She does have a different way of thinking about problems, and can find some problems that we overlook. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed by the praise and whispered, it's okay, I'm not that good. But at this moment, even a late praised, Shaolin is really smart. With her around, it's much easier to encounter things. Chapter 364. Since he had already thought of a solution, Qinyu briefly explained the next steps to everyone, then stood up and said, it's decided then, I get a bone, crush it into powder, and try to see if it can repel the insects. Seeing this, Lin Yi also stood up and said worriedly, your hand is still in the recovery period, it may not be convenient to crush it with one hand, how about I go with you? Hearing this, Qinyu shook his head and said softly, it's okay, I asked Brother Dazhuang for help, you can rest. After he finished speaking, he looked at Feng Yi, where did you put the corpse head just now? Feng Yi pointed to the backyard. I pressed it with 2 bricks, next to the firewood pile. Qinyu hummed, found a small bucket for snow blocks in the house, and then carried it out of the community. At present, most of the daily tools used by everyone are placed separately. For example, a bucket for snow cannot be used to hold drinking water, otherwise the disinfection will be in vain. When they got outside, the 3 were still busy. Qinyu walked up and briefly described it to Dazhuang, and then the 2 went to the woods. Most of the zombies around here have become mummies, and because of the sharp drop in temperature, there is basically not much blood in their bodies. It is estimated that 1 or 2 are not enough. Is your right hand okay? I will kill it later, just be careful and stand behind me. Dazhuang followed Qinyu outside. Seeing his appearance along the way, he couldn't help but whispered a word of concern. Hearing this, Qinyu shook his head slightly, then looked at the side and smiled. Thank you, Brother Dazhuang, this little thing should be almost healed after a week of rest. Yeah. Dazhuang nodded and continued. The environment is not good now, we have to be more careful, and try to avoid getting hurt. I understand. Qinyu said softly. About 3 minutes later, the 2 came to the deeper part of the forest. There was relatively less snow here, and the zombies were scattered in different areas. Qinyu looked around, then looked at the zombie next to the tree in front of the left, and said, that one, it's bloated, and there should be a lot of smelly blood inside. Dazhuang hummed and walked over there. When he got closer, he smacked his lips unconsciously. Wow! This body, at least 200 pounds, right? It seems to be a female corpse. As Dazhuang said this, he drew his knife and prepared to kill it. This zombie was standing facing the tree, so Qinyu and Dazhuang could only see the back of it, not the front. So when Dazhuang got closer, he saw the body from the side and found that it was very different, and it was not like the physique of a normal zombie at all. He stood behind the zombie, about to reach out to grab its head, but suddenly glanced down, his face became serious, and he stepped back slightly. What's wrong? Qinyu saw Dazhuang's action, and asked with a frown. At the same time, he put down the bucket, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and held it in his hand. Dazhuang stepped back several steps and said seriously, I just saw this zombie's stomach moving, it seems a little wrong. After staying with Qinyu for so long, Dazhuang's personality has begun to take a steady route. Without knowing the details, he will not rashly approach. While the 2 were talking, the zombie also smelled the presence of living people around it, and its limbs began to shake uncontrollably. Fortunately, it was winter now, and when the temperature dropped, it was not easy for zombies to smell people, so they only discovered it when they got closer. Qinyu didn't understand what this thing was, so he walked to the right and stood in a straight line with Dazhuang, and the 2 of them sandwiched the zombie in the middle. At this moment, the zombie suddenly looked at Qinyu, then roared and opened its bloody mouth. Seeing this, Qinyu felt physically uncomfortable because there was nothing left in the mouth, only sharp bones, and maggots crawling in the gaps from time to time. Then he looked down, took a breath, and began to slowly retreat, while shouting, This zombie is very wrong, there seems to be something in its stomach. As soon as the voice fell, the zombie began to howl, knelt directly on the ground, and then lay on the ground, motionless. Dazhuang saw this scene and was stunned for a moment. What's going on? How did it die by itself? Just as he finished speaking, a terrifying scene appeared. The zombie's head gradually cracked, and black blood flowed out. Then, there was a click, and the skull began to collapse, and then a black worm as thick as a thumb crawled out. 1, 2. In just a short while, 5 worms crawled out of the head. They were pitch black, about half the length of a human's arm, with many small holes on the top. Just one look at them made Qin Yu want to vomit his breakfast. They were so dense that they looked like they were pierced by needles. And the most terrifying thing is that these things actually have teeth. They look like snakes, but both Qin Yu and Dazhuang know very well that these things are definitely not snakes. But the strange thing is, why are they parasitic in the heads of zombies? Just when they were still confused about the situation, the zombie's stomach began to shake violently. Seeing this, Qin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted and he yelled, "Run!" As soon as the voice fell, the two ran towards the community. The zombie's stomach exploded directly, and countless black bugs flew everywhere. In an instant, the forest was full of them. There were a lot of bugs hanging on the tree trunks and leaves. They desperately chased other living things. Some birds that didn't have time to fly were entangled on the spot. Qin Yu ran and looked back. In just a few seconds, he saw a bug drill into the bird's body from its legs. Then after a few more seconds, it was sucked into a mummy state in an instant, and fell from the tree to the ground with a click. Then the bug continued to drill out, and its body became a little bigger. This scene has completely frightened Qin Yu and Dazhuang. They looked at each other, and could see the shock in each other's eyes. What the hell is this? Dazhuang suppressed his nausea, picked up a stone, and smashed it on the tree next to him, killing a bug and roaring. At the same time, he ran towards the community desperately, wishing he could grow a pair of legs. His speed was already the limit. Qin Yu's expression was also very solemn. He looked around while running. The bug behind him on the right actually flew up, and flew straight to his shoulder. Seeing this, Qin Yu gritted his teeth, swung his right hand back, and slapped the bug away with a muffled groan. Chapter 365. Qin Yu took another look at the black bloodstains on the wooden board, and there were actually some rice-sized white bugs moving inside. This scene made him sick to death, and he quickly took the sling off his neck, and threw it on the ground with the wooden board without thinking. Fortunately, the two of them were not far away, and they ran back to the outskirts of the community in a short time. Zhang Yin and Lao Cheng, who were concentrating on throwing zombie meat, turned around and saw the two of them like this, and they were both stunned. What's going on? Did you meet a lion? Looking at Dazhuang's tumbling appearance, Lao Cheng laughed and shouted. Seeing this, Qin Yu shouted again, "Don't touch those zombies, go back and get your weapons." This made Zhang Yin and Lao Cheng feel extremely confused again. There was no movement in the woods behind them, so why were they so excited? But Zhang Yin had been a soldier and his personality was much more stable than Lao Cheng. Although he didn't know what happened, he was sure of one thing, that is, if Xiao Yu could be scared like this, it was enough to prove that there was a big problem. So the moment Qin Yu finished shouting, Zhang Yin quickly ran towards the entrance of the community, and at the same time shouted loudly to the people at the door, asking them to report the signal. Qin Yu and Dazhuang ran to the vicinity of the old city. The three of them picked up shovels, looked solemnly into the woods, and began to slowly retreat. It's not that they didn't know to keep running, but there was a wall a few meters behind them, and the people inside didn't know what was going on. If these black bugs crawled in, it would take less than a few minutes, and most people would be bitten to death. Be careful, that thing sucks blood very quickly. Qin Yu didn't care about the pain at this time, holding the wooden handle of the shovel with both hands, and said seriously. Half a minute later, all the people in the community who could still go out ran out with machetes, daggers, etc. Even the old men and women came out. Qin Yu looked back and frowned and said, "What are those people doing out here?" Hearing this, Zhang Yin ran over with a few guns and handed them to the three people, and replied, "They heard that there was a zombie attack, so they all wanted to come out and try it." Hearing this, Qin Yu said speechlessly, "When did I say it was a zombie attack? Hurry up and let them go back. The young people, and those under 50 stay outside. The others will only hinder us." Zhang Yin also said a little irritably, "I told the guards to ask everyone to bring weapons to help, but who would have thought that the rumors would spread further and further?" Then he went back and drove those old men back to the community. However, those people did not leave, but ran to the door and stood there, staring at this side. Seeing this, Qin Yu was too lazy to say anything. It was hard to persuade a ghost who wanted to die. Since those people wanted to die, they could not blame others. Soon Liao came running with a rifle and asked quickly, What happened? Why did everyone go out? Chinyu frowned and explained, we encountered a very strange insect, which is smaller than a snake, but has a strong jumping ability and can suck blood. There are a lot of them. As soon as he finished speaking, there were noises in the area around the woods, and then those black insects slowly appeared in the field of vision. They spread out into a line, about 10 meters wide, and moved slowly on the ground. Seeing this scene, many people vomited on the spot, their faces turned pale. Chinyu took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice, our home is behind us. This time, we can't retreat. If these long insects want to eat people, they have to ask the knives in everyone's hands first. After that, Chinyu rushed up first, and with a knife, more than a dozen black insects were instantly split in two. Then De Zhuang roared and followed the steps. Damn it, we are human beings, we are at the top of the food chain, and we can still be bullied by these things? Soon everyone followed and attacked. The girls were very afraid of this kind of insects. Except for Li Yao, everyone else used wooden sticks to hit them, trying to break their bodies. After a while, someone was bitten first and fell to the ground with a scream. Everyone looked over and saw that in just 2 seconds, other black insects also pounced on the person and instantly wrapped him up. Then the black insects began to drill into the person's nose and eyes, bleeding from all 7 orifices on the spot, and then the body stopped struggling and became bigger and bigger. The person next to him was Ding Tao. Seeing this, he was terrified and dropped the machete in his hand to the ground. He stepped back with his eyes dull, screamed and ran towards the community. Even Ding Tao pushed Lin Yi when he was running for his life. Lin Yi was caught off guard. She was concentrating on hitting the bugs with a stick and didn't notice that she was pushed by her own people. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. In this situation, once a person falls, the black bugs will pounce on him instantly, and the end is basically certain to be death. Chinyu, who saw the scene, was furious. He roared and rushed over there, but there was a distance of more than 10 meters between the two of them, and it was impossible to reach them instantly. The black bugs were too fast, and Chinyu was afraid of accidentally hurting Lin Yi, so he didn't dare to shoot. Lin Yi fell heavily to the ground, heard his shout, smiled bitterly, and then looked at the black bugs flying towards her, knowing in her heart that she would definitely die today. Just when the black bugs were about to bite her head, Wang Yu on the right saw this, gritted her teeth, and rushed directly to Lin Yi, holding her head tightly with both hands. The next second, a black bug instantly bit Wang Yu's right hand, and then she reached out to grab it, but another bug climbed up again. In just 2 seconds, her hands had been attacked several times. Fortunately, Huang Lulin was always watching Dr. Xiaolin. Before she fell, Huang Lulin had already rushed over and swung his knife, killing 3 black insects in the air. Seeing her own people coming, Wang Yu endured the pain and lowered her head to Lin Yi's ear, whispering, "Thank you for your care these days." As soon as she finished speaking, she rolled to the right, grabbed Lin Yi's shoulders with both hands, and pushed her over. Lin Yi was shocked, and then her eyes were red, and she yelled, "Wang Yu!" Huang Lulin grabbed her arm and quickly pulled back, but there were too many black bugs around, so he had to take a step forward and drag Lin Yi out with both hands. Just as he took a breath, another black bug flew up from the left and bit his arm fiercely, and its body was still swinging vigorously. At this moment, Chinyu finally arrived. Because some girls did not dare to chop with knives at close range, there were still some unused knives on the ground, in other words, clean knives. Chinyu quickly picked up a machete, rushed forward and chopped it off, instantly chopping off Huang Lulin's left hand close to the elbow. At the same time, he helped the 2 people in front of him back several steps, hugged Lin Yi, and asked hurriedly, "How are you? Is everything alright?" Lin Yi looked at Wang Yu, who was entangled by black bugs in the distance, and shook her head with tears in her eyes. After getting the answer, Chinyu let out a long breath, then let go and said, "It's too dangerous outside, you should go back and stay, don't come out." Huang Lulin gritted his teeth, grabbed his wound with his right hand, and said palely, "Dr. Xiaolin, I need to bandage." Hearing this, Lin Yi hurriedly said, "Let's go back to the infirmary, I treat your wound." After the words fell, Lin Yi and Xiao Ning supported Huang Lulin, and the 3 of them quickly ran to the entrance of the community. At the same time, Da Zhuang and Zhang Yin had finished killing and quickly ran over here, and everyone began to clean up the next black bugs. Chinyu crushed the bugs to death, then stood there, looked at Wang Yu, who had already been unrecognizable, and then looked at the direction where Ding Tao fled back to the community. His fists were already clenched and cracking. Zhang Yin waved the knife and turned back and shouted angrily, "Go and catch that beast, don't let him run away, we can handle it here." Hearing this, Chinyu reached out and patted Zhang Yin on the shoulder, then ran towards the community. Chapter 366. As soon as he stepped into the community gate, Qin Yu saw Ding Tao get into a car and try to drive away. Without thinking, Qin Yu quickly pulled out his pistol, aimed at the tire, and fired a shot. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and the bullet instantly hit the car body, leaving a bullet hole. Qin Yu frowned slightly. Holding the gun in his left hand still made it difficult for him to aim, and the gun actually missed. Ding Tao, who was trying to drive in a hurry, was frightened by the gunshot. He never expected that Qin Yu would actually dare to pull out a gun and shoot directly. Not only him, but also the old men and women were stunned, and one of them even said, "Xiao Chen, why did you shoot him?" But just as he finished speaking, Qin Yu looked over with a gloomy face and whispered, "If you say another word, I will send you to death." These words scared all those people, because they believed 100% that the young man in front of them was definitely not joking. Qin Yu snorted coldly, changed to holding the gun with his right hand, gritted his teeth to endure the discomfort, and at the same time held the bottom of his palm with his left hand, carefully aiming at the left front wheel of the car. At this point, Ding Tao knew that he had to shoot. He accidentally pushed Lin Yi down in a panic, and now he was very upset. He even breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Lin Yi running back to the community intact, and a little bit of luck appeared in his heart. As long as the doctor was not dead, it shouldn't be a big deal. But seeing that Huang Lulin had a broken hand, Ding Tao also felt bad in his heart. He didn't plan to stay any longer and prepared to drive a car away. But he never expected that Qin Yu's reaction would be so fast. He had just gotten into the car when the latter chased to the door. After thinking it over, Ding Tao gritted his teeth, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed straight towards Qin Yu. Seeing the car speeding, Qin Yu snorted coldly, pointed the gun downward, aimed, and pulled the trigger, then held the gun and quickly fell to the right. The second shot accurately hit the left front wheel of the vehicle, and it instantly lost control and drifted. Ding Tao turned the steering wheel in a panic, and actually hit the gate directly, and was forced to stop. Qin Yu, who was lying on his side on the ground, took a breath of cold air, his face twisted slightly because of the pain. Just now, in order to avoid the car, he pressed on his right arm when he lay down. Although he used his left hand to cushion it, it was still very painful. He even had a slight illusion that the bone fracture was more serious. However, at this moment, he couldn't stop to catch his breath. He stood up quickly. Qin Yu's right hand could no longer hold the gun, and he couldn't even move it. In this situation, he didn't dare to continue to use his right arm forcibly, for fear of any sequelae. At present, there are no good medical conditions in the end times, so everything must be done with caution. He switched to holding the gun with his left hand, and fired twice at the car door. Unfortunately, it was only a pistol, and the bullets could not penetrate the door from a distance of more than 10 meters. Just as Qin Yu wanted to continue shooting, he heard a click. Seeing this, Qin Yu's face darkened, and he threw away the pistol and replaced it with a dagger. Currently, ammunition is scarce. He had used a few rounds to kill black bugs outside the community before, and now he has no bullets. He stopped after hearing the sound, and Ding Tao climbed down from the other side of the car door. He had just hit the door, and the airbag was ejected. He did not adjust his posture in the first time, and hit the door frame again. Now his head was covered with blood, which flowed down his face, looking very scary. Ding Tao held the car door, and stood there yelling, "Dr. Lin wasn't bitten, why are you chasing me?" Hearing this, Qin Yu replied with a dark face, "From the moment you stretched out your hand to push her, you were already dead. I never thought that someone would actually attack his own teammates. Well, this is equivalent to you teaching me a lesson. Even though you have been together for several months, you can still be cruel enough to push her to death. It seems that even the people in the team need to be carefully selected in the future." After saying this, Ding Tao laughed crazily for a few times, pointed at Qin Yu and shouted, "That guy is injured now, and the others are outside and have no time to come in. There are only a few of us in the community now. Let's go together. Just kill him and hide the body. Who would know it was us who did it?" After saying this, the old men and women stood there, ready to move, and began to waver in their hearts. Seeing this, Qin Yu was not in a hurry. He just wanted to see what these people's choices would be. "Anyway, my arm hurts now, so I might as well take a break." The woman who was frightened by Qin Yu's stabbing last time, her eyes turned quickly at this time. She stretched out her hand to poke the old man next to her and whispered, "What do you think?" The old man was puzzled. "Can we, with our thin arms and legs, beat him?" Hearing this, the woman said speechlessly, "There are 5 of us here now, he is 1, plus Xiao Ding, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, we are 6 people, we will definitely win." After the words fell, the old man gritted his teeth, thinking back to his old age, listening to some young people's orders every day, and he was getting more and more unacceptable in his heart. Thinking of this, he began to squat and pick up stones from the ground. Seeing this scene, Ding Tao knew that the time had come. These people were in the end of the world, and would never wait for the distribution of supplies comfortably. After all, to put it bluntly, no one knew whether they could continue to see the sun the next day after falling asleep at night. After thinking for a while, Ding Tao raised the corners of his mouth and laughed. "Everyone, come with me. As long as we kill him, no one will take care of the chickens in the backyard. Don't you want to drink some hot chicken soup?" After saying that, Ding Tao roared, bent down and got into the back seat to take out his weapons, holding an axe in his left hand and a knife in his right hand, and rushed straight towards Chinyu. With someone leading the charge, the others no longer cared and all rushed up together. Chinyu shouted coldly, holding a knife in his left hand and rushing towards Ding Tao head-on. His body approached, and the two kicked at the same time. Using the force to retreat, Chinyu rushed to the left and stabbed an old man in the neck. At the same time, the woman also ran up and hugged Chinyu's legs to try to trip him. But how could she do it so easily with the difference in strength? Chinyu killed one person expressionlessly, then struggled with his legs and kicked the woman's chin hard, and she lay on the ground twitching non-stop. Although Chinyu was in the upper hand for a while, there were still too many people, so he had to keep an eye on Ding Tao to avoid being attacked. A few seconds passed, Chinyu killed two people, and at the same time, he swung the knife in his left hand to the right to block the axe that Ding Tao chopped down, but unfortunately the force was too strong, and the dagger bounced away in an instant. Chapter 367. Just as he stabilized his body, there was a gust of wind from the left rear. Chinyu did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and quickly moved to the right. The next second, a muffled groan was heard, and the brick hit his left shoulder directly. Seeing this, Chinyu was completely furious. This group of people had no scruples, and rushed up at the slightest incitement. He was no longer soft-hearted. Seizing the opportunity, Chinyu grabbed the palm of the man who attacked him, then pinched his fingers and pressed hard in the opposite direction, breaking them instantly. There was a cracking sound, and another old man screamed and fell to the ground with his hands covered. Before he could beg for mercy, Chinyu had already stepped forward with a gloomy face, raised his right foot, and stomped hard with an expressionless face, directly breaking his throat. Another person fell down, and the remaining three looked at each other, then threw away the bricks in their hands at the same time, and gradually retreated. Seeing this scene, Ding Tao shouted angrily, "You old men, what's the use of stopping now? When he recovers, we will all die." Hearing this, the three men gritted their teeth, thinking that it made sense, and started picking up stones again. One of them even picked up the knife that Chinyu had just dropped. "Go!" Ding Tao shouted and rushed forward, but his pace was much slower than before. Just as the other three continued to hold Chinyu, Ding Tao's eyes became fierce, and he turned around when he saw the opportunity, and ran out of the community. Just as he turned around and ran a few steps, the door on the right was suddenly opened, and then a figure appeared, and then the familiar sound of gunfire came. Bang! The gun went off. Ding Tao looked at his thigh in disbelief, and then fell to the ground in pain. He turned his head and looked at the house, but he couldn't figure it out. It was obvious that only the guards in the community had weapons, so where did Dr. Lin get the gun? At this time, Lin Yi was holding the gun with both hands with an angry face, and her whole body was trembling slightly, and she fired her first bullet. Then she shouted to Chinyu, "Catch it!" After that, Lin Yi threw the pistol over, and then continued to return to the infirmary to treat Huang Lulin's wound. The arm was cut off, which was a serious injury. The bleeding had to be stopped quickly. She had just heard the fighting outside, and was very anxious. She remembered that the pistol Chinyu gave her last time was still on her, so she asked Xiaoning to help hold the wound, and she ran out with the gun to help. However, since it was her first time to shoot, Lin Yi was very scared and worried that she would accidentally hurt Chinyu. Fortunately, Ding Tao just wanted to run away and was left alone. Moreover, Lin Yi was a doctor, and her hands were very steady, so there would be no shaking at all. She was only worried that she would miss the target. According to what Chinyu had told her last time, Lin Yi opened the safety, pulled the bolt, aimed, and pulled the trigger. After confirming the hit, her hands began to tremble slightly. Chinyu looked at the pistol in the air, and suddenly hit the head of the person next to him with his head, then broke free, moved forward a few steps, and turned around quickly as soon as he got the gun, and directly put it against the head of the person behind him, and then snorted coldly. "If you want to die, I help you." Then he pulled the trigger, and a stream of blood spurted out, covering half of Qinyu's face. Because they were too close, Qinyu couldn't dodge, and could only hold back the bloody breath on his face. He remembered clearly that there were only 2 bullets in the pistol. But now, he didn't have a dagger in his hand, so he could use it as a weapon. Qinyu held the gun with his left hand, dodged quickly to the side, and twisted the knife that the other party wanted to attack. For these ordinary people, they didn't have any offensive skills, and could only stab blindly. If Qinyu's right hand wasn't so painful, he wouldn't be so difficult to deal with if he was surrounded by several people at the same time. Seeing the opportunity, Qinyu stepped forward, holding the gun in his left hand, and smashed the wrist of the last person, knocking down the opponent's dagger first. Then he attacked again, using the gun to hit the man's temple. With just one hit, the opponent's eyeballs were filled with blood, and he collapsed directly to the ground. Qinyu was really fed up with these people who turned against him before they died. It was already difficult for the community to be attacked by unknown black insects, but someone almost killed Lin Yi because of fear. In the end, Wang Yu even sacrificed himself to save her. If Lin Yi had a worse personality and ignored Wang Yu before, then Lin Yi would definitely be dead today. And those old men and women, who are obviously quite old, and do not do much in the community all day, will actually be instigated once they have the opportunity. They don't consider the consequences at all. Just because of that little chicken, they are used as guns by others. While thinking about these things, Qinyu picked up the dagger and walked towards those who were not dead yet. Now, they are very regretful, saying that they are old and confused, and begging Qinyu to give them a chance. But Qinyu just stood there and said lightly, "If both my hands are injured, will you still spare me?" After the voice fell, Qinyu no longer hesitated, killed the remaining people one by one, and then cut their heads to prevent them from turning into zombies. After staying in the apocalypse for a long time, Qinyu only felt that these people were very pitiful. They were old, and could only rely on the community to survive, and in the end they even wanted to seize power. It was really funny. Then he walked towards Ding Tao, looked at the man who had already climbed several meters, and whispered, "Is this the doomsday survival philosophy you believe in? Apart from yourself, anyone can die for you, right? It doesn't matter if you want to run, as long as you don't hurt anyone, I won't hold you responsible, but you should never reach out to your teammates." After listening to him, Ding Tao put his hands on the ground, turned back and shouted angrily, "I've said it before, you are just a group of people waiting to die. In half a year at most, everything here will be reduced to ruins, and everyone will die. Ha ha, everyone will die." At this point, Qinyu said no more and walked forward slowly. Seeing this, Ding Tao looked at the large amount of blood on the ground, knowing that he would die today. He turned his head and spit out a mouthful of blood, sneering, "You can kill me or cut me up. It's up to you. Anyway, I've had enough of this fucking doomsday, so I'd rather die and reincarnate." Qinyu squatted down, shook his head slightly, and said, "Death is too easy for people like you. For Wang Yu, I will make you bleed to the last drop of blood before you die." After saying that, Qinyu held the knife in his backhand and quickly slashed across Ding Tao's ankle, directly cutting his tendons. Then he picked up the axe on the ground, stepped on his arms with his feet, and smashed both hands into a bloody mess. Then he cut off his clothes, pinched his mouth open with his left hand, and took it up with his right hand with great pain, stuffing the clothes into his mouth. After doing all this, Qinyu stood up with a gloomy face, then dragged Ding Tao's leg and walked straight out of the community. Chapter 368. Standing at the door and looking to the left, everyone was walking back with a depressed look. Qinyu also saw the bodies on the ground, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He whispered to a young man, "Xiao Kong, please go in and get me a rope." Hearing the shout, Xiao Kong looked up and found that the man in front of him had his right hand hanging straight on the right, and was dragging a person with one hand. There was still a lot of blood on his face. For a moment, he almost didn't recognize him. After a closer look, he found that it was Qinyu, and then he nodded and replied, "Okay, brother Yu, wait a moment." After the words fell, Xiao Kong quickly ran into the community, lowered his head, and wiped the corners of his eyes without leaving a trace. This time, the community lost several people again. Ding Tao could no longer struggle. Lin Yi's shot happened to hit his vein, so there was no heavy bleeding, and the whole person was in a half-dead state. More than a minute later, Qinyu signaled Xiao Kong to hang the rope around his neck, and then continued to walk towards the forest. Seeing this scene, Xiao Kong stood there in a daze for a while, then ran to catch up and shouted, "I help you, brother Yu." Hearing this, Qinyu turned his head to look at him, then smiled and nodded. After walking for more than 10 meters, the two came to a tree as thick as a thigh. Then Qinyu let go of Ding Tao, and looked up at the branches above. Shao Kahn looked around and asked hesitantly, "What are we doing here? This man has betrayed the community. Wouldn't it be better to just kill him?" Shao Kahn also saw what happened outside some time ago. He was also shocked when he saw Ding Tao pushing Lin Yi. He wanted to rush over, but it was too late. Fortunately, Dr. Lin was not injured. Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head slightly, and then replied solemnly, "Everyone just came out to kill the black bugs, and the gunshots appeared too frequently. In 3 minutes at most, a large number of zombies will come to surround the community. I can't let the zombies gather here, otherwise we will be in crisis again. Last time, it was because Zhang Yin and his team happened to be searching for supplies outside, so they led the zombies away so quickly. This time it won't work." After saying that, Qin Yu picked up a fist-sized stone, and then held a rope in one hand and tried to tie it. Seeing the man in front of him was injured but still worried about the community, Shao Kahn's nose was sore, and he hurried forward and said, "Brother Yu, let me do it, you take a rest first." Seeing this, Qin Yu did not refuse, and stood aside and handed him the rope. After tying it, Qin Yu pointed to the tree trunk above. Shao Kahn nodded, and threw the rope over his head. Then the other end of the rope was tied to Ding Tao's feet. As soon as it touched, the pain made him whimper non-stop. Then Qin Yu and Shao Kahn stood behind the tree, and the two of them grabbed the rope and pulled it hard, hanging Ding Tao upside down on the tree. He estimated the height again, which was about 3 meters above the ground. This distance was just out of reach of the zombies below, but he could hear their roars. After tying the rope to another tree, Qin Yu patted Shao Kahn on the shoulder, signaling him to retreat. After walking a few meters, Shao Kahn looked back and said worriedly, "He is not dead yet. Will it be a hidden danger if he stays like this?" Hearing this, Qin Yu walked towards the community and said lightly, "His veins are ruptured. It won't kill him in a short time, but he will bleed all the time. The smell of blood will attract many zombies, and his limbs are all disabled. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't escape." As soon as he finished speaking, Shao Kahn heard a noise behind him, and turned around to see several zombies appear. Then, there were countless zombies, gradually surrounding them from all directions. With the interference of this living person, the zombies basically changed their direction, and the threat to the community gradually decreased. When they arrived at the door, the people outside had already returned to the community, except Zhang Yin and De Zhuang, who stood there without moving. Seeing this, Qin Yu patted Shao Kahn on the shoulder and whispered, "Thank you for today, don't worry, I will remember all these, and I will never treat you unfairly in the future, go back and rest first." Hearing this, Shao Kahn smiled and said, "I am very satisfied that I can stay with everyone and find a chance to survive in this doomsday. I just hope that I can grow up faster and try to protect the people around me." Although he was smiling, he still shed a tear after saying this, waved his hand, and walked straight into the community. Looking at Shao Kahn's lonely figure, Qin Yu sighed helplessly, as if his heart was blocked by something. The last time he was about to leave for the abandoned examination room, he saw Shao Kahn and a girl talking and laughing. Qin Yu could name some people in the community, but there were still a few he was not very familiar with. Now thinking back, Qin Yu only remembered that the girl had twin ponytails and a small bracelet on her hand, which was very beautiful. But just now, he also saw a corpse on the ground with the same bracelet on his wrist. Looking at the dilapidated environment around him and the shaky gate, Qin Yu felt a little tired for the first time. He couldn't survive for a long time by himself, so he tried to be a good leader and protect everyone from danger. But as time went on, the cruel side of the doomsday gradually emerged. As the saying goes, when new people join, old people will die. Qin Yu walked to the side of the road, squatted down and scraped the snow on it with his hands, then grabbed a handful of cleaner snow, wiped it on his face a few times, and then walked straight to Zhang Yin. "Is Yanzi okay?" Hearing Qin Yu's question, Da Zhuang turned around and whispered, "No, I've been keeping an eye on her, otherwise she can't handle those bugs alone." Qin Yu nodded, and was about to speak again, but he heard De Zhuang continue. "I'm sorry, Xiao Yu. I'm really too afraid of losing my sister. If I could concentrate a little more, maybe Ding Tao wouldn't have had the chance to push Shaolin, and Wang Yu wouldn't have to die." He said this to both Qin Yu and Zhang Yin. Hearing this, Qin Yu walked forward and stood in a row with the two of them, then looked at the body on the ground and said softly, "Everyone has someone they want to protect. This is normal. As a brother, you should protect your sister. You don't have to apologize to anyone." And, speaking of this, Qin Yu turned his head to look at them and smiled. "It is my responsibility to protect Lin Yi, not yours. This time, I was wrong, and I should say sorry to everyone." After the voice fell, Zhang Yin said a little disappointedly, Rui Rui likes teacher Wang very much, and I don't know how to explain it to her. Chapter 369. De Zhuang was puzzled for a moment, a little curious. Who is Rui Rui? Hearing this, Qinyu explained, his daughter Xiaoxi, her real name is Zhang Rui, don't you know? Hearing this, Zhang Yin shook his head slightly. I haven't told De Zhuang, now the child is older. I plan to call her by her original name in the future. My wife has been dead for many years. Even if I call her Xiaoxi all day long, she will never come back. After listening, Qinyu looked at the corpse on the ground and whispered, Are you two confirmed in your relationship? Zhang Yin pondered for a while, then replied, Not yet, but she has moved to the house where I live. Although she didn't say it explicitly, we both know that we will live together in the future. What a pity, I thought it would be nice to live like this, but I didn't expect that it would be separated from the yin and yang in just a few days. Qinyu hesitated for a while, then continued, I thought so too. She survived from another abyss with great difficulty. I even think that if things continue like this, she will be one of us in the future. Last time I chatted with Wang Yu, she said that she wanted to be a good teacher and teach those children well in this doomsday. After the words fell, Zhang Yin laughed at himself. It's a doomsday, the children can live safely. Alas. Qinyu looked at the black insect corpses around him with some annoyance, and said depressedly, What on earth are these beasts? They suck blood so horribly, but they are different from other animal zombies. They can die by cutting off their bodies. Why do I feel like they look like leeches? De Zhuang stepped on half of the black insect with his foot, and said thoughtfully, Where are the other corpses? Qinyu asked. These are the ones who died, because they worked hard for everyone. I think we shouldn't leave them outside, so I asked them to move them back. De Zhuang said truthfully. Hearing this, Qinyu nodded. Well done, Wang Yu is dead, but the living have to continue to work hard. Instead of falling into grief, it is better to bury them properly. After saying this, he wanted to step forward and try to carry the bodies. But De Zhuang said, Let's do it, you take a rest. Qinyu hummed, suddenly thought of something, and reminded, I see these black bugs like to drill into the corpses. Have you checked the body? Hearing this, Zhang Yin shook his head. There are no bugs in Wang Yu's body. I watched it carefully just now. I killed those bugs before they could get in. I don't know much about the others. After the voice fell, the three looked at each other, and their faces changed drastically. Then De Zhuang and Zhang Yin lifted the body, and the three of them quickly ran towards the entrance of the community. Fortunately, after everyone returned inside, they did not return to their own houses. They all gathered together, and sat on the grass in scattered places. Most of them looked a little dull. Death is very common to everyone. The survivors who can survive to this day have lost many people around them. In other words, most people had cried enough when the apocalypse just broke out. Qinyu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone was there, and then shouted, Stay away from those corpses. As soon as he finished shouting, everyone heard the voice and dispersed. If for no other reason, they now believed in Qinyu unconditionally. Then Qinyu ran quickly to the corpses, took the knife from the hand of a person next to him, cut open the clothes, and immediately saw the surface of the abdomen rising and falling. Seeing this scene, everyone stepped back again, and there was a sigh. Xiao Kong asked in a panic, What are these things? Why do they like to drill into corpses? Hearing this, Qinyu frowned. Thinking of the size and blood-sucking characteristics, he thought of a creature, that is, leeches. Thinking of this, Qinyu turned his head and shouted to Xiao Kong, Go and get some gasoline, hurry up. Xiao Kong nodded quickly and ran towards the garage. At the same time, Qinyu turned his head again and looked around, anxiously asking, Who has a lighter? After the words fell, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. Someone said, Things that can make fire are considered resources now. We don't leave the community, and don't have cigarettes to smoke. It seems that no one carries them. Hearing this, Qinyu was furious. Then go and get them. Why are you standing there? Then he took the knife and continued to cut the clothes of all the corpses. For the two female corpses, Qinyu only cut the clothes on the belly. After all, these were former teammates, and they had not mutated. In other words, they had just died. There were 4 bodies in total, plus Wang Yu. 5 people died because of the black bugs this time. The only ones left were Ding Tao, and the old men and women on the ground next to him. After checking the bodies, it was confirmed that only 1 female body and 1 male body had bugs, and the others did not. Qinyu stood up and breathed a sigh of relief, then looked around and found that there were not many people left. Wang Tianhai and Yu Feng also came over, and even the old man Bai who had just lost his hand was there. And Wu Rui, all these people stood in the distance, looking at Chinyu quietly. He could call out the names of the remaining people, but this was not a good thing. This meant that the community now had more and more empty houses, but fewer and fewer people, but it was not a bad thing. In this doomsday, Chinyu's own idea was that having more people was useless, and he still had to hurry up and get everyone trained to be as powerful as possible. After taking the gasoline handed over by Shao Kong, the two of them dragged the other two bodies away and prepared to burn the two with worms in their bodies. They curled up inside, and if you want to kill them, you have to dig open their bodies. To be honest, Chinyu didn't really want to do this. Even if they were some evil people, he wouldn't cut them. This was too bloody and cruel. Even in the end of the world, Chinyu always reminded himself that killing was not the purpose, but just to save his life. Those insects seemed to like to devour flesh and blood, moving up and down inside the corpse, and didn't realize that the crisis was coming. Chinyu held a bucket in one hand and poured some gasoline on the two corpses. He didn't dare to move them rashly. If they came out and got bitten, they would be finished. Then he took the lighter handed by the person next to him again, squatted down, lit the broken clothes on the ground, then pinched a corner and threw it at the corpse. The flames quickly ignited in an instant, and then there was a crackling sound. Seeing this scene, Chinyu said to Shao Kong, "It's going to be dark soon. There are still insect corpses outside that haven't been dealt with. You and Dazhuang brother, pile them up with shovels, cover them with zombies' clothes, set them on fire, and then retreat to the community. We have to hide in the community, as much as possible, until we get the zombie bone powder." After the two of them left, Chinyu directed the rest of the people to push the car at the door to block it, and then found some wooden boards and barely made a temporary door. Chapter 370. After being busy for more than half an hour, everyone finally cleaned up everything before dark. Then they prepared to nail the door first, and wait for the zombies outside to calm down gradually in the next few days before going out. Wu Rui was also very diligent, busying around Chinyu, because she felt that this man was unwilling to rest even though his hand was injured, and judging from the attitudes of others, he seemed to be a leader. Now that she has come to a new environment and is in the end of the world, Wu Rui knows very well that this will be her only chance to survive, and she even feels that it is not impossible for her to sacrifice something. So when moving the materials and corpses, they began to touch Chinyu intentionally or unintentionally. At this time, Chinyu was anxiously directing everyone, and suddenly felt his right hand touching someone's body. He turned his head and looked, then his face changed drastically, and he jumped to the left and shouted, "Why are you so close to me?" After the voice fell, everyone else was stunned, and then looked over and found that it was Chinyu who shouted, so they looked at each other and smiled, not taking it to heart, and continued to be busy with their own things. Now the remaining people also know that Chinyu really doesn't like girls to be too close to him. Only Dr. Xiaolin can get close to him. Other women dare not get close to him. Because Chinyu really gets angry, and no one can persuade him when he gets angry. Just at this moment, Lenny also opened the door and walked out. She saw the scene and laughed. "The little girl touched you. Why did you react so strongly?" Hearing this, Chinyu waved his hand, turned around and looked at the girl seriously and said, "You seem to be called Wu Rui, right? I heard Jianin talk about you, and have some understanding, but you don't have to do this. Although it is the end of the world, I don't have any other thoughts about women. You don't have to please me." After saying this, Chinyu realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly turned his head to look at Lin Yi, preparing to explain. However, Lin Yi put the gloves in his pocket, then stepped forward a few steps to stand on the left, gently took Chinyu's arm, and smiled. "Little sister, you are late, he already has someone in his heart." As soon as these words came out, whistles and echoes were heard from the crowd. Although there were a lot of zombies outside, this scene still made many people excited. And everyone knew very well that there must be something going on between Chinyu and Dr. Shaolin. However, it was so exciting for Dr. Kobayashi to declare his sovereignty on the spot. Even if it was the end of the world, it would still make many people excited. Seeing this, Wu Rui's face turned red. She stood there and wanted to get into the ground. She raised her hands and waved them, explaining in a panic, "No. It's not like that. I didn't think of interfering with you too. Really not." At this point, Wu Rui's nose was sore, and she began to sob. She could already guess that she was afraid that she would be kicked out again. It was all snow outside, and the temperature was getting lower and lower. In one day at most, she would freeze to death in the wild. Then Wu Rui cried and said, "I just like this place too much. I really don't want to leave, but I know that if you want to get something, you need to pay a price. In this doomsday, I have nothing. Even my clothes are yours, but I am fine. I still have this body left." Hearing this, Lin Yi turned her head, stretched out her hand and pinched the flesh on Qin Yu's waist, and whispered angrily, "Have you not told people that our community is a little different? She probably thinks you are like other camps, greedy for all kinds of women." Qin Yu smiled bitterly and said, "I've been very busy recently, so I don't have time to see her. Besides, I believe in Zhang Yin's judgment. Since he thinks there's nothing wrong, there's no need for me to question him." Hearing this, Lin Yi walked over and patted Wu Rui on the shoulder, and said softly, "We don't do that here. You just came here, so you don't know much yet. As long as you can provide value to the community, you can stay here." Wu Rui lowered his head and murmured, "But I can't do anything. I don't even dare to kill zombies. Although I've studied nursing, I haven't graduated yet, so I can't use it on people." After saying this, Lin Yi shook her head slightly and said, "In today's environment, you don't need to graduate, and you can learn, take your time, as long as you are motivated, you can still find a place to live even in the end of the world. Why do you have to exchange your body for it?" "I know." Wu Rui wiped her tears with the back of her hand and answered softly, "Right." Lin Yi adjusted her collar and said softly, "We girls can also work hard to survive. In the future, you don't need to worry like before." After saying that, Lin Yi waved to Zhang Yin. Seeing this, Zhang Yin ran over and whispered in Wu Rui's ear, "You are so embarrassed. After all, I brought you back. Hurry up and bow to him." However, Qin Yu shook his head and shouted, "No need to bow. Everyone come here. I have something to say. Feng Yi, go and help lay down. I want to have a meeting." Qin Yu looked to the right again and said softly. More than a minute later, all the remaining people in the community gathered on the lawn, waiting quietly. Qin Yu stood on the steps at the door, carefully counted the heads, and then said, "As you can see, there are only so many people in the whole community. It's a good opportunity to count them. Those whose names I call out, please step forward. Feng Yi, Lin Yi, Yang Zi, Xiao Ning, and Li Yao." The 5 people stepped forward. Qin Yu nodded, and Lei ticked the name on the notebook, and then he continued to shout. De Shuang, Zhang Yin, Hong Wu, Lao Cheng, Xiao Kong. Wang Tianhai, Yu Feng, by Lao Tu, Wu Rui. The moment Wu Rui heard her name, she burst into tears of joy and stepped forward. Then, there were 3 people left, 1 man and 2 women. Qin Yu asked their names. "What are your names?" "I don't think I've asked them yet." Hearing this, the man replied, "My name is Yu Dajiang, and the 2 of them, from left to right, are Yu Xiaomei and Yu Xiaoli." After the voice fell, Qin Yu was slightly stunned. "All 3 of you?" Yu Dajiang was about 40 years old, with a square face and tan skin. He looked like a rough man who used to work in the fields. Qin Yu has always had a good impression of such honest and hard-working people who work hard to support themselves by farming. However, he rarely asked other people's names before, and Feng Yi basically wouldn't introduce them to him, so he ignored these 3 people. However, to be able to survive for more than 8 months in the apocalypse, he must have some means. At least he is not a drag. Chapter 371. Hearing Qin Yu's question, Yu Dajiang nodded and said, "We 3 were from the same village before. After the 2 of them went to the city to work, I stayed alone in this village. Later, the environment changed drastically. After those monsters appeared, I was forced to hide from place to place. By chance, I met them again, and then came to Xiaofeng's community, and settled down from then on." Hearing this, Feng Yi walked to Qin Yu and explained in a low voice, "These 3 have been here for a long time, never interfering with any decisions of the community, and never taking the initiative to make suggestions. They do things steadily and steadily. The 2 women who moved out of our house are them, and now they live with Yu Dajiang. Is that so?" Qin Yu nodded, and suddenly thought of something, turned his head to look at Yu Dajiang and asked, "Since you stay in the village, you know how to farm, right?" "Yes. You also know that you can use manure to grow vegetables, and even loosen the soil, etc." Qin Yu frowned. Hearing this, Yu Dajiang hesitated for a moment, nodded and said, "I do, but I haven't grown it for a long time." After the voice fell, Qin Yu looked at Feng Yi speechlessly. "You need to grow vegetables, but you don't know how, so you have been reading books, right?" Feng Yi also heard something wrong and said helplessly, "Yes." Then Qin Yu looked at Yu Dajiang again, "And you just happen to know how to grow vegetables, right?" Yu Dajiang didn't go to school much, but he still knew a little about growing vegetables. He scratched his head and answered truthfully, "Yes." After getting the answer, Qin Yu rubbed his hair and said depressedly, "You have lived in the same area for so long, haven't you figured out what each other can do?" Feng Yi explained, "I asked him before, and he only said that he could dig soil and divert water. Didn't you ask anything else?" Chen Yu asked in confusion. No, I thought he already knew a lot, so I didn't care. Hearing this, Chen Yu asked Yu Dajiang again, you know other things, but why don't you tell me? Hearing this, Yu Dajiang hesitated and said, Xiao Feng didn't ask me either, and I think she's a little difficult to approach, so I just do my job well. At this moment, Chen Yu was completely overwhelmed. In fact, there were people in the community who understood the problems that everyone had been troubled by before, but because of his personality, Yu Dajiang didn't like to speak out. Chen Yu couldn't get angry about this. After all, he looked honest and decent. You can't blame him just because he doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. For a moment, the surroundings were silent. Chen Yu pondered for a while and said, Next, I hope everyone will say what they can do. The apocalypse is not a joke. Those who don't know can learn, but if someone knows but hides it, what's the matter? Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, Yu Xiaoe raised her hand and answered, Don't blame Brother Dajiang. When he was a child, he was doing farm work. He accidentally stepped on the air when he was carrying firewood across the river, and then fell from a height of 2 meters. His head hit a stone, so he was not very smart later. He dropped out of school that year, and only studied in the 3rd grade of elementary school. Hearing this, Chen Yu looked over carefully, and found that Yu Dajiang's smile was a little strange, and he looked a little silly. Hearing his fluent conversation before, I thought he was a normal person. Thinking of this, Chen Yu said softly, Sorry, I was abrupt, and it's not a big problem. Anyway, it's a long time, and it's not too late to start now. There is a saying, if we want to have a big tree to shade us in the future, then we have to prepare to dig a hole and plant a tree now. Feng Yi has also returned to the crowd. After watching Chen Yu apologize to the man, she poked Lin Yi with her elbow and whispered, Xiao Chen is really good, doing things carefully. In this end of the world, he is indeed a rare and reliable partner. Lin Yi narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. That's right. Don't you see who brought him to this community, Humph? Then Chen Yu said again, There are 24 people in the community, including me and a lay, Huang Lulin lying there, and the 4 children. To be honest, it's a bit unexpected. According to my original idea, I thought there would be just over a dozen people, but now it seems that the number is not bad. The Spring Festival is coming soon, so everyone should take a good rest. I don't know if there will be a chance to celebrate the new year in the future. Okay, go yourselves. Waving his hand, Chen Yu began to sit down with the help of the railing, speaking weakly. This farce ended quickly, and Feng Yi took the initiative to go to Yu Dajiang to ask for relevant experience without Chen Yu saying anything more. But he didn't explain many things clearly, and Feng Yi had to think for a long time before she understood what he was talking about. For example, Yu Dajiang told Feng Yi seriously about the planting of Luofu. But Feng Yi was stunned by this thing. Even though she went to college, she really didn't understand what it was. Until later, Yu Xiaoli came over, asked around, and then smiled and explained to her that it was radish. After everyone else left, Chen Yu was still sitting on the stairs to rest. Lin Yi walked over to sit next to him and asked gently, Are you tired? I massage your shoulders. Hearing this, Chen Yu shook his head and smiled, You're tired too. I'm fine. I'd be fine after a rest. It's probably because I haven't eaten for too long. I have low blood sugar. I just eat something later. Hearing this, Feng Yi turned and ran upstairs, then returned downstairs with 2 things in her hands. Then she tore open the package, stuffed 2 lollipops into the mouths of the 2, and said, Here, these are the last 2, just for you 2. I go boil some water and heat up the canned food, you can eat it later. After that, Feng Yi helped Alei walk to the living room and let him sit there to rest. Alei also saw what happened in the community today, but the abdominal penetration wound was too serious, and he was blessed by God to be able to save his life. Even if he wanted to go out to help, he couldn't do it. Some time ago, Alei stood on the 2nd floor and watched the fight below. He also tried to use his pistol to help Chen Yu to see if he could kill a few of them. But he couldn't do it at all. Even though he held the gun with both hands, he was still shaking slightly. In this situation, if he fired without considering the consequences, Alei, who used to be a killer, knew what the result would be. That is, there is a 50% probability that Chen Yu would be injured by mistake. Fortunately, Lin Yi remembered his gun at that time and rushed out to help, so that Ding Tao didn't run away. Now, Alei only hopes that he can get better as soon as possible. Those black bugs are only a small part. If it happens again, the 20 people in the community can only wait to die on the spot. Chapter 372. During dinner, Chen Yu also asked Feng Yi how she spent the Spring Festival, and the answer she got was that she didn't know. It really made him feel a little overwhelmed. It seemed that since Alei suggested that Qin Yu participate in the management of the community, Feng Yi gradually became a hands-off boss. If it were another camp, if another person took away half of his power, he would probably never agree to it. But here it was completely the opposite. Feng Yi wished that Qin Yu would take care of things more, and now she would concentrate on taking care of Alei all day long. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu discussed this with several people in the room. Ahem, let me tell you something. Qin Yu paused and spoke. Hearing this, Feng Yi turned her head. You tell me. According to my previous plan, we would divide the food among ourselves and prepare some delicious food in the room. After all, we are not familiar with some people. But after today's attack, except for those who betrayed, the rest of the people are working hard to protect the community, and even sacrifice their lives. This gradually made me feel that we were too scattered before. Hearing this, Lin Yi blinked and asked curiously, do you want everyone to be like us and integrate into one group? Qin Yu nodded. If we don't unite, how can we work together to deal with those sudden crises? I also plan to let some trustworthy people lead a few people, so that whether it is searching for supplies or standing guard and patrolling, they are familiar with it first. After the voice fell, Feng Yi pondered for a while, and said softly, why not just cancel the search team and the cleanup team? It was indeed necessary to separate them some time ago, and each division of labor could better search for supplies. But to be honest, the doomsday has happened for so long, there is no need to focus on searching certain areas. After she finished speaking, Alei also nodded and agreed. What Xiaoyi said is not unreasonable. Now, if we want to obtain supplies, it is not about what we need, but what we can find. Most of the houses within a dozen miles around have been searched. Every time we go out, it will take several days to come back. If the people in the team are not trustworthy, it will also be a huge hidden danger. Listening to everyone's opinions, Qin Yu glanced at his arm that was hung up again, and said in a deep voice, that's what I thought of. I thought I just needed to be wary of strangers. I didn't expect that those who have lived together for so long would actually rebel for food. If I had injured both hands this time, I would have been helpless a few hours ago. Hearing this, Lin Yi said somewhat unhappy, I used to treat those people's injuries. I am so angry. They are just ungrateful. Qin Yu walked over with a smile, then sat on the sofa and said softly, it has nothing to do with you. You can't know a person's heart by his face. We are in the end times, and we should have understood these principles earlier. We just need to be more careful in the future. That being said, Lin Yi walked over to Qin Yu's right, then took the candle on the table, held it close to his arm, and after checking it, he said depressedly, if you continue to use this hand, the consequences will be extremely serious. Hearing this, Qin Yu shrugged his shoulders in disapproval and said, how serious can it be? Can it be amputated? When he finished speaking, Lin Yi did not respond, but sat there in silence. Seeing this, Qin Yu's eyelids jumped, and he blurted out, is it really true? After the words fell, Lin Yi sighed and said, what do you think? Although the bone fracture is not as serious as the fracture, it still needs to be treated well, and you need to pay more attention to rest. If Ding Tao had any medical knowledge, he would have focused on attacking your right arm. You would not have the energy to chat with us now. Qin Yu scratched his head and said, it seems that luck really favored you this time. Don't worry, I will not pay attention to anything next. Just focus on healing. I don't want to be left with only one hand one day. It's better. Lin Yi glared at him, then stood up and rubbed his shoulders, saying, come on, you guys continue chatting, I be busy for a while. Hearing this, Feng Yi was slightly stunned and asked curiously, it's dark now, what are you still busy with? Lin Yi walked towards the cabinet and said, although Wang Lulin used to be a careless person, he also saved me today. Apart from anything else, I have to pay close attention to his condition. Hearing this, Qin Yu also stood up and said seriously, he saved you, which is equivalent to saving me, so if you need a blood transfusion, just call me. Hee hee. Lin Yi turned around and smiled, shook her head and said, the treatment was timely, no blood transfusion is needed, you should take care of yourself first. After that, Lin Yi continued to walk towards the infirmary. Since the injury had just been treated, in order to facilitate follow-up observation, Lin Yi did not let anyone send Huang Lulin back to his own house, and let him stay here for 2 days. After Lin Yi left, there were only 4 people left in the living room. In addition to Alei and Feng Yi, Xiao Ning was curled up on the sofa, reading medical books carefully by the light of candles. She had never been exposed to this before. To be honest, it looked no different from the heavenly book. Xiao Ning could only read it repeatedly. If she really didn't understand, she would ask Lin Yi. Qin Yu glanced at the 3 people. Feng Yi was whispering to Alei, and Xiao Ning was reading a book. He was the only one who had nothing to do, so he said, "It's late, we have to go back and rest. You guys continue. I leave first." Hearing this, Fengyi turned her head to look at him and said, "By the way, Qinyu, there is an empty room upstairs. You can also move in. Alei has been living with us since he was injured recently. Why don't you come too?" "Forget it." Qinyu waved his left hand and refused. "It doesn't matter where I live. Besides, I've already gotten used to it there. It's troublesome to move around." After that, Qinyu turned and left the backyard. He had to go and see the corpse ant. If it sneaks out at night to attack people, it will be a big problem. In today's apocalypse, the moonlight is also very bright. As long as you are outdoors, you can basically see it clearly without other tools. However, if you want to see it carefully, you still need a flashlight or candle. Qinyu squatted in front of the plastic bottle, looking at the slowly moving corpse ant inside. After thinking for a moment, he took it and walked towards the house where he lived. At this moment, he regretted that he had finished the knife too quickly before. He should have left a corpse, waited for it to mutate into a zombie, and then used the bones for experiments. Chapter 373. Back in his backyard, Qinyu put the bottle on the stove, continued to find a piece of wood to cover the opening, and then prepared to go into the house. But at this moment, a scream suddenly came from the house, and then Qinyu's face changed, and he rushed in from the back door. The moment he opened the door, Dezhuang also ran down from the second floor and asked nervously, "What's going on, Yangzi? What are you screaming?" "Wu." Yangzi turned around in a panic and said, "There is a mouse. Brother, come quickly, I stepped on it." "Hurry up, it's still moving." After saying this, Yangzi's voice already had a hint of tears. Although she was not afraid of zombies, she had a psychological fear of rats, which was completely from the heart. Seeing this, Dezhuang hurried over, then slowly stepped on the rat's body, and slowly moved with the help of his little sister's right foot until it completely pressed down its head. The moment he let go, Yangzi felt relieved, and then hid behind Qinyu, who had already come over, gritted his teeth, and said viciously, "Brother, hurry up and catch it, I'm going to light a fire and roast it alive." "No problem, wait a minute." After saying that, Dezhuang started rummaging around on the cabinet next to him, trying to find something to replace his fingers. After all, everyone knows that mice have a lot of bacteria, not to mention mice in this apocalypse. Who knows how many disgusting viruses this thing carries? Qinyu looked around and saw the bucket at the door of the bathroom, so he walked over to pour out the water, took it and walked towards Dezhuang and said, "Use this. It's used to collect rainwater to flush the toilet. It's already very dirty." Dezhuang nodded, took it, and then moved it carefully along his feet, and finally quickly let go, and quickly covered the mouse with the bucket. The next second, there was a flapping sound in the bucket. Seeing the scene, Qinyu asked curiously, "Why don't you just step on it to death? This mouse is the first of the 4 pests. It's really a big tumor." Hearing this, Dezhuang stepped on the overturned bucket with one foot, then looked at Qinyu and said with a pout, "You don't know, this thing almost caused a big disaster before. Our whole family hates this beast. If we catch it, we must kill it to vent our hatred." After she finished speaking, Yangzi reached out and pulled Qinyu's clothes, then squatted down, took off her shoes and socks to expose her toes, and lowered her head and said, "When I was very young, about a month old, my parents were busy with work and had no time to take care of the child, so my grandparents came to help take care of it. But you also know that it is not convenient for the elderly to be old, and I was very young at that time. One day when I was sleeping, I was bitten by a mouse on my toe." After she finished speaking, Qinyu looked carefully at Yangzi's left foot and found that there was a piece of flesh missing at the position of the little toe. Then Yangzi raised his head and continued with a somewhat lost look, "Fortunately, my brother came back from school in time, so it didn't lead to more serious consequences. So since then, we basically hate mice when we see them, and never let them have an easy life." Hearing this, Qinyu didn't know what to say. He reached out and patted Yangzi on the shoulder, comforting him. "This thing is really harmful. I've seen it on the news before. Many babies were bitten by rats. At that time, just watching it made me angry. Whether it was before the end of the world or now, as long as I encounter a rat, I will definitely step on it to death on the spot. There was an incident before, also because of rats. Because I am an orphan and live alone, one night the induction cooker at home was actually turned on. You know, I often go out to deliver food in the middle of the night." Yangzi put on his shoes, raised his head and asked curiously, "What happened next? Was it because the induction cooker short-circuited?" Qinyu shook his head. "No, I later found out after watching the surveillance that it was actually a mouse that came out to look for food in the middle of the night and accidentally touched the panel and started it. Speaking of it, God was really helping me at that time. It suddenly hailed at that time, and I had no choice but to go home early. In addition, my neighbor's house was robbed at that time, so I was cautious and installed a surveillance at home. Otherwise, I would not know what the reason was. After he finished speaking, De Zhuang also said with a hateful look, "You are lucky." To be honest, I feel that some families suddenly caught fire in the middle of the night, maybe because of this reason. However, many manufacturers later set up some detection methods for induction cookers, and basically they will not cook in an empty pot for a long time, but they are afraid that if the circuit catches fire, it will be over. Yes. Chinyu nodded and added, "Since then, except for refrigerators, I unplug other electrical appliances after use. Even mobile phone chargers are no exception." After saying this, Chinyu thought of something and said, "Since everyone hates this thing, why don't we do an experiment?" "Oh!" Yang Zi became interested and asked, "What experiment?" Hearing this, Chinyu pulled out the dagger from his waist and said in a deep voice, "I have always been curious about why some knives have killed zombies, but after being boiled in boiling water, no one dares to touch the wound. Do you remember this?" "Of course." De Zhuang nodded. "But then again, it's not easy to find a suitable knife in the end times, and they are basically recycled. Those daggers are put aside after cooking, and someone will use them again after a long time, but at this time no one remembers the virus, and no one has even heard of anyone being infected by a knife." Chinyu frowned and expressed these doubts. Then the three of them looked at each other, and did what they said. Yang Zi found a cardboard, then carefully stuffed it into the edge of the barrel, and knocked on the barrel. When the mouse jumped up, he quickly passed through the seal, and then the three of them walked to the backyard. Since Chinyu was still injured, De Zhuang performed the basic steps. First, boil a pot of water, then use a ladle to pour it on the dagger, and finally wipe it dry with dirty clothes. In order to fix the mouse, De Zhuang shook the bucket back and forth to reduce its struggle, and then continued to wrap his hands with dirty clothes to pinch the mouse's head directly. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Chinyu took the dagger and gently cut the mouse's leg. But thinking of what happened to Yang Zi, he added 2 more hits, then threw it into the bucket and watched the mouse's reaction. 10 seconds passed, and the mouse could only lie inside because of its injured legs, its body heaving up and down. After a few seconds, the mouse began to make uncontrollable noises, and then shook its head left and right. Then a terrifying scene appeared. It actually stood up directly, and its eyes turned dark black. The three people looked at each other, and felt a little solemn. Then Da Zhuang picked up the bucket and poured out the mouse, picked up a stone and smashed its head, then picked up the body with a piece of wood, and threw it into the fire to burn it. Chapter 374. Watching the flames sizzle the rat corpse, Chinyu pondered for a while, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that we need to catch more rats." Hearing this, Yang Zi looked at the stove and whispered, "Others should be okay, right? In theory, as long as it is an animal, it seems that it can be used for trial." Chinyu shook his head gently. "Insects are okay, but there are no insects in our community. It's not peaceful outside recently, so don't go out for now. Let's talk about it after this period. Brother Da Zhuang, please tell the others that if they encounter mice, they should be caught alive first. I am useful." Then Chinyu looked to the side and whispered. Da Zhuang nodded and stood up to tell everyone. Then Chinyu and Yang Zi cleaned up the backyard and went back to their rooms to rest. Nowadays, in winter, if there is nothing to do at night, people will not stay in the living room. After all, making a fire will consume wood. Lying in the bedroom, Chinyu lay flat on the bed, with his right hand vertically placed beside him and his left hand behind his head, looking at the ceiling and thinking about something carefully. Although the community was attacked by black bugs today, similar incidents have occurred in other places to a greater or lesser extent, and many survivors' camps have found these terrifying bugs. They live in zombie bodies, devouring the flesh and blood of the bodies as nutrients until they are awakened by living people. In a forest area far away from the community, a small war broke out an hour ago. There were several corpses lying on the ground, looking extremely miserable. Each of them had their eyeballs dug out alive. Sharp wooden sticks pierced their heads, and their lower bodies were bleeding profusely. The surroundings were very quiet, as if only the sound of zombies moving could be heard. A few minutes later, a corpse on the ground suddenly moved his fingers, then supported himself on the ground and stood up. He looked around, then grabbed a pile of weeds on the ground and rubbed them carefully on his face, not caring even if his face was scratched. As the bloodstains disappeared, the face twisted by evil was revealed. A closer look revealed that it was Qin Ho. The corpses on the ground were all those who had bullied him before. Under normal circumstances, the wounded Chin Ho was no match for these people. But a few hours ago, by chance, those people were lucky enough to find a wild boar. You know, in today's environment, meat is very scarce. When animals are infected, it is basically difficult to hunt prey in the wild, but as long as one is found, it will make many people crazy. After great efforts, the men finally killed the wild boar and carried it back to the camp. Because they were too excited, all of them gathered together to deal with the wild boar, and then let Chin Ho go alone to light the fire and get water. Seeing the people around him laughing, Chin Ho knew that this would be his only chance to take revenge. He first made an excuse that the water was not clean, and then wanted to get water again, so he came into contact with the location of the simple filter. Compared with the filter in Chin Yu's community, the one here is much simpler, and is made entirely of charcoal. There was always someone watching from the side, and Chin Ho couldn't find a reason to start, so he had to put away those little thoughts and concentrate on doing things. Since these people lived in the wild, they could only sleep in a cave, collect rainwater, boil it, and drink it directly. Although they occasionally had diarrhea, they were used to it and didn't care. Finally, on the way back to the fire with water, Chin Ho pretended to fall to the ground, then fixed the bucket, and took the opportunity to make the water bounce up, successfully touching his hands. For this opportunity, Chin Ho had already started to prepare. He deliberately made his hands full of mud, and then left some zombie blood clots in the nails. After drying, he stuck it in the cracks. At this time, the fingers were wet and blood began to drip into the water. Of course, although the plan was successfully implemented, the consequence was that Chin Ho was beaten again. Finally, those people were too greedy, and didn't know how to save food. They roasted wild boar meat, and made soup. Then came the popular diarrhea. Because they ate too much, they didn't notice that there was one less person in the camp. Until Chin Ho led the zombies in. Of course, those people didn't see Chin Ho walking behind the zombies. When they picked up their weapons, and ran away, while desperately killing zombies, Chin Ho had already thrown away the dirty clothes on his body, approached those people in the chaos, and hit them hard on the back of their heads with stones. It didn't matter if he was killed on the spot. His purpose was to take revenge. Regardless of whether he died or not, Chin Ho later covered the mouths of those people, and dug out their eyeballs with his hands. Unfortunately, when he came into contact with the leader Jin Shingsong, he was attacked by the latter, who pretended to be unconscious. Relying on the opponent's weakness caused by eating wild boar meat with viruses, Chin Ho successfully stood to the end despite breaking 2 fingers. Later, he himself fell to the ground due to exhaustion, but because the blood from killing the wild boar attracted a large number of zombies, there were not many zombies nearby. Just as Chin Ho collected the daggers, and was about to leave, he suddenly thought of his former fiancée, who seemed to have taken a different path. At this moment, Chin Ho's temperament had changed drastically. He had a gloomy face, and his mind was full of resentment. When he thought of what happened to him, Chin Ho wanted to kill Xiao Rui alive. He wanted to find the other person, and then return all the things that happened in the past few days to Xiao Rui in an even more severe way. Thinking of this, Chin Ho began to return to the original route according to his memory, and walked towards the gas station again. Even though it was dark, he did not stop until he was finally too tired to walk, and then he got into an abandoned car on the roadside to rest. Nothing happened overnight. After the weather got colder, Chin Yu rarely got up early. After all, he was injured now, and could not continue to exercise. Since the injury, Chin Yu's sleep has become more and more uncomfortable. He was afraid that he would turn over and press his arm at night, and he often woke up several times. After sitting on the bed for a while, he was in a daze, and then he carefully put on his clothes. Although it was inconvenient to do it with one hand, it was okay. He just put on his coat. After washing up, Chin Yu ate some biscuits. Although it was hard to swallow, there was no other way. Either eat or starve. Then he walked to an area in the community. According to the agreement, the bodies would be buried at 11 o'clock this morning, and everyone had to be present. When Chin Yu approached, the men had already started digging the pit. As for the girls, Lin Yi took the lead and simply cleaned up the bodies. Chapter 375. What are you doing? Chin Yu walked to the girls and asked curiously. Hearing this, Lin Yi said in a depressed mood, Wang Yu gave up her own life to save me, so I want her to leave cleanly. To be honest, I didn't do anything, but she always remembered it in her heart. Hearing this, Chin Yu looked at the clean corpse in front of him, and said softly, There is no light in her world anymore. Your care will make people grateful for a long time. There were many small bites on the body, and Lin Yi tried her best to sew them up for her, but she didn't use the thread specially used for bandaging wounds. Instead, it was taken from a light yellow piece of clothing, which was about the same color as human skin and could be easily torn apart. It couldn't be used for people, but the body could be used. Because Lan Yi didn't want you to look so scary. After about half an hour of hard work, several pits were finally dug, and Lan Yi had already finished his work and stood aside in silence. Qinyu knew that she was in a bad mood at the moment, so he didn't bother her, but helped others carry the body into the pit. Although he could only move one hand, these people died to protect the community, so Qinyu had to come up to see them off. He covered the soil again, erected a few wooden signs, carved their names with daggers, and placed their personal belongings next to them, and then everyone left one by one. Whether in the past or now, birth, aging, illness and death are natural laws, and death is not the end, as long as everyone remembers it in their hearts. In the afternoon, Chen Yu and Feng Yi informed everyone that they would celebrate the Spring Festival 2 days later together. They would have a tentative meeting on the lawn in the middle of the community, and then they would have a delicious meal together. The hot pot base that they had been given before had been kept in the warehouse without being used. According to the previous thoughts of Chen Yu, De Zhuang and Li Yao, this thing was very precious, and they should just keep it for themselves. However, since they could not find any food to cook later, they just left it there. After all, we can't just cook vegetables with hot pot ingredients, right? That would be such a waste. After a group of people discussed, they all decided to go out hunting. After all, there were still 2 days left. If we could hunt some hares and pheasants, it would be a good time to celebrate the new year. We simply divided into 2 groups, each with 4 people, and acted separately. Group A was Da Zhuang, Han Wu, Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong. These 4 went hunting in the woods, carrying bows and arrows, pistols, etc. However, guns were used to deal with other enemies, and were kept for life-saving. In general, in order not to make any noise, cold weapons were used as much as possible. Group B is Zhang Yin, Li Yao and Yang Zi. The 3 of them went to the river to catch some fish. Since they didn't have tools like fishing nets, they could only follow the old method, burning the needle red and bending it, tying a thin line to fish. Fortunately, earthworms can be easily dug in the community, but the 2 girls tried it, and were a little afraid to catch them. Seeing this, Zhang Yin smiled and broke 4 branches from the tree, made them into simple chopsticks, and then asked the 2 girls to hold the earthworms. Finally, they tried it, and they could also hang it with a fishhook. And Alay also taught another way, which is to cut a bamboo, cut a crack on one end with a knife, and then use a thin wooden stick to clamp it. In this way, a simple harpoon is ready, which can at least increase the chance of catching fish. Originally, Qinyu wanted to go with them, but with his injury, the others didn't agree at all. And Lan Yi didn't allow him to leave the community at all. There was no other way, so Qinyu had to patiently tell them to be careful when going out, to save their lives first, and not to let their own people get hurt even if they had to sacrifice supplies. It was not worth it. Hearing this, De Zhuang and Zhang Yin also made clear promises to Qinyu that they would bring these people back safely, and then left through the secret passage. There were still more than a dozen zombies gathered at the front door, and a large number of zombies were also in the outer forest, so it was impossible to get out by normal means. After they left, Qinyu smiled at Lin Yi, who was a little angry just now, and promised her that he would never sneak out. After coaxing her, he was at ease and prepared to continue the experiment. I don't know if it's because it's winter, and there is a shortage of food in the doomsday, the mice seem to be more active. After De Zhuang reminded me last night, I really caught 3 of them early the next morning, but they were a little small, about the size of a palm. The appearance of this thing in the community means that there are already mice nearby, but there is no way, without sticky mouse boards and rat poison, it is basically difficult to catch them. Fortunately, they ran around into the yard and were caught. Qinyu carried a small bucket in his left hand, and continued to walk to his backyard. Then he returned to the bedroom to take out the dagger, ready to test again whether the virus was still there. Feng Yi and Yu Dajiang were busy in the greenhouse, and Lin Yi was still teaching Xiaoning to change Huang Lulin's medicine, so there were not many people left in the community. Alay's current injury should not be underestimated. Lin Yi did not allow him to contact mice, so there was no way. Now the only one who came to help was Yufeng. As for Wu Rui, thinking of her actions yesterday, Qinyu would rather do it himself than have her help. If she does something weird again, and Lin Yi gets angry, Qinyu will regret it. Besides, he is the kind of person who will never change his mind once he makes up his mind. Some men have 3 wives and 4 concubines in the end times, and then take all kinds of women for fun. Qinyu has nothing to say about this. Other people's behavior has nothing to do with him. Anyway, Chen Yu will not be like that. He is already very satisfied with having Lin Yi by his side. Hey kid, you must hold it tight. I don't want to catch rats all over the yard later. Chen Yu looked at Yu Feng in front of him and warned him with some worry. After he finished speaking, Yu Feng nodded solemnly and said, just pour it out. I will definitely cover it. Seeing this, Chen Yu had no choice but to squat down, then grabbed the lid and tilted the bucket, and then slowly lifted the lid. Then some gaps appeared, and soon a mouse stuck its head out and tried to get out. Chen Yu moved up a little bit, so that the mouse's head was exposed more. Seeing the right moment, Yu Feng wrapped his hands with dirty clothes, then pounced on it, grabbed the mouse's head tightly, and pulled it out with force. Continuing to close the lid, Chen Yu glanced at Yu Feng and felt a little funny. Children are children. Even if they are obviously scared, they still look at the mouse seriously. Be careful, it bites you. Chen Yu shouted casually, then picked up the dagger and gently cut the mouse's leg twice. After observing for about 3 minutes, it was still the same as before, and there was no change in the mouse's eyeball. Chapter 376. Just when Chen Yu thought there was no virus on the dagger, the mouse started to struggle again. It took a little longer than last time, but it still had the same infection effect. Fortunately, Chen Yu prepared 2 buckets in advance and quickly asked Yu Feng to throw the mouse into another bucket. As more than 10 seconds passed, the mouse's eyeballs began to change color. Although the color was not as dark as last time, it looked like cement. Seeing this, Chen Yu frowned and began to analyze this series of results in his mind. Yesterday, I used boiling water to disinfect the dagger at night. It was still afternoon, and it was still early before dark. He looked at his watch and saw that only about 19 hours had passed. It can be seen that a knife that has killed zombies cannot be used even within 1 day after cleaning, but the infection rate has slowed down a lot. Chen Yu guessed that if he could change the disinfection method, he might be able to shorten this time. He did it right away. Chen Yu put the mouse in the bucket, found something to cover it, and then sat there waiting. He had to wait until the rats completely mutated into corpse rats. After more than 10 minutes, the rats were already emitting a dead aura. Zombies were the same, they looked exactly like dead people, but they could move. Then Chen Yu looked around, and the 2 of them carried buckets and walked towards the yard. Next, he would directly set up a stove to boil water. Since the backyard was where everyone heated food, Chen Yu was unwilling to take risks. If the virus spread to other places during the process, and he didn't notice it, it would probably kill others afterwards. Arriving at the front yard, Chen Yu walked to the corner, then picked up 2 bricks from the flower bed and returned. This community was not fully built before, so many places were full of bricks. Feng Yi didn't plan to throw them away at the time, so she just piled them up. Except for the lack of cement, it looked pretty good. After stacking 3 bricks in 3 directions, Chen Yu was a little worried again. There were no other pots now, and it was impossible to use the one on the stove. After all, this thing was in short supply now. After thinking for a while, Chen Yu got up and walked to the kitchen. After searching through the boxes and cabinets, he finally found a stainless steel bowl. This shows that Feng Yi had foresight in organizing the trade fair. These materials were collected before, but they were rarely used. Anyway, as long as they can no longer be produced in the end of the world, they can be brought back to exchange for material coins. The only difference is the value. Since it is used to boil water for experiments, I am too lazy to wash it. Chen Yu put it on the bricks and ordered, "Go dig some snow blocks, preferably those that are clean." Yu Feng heard this, stood up from the ground, nodded and ran outside. There wasn't much snow in the yard, mainly because someone would clean it regularly. Soon the fire started, and Chen Yu held a fan while letting Yu Feng add snow cubes into it. It looked like there wasn't much residue, but it was actually quite dirty after melting, unless you go to an area where no one enters, so that the snow you dig out will be clean. As the water boiled, Chen Yu also started the next step. He took 2 more daggers from the arsenal in advance, and then stabbed the rat's body, making it covered with blood. Then he waited for a few minutes to make sure the blood on the knife stayed longer, and then threw it into the bowl of boiling water. He boiled it for 10 minutes, and finally wiped it with dirty clothes that did not have the virus, and then put it aside. After so long, Chen Yu continued to use the dagger to cut a mouse. This time, the infection was slower, and it started to struggle after more than half an hour. After several experiments, Chen Yu clearly knew that the dagger could be used again after being disinfected, but it had to be left for dozens of hours in between. Next, we need to be precise about the exact time. Chen Yu and Yu Feng have been busy here for an entire afternoon, trying repeatedly. Fortunately, 2 more mice were caught later, otherwise it would not be enough. It was not until dark when Zhang Yin and the other 3 came back that Chen Yu finally figured out the clues. If the dagger kills the zombies, then use boiling water to disinfect it for more than half an hour, then wipe it clean and store it for about 24 hours, and the virus will basically disappear. But you can't take any chances with this thing, so Chen Yu doubled the time, that is, it can only be used after 48 hours of disinfection. In this way, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Yu had always felt that although there would be residual viruses on the knife, it was not a living thing, but only a tool. If the virus can survive for a long time on any object, then what is the point? Just let everyone wait for death. In an afternoon, Chen Yu finished his work, and Zhang Yin also had a good harvest. The main reason is that in the apocalypse, basically no one will go fishing. There are zombies everywhere. Staying by the river for a few hours is simply seeking death. Zhang Yin basically stood guard around the whole time, and then the two girls tied the hooks and lines to the rocks, and finally hid in the woods, going to check every hour. They evacuated when it was almost dark. The three of them did not walk far. There was a river half an hour away from the community. Unlike Dazhuang and his friends, they basically spent the whole afternoon on the road. The final harvest was a total of 4 fish, about 1 pound in weight, plus 2 yellow eels. There was nothing they could do about it. Some zombies would die in the river, and the fish would run over to eat the rotten meat, and eventually they would be infected and become corpse fish. But the good news was that they would not eat their own kind. And I don't know if it's because of too much water and dilution, the remaining normal fish are not affected. The left rear of the community, that is, the west direction, is the area where Dazhuang and his 4 friends went to hunt. There are many zombies in the nearby forest, let alone small animals, and only a few birds are encountered, but they are too alert and very difficult to shoot. When it was dark, the 4 people arrived at the target area, which was a forest at the foot of the mountain. Dazhuang stood at the edge of the cliff, looked around in the night, then nodded and whispered, "This is it. Everyone sleep well tonight. We will be busy tomorrow when we go into the mountain." After he finished speaking, Hongwu was still dressed the same as before, wearing a tight jacket and carrying a hammer on his back. He looked at the cliff under his feet, then turned his head and asked in confusion, "Are you sure there are animals down there? We have been running all the way here, but there are nothing but zombies, and occasionally we encounter a few squirrels." After speaking, Hongwu raised his right hand. There were 3 in total, and Dazhuang had shot them with a bow and arrow before. This time, most of the arrows of the 4 people were newly made, using the cans that had been eaten. Chapter 377. The arrows that Shao Kahn carried on his back were used to kill zombies, and were reserved for emergencies. At this moment, the young man was leaning against the tree with lifeless eyes, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Lao Cheng slid down from a tree, walked over and said with a smile, "Young man, you still need to exercise. With this physique in the apocalypse, you will not even be able to escape in the future." Hearing this, Shao Kahn supported himself on the ground with his hands, sat down, held a quiver in his hands, and said panting, You ran for an afternoon, but you were just sweating profusely. Although the speed slowed down in the last 2 hours, this is too outrageous, right?" Hearing this, Dazhuang turned around and walked back, whispering, "Didn't you run before in the community?" Shao Kahn leaned his head against the tree, smiled bitterly, and said, "Let alone now, even before the end of the world, I didn't run much." "That won't work." Dazhuang frowned and whispered, "Xiao Yu sent you to follow us. Do you think you are here for fun?" "Ah?" Shao Kahn was slightly startled and asked in confusion, "Isn't it because there are not many people in the community, so I came to help carry the prey?" As soon as these words came out, the 3 men on the scene smiled and shook their heads. Hongwu also followed back and explained, "Xiao Yu saw that you are a good person and have potential worth cultivating, so he asked us to take you with him. Besides, with the physique of the 3 of us brothers, do you think we still need you to help carry the prey? Hee hee." Lao Cheng walked over and squatted, stretched out his hand on Shao Kahn's shoulder, and said seriously, "He treats you as his own. Work hard in the future and exercise your body. Even if we can't beat the zombies, we should at least be able to run away, right? Okay, no more talk. Let Shao Kahn experience it slowly." Dazhuang waved his hand. Now that he was in the wild, he didn't have the heart to talk to anyone. He turned his head and said to Hongwu, "Let's go check the surroundings and set up an early warning agency. Shao Kahn in the old city will make a fire and prepare something to eat. I'm a little hungry after traveling for so long." As soon as he finished speaking, Hongwu took out a bundle of cans from the bag behind him and tied it tightly with a rope, so there was no sound even when running. Seeing this scene, Shao Kahn's eyes widened, and he sat up straight and said, "Not only do we have to spend the night in the wild, but we also have to get our own food." Hearing this, Lao Cheng said while picking up wood, "What else can we do? Where can we find abandoned houses to live in the end of the world? And since we are out hunting, we must find a way to get food. It is impossible to carry canned food with us, right? In that case, it will be almost the same as camping." After hearing the explanation, Xiao Kong quickly put the quiver on the ground and walked over to pick up firewood with Lao Cheng. And from what these people said, Qin Yu deliberately asked him to come out this time. In this case, he must perform well and strive to learn more. When we were running a few hours ago, the forest was full of zombies. In order to avoid being surrounded, the four of us ran very fast. Xiao Kong had never run so hard before, and his body was not used to it, so he vomited several times in succession, but no one came to help him. When he knelt on the ground and vomited for the second time, Dazhuang walked up to him expressionlessly and said in a deep voice, "If you want to survive in this doomsday, you can only rely on yourself. Anyway, it's not far away now. If you really can't stand it, you can return to the community by the same route. No one will blame you, but if you still want to follow us, you can't fall behind next time." After that, Dazhuang led Lao Cheng Han Wu to continue running forward, completely ignoring the zombies approaching. This was also what Qin Yu had told him in advance. Going out to hunt is the main line, but training Xiao Kong is a branch line. The community will not leave any waste in the future, and everyone must grow up as soon as possible. So Qin Yu hoped that Dazhuang would not always help Xiao Kong. If he did not experience some things, he would have to rely on others to survive for a long time. At that time, Xiao Kong did retreat, but thinking of the current environment, if he did not seize this opportunity, he would never be able to enter Qin Yu's side again. In order to survive, he chose to keep up. Listening to the voice coming from behind, Dazhuang smiled slightly and shook his head slightly while running. This Xiao Yu is really amazing. He said that although Xiao Kong is weak, as long as he is trained, he can also be independent and can stimulate the other party appropriately. A lot of wood has been piled up on the cliff at this time. Dazhuang and Han Wu also put cans 10 meters away from the camp. As long as a zombie enters, it will start to make a sound. Seeing Lao Cheng put the wood in place, and then leaned against the tree to close his eyes and rest, he did not continue to be busy. Seeing this, Xiao Kong pondered for a while, then he walked forward, picked up a thumb-thick branch, and began to drill a split wooden board. Hearing the sound, Lao Cheng opened his eyes and said in amazement, "What are you doing? You think you have too much energy, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Kong turned his head with a puzzled look on his face and replied, "Drilling wood to make fire, haven't you seen it before? Dazhuang asked us to make a fire. I saw you were resting, so I thought he wanted me to try it." After the voice fell, Dazhuang and Han Wu walked out of the woods. Lao Cheng stood up helplessly and whispered, "Although we are spending the night in the wild, there is no need to really return to primitive life. I am waiting for Dazhuang to come back. What do you think I am doing?" After that, Dazhuang took out a lighter from his pocket and threw it to Lao Cheng. "Hey, do you understand modern society? Even if it's the end of the world, we don't have to endure hardships." Lao Cheng took the lighter, walked forward and stretched it in front of Xiao Kong, and then said speechlessly. Then he started a fire, and Han Wu began to deal with the squirrels, and then skewered them with a stick. Seeing this, Xiao Kong said curiously, "Isn't it hunting? I thought I would bring these squirrels back to the community." Han Wu shook his head and smiled. "These are just a few, and they are too small. There are not enough to share when we take them back. This is our food tonight." Then, he handed 2 skewers of squirrel meat to Dazhuang, who picked them up and started roasting them by the fire. Then after a few minutes, Lao Cheng took out some salt and sprinkled it on. But when sprinkling salt, you don't just throw it directly. Nowadays, this thing is very scarce. Lao Cheng put a plastic bag on the ground next to it, and then Dazhuang held the squirrel above it, so that after sprinkling the salt, the ones below can be collected again. In order to have a fire to keep warm tonight, not much wood was added. Dazhuang held the meat and turned it over by the charcoal without saying a word, and changed people to continue roasting every 15 minutes. This is also what Lin Yi carefully reminded. When eating this kind of thing in the wild, the taste is secondary, and the main thing is to roast it. Chapter 378. After about half an hour, it was finally roasted. The weather was very cold now, and it started to cool down after being left aside for a few minutes. Then, 2 people each took one, and they split it in half. Then, the 4 of them sat by the fire and ate the roasted squirrel meat quietly. Xiao Kong looked at the palm-sized meat in his hand. It looked fragrant, but he didn't know how it tasted. He opened his mouth and took a bite, then he chewed it slowly, and his mood became better. It tasted a bit like chicken, but also a bit like rabbit meat. Anyway, it was delicious. Although no food was brought out, some water was brought with it. After all, even in the wild, water must be boiled before drinking. After eating and drinking, Dajwang looked at his watch and began to arrange the next matters. It is almost 11 hours before dawn. Each person only needs to keep watch for 3 hours. You go to sleep first. I will take the first shift. Then Han Wu will be the second, Lao Cheng will be the second, and Xiao Kong will be the last. Do you have any objections? Everyone shook their heads when they heard him, indicating that they would just listen to him. Then the other three picked a suitable place, spread a piece of plastic sheet on the ground, and then laid down to rest. Dajwang sat quietly in front of the fire, holding a thin branch in his hand, and occasionally turned the charcoal in the fire. Nothing happened overnight. At about 7 o'clock the next morning, the four packed up their things and continued to the left. There was a cliff below, and there was no rope long enough to hang down, so they had to take a detour. Along the way, Dajwang also began to talk to everyone about why they came here to hunt. 2 years ago, there was a landslide in this area, and a lot of rubble rolled down, which later formed a cliff nearby. There is also a river dividing this area. Basically, few people have been here. Hearing this, Lao Cheng spread the leaves with his hands and asked curiously, I did see the news online before, but because it is too far away, I don't have much memory of this place. So does it seem that zombies can't get in? Dajwang nodded and said in a deep voice, I was a volunteer here at that time, so I remember it clearly. Although I lived in that community, I didn't think of this place until I looked at the map several times and remembered it. Maybe I can try my luck. After walking for almost 2 hours, the four people finally arrived at a river bank. They didn't have breakfast, so they didn't cross the river rashly, but rested nearby first. Continue to build a fire, heat up the roasted squirrel left over from last night, and then share it. It's a bit not enough, so Dajwang and Lao Cheng went to the river to fish 2 more fish. At this moment, Xiao Kong understood why they had to travel so long to come here to hunt, because the resources are really rich. But the road is difficult to walk, the car can't drive over, and you can only rely on your legs. It is estimated that if it weren't for coming here, you probably wouldn't come here. After finishing the grilled fish, it was almost noon. After the sun came out, the surrounding temperature rose, so it was not so cold to cross the river. The river in front of them was about 5 meters wide, but it was formed only because of mudslides, and it was not deep. The four people took off their shoes, tied the shoelaces and hung them around their necks, then rolled up their trouser legs and began to enter the flowing river. When they came to the other side of the river, they simply wiped the water with socks. In order not to waste time, they were too lazy to make a fire. The four people quickly went into the woods. As soon as they stepped into this land, Xiao Kong found something different. Not only him, but everyone noticed this, that is, the woods here don't smell bad. There is no smell polluted by zombies, it smells good. Just as the four people were concentrating on searching for prey, Xiao Kong's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly reached out to pull Lao Cheng, then pointed to the front and said incoherently, Fuck, look. Everyone looked over and saw a big wild boar with black hair all over its body, digging the soil at the entrance of a cave a few dozen meters away. Seeing this, the four people looked at each other, their eyes were full of excitement. Judging from its size, it weighs about 200 pounds. As long as it can carry it, it can at least have a happy new year. However, despite his excitement, Dajwang did not act rashly. Instead, everyone gathered together, and then he whispered, Everyone check your watches and confirm the time is consistent. After 3 minutes, shoot arrows from our half at the same time. Remember, you must focus on the vital parts. The three nodded. Even Hong Wu and Lao Cheng were very nervous at this time, fearing that there would be any mistakes. For everyone, this is not as easy as just hunting. In the doomsday, many people have never eaten fresh pork, and basically they dream about this thing. For everyone in the community, if they can eat this during the spring festival, it means something completely different. After deciding on the capture method, the four people dispersed and changed the arrows in their hands to clean ones. Then, they stared at the time on their watches, and then drew their bows and shot arrows at the same time, and 4 arrows flew out quickly. With 2 swish sounds, Dajwang and Han Wu hit the wild boar directly, while Lao Cheng and Shukong's arrows passed by its front legs. The sudden attack made the wild boar howl suddenly, and all the other animals in the forest started running around. Xiao Kong wanted to catch it, but he didn't dare to act without Dajwang's order. The wild boar was hit, and started to run away in panic. The 4 people hurriedly chased it to prevent it from running into the zombie area. While chasing, Dajwang held a bow and arrow in his hand. He saw the right opportunity, and shot another arrow at the wild boar's hind leg, which went straight through. With a bang, The wild boar could not control its speed and crashed into the tree, shaking its head a few times. At this moment, Hongwu rushed out from the side, holding a piece of wood as thick as his arm, and smashed it against the wild boar's head. With a snap, the wood broke directly, and the wild boar howled again and fell to the ground. Seeing this, De Zhuang quickly stepped forward, holding an arrow in his hand, and stabbed it into the wild boar's eyes on the ground. Even in this state, it was not dead yet, and struggled desperately, and shook De Zhuang off in a few moves. Then the three of them looked at each other, and rushed forward again, forming a circle around each other, and encircling the wild boar. No one dared to rush forward rashly against an animal of this size. As De Zhuang continued to pierce the neck with an arrow, the wild boar finally couldn't struggle anymore, and fell to the ground. The four of them surrounded it, completely unable to control their excitement. Then De Zhuang cut down a tree trunk, and used the vines to make a rope, quickly tied up the wild boar, and hung it up. Hongwu and Lao Cheng lifted it up and rushed towards the community. It's not that De Zhuang didn't see other animals, but he knew a truth very well. Only by bringing this pig back to the community quickly can he feel at ease. In this wild, no one knows whether he will encounter other survivors next. To avoid more trouble, take it back first. Chapter 379. At first, 2 people carried it, but it was too heavy. There was no choice but to add another piece of wood in the middle of the trunk, and Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong also carried it together. As a result, the 4 of them dared not stop and basically kept on moving. The whole afternoon was spent on the road, and finally around 8 o'clock in the evening, we saw the community wall. When we went there, we were running, so the speed was faster. When we came back, in order to avoid accidents, the 4 of us kept walking at a fast pace, which was relatively much slower. Fortunately, there was no problem during the process. The next day, Zhang Yin, Li Yao, and Yang Zi also went out early in the morning and returned after dark. They caught almost half a bucket of fish in total. There was nothing they could do about it. The fish hooks were not professional, but fortunately there were a lot of them, and they could catch a lot by tying them to the rocks. Thanks to the influence of the end of the world, almost no one would go fishing now, so the resources were still abundant. On the second day, Qin Yu also tested the knife that had been boiled the longest yesterday again. At that time, the 2 daggers were boiled in boiling water for half an hour, and 1 hour respectively. The latter's knife was well preserved. After about 24 hours, Qin Yu cut the mouse again. Sure enough, no matter how long he waited, there was no infection this time, and it was still exactly the same as before. However, Qin Yu still chose to be cautious about things related to human life. He notified everyone in the community of this result. After the dagger kills the zombies, it needs to be boiled in boiling water for at least 1 hour, and then left for more than 30 hours before it can be used as a clean knife. As for the knives used to kill zombies for a long time, there is no need to disinfect them. A mark is tied to the handle of the dagger, which can be anything. Anyway, the purpose is to let people know that the knife is not clean as soon as they hold it. As everyone returned to the community, the tense and cheerful preparation steps began. Unlike the previous spring festival, there is no way to buy New Year's goods now. In fact, whether to celebrate this new year was also discussed with Feng Yi before. At that time, Feng Yi felt that it was the end of the world, and there was no need to do this, but it would speed up the consumption of materials. But Chen Yu didn't think so. According to him, it was necessary to find an opportunity to encourage everyone and let everyone know that as long as they work together, there will be hope to survive. When Dazhuang and his friends returned to the community, they were all shocked by the wild boar. It was a completely unexpected surprise. After that, they did not have time to rest. Some boiled water, some bled, and everyone went their separate ways. They worked until midnight, and finally successfully cut the pork, put it in a clean basin, and then put it on the balcony of Feng Yi's house. Fortunately, it was winter now, and the outside was like a natural refrigerator. If it was summer, when the wild boar was killed, Dazhuang would have to find a way to make it into smoked meat to preserve it, otherwise it would go bad in an afternoon. On the third day, it was already New Year's Eve. According to the previous custom, except for those who were injured, all the people in the community went out to clean their houses. Qin Yu, Alei and Huang Lulin just sat on the chairs on the road outside, quietly watching everyone busying around. I didn't expect that after only 1 year, the world has changed drastically, Qin Yu said slowly. Huang Lulin had a bandage on his hand, and looked much weaker than before. He smiled when he heard this, and then continued, looking back now, it seems like everything is just like a dream. Who would have thought that the zombie movie that many people liked would actually appear? Hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head, looked at him and pondered for a while, then said softly, "Thanks to you for what happened last time. I will remember it in my heart. Sorry, there were some unpleasant things between us before." Hearing this, Wang Lulin shook his head slightly, smiled carelessly, then raised his tightly bandaged left hand and said, "In fact, at that moment, I just felt that I couldn't let the doctor die in vain. I was occasionally injured in the past, but it was thanks to her that I was safe. Besides, although I didn't like you before, I was convinced after you subdued me twice last time. Moreover, the community is getting better and better with your help and management. After all, it's all for survival. More friends are better than more enemies, don't you think?" Qin nodded and continued, "It's best if you can think like this." After a moment of silence, Wang Lulin hesitated, then turned his head to the right and asked, "Qin, can I learn some skills from you in the future?" Qin was watching Lin Yi take out the quilts to dry, and was slightly stunned when he heard this, and then asked in confusion, "What to learn?" "It's just that I feel that your aura is a little different. You look average, but you have great strength." After he finished speaking, Chen Yu smiled and said, "Then you should learn from Lei. He is much better than me, and I am just mediocre and not up to par." After saying this, Wang Lulin leaned forward slightly, and then looked at Lei, who was resting with his eyes closed on the right side of Chen Yu, hesitating a little, and not knowing how to start. After all, he knew that if he hadn't saved Lin Yi last time, he wouldn't even have the chance to learn skills, let alone sit here and chat with the two people next to him. Just when Wang Lulin was struggling, Lei opened his eyes, and said expressionlessly, "Dr. Xiao Lin is very important to the community. The future development cannot be separated from her. You saved her, so in disguise you saved the community." "Ah?" Wang Lulin was slightly startled, and didn't quite understand. Seeing this, Qin shook his head slightly, stretched out his left hand, and put it on his shoulder, and said with a smile, "Lei means that we are all family members in the future, so what's the point of learning or not? When we go out to search for supplies together, there will be many opportunities for him to guide you." Hearing this, Wang Lulin quickly stood up and walked to Lei, saying gratefully, thank you very much." "Yeah." Lei continued to close his eyes, and bask in the sun, and replied lightly. After Wang Lulin sat down again, Qin added again, "Before the end of the world, there were not many fights with people. If you won, you had to pay money, and if you lost, you went to the hospital. If you really encountered some unreasonable people, you could also ask the police for help. But now in the end of the world, if you exercise more, you will have more chances to survive." Wang Lulin also agreed with this statement, nodded and said, "That's right, in the past, when you encountered those idiots, you couldn't do anything to them. Fortunately, you could ask the police to mediate, but now in this doomsday environment, I can only make myself stronger and have more self-protection ability." Chapter 380. "Come on, it will get better slowly." Qin leaned back in his chair and said softly, "I hope so." Wang Lulin looked down at his left hand and smiled bitterly. "I am a useless person now. I will be satisfied if I can practice pistol well in the future." Hearing this, Qin whispered, "There are quite a few people with broken hands in the community now, 3 in total, but there is nothing we can do about it. We have to separate our hands to save our lives. I will try to have people pay attention to the prosthesis in the future, and I will definitely bring it back if I can find it." Wang Lulin nodded and said nothing more. The three of them continued to sit for more than 10 minutes, and then Qin stood up and said, "Okay, time flies. You two are seriously injured, so continue to rest. I go help them." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin walked straight towards Lin Yi. Basically, the whole afternoon passed like this. Although there were zombies hanging around the door, there were other benefits. That is, there was no need to arrange people to continue to stand guard. There were still a large number of zombies gathered in the woods around the community. Qin didn't think anyone could get close to the area in this situation, unless they really wanted to die. After everyone went to bed early, they all started to get busy early the next morning. Dazhuang led Lao Cheng to carry the bricks to the center of the community, and set up a few temporary stoves directly on the road, while the girls concentrated on preparing the ingredients for lunch. Basically, everything that was available in the community was taken out at this time, and of course, there was no extravagance or waste. Even several dining tables were moved out and gathered together. A small iron basin was placed on the middle table with some wood blocks in it. It was a pity that charcoal was not prepared in advance. After all, the decision to celebrate the new year together was made after the last attack, so it was a bit too late. Even though Qin right hand was hanging, he was still helping people clean the cabbages. Basically, only a few were left, and the others were all pulled out. Recalling last year's spring festival, Qin, who lived alone in a rented house at that time, also started working early in the morning. Finally, by noon, he prepared more than a dozen dishes for himself, but unfortunately he couldn't finish them at all, and then he had to eat leftovers for several days in a row. However, Chinyu felt that even if any dish was placed in the current apocalyptic environment, it would be a rare delicacy. Oh, if only this doomsday could end. Chinyu muttered as he squatted in front of the makeshift stove to light a fire. Well, sit on a small stool, otherwise you might feel dizzy when you stand up after squatting for too long. Lenny came over, put the small stool behind Chinyu, and said with a smile, "Thank you." Chinyu turned around and chuckled. "How is it? Is it better?" Lenny sat on the stool himself and asked softly. Chinyu nodded. "It's okay, it doesn't hurt so much when I sleep at night." Hearing this, Lenny put her hand on Chinyu's knee and whispered, "There is no other way. We can't find plaster now. Otherwise, I use that thing on you, and you recover faster. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it's not bad to wait for ready-made food every day." Lenny was a little speechless. It was rare for someone like Chinyu, who was almost about to have his limbs amputated, to still be in the mood to joke. Then she was about to continue talking when she suddenly heard a rumbling sound from her stomach. Then Lenny sat there with a red face, explaining, "There will be delicious food today, so I didn't eat anything last night, just waiting for a big meal later." Chinyu laughed, turned his head, and whispered in her ear, "Me too." Just as the two were whispering, Dezhuang came over with a basin of bones and said shamelessly, "Pay attention to the impact. What are you doing in broad daylight?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the chopped ones into the big pot, then looked at Lin Yi and laughed. At the beginning, when they were at the abandoned construction site, Dezhuang knew that something was wrong. But the two of them had only known each other for a short time, and they were too reserved to say it directly. It was not until Chinyu disappeared and Lin Yi cried, like a human, that Dezhuang was more certain. Fortunately, they met successfully later, and they were lucky enough to meet a group of very good people. If this community was built by Dezhuang himself, he would definitely bring Xiaojiu, Haozi and others back directly. Unfortunately, he was not very sure at that time. However, it would be a pity if such a group of powerful people lost contact like this. So Dezhuang and Haozi exchanged their respective addresses the night before they were about to separate. At that time, Dezhuang pointed out the approximate location of the community based on the direction of the collapsed bridge. As long as you follow the road, you should be able to see a high-speed overpass, and then he will carve a mark on the roadside tree. Of course, these things were kept secret from Chinyu, and they were a secret between him and Haozi. And Xiaojiu only found out about this later. More than 2,000 kilometers south of the community, several cars were parked in an open area, and 6 people were sitting around a fire, all silent and not talking. There were several weapons around each person, including a machete, a shovel, and even a fire axe. More than a minute later, an off-road vehicle drove up, and then the door opened, and a sturdy man with terrifying muscles got out. He was about 1.9 meters tall, with his hair shaved off, and he looked very oppressive. Seeing the man appear, a little girl in the crowd pursed her lips and shouted, "Uncle Xiao." Hearing this, Xiaojiu smiled slightly, walked over and squatted, hugged the little girl in his arms, and asked softly, "What's wrong, Xiao Nannan?" Xiao Nannan did not answer, but hugged Xiaojiu's neck directly, buried her head and sobbed. Seeing this, Xiaojiu had no choice but to sigh and say, "What's the situation?" After the voice fell, a young man covered in blood answered after a long pause, "Except for these people now, the others did not escape. We tried our best. If Uncle Hua hadn't fought hard to fight a bloody way out of the dozens of corpses, even Xiaoyin would not have survived." After saying that, Xiaojiu reached out to the right, touched a girl's hair, wiped the blood off her face, and whispered, "Are you okay?" Xiaoyin raised her head, bit her lips lightly, and then shook her head. "I'm fine, the blood on my body is from others." She stood in front of the zombies to protect me. Until this moment, although everyone had escaped from that area, it was still very scary to think about it now. Thousands of zombies suddenly appeared. No one knew why, they seemed to fall from the sky. Chapter 381. Last night, Xiaojiu and these people arrived at a new camp, which was a villa built in the suburbs. There was no gap in the wall, and there was a well in the yard. There was no trace of zombies inside. At that time, Xiaojiu was leading others to check whether there were zombies hiding in the dark. As a result, they found that a large number of zombies had appeared outside. The most important thing was that someone in the team was accidentally injured half an hour ago. He used a knife to pry open a can and then cut his index finger. As a result, the cloth that stopped the bleeding was thrown on the side of the road. Logically speaking, this situation is nothing, After all, it is snowing everywhere, and it will be covered in a few hours, and the zombies will not smell it. But the key problem is that the zombies appeared inexplicably. They smelled the fresh blood, and then blocked the gate. Thanks to Xiao Jiao's ability to respond ahead of ordinary people, he asked everyone to drive the car to the back of the villa in advance and hide, and then climbed in to search. But unfortunately, there were too many zombies, and they didn't have many bullets left, and most of the people outside were bitten to death. The story started a few months ago. After separating from Qinyu and the other two, Xiao Jiao drove the group southward, but they found something was wrong the more they drove. After driving for more than 500 kilometers, they had to abandon the truck because the road was no longer passable. Several large trees were blown down, leaving only a few meters of area. Xiao Jiao and Uncle Hua measured the height, and found that the truck was too high to pass. Just as they were worrying about what to do next, they unexpectedly met a group of survivors on the road. At first, Xiao Jiao thought that they were also following the convoy heading south, so he didn't take it seriously. But that group of people seemed too enthusiastic, and insisted on treating Xiao Jiao and his group to dinner. If this happened before the end of the world, to be honest, it would be a very normal thing. After all, when you meet other teams during travel, most people will get together to chat. But now it's the end of the world, it's completely different. In the end of the world, the saying applies: you cannot harm others, but you can't help but be on guard against others. Moreover, the people in the convoy were not right from the moment they met. Some men stared at Xiaoyin's body, drooling, and did not hide their thoughts at all. They kept praising her for her beauty. In this case, how could Xiao Jiao not know what the other party was thinking? He was also very tempted by the cars of those people, so he accepted the invitation. But Xiao Jiao would never allow anyone to attack him if he was not attacked or had any conflict. One of his principles was that even if he was in the doomsday, he would not take the initiative to attack the survivors unless he was sure that the other party had a motive to kill, and was ready to do it. At that time, we have to take the initiative. However, the truck on his side can't continue to drive, and there are still a lot of people. It's impossible to carry the supplies on foot next time, right? So Xiao Jiao simply thought of another way. Since this group of people are thinking of something, Xiao Jiao went with the flow and discussed a plan with Xiao Yin in private, asking her to deliberately slip her hands when pouring water into the pot, and then wet her clothes. Although Xiao Yin was also annoyed by the obscene eyes of the group of people, she also knew that if something unexpected happened, Brother Xiao would definitely protect her, and Uncle Haozi would also follow in secret, so there shouldn't be any problems. When it was almost dark, Xiao Yin followed the plan, but she didn't hold on firmly, her feet slipped, and she instantly fell to the side, and the water scoop in her hand fell on her clothes in front of her chest. Fortunately, she was wearing a winter down jacket, which was wrapped tightly. If she was wearing short sleeves in summer, Xiao Jiao would never let Xiao Yin do this, because it would be too exposed. At the moment when Xiao Yin was about to fall to the ground, someone suddenly ran out from the convoy and supported her directly. At the same time, he wanted to reach out to hug Xiao Yin, but she knocked his hand away without leaving a trace. Then Xiao Yin raised her head, looked at the man's obscene smile at a close distance, and smelled the stench of not taking a shower for a long time, and almost vomited directly. Then she nodded gently to express her gratitude, blushed and said thank you, then went back to the car to pick up her clothes and walked into the woods alone. Of course, the mouse had already hidden there. Xiao Yin's blushing face was not because of shyness, but simply because of holding her breath. She was worried that if she stayed for a few more seconds, she would kick him uncontrollably. But the man didn't think so. He thought that the girl was attracted to him. He had a lot of imagination in his heart. Then he looked around and saw that her teammates were chatting. So he called a few men and quietly followed them into the woods from behind. The following events continued to develop according to the plan. Xiao Jiao would never let his own people take risks, not to mention that Xiao Yin meant something to him. As soon as the men entered the woods, they saw Xiao Yin taking off her coat, and then grabbing the bottom edge of her t-shirt and preparing to turn it up. The men's heads were immediately filled with blood when they saw this scene, and they rushed forward without thinking. But they didn't think about it carefully. How could this girl not react at all when she saw a strange man while changing clothes? They were completely overwhelmed, and before they ran within 3 meters of Xiao Yin, they were knocked unconscious by the mouse one by one. TSK, the strength control is really good, and he fainted in an instant. The mouse jumped down from the tree, knocked out the last person, and then said with satisfaction. Then Xiao Yin let go of her hand, took out a new coat and put it on. The underwear inside was not wet. She just deliberately lied to those people. There is no way, just from the perspective of figure and face, Xiao Yin is already quite perfect. She walked up and glared at Halsey, put her hands on her hips, and said with a puffed mouth, "I just saw you peeking at me in the tree." Hearing this, Halsey blushed, scratched his head and said, "Xiaoyan, I don't have any thoughts about you, but think about it. It has been a long time since the outbreak of this apocalypse, and I am also a normal man, and there is no woman around me. Occasionally, I look at beautiful women to feast my eyes. You should understand me." Humph. Xiaoyan rolled her eyes at him, pouted and said, "Don't look at me. I dig out your eyes if you look at me again." After saying that, she waved her little fist. Okay, I promise you, okay?" Halsey hurried over, raised his hand, and swore seriously. Seeing this, Xiaoyan burst out laughing, waved his hand and said, "Okay, Uncle Halsey, I'm just teasing you. But I don't like other people's looks, and you're so handsome, you will definitely have a wife in the future. I heard from Dajwang brother before that he has a sister." Chapter 382. Hearing this, Halsey was slightly startled, and then changed the subject. "Well, whether we can meet again in the future is a question. Why talk about those things?" After the voice fell, Halsey took out a rope from the haystack next to him, and then tied up the 4 men on the ground with Xiaoyan. Then they took off their shoes, and stuffed their smelly socks into each of their mouths. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan felt a little sick and nauseous. After finishing his work, Halsey looked at her again and pursed his lips. Seeing this, Xiaoyan glared at him reluctantly, then unzipped her coat, pulled the clothes down, and then grabbed the bottom edge of her t-shirt and tore it open a few times. Then she tore her hair loose, smeared some mud on her body, looked at Halsey, pouted, and suddenly shouted loudly. Xiao Jiao, who was sitting on the roadside chatting with those people, stood up quickly when he heard the screams. His face changed, and he stared at the woods. A few seconds later, a girl ran out with disheveled hair, and even fell down because she was too flustered. If this person is not Xiaoyan, who else could it be? When she saw Xiao Jiao, she quickly ran over and then sobbed in his arms. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao narrowed his eyes slightly, then turned his head to look at the people around him, and his momentum suddenly soared. "Brother Zhang Fusheng, what does this mean?" Hearing this, a middle-aged man with a hair band on his head and a military coat stood up a few meters away from Xiao Jiao and said in astonishment, "I don't know, damn, this is none of my business." After the voice fell, Xiao Jiao snorted coldly. "You don't seem to notice that there are fewer people around you, right?" Hearing this, Zhang Fusheng turned his head and looked around, and then he found that the 4 people were missing. Then he thought of what those people had done before, and couldn't help but clench his fists in his pockets. The next moment, a few people came out of the woods again. Everyone looked over and saw a young man walking behind the 4 people, pushing them with a sullen face, and said coldly, "These 4 beasts covered our mouths and wanted to drag us into the depths of the woods. Fortunately, I had a stomachache recently and squatted there to take a big dump and saw this, otherwise they would really succeed." As soon as these words came out, the 2 groups separated instantly, and the people on Xiao Jiao's side took out their weapons, and stared at the other side, with a fierce look. Seeing this movement, Zhang Fusheng was frightened. He just wanted to get close to these people, then find an opportunity to give them laxatives, and finally wait for the other party to collapse before robbing them of supplies. But now things are unexpected. He waved his hands and said in panic, "There must be a misunderstanding, really, we can't just listen to what he said." Hearing this, Xiaoyan raised her head, showing her red eyes from crying, and yelled, "You are all in the same group, all beasts. Woo woo." After saying that, Xiao Jiao straightened Xiaoyan's body, pointed at her hair and the torn clothes, and said through gritted teeth, "The witnesses and evidence are all here, and now you are still quibbling. It seems there is nothing to say, do it." After shouting the last 2 words, Xiao Jiao swung his left hand directly, and instantly a gunshot was heard from 200 meters away, followed by a bullet flying quickly. The one who fired the gun was Uncle Hua, who was hiding quietly in the tree behind. Zhang Fusheng screamed and fell to the ground, covering his shoulder. Then there was a conversation among the people around him. "Damn, didn't they say they didn't have guns? I quit, I quit." Several people shouted and tried to run, but Uncle Hua shot and wounded one of them in the calf again, shocking the group. After all, Xiao Jiao had said some time ago that this time they only wanted to take the opponent's cars and supplies, and there was no need to kill anyone, unless the opponent was ready to fight. At this moment, Zhang Fusheng was full of anger, turned his head and stared at his 4 men, wishing he could skin them alive. Zhang Fusheng usually knew about the people around him, and he knew their personalities very well. But it was the end of the world, and he was not interested in restricting his subordinates too much. Besides, if he really met those beautiful women, Zhang Fusheng would rush forward alone. The four men only realized how much trouble they had caused now. They thought they were just a group of ordinary survivors who were surviving everywhere. After all, they had old people, children, and even some people who were missing limbs. If it was a strong team, they would not accept these people at all. After all, no matter how you look at it, they feel like they are here to hinder the team. Why bring them along? But Zhang Fusheng and his group thought it was too easy. They were not opponents of the same level as Xiaojiu, a special force among special forces. From the beginning, Xiaojiu took in the elderly, women, children, and even the disabled, mainly because he was a soldier and had a kind heart. On the battlefield, anyone you meet has no other identity but an enemy. Xiaojiu will never be merciful to his enemies. But now, the end of the world is the biggest difficulty, so he tries to save as many survivors as possible within his ability, no matter how old they are, or whether they have intact limbs. As long as you have a normal mind and don't kill others at will, you can join in. It is for this reason that everyone in Xiaojiu's team will follow willingly, and even sacrifice their lives. A few months later, when they were surrounded by thousands of zombies, it was because they sacrificed themselves that Xiaolin and Haozi survived. But Xiaojiu is not as simple as outsiders see him. He has a deeper plan, which is disguise. Use these pitiful survivors to confuse other forces. For example, if you meet a group of strong men in the Doomsday, what will be your first thought? Most people try to take a detour as much as possible, and it is best not to conflict. After all, no one knows whether the other party will steal their supplies. But what if you meet a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people? Xiaojiu was once a soldier. Even if he retired, even in the Doomsday, he would not rob others of their supplies unless the other party reached out his hand first. At that time, Xiaojiu would not consider anything else, and would just cut off the hand with a knife. The elderly, women, children, and those disabled survivors were just a layer of fog added by Xiaojiu. From the outside, their team was indeed weak and had no lethality. As long as others did not have bad intentions, Xiaojiu would never step into the camp of those people, let alone target their supplies. As the guns were completely fired, Xiaojiu was no longer vague and tied up all of Zhang Fusheng's group. After the last battle with Lanshan, he was actually a little tired of killing people. For those who wanted to do something bad to Xiaolin, Xiaojiu did not kill them all. He just looted all their weapons and supplies, then drove away all the cars, and even took off all the thick clothes. In this icy and snowy place, if they want to survive, they have to hurry to find other clothes, otherwise they will just wait to die, and there is no way they can think about revenge. And the two shots just now also attracted many zombies, which crowded on the road and completely blocked the road. Xiaojiu led his people, drove more than a dozen cars, and took the full supplies, and continued to drive south. Chapter 383. Walking and stopping along the way, Xiaojiu did not find any good place to live for a long time. The department store where he stayed before was still okay, but due to the last battle, most of the zombies gathered there. It is no exaggeration to say that if he waited a few more days, he would have to use a helicopter to leave. According to Xiaojiu's guess, the south would be relatively less cold and the winter would be easier to get through. But he still overlooked a key issue, that is, the population in the south would be larger, and after the outbreak of the end of the world, the number of zombies would also rise sharply. And after being attracted by the sound, they will gradually gather together to form a larger corpse tide, and then start to wander around until they target the living survivors. Xiaojiu and his men would change places every 10 days or half a month, mainly because they could not find suitable and satisfactory places. Since separating from Zhang Fusheng's group, Xiaojiu would often go out with Haozi to scout in the middle of the night, and indeed encountered two good camps. The first one was mostly organized by women, hiding in an unfinished prison. Those people built a simple wall with iron wire, and dug a ditch at the door, which was filled with sharp sticks. It can prevent zombies, but it can't prevent living people. Xiaojiu and Haozi sneaked in easily without any effort. Originally, Xiaojiu had been struggling whether to contact this group of people. At worst, they could survive together. But then he saw a woman appear, holding a baby in her arms, practicing chopping movements with one hand, practicing on a dummy. After thinking for a while, Xiaojiu still left with Haozi, because from the perspective of the environment, the terrain of this prison was not very good. If it was before the end of the world, there would be no problem. But now it is different. Whether it is watching the surrounding situation or paying attention to zombies, it is not very good. It is a place that is easy to attack, but difficult to defend. The second place is a village on the mountain. It is surrounded by cliffs, the road is very steep, and there are more than a dozen houses. It looks pretty good. There are not many zombies inside. After Xiao Jiao told others about the situation, most people expressed that they were very tempted. But the key problem is that there is no road leading up to it, only a mud road more than 1 meter wide. If there were tricycles or bullock carts, it would be perfect. But where can we find these things in this environment? And there is no way to recharge the tricycle. Xiao Jiao has always wanted to find the whereabouts of the horse, but unfortunately, he has never been to a horse farm before, and doesn't even know the address. If you want to meet a live horse in the wild, you can only rely on luck. Survival in the doomsday is like this. It is difficult to find a suitable camp. Not everyone can live in such a large community like Chenyu. The previous basement was not good either, because there was no sunlight for a long time, and the food was not nutritionally balanced, so many people looked bad. Xiao Jiao also considered this reason and planned to take everyone away. After escaping from the abandoned villa, everyone hid in a flat area and took a short rest. What are you thinking about? Haozi looked at Xiao Jiao staring at the fire in a daze, and then asked softly. After that, he took the clothes, put them into the iron pot hanging in front of him to wet them, and then wiped them on his face. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao sighed and murmured, I regret it a little. I made the wrong decision this time. I am sorry to everyone and to those companions who died. Hearing this, everyone present looked up at him with confusion on their faces. It was the first time in such a long time that they saw Xiao Jiao take the initiative to admit his mistakes to everyone. You did nothing wrong. Teacher Lily was a little excited. She held the sleeping little Nan Nan in her arms and said seriously, so many of us have followed you and have survived for almost a year. If it weren't for you, 90% of the people would not have escaped from that city. What happened to everyone has nothing to do with you. As she spoke, Teacher Lily pointed at her missing leg and sobbed, how could I be sitting here without you? To be honest, sometimes I would rather die, because in this doomsday, I will be despised wherever I go. But it's different here. You give me respect and everyone recognizes me. In fact, I always know in my heart that you make excuses to let me have hope again, saying that the children need to learn and acquire knowledge, so that I can teach them well. But now look, what's the use of what I taught you? At the end, Teacher Lily's face was full of tears, and she sat there crying. Little Nanan also woke up. She was dazed for a moment, then struggled to stand up, stretched out her little hand, and waved it on Teacher Lily's face, and began to mutter. Don't cry, don't cry. Teacher Lily, you taught us that we can't waste time crying. At this time, the little girl began to teach the adults seriously, but she forgot that she had cried several times. Her arms were also covered with teeth marks, because this was what her mother had specifically told her before she died. Even if she wanted to cry, she couldn't make any sound, otherwise it would attract those monsters and cause harm to her uncles and aunts. Seeing this, Xiaoyin stood up with her hands on the ground, then walked to the big and small, and sat down, hugged them in her arms, and comforted them softly. Brother Xiao is right. Knowledge can save lives at any time. The fact that those children didn't escape doesn't mean that what you taught was useless, but that there were too many zombies this time. Hearing this, Haozi also looked at them and said, yes, sisterly, to be honest, I almost flipped over this time, and to put it bluntly, in this state of destruction, no one dares to say that they will definitely survive to the end. Xiao Jiao looked around and took a look at the people who were still alive, feeling helpless. Uncle Hua, Haozi, Xiaoyin, Xiaohu, plus Teacher Lily and Xiaonanan, there were only these 6 people left except himself. For cars also drove away, and Xiao Jiao's SUV rushed back to the zombies desperately, and it took a lot of effort to drive out. Because the car was just filled with gas, it would be a pity to waste it, and there were a lot of food and water tied on the roof. Uncle Hua held the sniper rifle in his arms, gently wiped the blood off the gun with a cloth, and whispered, you said you regretted it just now, because you shouldn't have taken us so far, or because you shouldn't have separated from them. Hearing this, Xiaoyin turned her head and asked in confusion, they? Who? But as soon as she said this, Xiaoyin saw the bracelet on her wrist. Chapter 384. Then she suddenly realized, oh, Uncle Hua is talking about Qingyu and the other 2, but we have been separated for so long, it would be difficult to meet even if we go back, right? Hearing this, Xiao Jiao picked up a piece of wood from the ground and threw it into the fire, whispering, it's about the same. Uncle Hua said a little bit of both. In fact, I have been thinking about one thing recently. Oh! Xiaoyin patted Teacher Lily, then stood up and walked to Xiao Jiao's right again to sit down, curiously asked, what's the matter? Xiao Jiao pondered for a while, then said seriously, as time goes on, supplies will become more scarce, and not just food. Hearing this, Haozi frowned, looked up at him, and whispered, what do you mean? Xiao Jiao did not speak, but nodded. Halsey understood that he was talking about bullets and gasoline. Now these people are quite familiar. Sometimes a look, a gesture, you can know what the other person wants to say. And Halsey has been with Xiao Jiao and Uncle Hua for a long time, and he has learned a lot now. Uncle Hua cleaned the gun and put it aside, then continued, Xiao Jiao's worry is not unreasonable. Take our current situation as an example. There was really no need to separate. Anyway, it's the end of the world. There's plenty of time. We can slowly integrate. Xiao Yin's face was full of sorrow. She put her hands on her knees and supported her chin with one hand and said, yes, if Brother Dazhuang, Sister Xiaoyao, and Brother Chen were all here, maybe not so many people would have died this time. After the voice fell, Xiao Jiao shook his head and replied, you can't use the current thinking to look at the past. In other words, Chen Yu meant that he felt that he would not grow up if he followed us, and relying on our protection blindly was not a long-term solution after all. That's his charm. Uncle Hua was silent for a long time, then said something inexplicable. Halsey didn't understand at first, but soon he understood and echoed, yes, Chen Yu wants to work hard and protect the people around him from danger, instead of joining a powerful camp, like some people, and then being content with the status quo. Everyone continued to be silent. No one spoke. Then Xiao Jiao looked at the watch on Xiaoyin's hand and frowned. It's 12 o'clock noon. Oh yeah, I go see how much food is left. Halsey stood up and walked towards the car. Xiao Jiao looked at Xiaoyin, then at teacher Lily and Xiao Nan, and finally made up his mind and said, let's go back and find them. If we continue to go south, there will probably be more zombies. After all, there are more people there. Of course, the most important thing is that we can still turn back now, but if we go deeper, we will regret it. And Xiaoyin and the other 3 girls are the weakest at the moment. If it gets more dangerous next, even if Halsey and Uncle Hua are there, Xiao Jiao has no confidence that he can protect all 3 of them at the same time. In other words, if they continue to go south, one more person will definitely die, or even more. And after walking so far, Xiao Jiao still didn't think clearly. Will he find a suitable survival camp here? He actually thought that as long as there are people, he can rebuild his home anywhere. But as too many people died, he began to seriously examine this goal. Hearing this, Xiaohu, who had been very quiet, spoke up. The once handsome boy was no longer there, and now he looked more vicissitudes. We only know that they are in the north. How can we find them? Now there is no mobile phone positioning, and the address is unclear. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao said firmly, if you can't find it, just keep looking. At least go north. There will be fewer zombies. It's cold, anyway. This winter won't last long. Just bear it, and it will pass. After saying this, Uncle Hua smiled rarely. Xiaoyin happened to turn her head to look at him, surprised. Hey, am I seeing right, Uncle Hua? What are you laughing at? After the voice fell, Uncle Hua stretched out a hand, then pointed in the opposite direction, and whispered, actually, it's not completely impossible. Everyone looked in the direction, and found that the person Uncle Hua pointed at was the rat, who got into the car to get food. When the rat turned around with a few pieces of bacon in his hand, he found that everyone was looking at him with confusion, and then he asked curiously, why are you looking at me? I'm not a compass. Xiao Jiao's team over there had just experienced an attack, and was about to turn back. At this moment, the community was full of joy. It is no exaggeration to say that if there were not many zombies outside the wall, Chen Yu would even think he was dreaming, because he was really stunned by the scene in front of him. I have to praise the girls for their thoughtfulness. They actually found a way to collect those red t-shirts and clothes, and then stretched them out with wooden sticks, glued them with something, and found ropes to hang them on the branches. From a distance, it really looks like a lantern, completely festive. Although Chen Yu thought it was unnecessary at first, he thought it through later. This is not just a simple New Year celebration. For most people, even himself, it means something completely different. That is, the people present have lived in the apocalypse for more than 9 months. For those who died right after the apocalypse broke out, everything in the community seemed so precious. To live, people need hope, and the once-a-year spring festival just happens to open this door. Chen Yu also wanted to run over to help hang up, but Lin Yi didn't allow him to climb the ladder at all. If he fell down and hit his hand, it would be no joke. Since there is no electricity now, everyone unanimously decided to move the New Year's Eve dinner forward to 5:20 p.m., so that the light would be brighter. After a busy day, a large table of food was placed in the middle of the community. There were barbecue, fried pork shreds, and stewed pork rib soup, divided into several portions. In the middle was a large pot with some green vegetables and hot pot base, and sliced meat was placed around it. It was a pity that there were not many other side dishes, but even so, the taste made everyone drool. It had been many days since we had meals at the table like this. After the zombie outbreak, we basically thought about how to escape. Even if there were a lot of supplies and food, no one would be willing to prepare so much food at once. This New Year's Eve dinner was also prepared by Chinyu and Feng Yi to make everyone happier. After all, if you stay in the apocalypse for a long time, people will really feel depressed. In addition, many people in the community used to think, why store so much food? Maybe one day you will close your eyes and find a knife on your neck when you open them. That's why so many people would rather leave the community than store the food they found in the warehouse. Chapter 385. As time came to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone began to sit down at the dining table. Dazhuang came over with a small iron pot, sighed and said, "It's a pity that the rice is a little burnt, but it's barely edible." Hearing this, Lao Cheng walked behind with the washed dishes and chopsticks, and then said apologetically, "I'm sorry, this is the first time I used this pot to cook rice, and I didn't manage the time well." After the voice fell, Feng Yi said casually, "Last time when you two were recovering from your injuries, didn't I see that you cooked porridge well? It's different after all." Lao Cheng put the bowl on the table, then scooped up some rice, and handed it to everyone, explaining, "To cook porridge, just add water and stir it all the time. I don't know how to cook dry rice. In the past, I used to use an electric rice cooker directly. After adding water, I just pressed the switch and waited for more than 10 minutes to eat. It's not like now." "Thank you." Chinyu took the rice and looked at it, then leaned over to smell the rice fragrance, and said with a smile, "It's not a big problem, it's not very mushy, just in time to eat some rice crust later. Come on, sit down quickly." After that, everyone started to sit next to each other according to their relationships. For example, Xiaoning naturally sat next to Dazhuang, and then to her right were Yang Zi, Li Yao and others. Chinyu sat next to Dazhuang, and there was no one on his left, which was always empty. But Chinyu knew that someone would definitely come. After a few seconds, Lin Yi scooped up a bowl of broth from the opposite side of the table, walked over with both hands, and then placed it in front of Chinyu, urging him, "Drink it quickly, you have to get better quickly." After saying that, Lin Yi also sat directly beside him, and then picked up a few pieces of lean meat for Chinyu. Seeing this, Chinyu scooped the soup with a spoon and said while drinking, "Don't take care of me like this, I just injured my hand, I'm not that weak." Hearing this, Lin Yi turned her head to look at him, curled her lips and said, "Didn't you see how Lao Cheng Hongwu and the others were wolfing down their food? I'm afraid you won't have anything to eat later." It's not her fault that she picked up food for Chinyu, but everyone hasn't eaten this kind of food for too long. Apart from other things, the taste of this fresh wild boar meat is simply amazing. Lao Cheng and Dazhuang have already had their mouths full of oil. As for Hongwu, although his movements were not so rough, his bowl was also full of meat. Originally, Chinyu planned to wait until 5:20 to start eating, but the smell was indeed a bit tormenting, and everyone couldn't wait. Seeing the scene, Chinyu smiled and said softly, "You should eat more yourself. You have lost a lot of weight since I met you a few months ago." Lin Yi stood up, picked up a large piece of ribs, and put it in his bowl, then blew it with his mouth, and then pinched it with both hands, chewing it while muttering, "It should be said that the end of the world is indeed suitable for weight loss. Even if you want to gain weight, you can't gain weight. This tastes really good." Lin Yi happily sucked her fingers and said excitedly, "Brother Dazhuang, you four have really done a great job this time. Even if it was before the end of the world, it would still be delicious." After that, Lin Yi picked up 2 more pieces of ribs and ate them directly with her hands. Dazhuang was busy eating meat and had no time to pay attention to her. Instead, Xiao Kong put down the bowl and said with a slightly red face, "Actually, I didn't help much. The main credit goes to the 3 of them." Hearing this, Chinyu put down the bowl of soup, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and smiled. "There will be many opportunities in the future. You will be able to help sooner or later." If it were the past, Lin Yi, who had received a good education and was influenced by various etiquettes since childhood, she would never grab it directly like this. Lin Yi used to think that no matter how hungry she was, she could not accept having oil stains all over her hands because of eating. It was not until the end of the world that she really experienced hunger and realized that it was not a lie that some people would eat anything when they were desperate. Everyone enjoyed the New Year's Eve dinner very much this time, and no one spoke for the first 10 minutes. Fortunately, the wild boar was very big and had a lot of meat. At first, Wu Rui, Yufeng, Old Man Bai and Wang Tianhai sat on one side. They were planning to pick up some dishes and sit down to eat, but Feng Yi called them back. The reason was that since the community decided to keep the 4 of them, it meant that they had accepted them. They were all family members, so why should they be so formal? And Chin Yu also walked over and added a few words. As long as they were in this community, there would never be any hierarchy, everyone was the same, regardless of status. So they sat back down later, but Wang Tianhai was very slow in picking up food because he only had 3 fingers on his left hand. Seeing this, Yu Feng ate while feeding him. Although Wu Rui was still very reserved, she gradually relaxed as everyone laughed. Towards the end of the meal, Wu Rui basically cried while eating, but no one else talked to her and pretended not to notice. After eating, Chin Yu suddenly thought of something, as if he had forgotten something, and then stood up and walked towards the warehouse. A few minutes later, Chin Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Then, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw Lin Yi holding a bowl. She held chopsticks in her hand, stuffed a piece of green vegetables into her mouth, and then asked curiously, "What are you doing here?" Hearing this, Chin Yu smiled and said, "My eldest lady, should I ask you this? Why did you follow me here?" As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Yi held the bowl in one hand, then turned her head, and covered her mouth with her right hand, burped, and walked forward and said with a smile, "Well, I ate a little too much, I'm too full, so I stood up and walked around." "Haha, then you're still eating while walking." Chin Yu smiled slightly, and turned to walk into the warehouse. "Don't come in yet. It's a little dark inside. I'm afraid you can't see the road clearly." "Oh." Lin Yi responded, then looked around, walked to the stairs next to her, spread the cardboard on the ground, and then sat on it. After thinking for a while, she took another piece, and continued to spread a layer next to herself, very close. About 2 minutes later, Chin Yu walked out of the warehouse, then closed the door, walked to Lin Yi and sat down, and whispered, "Want to drink?" Hearing this, Lin Yi turned around in astonishment, and said in surprise, "Hey, how did you find the wine?" "The ones in the warehouse have been drunk a long time ago. I remember Lao Cheng came here to look for it." Chen Yu said happily, "Last time, Tu Zhuang suggested it. When we first came to the community, we brought half a car of supplies, including some wine and other things. Like this bottle of red wine, we agreed to hide it, and planned to drink it later. After all, supplies are scarce now, and the same goes for wine." Chapter 386. After he finished speaking, Lin Yi took the bottle and looked at it, frowning and saying, "It's about 8 degrees. I feel like I get drunk with half a glass." Hearing this, Chin Yu asked curiously, "Are you drunk already? I used to read online that most rich people like to drink red wine, but you seem different." Hearing this, Lin Yi turned her head and looked at him, curling her lips and saying, "It's true. My family occasionally has family gatherings, and my father and uncles like to drink this, but I don't drink much. I get dizzy after just a little bit." When thinking about this, Lin Yi suddenly felt a little disappointed, then looked up at the sky and murmured, "I don't know how my parents are doing. There are zombies everywhere, and there are also animal zombies. Oh, I really hope they can be fine." Chin Yu listened to her mumbling, thought for a moment, then reached out to the left, gently hugged Lin Yi and said, "Uncles and aunts, good people will be fine." Lin Yi leaned on Chen Yu's shoulder, and didn't smell any strange smell. It seems that since he said it last time, he seems to have become a little cleaner. Although most people in the Doomsday are sloppy, Lin Yi still hopes that Chin Yu can pay more attention. She doesn't like people with bad smells to be close to her. It was just a casual remark. After all, Lin Yi also knows that in this environment, it is good to have clothes to change, and it is even more difficult to maintain hygiene. However, Chin Yu did not deal with it casually, and basically remembered it in his heart. After leaning against it for a while, Lin Yi said softly, "Whatever, I won't force you to accompany me to find relatives. This is too dangerous. For me, whether I can meet my family in the Doomsday depends on whether God is willing to help." Then she sat down, stuffed the wine into Chin Yu's arms, and urged, "Open it quickly, I haven't drunk it for a long time." Hearing this, Chin Yu held the wine in his left hand, and smiled bitterly. "Actually, there is a reason I haven't told you." "What?" Lin Yi quickly finished the remaining food in the bowl, and asked curiously. "Because Dazhuang can't open this thing, I suggested hiding it, and wait until I find a bottle opener later." Hearing this, Lin Yi burst into laughter, reached into his pocket, and started to feel around, and then said, "Why don't you try with a lighter? The thing can also open red wine." "Hey, don't you have this thing on you?" After searching for a long time, Lin Yi didn't find it. Chin Yu shook his head. "It's not necessary to carry it with you. I usually carry it with me when I leave the community." After he finished speaking, he was also a little confused and asked, "Lighter? How to open it?" "Just below the mouth of the flask." Lin Yi stretched out his hand, pointed to the cork area and said, but I haven't tried this method before, so I'm not sure if it will work. After all, as you know, my family is well off, and I have a lot of bottle opening tools. After saying that, Chinyu put the wine on the ground, stood up and said, "Then wait a minute, I go back and get it." Then he walked to the nearest house. In the community, basically no one would lock the door during the day. After all, there was no key, and only at night would people habitually lock the door. A few minutes later, Chinyu came over here with a stack of bowls in his hand. As long as the bowls were placed in the kitchen cabinet, they were all stored after being uniformly disinfected. Anyway, they were boiled in boiling water, so Chinyu didn't need to worry about them being unclean. Only some that have been stored for a long time will have dust. After all, no one will be careless when it comes to life and safety. Chinyu stood in front of her, handed the bowl to Lin Yi, and then took out a tissue from his pocket. "Here, wipe your mouth, like a little cat." Lin Yi blushed slightly, took the tissue and wiped it quickly on her mouth, and laughed. Then the two followed the method, with Lin Yi holding the bottle with both hands, and Chinyu holding a lighter, carefully burning the bottle mouth. After about dozens of seconds, Chinyu really saw the cork slowly moving out. Then, there was a popping sound, and the cork popped out. "It's open," Lin Yi said in surprise. Then she told Chinyu seriously, "This method is still too dangerous. Don't try it casually in the future. What if something goes wrong?" Hearing this, Chinyu laughed. "I don't know if I can find red wine in the future. I talk about it when the time comes." After that, Chinyu poured a small half bowl for Lin Yi, who was holding the bowl with both hands, and said, "Is that enough?" Looking at the red liquid in the bowl, Lin Yi said with a sad face, "There's so much, I'm really going to get drunk later. If you can't finish it, leave it there, I come back to deal with it later." Chinyu laughed, held a bottle of wine with his arm, and then took the bowl in his hand, and continued to walk to the dining table. After all, it's not good to eat alone, and everyone hasn't tasted this stuff yet. Pour a little for everyone, and the bottle of red wine is almost empty. Lao Chung was even more reluctant to part with this thing, and even added some water to the bowl, barely drinking it as a wine-flavored beverage. Then Chinyu came to Wu Rui with a bottle of wine and said, "Do you want some?" Hearing this, the old man shook his head. "Forget it, the doctor told me to give up this stuff before, and I dare not drink it in this environment now." Wang Tianhai asked for a little taste, and Yu Feng also wanted to drink it, but was completely rejected by Chinyu. "What is a child drinking? Zhang Rui doesn't have any to drink, and you still want to touch it, right?" Seeing this, Yu Feng had no choice but to continue to scoop up the remaining hot pot soup and drink it. Although he was already full, he still couldn't bear to stop. After all, food like this was so rare. Wu Rui wanted to take some, but thinking that he had eaten so many delicious foods today, he shook his head and said that he didn't want to drink. Finally, Chinyu asked Yu Dajiang and the other two, and the answer they got was that they didn't drink. It would be a waste to leave it alone, so he had to continue to give the rest to Dajiang and the others. Wang Lulin leaned back in his chair, looking at Chinyu walking around, and suddenly shouted, "Brother Yu, do you want to say a few words? It's the spring festival now. Do you have anything to say to everyone?" Hearing this, everyone was silent and looked at Chinyu. Seeing this, Chinyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, then I say something." Then he stood by the table and said in a deep voice, "Everyone has seen the current situation. Because of the new year, we can eat so much meat. If it were any other time, it would be impossible. The days ahead will be even more difficult, so I hope everyone can work together to make life in the community more regular. After all, we have to find a way to continue to get electricity. Secondly, the forest that Dajiang and his 4 friends went to has many animals, because there are no zombies there. We have to arrange for people to go hunting tomorrow morning. After all, everyone knows the importance of food." After he finished speaking, Lao Chung stood up, slapped his hand on the table and replied, "Apart from anything else, those animals must be brought back, otherwise they will be eaten by other people, or even other zombies. I'm not that kind." After speaking, Dajiang, Hong Wu, and Xiao Kong all stood up and expressed their willingness to continue their journey tomorrow. Chapter 387. Chinyu looked at everyone, then nodded and continued. "Starting tomorrow morning, everyone will have to train. Except for those who go out hunting and those who are injured, everyone else will follow Liao and Zhang Yin. Every 7 days is an assessment, and it is enough to meet the standards twice in a row. I will formulate a specific plan tonight." After the voice fell, Liao pondered for a while, looked at him and asked, "Zhang Yin and I will train them. Then who will go fishing tomorrow? Yangzi should not be able to do it alone, right?" Hearing this, Yangzi waved his hand and said, "Remove the word should." If I were alone, I would definitely not be able to do it. This is really not an excuse for me. Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head, looked at Yang Zi and said softly, "You don't have to go out next. Follow Li Yao in the community and improve your own level first. When you go outside the community in the future, you will have a greater chance of survival." After that, Chinyu glanced around and said again in a deep voice, "I hope every one of you understands that teamwork is important, but your own abilities cannot be ignored. When conditions permit, everyone should try to learn some self-protection methods. At least when you meet those lone wolf survivors, if you meet them in battle, you will not lose the desire to resist because of fear." Everyone agreed and said they would obey the arrangement. Chinyu hummed, then walked to the seat next to Wang Lulin and sat down, asking, "How are you?" "Haha, it's okay, I enjoyed the meal." Wang Lulin was eating a piece of barbecue, and when he saw Chinyu coming, he immediately raised his head and replied with a smile. "Although the food is a little cold now, it still tastes good. At least it's much better than eating biscuits and bread every day, and later on, it's estimated that even this kind of food may not be found. So now, everyone basically eats until they can't eat anymore." Chinyu shook his head and said again, "I mean, how is your injury? Has it not worsened?" Hearing this, Wang Lulin put down his chopsticks, looked at his left arm, and replied, "It's okay. Dr. Xiaolin is very skilled. She said that it will be healed in about a month. During this period, I just need to pay attention to rest to avoid inflammation and infection." "Yes." After listening, Chinyu pondered for a moment, then looked at him and told him, "Next, you should rest well. If you need to do any physical work, you can ask other people in the community to help." Hearing this, Wang Lulin hurriedly said gratefully, "It's okay, I just need to not touch my left hand, I should be able to stand guard or something." But Chinyu still refused. He stood up, patted Wang Lulin on the shoulder, and whispered, "There are zombies everywhere outside, you don't need to stand guard now, you can talk after you recover." After the voice fell, Chinyu walked towards Lei and Fengyi. The two of them basically didn't talk much, anyway, they just sat there and ate quietly. Lei's food was specially prepared by Fengyi, and the fish was not shared with everyone. After all, there was enough wild boar meat. These fresh fish soups are just right for patients like Lei. No one in the community objects to this arrangement. In other words, those who can still sit here to eat now will basically not sing a different tune. Lei is very powerful. If he recovers faster, the community will have more security. Chinyu asked a few questions casually, and then left the table without staying any longer. Everyone was almost done eating, and were busy cleaning up. As for the rotten bones, they were not thrown away but collected first, because Chinyu thought that if they were dried and ground into powder, they could probably be mixed with other things to feed the chickens. After all, there was a shortage of food now, and the chickens couldn't eat anything good. There was only a little bit of bran left. If they didn't think of a way, they would starve to death sooner or later. Now people were the most important. Unless they were sure that the supplies were enough for long-term survival, Chinyu would not feed them with those things. First, he went to the garbage dump and took 7 or 8 rotten green leaves. Then he walked towards the chicken coop to see what was going on. As he approached, the chickens did not react. They just kept walking back and forth inside, occasionally pecking at the ground, trying to find a few small insects. Seeing this, Chinyu threw the leaves on the ground and whispered, "When the temperature rises, there should be more insects, and we won't have to go hungry every day." After he said this, I don't know if the chickens understood it. One of them actually raised its head and clucked a few times. Seeing this, Chinyu laughed and turned away. Speaking of which, it should be the day for the chicks to hatch, right? Chinyu counted the days as he walked. He did not count how many days had passed. When the old man had told him, he only said that they would hatch in more than 20 days. Chinyu had no idea how long it would take. It is no exaggeration to say that he was a little nervous now. Being able to hatch chicks means that the living standards of the community have been further improved. Eggs were easy to buy in the past. But in the apocalypse, it is much more difficult to eat eggs again. Because this thing can only be kept at room temperature for half a month at most, and then it will go bad. In the past, Chinyu often bought eggs, but always forgot to put them in the refrigerator and just threw them on the table. If he occasionally bought cracked eggs, and it happened to be summer, a lot of worms would appear overnight, which was very disgusting. And this zombie crisis happened to occur in summer, so if he could eat fresh eggs again, it would be equally meaningful. "What's up, Are you drunk?" Chinyu walked to the warehouse and asked. But he didn't hear any answer. When he got closer, he saw that Lin Yi had buried her head on her knees, motionless. Then Chinyu gently pulled Lin Yi's arm, looked at her red face, and said in surprise, It turns out that there are people who can't drink so badly. At this time, Lin Yi's face was flushed, her eyes were slightly narrowed, and her whole expression seemed a little shy. Hey, you're here. After Lin Yi saw that it was Qin Yu, she picked up the empty bowl from the side and handed it to him, saying vaguely, drink, you drink too. Seeing this, Qin Yu was a little amused. Lin Yi's alcohol tolerance was really too bad. It was just a small bowl. He originally poured enough for 2 people, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to sit here alone and drink it all. But Qin Yu didn't care. He didn't like drinking in the first place. The drunken state was very uncomfortable. Qin Yu let go of Lin Yi's arm, then took the bowl, pretended to drink a sip, then put it on the ground and said softly, "It's dark, I help you go back to rest." Chapter 388. After saying that, Qin Yu tried to lift Lin Yi with one hand, but she was completely motionless. Seeing this, he did not dare to continue to use force. After all, it was more convenient to hold her with 2 hands, but it was really troublesome to hold her with one hand. If he used too much force, it would be bad to hurt Lin Yi. After Qin Yu's experience of being trained by Xiao Jiao and Uncle Wu last time, his strength was very different from before. In addition, he would do various plank supports and push-ups whenever he had free time, so his strength was much greater. But Lin Yi was now in a state of drunkenness, and the whole person was like a puddle of mud. If it were in the past, this amount of alcohol would make Lin Yi uncomfortable, but it would not be as bad as it is now. The main reason is that the pressure in the end times has always been great, coupled with the high concentration of mind, and the long-term concern for the missing Qin Yu. She has become more and more exhausted physically and mentally. Later, the two finally met again, but various things still happened one after another. Later, Qin Yu's hand was fractured again, and then the community was attacked by black bugs. Wang Yu died to save her, and then she thought of her parents in the end times. Under these layers of effects, the effect of alcohol was magnified several times, and Lin Yi got drunk directly. Seeing her, Qin Yu felt distressed. Now the safety of all people in this community is all focused on Lin Yi. But she is just a surgeon, and Lin Yi has said several times that the only use of the equipment outside the hospital is to treat various injuries. So Lin Yi has been trying to read various medical books, but even so, she still can't save everyone. Some time ago, Qin Yu followed her to the temporary infirmary. At that time, Qin Yu also tried to remove the broken glass from the leg for the first time. And the scene was very scary. The dense broken glass made Qin Yu's scalp numb just by staring at it, but fortunately, he successfully bandaged it in the end. But now think about it carefully, Lin Yi is just a girl, she can't stand those cruel wounds. But there is no way, she is a doctor, she has to overcome it to save lives. If you can't even hold the scalpel steadily, how can you treat the wounds of those injured people? Although she never said anything else and remained cheerful every day, Qin Yu knew in his heart that she was not very happy. It was just that Lin Yi had a good personality, and rarely showed her emotions on her face. The last time Qin Yu disappeared from the bridge, she cried because it was an accident. And after staying in the community for a long time, Qin Yu basically did not see the appearance of the injured in the following days. Some had broken legs, some had broken hands and feet. Although they were said to be recovering from their injuries, they were never seen again. There is only one possibility, which means that they did not survive, but died directly in bed. Lin Yi probably asked a lay to help bury the bodies of these people. Well, it's good to have a good sleep after getting drunk. Qin Yu gently touched Lin Yi's hair and murmured. Then he looked up and saw Xiaoning coming over, and hurriedly said, "Come here, help me." Hearing this, Xiaoning ran over and suddenly realized, "I was wondering why I couldn't find Sister Xiaolin, it turns out she is here with you." Hearing this, Qin Yu said speechlessly, "Pay attention to your words. What do you mean by here?" Xiaoning stuck out her tongue, took a few steps forward and continued to ask, "What's wrong with her?" "She is a little drunk, and my right hand is not convenient to move. It is not easy to help her back alone. Fortunately, you are here, please take her back to the bedroom." After saying that, Qin Yu waited for Xiaoning to approach before he could see clearly that she was holding a plate in her hand. Then he was stunned for a moment and said, "Isn't this a piece of meat? Why bring it here?" Xiaoning raised her left hand and replied, "You are talking about this. Sister Feng said that the meat was not finished. It is winter now, so she asked me to go to the warehouse to find a clean plastic bag to pack it, and then dig a hole in the snow pile to bury it, and freeze it with the temperature of ice cubes for easy preservation. Is that so?" Qin Yu listened, nodded and continued, "Then give me the plate, I will bury it, and you take it back to sleep." "Okay." Xiaoning agreed and handed the plate to Qin Yu. Then she supported Lin Yi with her left hand, then stretched out her hand to hug the other shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely send her back to bed safely." "Yeah." Qinyu nodded again, watching Xiaoning helping Lin Yi slowly leave, and suddenly thought of something, and then reminded, "She may drink water at night. Remember to get a glass of water and put it at the bedside." Hearing this, Xiaoning turned around and said with a smile, "I know, I'm not a fool." But after the voice fell, she narrowed her eyes slightly and smiled. "Brother Qin, you seem to be very different." Originally, Qinyu had already walked into the warehouse. Hearing this, he turned his head and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Xiaoning said seriously, "I used to see news that some guys took advantage of drunk girls and then took advantage of them. But when I came over just now, I only saw you holding Sister Xiaolin's arm. If you were like me, holding her in your arms, even with just one hand, you should be able to help her back. After all, you are a man and you are definitely stronger than me, but you chose to ask me to help, which only means that you don't want to take advantage of others. After all, this posture is too ambiguous." After saying that, Xiaoning helped Lin Yi turn around and continued to walk towards their house. After hearing what she said, Qinyu stood there for a while, then smiled bitterly and said to himself, "This girl, she really guessed it right." When Lin Yi was sad before, Qinyu hugged her shoulders because she was a little sad. But now Lin Yi is drunk. If he continues to hug her, it would be a bit unreasonable. Although the relationship between the two is getting better and better, Qinyu will never do something to make her angry. Moreover, life will become more and more difficult in the future. Qinyu needs to work harder to make Lin Yi feel more at ease. Finding a small plastic bag from the warehouse, Qinyu spread it on the ground, then poured the meat slices into it, and then took it and walked towards the rainwater collection device. Judging from the community's arrangements, the area nearby is indeed the cleanest. The snow is still heavy. After all, Qinyu is in the north, and it is very cold. Suddenly remembering something, he stood there, turned around and looked to the south and whispered, "It would be great if you could all come here." While the community was celebrating the new year happily, the abandoned examination room was even more lively. More than 200 men, fully armed, stood in the examination room. The ground was full of frozen bodies, neatly and orderly stacked. Then a man, with a fierce face and an extremely gloomy expression appeared. He stood there quietly, then walked in front of a female corpse, squatted down, and gently stroked the cheek that had been frozen to ice chips. Chapter 389. Have you found out what happened? The man cleaned off some of the ice, then stood up and asked coldly. Hearing this, a man with a buzz cut stepped forward and shook his head. From the degree of stiffness of the bodies, it's probably been many days since they died, and several of the bodies had fatal injuries on their foreheads, and there were traces of explosions there, which means... Speaking of this, the buzz-cut man hesitated for a while, not knowing whether he should continue. Su Dali turned around and said expressionlessly, "Just say what you want to say. Do you think that there is anything to worry about in the current situation?" "I'm not worried." The man with a crew cut shook his head again. His name is Lu Wenjing. He is about 1.75 meters tall, thin, and wears a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, which makes him look very delicate. Just looking at his appearance and conversation, strangers would probably think that he is kind and gentle. But after getting to know him, I found that he looks like a sheep, but he is a wolf in his heart. Lu Wenjing was able to become sworn brothers with Su Dali, Chang Erge, and Hu Sanjia, so he was not an ordinary person. He once studied at a well-known science and technology university in China, and his major was engineering. From this point of view, he was not terrible, but the key point was that Lu Wenjing's major was ammunition engineering and explosion technology. In other words, he could make bullets. Before the end of the world, it was nothing to choose this major. At that time, Lu Wenjing also partnered with a few people after graduation to open a blasting engineering company, and made a lot of money. But who knew that this absurd doomsday crisis would come and everything would be in chaos? With his rich professional knowledge, Lu Wenjing hid and made noise all the way, and was rarely surrounded by zombies. But no matter how powerful he was just an ordinary person with no power. And with the explosions that occurred at any time, it also attracted the attention of many survivors. Su Dali was the first organization to catch him. With this ability, Lu Wenjing successfully gained a foothold and his status gradually rose. It is no exaggeration to say that in the environment of the end of the world, people like Lu Wenjing who can make bullets are more important than doctors. A few months ago, Lu Wenjing fell in love with a girl and took her back to the camp. In the past, Lu Wenjing was not like now, using living people for experiments at every turn. In the past, when he met a girl he liked, he also took good care of her and treated her gently. However, Because the girl had a sweet appearance and fair skin, she quickly attracted the attention of a large number of men. But Su Dali said that no one was allowed to move, so no one dared to contact her. Later, his men found a tanker at a toll station. In order to further increase the strength of the camp and facilitate the robbery of other camps in the future, Su Dali took Lu Wenjing with him without thinking. At that time, relying on the production of bullets and 5 shotguns in this doomsday, Su Dali led a group of men to rob the arsenals of police stations in several cities, and their team became stronger and stronger. A few days later, when Su Dali and Lu Wenjing returned, they found that the girl had disappeared. Lu Wenjing went crazy and searched every corner of the camp, but there was no trace at all. Some of his men even said something like they saw the girl sneaking out in the middle of the night. But Lu Wenjing was not so easy to fool. He told Su Dali clearly that if he couldn't find the girl's whereabouts, he would never make a bullet again. Su Dali was shocked when he heard this. It was because of this man in front of him that he could develop to the current scale with a large amount of ammunition. If he died, what would he do in the future? All that knowledge was in Lu Wenjing's head, so it wouldn't be much use even if he was forced to do it. There was no other way, so Su Dali mobilized more than 300 people from the entire camp to find that woman for him. It was not until this moment that the men completely realized that things were in chaos and planned to run away. But by chance, the scene of them whispering and discussing in the dark was caught by Sister Hussein. After a severe interrogation, they learned the specific situation of the girl. It turned out that the 5 men had discussed a plan since Lu Wenjing was taken away by Su Dali that day. They lied to the girl, saying that Lu Wenjing had prepared a surprise for her, which was a firework he secretly made and placed in a cave in the back mountain. Sometimes, the girl was blinded by love and didn't know that there were crises everywhere in the doomsday. She thought that after the big brother of the camp issued an order, no one dared to touch her, so she easily believed what others said. After all, from the contact, Lu Wenjing was really good to her. So one night, the men quietly took the girl to the cave, only to find that there was no surprise, but just a group of demons who had been coveting her body for a long time. The next morning, the 5 men left the cave arm in arm, not caring about the life or death of the girl in the cave. In their opinion, in this doomsday when human life is worthless, the death of a woman is nothing big. After listening to Sister Hu's story, Lu Wenjing clenched his fists tightly, not caring even if his nails dug into his flesh. According to the address, Su Dali asked his men to take the 5 men to identify the scene. But just as they approached, a very foul smell came from the cave entrance. In the doomsday, everyone knows what this is, and basically everyone has smelled it. That is the stench of corpses. Lu Wenjing stood at the entrance of the cave and did not dare to go in to see. Seeing this, Su Dali walked up and beat the men severely and asked them to bring the person out. More than a minute later, 5 men with bruised faces and noses came out carrying a rotting female corpse, and they didn't even have clothes on them. The cause of death was suffocation, because the girl's face was covered with several layers of clothes. It rained the next day, and the cave was very dark and damp. The girl's hands and feet were trapped, and she couldn't get out. The rain dripped from above onto her clothes, and after getting wet, she stuck to her mouth and nose, and she was suffocated to death. In the end, Su Dali executed the 5 people in a very cruel way. Although one of them was a doctor, he turned around and explained to Lu Wenjing that he had no knowledge of this. But Lu Wenjing didn't listen at all. He picked up the shotgun and killed all those who had been thinking about the girl before. More than 30 people died in a row, most of whom were the subordinates of Chang Urge and Hu Sanjia. For this, Su Dali had to say that they should understand. Later, they broke up. Chang Urge and Hu Sanjia went to another camp to stay. They didn't see them, so they didn't worry about them. They handed over some supplies on time every month. Chapter 390. The 2 camps were separated by hundreds of kilometers, and they rarely interacted with each other. Su Dali had many women around him, and he only spent 1 day a month with Sister Hu when he went to get supplies. Su Dali was also annoyed by Lu Wenjing's sudden killing. After all, those people were just greedy, and did not take action. Who told you to bring back that woman who was always acting coquettish and cute? It's the end of the world, but you still can't tell the difference between the important and the unimportant. But there was no way, the people were dead, and if Lu Wenjing was not really important, Su Dali would definitely have killed him directly. A few days later, Su Dali caught another beautiful woman for Lu Wenjing, which was barely enough to make up for him. But the situation afterwards was very different from before, and the treatment was even outrageous. Lu Wenjing stripped the second woman naked, tied her hands and feet with iron chains, and then locked her in the basement. He whipped her with a whip every night, but he would never touch a woman's body, no matter how beautiful she was. At most half a month, she was beaten to death by him. The camp of Sue Dolly and others at that time was a suburban villa park outside the city, covering a large area, with complete living facilities inside, except for no electricity. Later, every midnight, there would be a miserable howling sound, and most of the men couldn't stand it. They would rather build a new house outside the wall. Sue Dolly didn't care about it. He had killed nearly 100 people, and his ears were calloused by the screams. He didn't react at all. Later, in the huge villa garden, there were only Sue Dolly and Lu Wenjing, plus a dozen servants to serve them. Moreover, Lu Wenjing no longer asked him to capture beautiful women, as long as they were human. He began to experiment with human bodies. For such a demon, nothing should be able to scare him, but in the abandoned examination room, Lu Wenjing began to retreat, because he deduced the approximate number of enemies, as he checked the traces around. That is, no more than 5 people. You know, there are more than 50 men stationed in the abandoned examination room, and they also have guns. But in the end, it seems that the hunting rifles in the arsenal have hardly been moved, but a lot of melee weapons have been lost. According to this situation, the opponent is a top-notch expert in both physical fitness and firearms use. And seeing the glass fragments everywhere and the dark ground after the explosion, the opponent must have high-power explosives. In fact, Lu Wenjing had made a wrong judgment here. It happened to rain after Qin Yu and the others left, and the flower that was left behind basically disappeared. As for the indoors, due to the broken glass and collapsed walls, rainwater poured in, and it was basically difficult to find out what caused the explosion. Sue Dolly stood in front of the corpse. After hearing Lu Wenjing's answer, he stopped talking. Then he listened to his analysis of this series of clues, shook his head and said, "Fourth brother, I want to ask you, have I ever interfered with you in all this time?" Hearing this, Lu Wenjing pushed his glasses with his hand and replied calmly, "No." Hearing this, Sue Dolly said coldly, "You killed so many men of your second brother and third sister because your woman died. Have I ever blamed you? No. You like to kill people, so I send people to catch survivors every month. Have you ever missed a day?" Lu Wenjing was silent and did not answer. "But Samay is also my woman. She is dead, but you want to persuade me to stop. What's the meaning of this?" Sue Dolly roared, stretched out his hand to grab his collar and questioned. After the voice fell, all the men present stepped forward, pulled out the machetes behind them, and stared at the back of Lu Wenjing. "Humph." Sue Dolly let him go, turned around and looked at the corpse on the ground, and said coldly, "What's the point of bullying my woman? If you have the guts, fight me with real weapons." After that, Sue Dolly looked at all his men present and shouted, "Everyone listen to my order, use the wheel marks on the road as clues, and check the area within a radius of dozens of miles bit by bit. If you find any useful clues, I will reward you with 10 cans of drinks. If you find the location of those people, then I will become sworn brothers with them, and share all their resources." "Yes." A deafening answer sounded, and all the people quickly dispersed, each of them formed a team, and their actions were not slow. From this point, it can be seen that the level of these people is much higher than those who once abandoned the examination room. Sue Dolly looked at the empty warehouse, his eyes were almost on fire, and he had never thought that his own supplies would be robbed. According to the calendar, today is the Spring Festival, and Sue Dolly also wants to ease the relationship between the 4 brothers and sisters, so he brought everyone here to celebrate the new year together. Hearing that Samay likes to abuse women, he specially captured many survivors and let her play with them to her heart's content. But when he arrived, he found that he was greeted by only cold corpses and bullet holes on his forehead. This scene made Sue Dolly very angry. Especially after having so many weapons, it can be said that the number of bullets in Sue Dolly's camp is hundreds of times more than that in Qinyu community. Not to mention a large number of homemade bombs, incendiary bombs, etc. With Sue Dolly's weapons and ammunition, even launching a small war is not a problem. In this doomsday, he is more terrifying than the zombie army. The community led by Qinyu is also about to face the most powerful enemy in history at this moment. In the community, Qinyu sat on the bed in the bedroom and sneezed inexplicably. Strange, the window is not open. He looked back, then stood up and walked into the living room. Zhang Yin was waiting here. When he saw Qinyu coming out, he stood up and said, "Have you finished writing?" "Yes." Qinyu nodded and handed him a piece of paper. Although his right hand could not exert force, it was still no problem to write. Zhang Yin took it, picked up the candle, and put it close to the paper, looked at it for a few times, and said in surprise, "Wound bandaging? why are you still practicing this? Hearing this, Chinyu walked over and sat on the sofa, and said in a pause, like the current situation, you have seen it. In the future, if someone is bitten on the limbs outside one day, there will be no chance to wait for Lin Yi to treat the wound. It is easy to separate the bitten arm, but it is difficult to stop the bleeding. Ordinary people can't stop such a big wound at all, so everyone must learn it, which can also increase the chance of survival. Zhang Yi nodded, took another look at the paper, and then said, but there is no method written on it. Hearing this, Chinyu pouted speechlessly. I'm not Yi. I ask her tomorrow, and then make up the rest. Let those people practice how to kill zombies as quickly as possible in the morning. Chapter 391. Then the two briefly discussed some precautions, and then Zhang Yi left. Chinyu took out the burning wood from the brazier in the living room and placed it in an iron basin beside it, so that it would extinguish itself. Then he stood up and walked to the window, looking up at the moon in the sky quietly. Dajwang and the others were still outside. Many people did not leave, but lit a bonfire and gathered together to play arm wrestling. If Chinyu's right hand had not been injured, he would have wanted to join in. Perhaps his persistence all along could also make more people smile. Nothing happened overnight, and Chinyu got up early the next day. Since his right hand was hung up, Chinyu had to use his left hand to do many things. If he encountered a zombie, he even doubted whether he could hit the head with one knife. For example, now, he was holding a toothbrush and washing his face very awkwardly. Chinyu took some meat left over from yesterday from the cupboard, heated it up, ate it, and left the house directly. It was still dark, and the moonlight sprinkled on the ground, making the surroundings seem so gloomy. Arriving at the place where the tools were stored in the community, Chinyu found the bucket for fishing equipment, picked it up and walked towards the secret passage. Dajwang and the other four were going to go hunting, and Zhang Yi and Li Yao had to hurry up to train those people. At present, there were not many people in the community who could work, so Chinyu planned to go and put the fish hooks himself. For some reason, he had been feeling more and more uneasy recently, and the words Huli said before she died had been in his mind. Chinyu was always like this. Although he didn't know what would happen next, he still made the worst plan. The community is too weak now. If it is attacked again, it will be difficult to resist. This is the biggest shortcoming at present. In order not to be discovered by Lin Yi, Chinyu planned to sneak out in the early morning. After all, fish meat is a rare delicacy in the end times. Near the abandoned examination room, Su Dali led people to conduct a carpet search. In addition to finding some wheel marks, they found very little else. So the search range was expanded again, and finally new clues were found. Brother, there is an abandoned car over there, and there are several bodies on the road. A subordinate came to the car where Su Dali was, then stood outside the car, lowered his head, and hurriedly reported the news. Got it. Hearing this, Su Dali pulled his hand out of his woman's chest, then leaned forward and slapped her face hard. Oh, that's annoying, your beard pricked me. A woman with a somewhat coquettish look stretched out her little hand and gently pushed him, then said angrily, Hey, you slutty fox, wait until I come back to serve you well tonight. Su Dali lifted up the cheongsam that the woman was wearing, patted it again, and then left the car with a smile. When he turned around, he happened to see the subordinate in front of him staring at the car, staring at the woman, and even swallowing a few times. Does it look good? Su Dali closed the car door and said lightly. Good. Good looking. The subordinate felt that his brain was congested and answered subconsciously. Then he reacted and looked at Su Dali. His face changed instantly. No. No, big brother, I don't mean that. After saying that, the subordinate knelt on the ground with a plop, and his body began to tremble. Hee. Su Dali reached out and lifted the man in front of him, then hooked his shoulder, walked towards the abandoned car, and said, If you like it, go and have sex with it. The worst that can happen is that the head will be moved to another place. Hearing this, the subordinate wanted to beg for mercy again, but Su Dali changed his tone. But, if you can find the whereabouts of those people, then it's not impossible to give the woman in the car to you. You can do whatever you want with her, and it doesn't matter if she dies. After he finished speaking, the subordinate turned his head and asked hesitantly, But isn't she yours, big brother? Su Dali let him go, and said with a smile, What kind of woman can't be found in this end times? To me, she is just a toy. I want to take revenge now, and what you have to do is to shorten this process as soon as possible. Although he said this with a smile, the subordinate next to him did not dare to relax at all, because the latter knew very well that when Su Dali got ruthless, he would not even blink. The subordinates agreed immediately, nodding their heads like chicks pecking at rice. Soon the two came to the car, where Lu Wenjing was squatting on the ground examining the body. How is it, fourth brother, are these people related to your second brother and his friends? After all, they are not far away. Hearing this, Lu Wenjing stood up and shook his head. They arrested the people, but the cause of death has nothing to do with them. After saying that, the subordinates next to him stepped forward, turned the body over, and then grabbed the clothes on the back and tore them open. Su Dali took a closer look and frowned. Isn't this triangular mark what the third sister likes to do the most? As long as the female survivors are caught, they will all be branded. This is what I don't understand. Among the corpses on the ground, one is a woman who was caught more than 2 months ago, but the latter ones were obviously caught recently, but they died together. And the murderer did not hesitate at all, and stabbed the side of the head. Just as they gathered here, several men came out of the woods with a zombie stabbed with a stick. Seeing this, Su Dali raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "Do you guys want to die? You don't kill zombies when you meet them, but send them to me?" After saying this, Su Dali directly drew the pistol from his waist and walked over with a dark face. Seeing this scene, one of them waved his hand and said, "Brother, don't get excited first, this zombie is a little different, so we caught it back." After saying that, the few people held the wooden sticks and controlled the zombie to change direction, and then the back was also exposed. Similarly, there was a triangular mark on the back of this zombie. Strange, why didn't we kill this corpse, but let it mutate into a zombie instead? Could it be another group of people? Lu Wenjing walked forward and carefully examined the corpse in front of him. The younger brothers quickly reminded, "Fourth brother, be careful, this zombie is moving very violently, we can't catch it." Hearing this, Lu Wenjing took a machete from one of his men and stabbed it directly from the eyeball. Then he asked someone to put the corpse on the ground. Lu Wenjing looked at the neck carefully and suddenly realized, TSK, a foot broke the trachea. This is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. Although these people found a lot of clues, fortunately it was snowing all the time, mixed with rain, and a lot of traces were washed away. Chapter 392. Hearing Lu Wenjing's words, Su Dali came over and squatted, curiously asking, "I say, Lao Si, although you are well read, there is no need to lie to me. If the murderer is an ordinary person, can our camp still be overthrown?" Lu Wenjing did not answer him, but stood up and walked to another frozen corpse, holding his left elbow with his right hand, then pinching his chin, thinking, "Brother, you came here to see it." After the voice fell, Su Dali walked over and casually asked, "What's wrong?" "Look." Lu Wenjing squatted down, pointed at the corpse's knees, and said in a deep voice, "This person was kneeling before he died." What kind of person would kneel at this time? Then, without waiting for Su Dali to answer, he started talking again. Either the murderer killed people without blinking an eye, and scared this person, or... "What is it you say?" Su Dali rolled his eyes. This fourth brother is good in every way, but he likes to keep things secret when talking. Or this person feels guilty, and dares not look the murderer in the face. If Chinyu could be here, he would definitely admire the other party on the spot. After almost a week, he could still see so many traces, which was already very good. But after all the calculations, these people still got the wrong direction. They started to follow this road in a straight line, but they didn't know that Chinyu turned around and left from another road in the opposite direction. But they met another group of people. After Chinyu put the fishing hook, it was dawn. Sitting here was not a good idea, so he walked towards the woods by the river and planned to go back to the community first. After all, the fishing line was tied to the stone. If it could be dragged away, how big would the fish be? Even if he stayed here, it would be useless. Just as he was about to enter the woods, Chinyu suddenly saw a figure appearing downstream. The clothes on his body were already tattered, and his face was covered with blood, so his face could not be seen clearly. Then the man scooped up water to wash his face, and then Chinyu could see clearly. This seems to be Wu Rui's boyfriend? Last time at the abandoned gas station, Chinyu, Shang Yin, and Lei all witnessed that incident. He can be said to have a deep memory of this man, who survived by betraying his fiancée when he was in great danger. However, the two had already broken up, and Chinyu was too lazy to take this person back. But this person suddenly appeared here. It must not be by accident. After all, if you walk back half an hour, you will see the community wall. Without a specific direction, this distance is enough for people to search for a long time. Chinyu wanted to leave. After all, it was not convenient for him now, and he might not win if he met an adult man. Moreover, looking at the blood all over the man, he was probably attacked. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, Chinyu suddenly saw that the man was actually walking towards the place where the fishing line was tied. Damn, it took the bait so quickly? Chen Yu suddenly felt a headache. If he left directly, all the fish hooks nearby would be destroyed. Supplies are hard to come by now, and the community doesn't have so many needles and threads to make more. Thinking of this, Chen Yu quietly retreated and planned to go around the man's back. At this time, Qin Ho was squatting by the river, pulling out all the lines, and harvested 2 fish in total, each weighing about half a pound. He did not leave like that, but put the fishhook into his pocket. A normal person would know that these were put there by someone else, but Qin Ho did not care. He was so hungry that he only had food in his eyes. Then he took out a plastic bottle from his body, filled it with river water, and stood up to continue walking downstream. Dare to drink river water, you are really not afraid of death. Chen Yu muttered to himself, and then slowly followed. But he soon figured out the reason. Since the fish in the river were not affected, the river water should have been diluted with few viruses. In the past, Chen Yu asked Wang Yi to poison the people in the cave with zombie meat. He thought it would directly cause mutations, but he didn't expect it would just cause diarrhea. But diarrhea in the apocalypse is also terrible, and Chen Yu guessed that drinking this water might only make people feel uncomfortable, not necessarily dead. And after boiling, it might not be very uncomfortable. Compared to dying of thirst, some people are still willing to take this gamble. Chen Yu just followed quietly at a distance of about 10 meters, so as not to be discovered if he got too close. There are not many people around here. This Qin Ho must have a temporary camp. You can find it if you look carefully. After about 10 minutes, Chen Yu found some smoke near a fallen billboard. Looking closer, the man had already started to prepare to grill fish. Although he didn't know how to light the fire, it shouldn't be a difficult task now that the doomsday has erupted for so long. After all, if someone has difficulty even making a fire, he wouldn't be alive until now. Looking at the man's actions, and the fishhook on the ground next to him, Chen Yu began to seriously think about the next method. He didn't want to kill anyone, at least he was a little fed up with it for a while, but if he went out to ask for it, there would definitely be a conflict. And the other party might attack him when they saw that he was injured. While thinking, Chen Yu pulled out his pistol and checked the magazine. There were still 2 bullets left. After he used them up last time, he replenished some from the arsenal. To be honest, he was really running out of ammunition nowadays. Since he learned how to use a gun, Chen Yu basically carried this thing with him. The only drawback was that it was difficult to replenish bullets. Thinking of this, Chen Yu recalled the last time he went to chase those drugs, he found that all the shells on the ground had disappeared. Ordinary people can't use this thing, but no matter how ignorant Chen Yu is, he knows one thing. That is, the empty shells will never be taken back for use, so there is only one possibility left, that the group of people who attacked Shaowan at that time will definitely make bullets. It would be great if someone here also knows. Chen Yu put the gun in his pocket, glanced at Qin Ho who was chewing fish, and slowly retreated. Unless necessary, he didn't plan to use the pistol. What's the saying? Save every bullet. No one knows whether it will be this bullet that saves his life in the future. He used the dagger to cut down some saplings, peeled off the vines, and barely made some ropes. Unfortunately, Chen Yu could only move one hand, so his movements were slow. When he was done, Qin Ho had already eaten. Then he tied the vines to the tree near Qin Ho's camp, and then slowly moved to the other side. It doesn't need to be very strong, as long as it can make a sound later. After winding for about 10 meters, the rope was not enough. Chen Yu continued to squat in the woods, and then gently pulled with his left hand. Then, there was a swish sound from the other side, and Qin Ho immediately picked up the dagger and sat up, staring at that direction with a serious face. Chapter 393. More than a dozen seconds passed, and the woods were still so quiet. Qin Ho just sat there, and did not go to check. Then he slowly laid down and continued to prepare to rest. Seeing this, Chen Yu gently pulled the rope again. The second sound was heard, and this time Qin Ho had to stand up, pick up the dagger, and walk over there cautiously. Who is it? Qin Ho stood outside the woods and asked coldly. There was no response. Feeling something was wrong, he bent down and grabbed a ball of snow from the ground, and then threw it directly into the woods. Taking this opportunity, Chen Yu quickly pulled the rope, and the tree began to shake again. As expected, at this time, Qin Ho mistakenly thought that an animal appeared inside and rushed in directly. Seeing the right opportunity, Chen Yu quickly got out, grabbed the fishhook on the ground and ran away. More than a minute later, Qin Ho walked out of the woods with a dark face, holding a piece of vine in his hand, and he stood there and shouted loudly. May I ask which brother is here? Why don't you come out and see me in your true face? After the voice fell, the surroundings were still so quiet, and no one answered. A few seconds later, Chin Ho frowned and walked towards the fire. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him. He turned around and looked behind him with a serious face. A zombie appeared, covered with ice debris, and looked no different from a mummy. He walked over and killed it. Then Chin Ho returned to the fire and sat down. Just as he was about to lie down, he suddenly noticed that something was missing on the ground. Then he looked at the footprints on the ground, thinking about something. After Chin Yu left, he did not return to the community directly, but went around to other places, and he held a ball of snow in his left hand and threw it behind him as he walked. This was the method that Alay used last time. Chin Yu thought it was more useful than branches, so he wrote it down. Then he came to an open area, looked around, and found it convenient to hide. Then he hid behind the snow piles. After waiting for a while, when Chin Yu was about to be unable to bear the cold, he finally saw Chin Ho's figure. Heh. Chin Yu raised his mouth and said softly, "I wanted to let you go, but you insisted on chasing me. I can't blame anyone." Normally, Chin Yu didn't know what Chin Ho's motives were, nor did he know what he wanted to do, so he wouldn't attack him rashly. Some time ago, Chin Yu just took the items that belonged to him and left. He didn't care about the dagger and other tools placed next to the fire. But unexpectedly Chin Ho followed him. You know, those footprints were covered. In other words, if you don't squat down and look carefully, you can't see them clearly. In the doomsday, a person suddenly followed him. Chin Yu would not think that he wanted to say hello. Thinking of this, Chin Yu reached out and removed the branch on the left side of his body, revealing the footprints below, then stood up and retreated to other directions again. Unlike before, he did not choose to deal with the footprints this time. After walking for dozens of meters, Chin Yu chose the open space between two big trees, then squatted down and started digging a hole in the ground with a dagger. During the days of recuperation in the community, Chin Yu did not just stay in the sun all day. As I said before, he likes to learn knowledge, whether it is useful or not. At that time, Zhang Yin personally taught him how to set traps in the jungle and use all the resources he could find. According to the method described by Zhang Yin, Chin Yu quickly used a knife to loosen the soil. After all, it was just a small pit, so it was quick to dig. Then he dug out the mud with his left hand and compared it with his hands. The size should be appropriate, about 20 centimeters wide, 30 centimeters long, and about 15 centimeters deep. Then Chin Yu cut off a bunch of thin branches and sharpened them, and quickly ran into the woods to kill the zombies that had been frozen in the snow. He had to hurry up and set up the trap. If Chin Ho really wanted to chase him, he would find the footprints in a few minutes. With a squeak, Chin Yu stabbed the zombie's head cleanly, then cut off its neck with a knife, picked up the head and ran to the trap. Nowadays, zombies are basically very fragile, and their threat has been greatly reduced by being frozen. But their blood is a natural venom. Zhang Yin also said that before the end of the world, this kind of trap was smeared with feces, but now, zombie juice can also be used. Chin Yu clamped the branches with his knees, quickly sharpened the two sides of 5 or 6 branches, and then inserted them into the ground. Suddenly, something flashed through his mind. He looked at his shoes, then looked at the stick, thinking that it might not pierce the soles of his shoes, so he changed his method and inserted the sharp end of the branch downwards and diagonally into the two sides of the small pit. Then he picked up the dead head of the zombie and let the black blood drip onto the stick. Just as he was about to find something to cover it, he remembered the method Uncle Wei used when he set up the fake mine last time. It seems that it is indeed not easy to step on it. Chin Yu looked at the traps on the ground, and then his eyes lit up. He continued to insert the thin wooden sticks into the open space on both sides, sprinkled blood on them, and then covered them with leaves and a little snow. The difference is that Chin Yu arranged the trap in the middle more secretly. From the outside, the two traps on the side were almost like open cards. Looking at the watch, the time should be about right. Then Chin Yu stepped back a few steps to jump over the trap, and after cleaning the footprints, he began to make noises to attract the zombies. Just after he killed 2 of them, Chin Ho came out of the opposite woods as planned. Seeing this, Chin Yu said expressionlessly, "What's the matter?" Hearing this, Chin Ho looked around and found no other people, then whispered, "You took my things. Give them back to me." Hearing this, Chin Yu was happy. He leaned against the tree next to him and said with a pout, "If I remember correctly, you took those fish hooks from the river, right? I don't want the fish anymore. You ate them anyway. I'm not such an unreasonable person. I don't blame you for not knowing. I took back my own things. How dare you still complain?" After he finished speaking, Chin Ho's face darkened and he whispered, "Look at your clothes, you must have lived in a camp, right? But look at me, my clothes are so torn in this winter, without a stable food source, how can I survive? We live in very different environments. Why can't you take a step back? What's the impact of giving me this fishhook? After speaking, Chin Ho stepped forward with his left foot, put his hands back, and pulled out 2 daggers from his waist. Chapter 394. Hearing his moral kidnapping, Chin Yu was amused again and sneered and said, "Do you know my name?" Chin Ho shook his head. "Then do you know how I survived until now?" After the voice fell, Chin Ho shook his head again, but soon he couldn't help but say, "Why don't you just tell me? In this world, except for family members, don't everyone know each other from the stranger stage? Just this opportunity, make friends, and call me if you have any problems in the future. I will definitely help you." "Hey, we don't know each other, and even if we become friends, we can't keep in touch often. How can you help me? Or do you want to secretly follow me back to the camp?" Chin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at him, and said softly. Chin Ho was silent, lowered his head, and did not answer. Being anxious for a moment, he revealed a flaw just now. "A few months ago, when the apocalypse just broke out, a man also told me that he just wanted a can of me, and asked me why I had to kill him. But why? Why should I give him half of the food I worked so hard to find? We worked so hard to make these fishing hooks. How dare you ask me to give them to you?" Chin Yu shouted coldly, and took out the fishing line from his pocket with his left hand. "At worst, I can join your camp. You see, I have no injuries on my body, and I won't be a drag." There was no other way, so Chin Ho had to take out the last resort. When he found the fish hook before, he noticed footprints on the ground. He couldn't find Wu Rui's whereabouts in the wild for several days, and he was a little anxious. So he decided to break the jar and throw it away. In addition, he was starving, so he wanted to lure the person who tied the fish hook out. If he could keep the thing, it would be the best. Otherwise, he would join the other party. Anyway, in the end times, no matter what force is short of manpower, he is in good health, at least more attractive than those old people and children. Hee. Chin Yu looked at his serious attitude and felt funny in his heart. From the outside, he really looked harmless, and it was impossible to imagine that this person would be so cowardly before. Apart from other things, the fact that he betrayed his teammates at a critical moment was enough to sentence Chin Yu to death. It was impossible for him to accept such a person. "What are you laughing at?" Chin Ho was a little confused and stood there wondering. "Okay, there's no point in talking nonsense." Chin Yu put the fishhook in his pocket and said seriously, "I know what you have done, and I know that you wanted to sacrifice your teammates' bodies to survive, but in the end, TSK. Halfway through his words, Chin Yu looked down at Chin Ho. Chin Ho's eyes were almost blazing with anger. He didn't expect that the man opposite him was actually teasing him. Then he gritted his teeth and asked word by word, "Xiao Rui, is she with you?" "Who is Xiao Rui? I don't know her." Chin Yu pouted and said, "It seems that it's no use talking nicely." Chin Ho looked at him and walked forward slowly. "You're still so restless even though your hand is hanging. Well, after you die, I will find a way to find her whereabouts. Then everyone in your camp will be buried with you." Hearing this, Chin Yu moved back and sneered, "Who wants to fight you alone, you idiot? Come and chase your father if you dare." After saying that, Chin Yu ran back. Seeing this scene, Chin Ho was furious. Just as he was about to chase him, he suddenly saw some green leaves on the ground. He squatted down and touched them with his hands, then lifted them up with force, revealing the sharp branches underneath. Then he lifted the left one, which was still the same wooden stick. Seeing this, Chin Ho showed a trace of sarcasm and shouted, "These are just childish traps. Do you think I will step on them?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw away the branch, picked up the dagger and prepared to step over. Chin Yu jumped over before, but Chin Ho just took a step. In his understanding, there were at most 2 big traps in front of him, but he never thought that there was a small one waiting for him. If it were an experienced soldier, or someone who had set up such a trap, they would not fall for it at all. They would choose to take a detour from the beginning instead of following the enemy's steps. But the key problem is that this is not a battlefield, but just a forest. Zhang Yin also reminded that these moves are fine against ordinary people, but on the battlefield, this method must be used with firearms, and shooting from behind to force the enemy to retreat, so that they can retreat into this place to work. If you really want to dig a pit for people to step on, the efficiency is actually very low, unless it is at night. Chin Ho is not a soldier, and he can't even set any traps. He is just an ordinary person. So at this moment, the moment he stepped on empty air, his face changed drastically, realizing that he had been hit. However, he did not pull it out rashly, because he did not feel any pain. He looked down and found that the sticks were tightly against his ankles. He was kneeling on one knee and preparing to bend down to take it, when suddenly there was a sound of branches being pulled apart on the left. Chin-ho turned his head and saw it, and was immediately shocked. In a panic, he wanted to swing his knife to chop it. At this moment, he realized that he had offended someone he should not have offended. Last time, he used a trick to kill the men who beat him, so he thought his fists were hard, and then he began to despise the enemy. But he didn't think about it carefully. The young man in front of him, with his hand injured, dared to walk alone in the forest full of zombies. Could it be that he didn't have any ability? Of course, Chin-ho didn't have time to think. Chin-yu quickly turned away and dodged his knife. Then he moved behind Chin-ho and raised his foot to kick him hard in the waist with his knee. With a bang, Chin-ho's head hit the ground forward, and his right leg and ankle also felt a piercing pain. Then Chin-yu said with a numb face, "Too weak, really too weak. I can't understand why people like you like to rob supplies whenever you meet strange survivors. Don't you think about whether you are qualified or not? Even if I can't use my right hand, your skills are not at the same level as mine. I really don't know where this aura of killing people comes from." After a close encounter, Chin-yu had the upper hand. Then Chin-yu rushed forward expressionlessly, and stepped on his left knee again. The scream sounded, but Chin-yu did not have any emotional fluctuations. He was really tired. In the end times, he would encounter people who wanted to kill him at any time. After the zombie outbreak, the current doomsday environment has also changed the mentality of many people, and he has no other choice. If he is merciful and lets it go today, no one can say for sure whether he will see the people he cares about being killed in the future. Without wasting time, Chin-yu pulled out the branch on the ground and quickly stabbed it into Chin-ho's calf. After doing all this, he stood up and left. After a few seconds, zombies began to appear around. They ignored Chin-yu, a living person, and walked straight towards the man lying on the ground. Chapter 395. After confirming that the man on the ground was dead, Chin-yu quietly left here. He originally wanted to continue to put fish hooks in the river, but the bait had run out, and it was not easy for him to dig earthworms outside without tools. After thinking about it, Chin-yu continued to find his bucket and carried it back to the community. Just at the entrance of a cave hundreds of kilometers away from the community, the two groups of people fought. Due to the huge gap in weapons, Han Shirshan was quickly defeated and captured alive. Then, more than a dozen people were brought to Su Dali with knives on their necks. "Brother, we have no grudges against each other. Why did you suddenly attack us?" Han Shirshan asked humbly, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth and his hands tied behind his back. Hearing this, a subordinate kicked him on the inside of his knee, causing his legs to kneel directly on the ground. Then Su Dali walked up lazily, raised his foot and stepped on Han Shirshan's shoulder, tilted his head and asked, "If you want to fight, then fight. Do you need any reason?" As he spoke, Su Dali took out a pistol, put it against his forehead, and continued to ask, "I only need to pull the trigger, and you will die here on the spot. Come on, tell me now, do I need to kill you because of hatred?" Hearing this, Han Shirshan realized that he had met someone more unreasonable than him today. After pondering for a while, he whispered again, "Even if I die, you have to let me die with understanding, right?" After the voice fell, Su Dali waved his hand, signaling his men to let him go. Han Shirshan looked around and saw about 50 or 60 men, all holding spears or machetes, standing in the distance and staring at this side. If it were just these melee weapons, he would not be afraid, but the key point is that those people also have various guns on their waists. Then his eyes looked to the left, and Han Shirshan's breathing paused for a moment. His women were being dragged to the car by several men by their hair. "You can see the situation. I want to crush you to death, as easy as stepping on an ant." Su Dali squatted in front of him, and spoke softly. Han Shirshan was silent, and did not say anything. He kept thinking about what happened in the past few months, but no matter how he looked at it, he didn't know these people at all. A few seconds later, Lu Wenjing came over from a corner, wiping the blood on his hands as he walked. Then he walked to Su Dali, and whispered something to him. Just as Han Shirshan knelt on the ground obediently, Su Dali spoke again. "Tell me, why did you move my camp?" After hearing this, Han Shirshan raised his head and said in astonishment, "I haven't been far away recently, let alone to anyone's camp. Brother, you really recognized the wrong person." "Oh, really?" Su Dali clapped his hands after hearing this. Then his men dragged up a man covered in bruises. Judging from his appearance, he was about to die. Seeing this, Han Shirshan's eyes slightly dodged, lowered his head and said, "I really haven't been far away. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. But why would someone say that you took people to chase for a distance a few days ago, and even went to a gas station? Lu Wenjing stood there and asked coldly. Someone stole my food, so I chased him. Where is that person? Su Dali looked at him and asked with a curled lip. Hearing this, Han Shirshan stared at the soil on the ground, pondered for a while, and then said, I let them go. Huh? Did I hear it right? Su Dali stretched out his hand, patted his face and mocked. This is the end of the world, the food was stolen, and you let them go. Look, you still have several women locked up. How can I not see that you are so kind-hearted? After saying that, Su Dali stood up and said to Lu Wenjing, Well, this guy is just holding on. I leave it to you, Lao Si. Don't you want to try the 10 tortures? Just try it. There are so many people here. I want to see whether he is tougher in words or in bones. Su Dali stepped back a few meters and sat on the chair brought by his men. Lu Wenjing pushed his glasses and nodded to the person next to him. Then 4 men appeared, dragging a man, and then pressed his limbs to fix him to the ground. Han Shirshan knelt there, watching the movements of the people around him, and continued to say a series of words, such as he didn't know anything. After getting ready, Lu Wenjing took out a small box from his pocket, and then opened it to take out the blade used for the razor. He pinched his fingers and first cut the man's pants on the ground, with uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. After a few minutes, the 4 men couldn't bear to watch, and all glanced in other directions. For them, although Su Dali was bloodthirsty, he was never too lazy to torture people. In other words, if he could kill with 1 knife, he would never use a second knife. But Lu Wenjing was different. What he liked most was to slowly torture the survivors. Those who fell into his hands often had difficulty dying. Su Dali sat there with his legs crossed. He found that Han Shirshan had closed his eyes, and dared not look. Then he waved his hand and said, Go, open that grandson's eyes. How can you not look? After another 3 minutes, as Lu Wenjing took off the 91st piece of meat, the man on the ground finally died. Because his mouth was stuffed with clothes, he didn't even scream. Seeing that it was over, Su Dali stood up, walked over and looked at the ground, frowning and said, Why don't you drag the body out quickly? It makes me sick to death. After saying that, he glanced at Lu Wenjing, who was packing up the tools without leaving a trace, and felt sick inside. This old man seemed to be getting more and more vicious. Although he himself was not a good person, at least he was not a bad person before. Although in the end times, without all kinds of constraints, Su Dali became unscrupulous and took people's lives at will, but he still couldn't stand the old man's attitude of liking to kill. Thinking of this, Su Dali put his hand on Lu Wenjing's shoulder and said with a smile, Shao Si, as the eldest brother, I want to tell you something from the bottom of my heart. Can you be more restrained in the future? Although no one cares about you, think about it, how many brothers can stand this scene? Big brother is right, I will pay attention in the future. Lu Wenjing turned his head and replied with a smile. Stop, don't smile at me, I'm about to get goosebumps. Su Dali let him go, walked to Han Shirshan, squatted down and continued to ask, Why don't you say it? Hearing this, Han Shirshan's face turned red, and he shouted angrily, I didn't do it, I said. Chapter 396. Han Shirshan was completely furious when he saw his men being executed by slow slicing. Based on the methods used by that bespectacled guy, he would surely die today. He didn't want to endure it any longer, so he knelt there and cursed. Listening to his various insults, Su Dali just squatted there, stretching out his little finger to pick his ears. Then the sound stopped, he flicked his earwax, pouted and said, You're so anxious, that's it? I thought you dared to come up and bite me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Dali turned around and shouted, Go to the car and bring me my pliers. Half a minute later, a bald man ran over and handed over the pliers with both hands. Seeing this, Su Dali stood up, slapped the man on the head, and shouted, Damn it, when have I ever done such rough work? Hearing this, the bald man quickly apologized, Yes, I forgot. Then he turned around and shouted to the crowd on the edge, You, and that little yellow-haired guy, come and hold him down. Soon Han Shirshan was pressed to the ground, his face pressed against the ground, and then his right hand was bent forward, and then he was stepped on again. Seeing this, Su Dali squatted in front of him, put his hands on his ears like trumpets, and asked curiously, Why don't you scream? Didn't you just curse fiercely? Hearing this, Han Shirshan's eyes almost popped out, and he opened his mouth and roared, I hack you all. Before he could finish the last word, Su Dali suddenly picked up a stone on the ground and smashed it hard into his mouth. There was a bang, and several broken teeth appeared on the ground. Humph, you have no ability, You can only bark like a dog. Go ahead, pull out his nails for me. If he still doesn't tell the truth, I pull out his toenails as well." After saying that, Su Dali stood up and walked towards the group of prisoners. "TSK, you really enjoy life. You are ugly, but you have a lot of girls?" Su Dali saw a beautiful woman kneeling in the crowd, and then licked his cracked lips. Seeing this, the woman hesitated for a while, then gently unbuttoned the 2 buttons on her shirt, stood up and walked over. Good, you know what's good for you." Su Dali was very happy. He slapped the woman's butt hard, and then took her to the car. More than a minute later, Su Dali kicked open the car door and walked down while holding up his pants, intending to see what was going on. The woman in the car was lying on the back seat, wiped her tears with her hand, sat up and began to tidy up her clothes. For this environment, it was good enough for her to survive. Just after she put on her clothes, she found that there were not many people around. The only 4 men were also staring at the captives, and no one paid attention to her. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth, made up her mind, then opened the other door and ran quickly into the woods. Whether she lived or died next was up to fate, but even so, she didn't want to continue living like this. "What's going on? Why don't you tell me?" Su Dali came over and asked. Seeing this, the bald man turned around and nodded. "Brother, he really doesn't seem to know. As the saying goes, the 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Most people can't bear this pain for long, but he just keeps scolding. Look, I've smashed 2 of my fingers." Su Dali squatted down and looked for a few times, then stood up and muttered, "Did I really find the wrong person?" Hearing this, Han Shirshan's throat felt sweet. He spat out a mouthful of blood and then fainted. "Okay, don't waste time." Su Dali clapped his hands and shouted to the people around him, "If you can't find anything useful, keep looking." After saying that, Su Dali turned around and wanted to leave, and the bald man ran over and asked, "Brother, what should we do with these people?" "Pa!" Su Dali slapped him again, glaring and shouting, "What do you think? Are you going to take him home to raise him?" The bald man covered his head and nodded. Seeing this, Su Dali wanted to continue slapping him, and the bald man quickly said, I know, brother, please hit him gently." A few minutes later, various gunshots were heard around. Han Shirshan, who was once a powerful figure, was inexplicably blamed by Qinyu and others, and then died unclearly. In the community, after Qinyu returned, no one noticed that he had gone out. After all, the secret passage was relatively hidden. Feng Yi had thought of various reasons at the beginning, so he chose to dig more than 10 meters in the backyard of a house. After putting the fishing bucket away, Qinyu went to a house and worked for a while, then walked to the community lawn to see how those people were practicing. As expected, at the beginning, they just chopped randomly, and although Zhang Yin taught several times, the effect was still small. Only Xiaoning and Yangzi had standard movements, the others looked so light. Seeing Chen Yu coming, everyone got into position and continued to stab forward with their daggers. It should be said that Qinyu still had some authority, and those people didn't dare to be lazy anymore when he showed up. Seeing this, he was ready to think of some other ways to make these people feel a sense of crisis. "Wu Rui, come here." Qinyu thought for a moment, then stretched out his hand and waved. "What's wrong, Brother Qin?" Wu Rui ran over and asked, holding a wooden knife in her hand, and wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Come with me." Qinyu didn't say it directly, but turned and left. Although a little confused, Wu Rui thought about it and followed him. Then the two walked into a house. Qinyu stood in the living room and said in a deep voice, "I found your teammates." Hearing this, Wu Rui was slightly stunned, and then remembered that he was talking about Qin Ho. "Really?" Wu Rui answered hesitantly, but soon she came to her senses and asked, "Brother Chen, you haven't seen my teammate. How do you know what he looks like?" Qinyu was silent for a moment, then turned around and said, "I saw everything you encountered at the gas station last time. By chance, you two happened to stay there. Do you remember?" After the voice fell, Wu Rui stood there, hesitated, and said softly, "Brother Chen, there are no outsiders here now. Just speak directly." Hearing this, Qinyu said calmly, "I brought the person back. He is in the first bedroom on the left side of the second floor. I want to know your attitude. You must know what he did to you, especially after you experienced life in the community. I give you 5 minutes. If you want to accept him into the community, go to the room and bring him down. But if you don't want to see him, come out in a few minutes." After saying that, Qinyu took off the watch on his left hand, put it on the cupboard, and left the house. Chapter 397. Wu Rui looked at his back as he left, then stood there at a loss. According to the current situation, she had almost forgotten about Qin Ho, But she didn't expect Chinyu to mention this name again at this time. Go up to accept him? This thought popped up in Wu Rui's mind, and then she quickly shook her head, thinking back to the 2 days she spent in the wild. The blanket was taken away, and there were no thick clothes. Fortunately, she picked up some thin ropes, and then passed them through the leaves, barely covering herself with them to keep out the cold. If she hadn't been lucky, and it hadn't rained, Wu Rui would have frozen to death in the woods in this weather. Holding the watch in her hand, Wu Rui watched the hands ticking and confirmed her choice. What the other party did was no different from wanting her life. As mentioned earlier, Wu Rui liked the atmosphere and environment of this community very much. In order to stay here, she even thought about giving up her body in exchange for this spot. Being alive is more important than anything else. Later, she realized that she had thought too much and misunderstood Chinyu. Although she successfully stayed in the community, she also cherished this opportunity more. Now, for a person like Chin Ho, she gambled her future. Wu Rui thought about it for a while, but still felt that it was not right. He was like that. Why should she still remember his goodness? Standing at the entrance of the stairs, Wu Rui looked up at the second floor and said to herself, "The Chin Ho I knew was dead when the zombies appeared." After she finished speaking, she took a deep breath, then took the watch and turned to walk outside. Pushing the door open, Wu Rui looked at Chinyu standing outside and whispered, "Wouldn't it be selfish of me to do this? After all, I can live in this, but I didn't help him." Hearing this, Chinyu looked at the people training in the distance and said calmly, "Your choice has nothing to do with me, so I won't make any comments." Hearing this, Wu Rui nodded, as if he understood, then walked forward and returned the watch to him. After that, Wu Rui hesitated for a while and asked again, "Does he know I'm here?" "Yeah." Chinyu put the watch in his pocket and replied. After taking a last look at the second floor window, Wu Rui bit her lip, then turned around and left. After walking about 5 meters, she stopped and turned around, with an attitude of wanting to say something but not being able to. After struggling for a long time, she finally left. Looking at Wu Rui's back, although Chinyu had no expression on his face, he was still satisfied with her choice in his heart, which was considered to be completely accepted. After experiencing the last time Ding Tao and those people turned against him, Chinyu planned to learn more about the people who had already joined. He didn't want that to happen again. Instead of trying to fix the problem later, Chinyu preferred to prepare for a rainy day and make preparations in advance. After Wu Rui walked away, Chinyu turned around and walked straight to the second floor. Then he stood at the door of the bedroom and pushed it open. Then he stretched out his left hand very quickly and caught the small bowl that was about to fall. There was no one in the room, only empty furniture. And Chin Ho died in front of Chinyu some time ago, so it was impossible for him to appear here. All Chinyu did was just to confirm whether Wu Rui was on the side of the community. This house was connected to the bathroom, and he could just climb through the window, so Chinyu used a thin piece of wood to block the crack above the door, and then placed a bowl. As long as the door was opened, without prior knowledge, the bowl would 100% fall to the ground and make a sound. At that time, Chinyu didn't care why Wu Rui opened the door. Even if she wanted to say something goodbye, that wouldn't work. Chinyu would send her out directly, blindfolding her, plugging her ears, and driving her far away, just like Feng Yi had done before. Fortunately, Wu Rui did not make this choice. After all, she had studied nursing, which could be of some use in this apocalypse. In the following days, there were basically no waves. Dazhuang and Lao Cheng went out hunting, and got a lot. In order to avoid wasting time going back and forth, the 4 of them chose to come back every 2 days. Later, Yu Dajiang and Zhang Yin also went to help carry some prey. Although it was not easy to rot in winter, it was not safe to leave it in the wild. 2 days passed in a flash, and it was time for the chicks to come out. Early in the morning, everyone in the community got up and gathered outside Feng Yi and Lin Yi's house to see if the hatching was successful. In the past, many people had eaten chicken and eggs, and even tried to hatch chicks at home, but it was nothing new. But now it is different. The world order has collapsed, electricity has disappeared, and supplies are in short supply. For everyone, survival depends not only on food and water, but also on hope. Just like the vegetables grown in the community before, everyone felt confident to live. But later, they were attacked, a large number of people died, and the vegetables gradually withered. Many people lost their fighting spirit, and just wanted to eat, and wait for death. But in the doomsday, how can it be so easy to wait for food? Finally, after 8 months, they ate vegetables again, and many people cried with excitement. After all, this represented that the living standards of the community had been slightly improved. But not long after, the arrival of the black bugs made many people feel that death is often sudden. The person you saw in the last second may become a cold corpse in the next second. It is for this reason that Chen Yu and Feng Yi decided that everyone should celebrate the new year together. Morale is important at any time. Shuang, do you think chicks can be hatched in the community? Lao Cheng leaned on the window, carefully looked at the situation inside, and then turned his head to ask. Of course, I trust Xiao Yu unconditionally. Zhuang was teaching his sister how to disassemble a pistol. When he heard the question, he thought about it, then turned his head and answered seriously. Inside the house, Qin Yu and Lin Yi, together with Feng Yi and Xiao Ning, the four of them stood at the corner of the first floor of the stairs, looking at the old hen in front of them, looking at each other, a little overwhelmed. Why is there no reaction? Lin Yi asked curiously with eyes wide open. Yes, why is there no chicks cry? Feng Yi was also a little confused. Could it be that the old hen is crushing it? Xiao Ning stood at the back and thought for a while before saying. Hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes lit up and suddenly realized, yes, this hen is so big, don't crush the chick. After saying that, she took a step forward and directly lifted the paper shell on top, intending to take the chicken out. But at this moment, the old hen suddenly retracted its head that was sticking out of the bucket. Chapter 398. Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly reminded, be careful. Hearing this, Lin Yi turned his head and said casually, don't worry, when I came to feed it before, I often touched its head, and it never pecked me. As soon as the voice fell, the hen suddenly turned its head, and pecked at Lin Yi's hand that was stretched into its nest at a lightning speed. Then, there was a sound of awe, and Lin Yi quickly retracted his hand, then covered the base of his right hand, and stood there with slightly red eyes. Fuck. Lao Cheng looked at this scene, and shouted in surprise. What's wrong? Zhuang, who heard the noise, hurried over and asked, what happened? Lao Cheng turned his head, smiled and said, it's nothing serious. I saw Dr. Shaolin being pecked by an old hen. At this moment, Lin Yi's tears were about to flow out, and she said in a horrified tone, it pecked me. After saying that, Lin Yi wanted to step forward and kick it. But Xiao Ning and Feng Yi quickly pulled her back and comforted her. Calm down, we don't need to do that. No, it pecks at me, I will kick it too. Lin Yi shouted unconvincingly, I feed you every day, you just look at your cubs and you dare to attack me. Do you want to make trouble? Qin Yu walked over with a smile, stretched out his hand to hold Lin Yi's right hand, then took a look and said softly, it's a little blue, it's really serious, how about this, I will catch it now and kill it, and stew it into soup to make you feel relieved. After saying that, Qin Yu turned around and wanted to grab the hen's wings. Hearing this, Lin Yi hurriedly grabbed Qin Yu's arm, hesitated for a moment, and said, is it unnecessary? You see, I just feel a little pain, and there's no blood. It's a pity to kill it. Can't bear to do it? Qin Yu turned his head, stretched out his hand to scratch her nose and said, little fool, you want to see it just after it hatches, it would be strange if I don't peck you. Lin Yi blushed, laughed and said, I've fed it so much that I've become attached to it. It's a pity to kill it without saying anything. Looking at her, Qin Yu thought for a moment, then smiled and said, do you really want to see the chicks? Yeah. Lin Yi didn't care where she was pecked, and nodded quickly. She was a doctor, and was very clear about her injuries. There was nothing unexpected about her injuries, and she didn't even need to bandage them. Of course, if it was a big rooster, Lin Yi would have to kick back. Wait, I think of a way. Qin Yu turned and walked towards the back door. Behind the door, he looked at the bran in the bag. There was about a palm-sized amount left, and then he pinched out a little with his left hand. Then he threw it on the open space in front of the chicken coop. After a few seconds, the hen jumped out naturally and started eating. Then Qin Yu pressed the hen's wings and said, go and see if they have hatched. Lin Yi and Xiao Ning quickly stepped forward, and soon, the two girls smiled with surprise. Wow, it really worked. As she spoke, Lin Yi bent down to pick up the chicks, holding them in her palm and looking at them carefully. Fluffy, so cute. Lin Yi handed one to Xiao Ning, and then reached out and gently touched its back. Xiao Ning held the yellow chick, walked to Feng Yi, and said excitedly, Sister Feng, look, it keeps chirping. Feng Yi frowned slightly, thought about it, and reached out to take it, then smiled. It seems that it is not that scary. After saying that, Feng Yi thought of something and turned to the door. I will show it to everyone. She held the chick in one hand, opened the door, and said, it succeeded. If nothing goes wrong, we will have eggs to eat in the future. Hearing this, everyone clapped their hands and cheered. Lao Cheng even walked over, rubbed his hands and said, Sister Feng, give me a hug. After the words fell, Yang Zi rolled his eyes, and said with a smile, Why do you want to hug Sister Feng? No. Lao Cheng shook his head and said quickly, let me hug the chick, that's not what I meant. Feng Yi smiled slightly and shook her head. It's too cold outside, you stand a little closer, I'm afraid the chick can't stand it. Lao Cheng walked in a few steps, took the fluffy chick, smacked his lips and said, to be honest, I almost forgot what chicken tastes like. As soon as he finished speaking, the chick chirped again, as if it was a little scared. Feng Yi took it back, glared at him and said, if it's a hen, keep it for laying eggs. If it's a rooster, wait until next spring festival, kill one and let everyone drink chicken soup together. Next year. Hearing this, Lao Cheng said with a bitter face. Ignoring him, Feng Yi turned around and shouted to the others, the chicks have just hatched, they need to be fed. Who has time to build a new nest in the backyard and raise it separately from the 3 chickens? After that, everyone dispersed and started to help build it. Back in the house, Lin Yi looked at Feng Yi who was walking back and said with a smile, how about giving them a name? Sure, I have no objection. Let me think about it. Lin Yi looked at the chicks in his hand, thought for a moment, and said, yours is more yellowish, and mine is lighter, a bit like beige. How about calling it Little Yellow Millet? Then the 3 girls got together, found some rice, ground it, and mixed it with water to feed them. Chinyu watched this scene, but did not stay here. Instead, he put the hen back into the chicken coop, covered it, and left. The 3 of them were very happy now. Let them continue to play for a while, and they could also relax. Chinyu's right hand was still hanging. According to Lin Yi, the last 3 days would be enough. He walked towards the gate, then walked to the guard post, quietly watching the scene outside. After a few days, the gate had been repaired, but it could no longer withstand the destruction. If they hit it again, there would be no way to repair it. The zombies outside had basically dispersed, with only a dozen left wandering around, growling from time to time. The one standing guard was Yu Xiaoli, who was holding the rifle with only 1 bullet in it. Although she didn't know how to shoot, Zhang Yin had taught her to press the trigger. As long as someone attacked, she could press it in any direction, and this would send a message. Chinyu was not familiar with her, so they just looked at each other, and said hello, and then went down. Arriving at the gate and unlocking the bolt, Chinyu pulled it open and walked out, intending to go to the place where Ding Tao was tied up last time. If for no other reason, the rope must be retrieved, otherwise it would be wasted. As soon as he approached, Chinyu saw a zombie hanging upside down on a tree, waving his hands downwards. It looked like he had already transformed into a zombie. Chapter 399. Looking around, Chinyu picked up a thumb-thick branch and tried to kill it. But he was a little far away and tried to poke it in the eyeball, but found it very difficult. It seems that it is not easy to kill a newly mutated zombie. Chinyu gave up using the stick and muttered helplessly. Then he walked behind the tree and cut the rope with a knife, and the zombie fell to the ground. Without wasting time, Chinyu changed to a dagger and stabbed it hard on the side of the head. Then he looked at the zombie's hands, which were still rotten into flesh and blood, and then checked the ankles to confirm that the body had not been replaced. Only then did Chinyu feel relieved to take the rope and leave. Standing at the door, he turned his head to look at the zombies outside, thought for a moment, then looked up and shouted, Yu Xiaoli, go and call the group of people in training, I will watch over here for you. Okay. Yu Xiaoli ran down with a gun, handed it to him, turned around and continued to run inside. After about 5 or 6 minutes, everyone came over with a puzzled look on their faces. What's wrong, Xiaoyu? I'm just preparing to teach them the next stage. Zhang Yin came to Chenyu and asked curiously. Hearing this, Chenyu said softly, it's not good to practice like this. The cycle is too long. I originally thought that the results would come out in 14 days, but I always feel a little uneasy recently. Hearing this, Zhang Yin looked at his solemn expression, paused for a moment and said, hasn't the crisis been resolved recently? There shouldn't be any problems in the short term, right? Chenyu shook his head and lowered his voice. Last time in the abandoned examination room, do you remember what Huli said? Zhang Yin was slightly startled, and then quickly reacted. Oh, you mean that woman, remember? But wasn't that just something she said before she died? After all, she was going to die, and I don't think she was telling the truth. After the voice fell, Chenyu said again, you went to the mountain to drive, so I don't know what we talked about before. According to my experience, she didn't lie at the time, and maybe she really wanted to change for the better from now on, but there is no way, I can't give her a second chance in this doomsday. What do you mean? Zhang Yin's pupil shrank slightly, and then he leaned close to Chenyu's ear and whispered, is the abandoned examination room really just an appetizer? Chenyu nodded slightly, and then the two looked at each other, and both understood how urgent the time was now. He then whispered, "There is no map, no coordinates, and there is snow everywhere outside. Even if there is another group of people, they will have to spend more time to find this place. So I want to change the training plan again." Hearing this, Johnny nodded and said, "Just make the arrangements, I listen to you." "Yes." Jinyu patted him on the shoulder, then turned around and said to the people in the community who were receiving training, "Next, I'm going to change the method for you to practice. Everyone, put your weapons in front of you first." Although everyone was a little confused, they still followed the order. Jinyu walked over, picked up the daggers used by Yu Dajiang, Yang Zi, and Xiao Ning, and threw them on the grass next to them. Seeing this scene, Yang Zi was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Jinyu, what are you doing?" Hearing the question, Jinyu looked at her and said softly, "Don't talk, just listen to my arrangements next." After that, he took a few steps back again, then frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, "It's almost 3 days, but the things you practice are still not up to standard. I have to ask now, do you think you are too comfortable? To be honest, all of you are rubbish. How dare you waste time every day?" Seeing Jinyu getting angry, everyone was embarrassed and stood there very uncomfortably. Especially Yang Zi and Xiao Ning, who were relatively more familiar with Jinyu, but they were also a little stunned at this time. They didn't expect that Jinyu would actually say that everyone was rubbish. The old man stood in the first row, stretched out his hand and tapped his cheek, and said, "Brother Chen, we have tried our best, and the movements are quite standard. I feel that even if 2 zombies come at the same time, I can kill them easily. Really, I'm not lying to you." Hearing this, Jinyu looked at him and snorted coldly, "Are the enemies only zombies?" The old man hesitated and continued, "That's not the case. Some people are also bad and might attack us. You know this? I thought your head was just for show." Jinyu was completely merciless and didn't care that he was several decades older than him. He mocked him directly. Then Jinyu said coldly again, "We have to deal with not only zombies, but also various animal zombies, corpse worms, and even other survivors. If we don't harm others, won't others come and attack us? Since you can't practice well, okay, I give you a push now." After saying that, Jinyu waved to Zhang Yin and Li Yao, waited for the two to approach, and then quickly told them his plan. More than a minute later, Li Yao looked at Jinyu with a worried look on his face, and said in a dilemma, "Will this work? If Dazhuang knew that we were training like this, would he turn against us when we come back? I know him well, don't worry, just act according to the plan." Jinyu said expressionlessly, and then he walked towards the gate. Zhang Yin patted her shoulder and said, "Go ahead, Xiao Yu is sensible and won't cause any trouble." To be honest, after watching them for the past few days, I also feel that they are a little too lazy, especially those children, who think they are just playing house. Hearing this, Li Yao had no choice but to do as she was told, and turned to run towards the weapons warehouse. Then a few minutes later, she came back with more than 10 wooden daggers. Then she distributed them to everyone. Wang Tianhai held a wooden sword in his left hand, frowned and said, "Why did you suddenly change to this short sword?" Li Yao shook her head and said, "Don't ask, just wait for Jinyu to arrange it next." Everything was ready. Jinyu opened the door, and then Zhang Yin ran out. Soon there was a knock on the door. Jinyu opened it again, and then Zhang Yin stepped back and clapped his hands. Everyone looked up and saw 2 zombies being led in. Fortunately, they had no intelligence, and although Jinyu was also standing by the door, he did not distract the zombies' attention and continued to walk towards Zhang Yin. Jinyu closed the door and nodded to Li Yao. Seeing the signal, Li Yao turned around and shouted, "Yangzi, step out!" Chapter 400. Hearing his name, Yangzi took a few steps forward with a wooden sword in his right hand. Then Li Yao continued, "Go and kill these 2 zombies. Be careful, you are only allowed to use 1 knife." After the voice fell, Yangzi turned his head with a look of astonishment, and then asked in confusion, "Ah, how is this possible?" At this time, there were a lot of sighs from the crowd. "No, 2 zombies, it's too difficult to kill them with 1 knife. Yes, even if I use 2 knives, I feel a little tired." "Stop talking, Yangzi is Dazhuang's sister. Brother, you will definitely not do anything rash." Wang Lulin shouted in a low voice, asking everyone to calm down. Looking at Yangzi's expression, Li Yao felt helpless. She nodded and said again, "Yes, you are only allowed to draw your knife once, and you need to keep 1 hand behind your back." After this, even Huang Lulin suspected that he had heard it wrong. 2 zombies, only allowed to attack once, and the other hand must be fixed. Isn't this a bit too difficult? Looking at their appearance, Jinyu shook his head slightly, then walked over. Then, he took the wooden sword from Yang Zi and turned to walk towards the zombies. Zhang Yin was circling with the two zombies, and when he saw Qin Yu coming, he ran away quickly. Then Qin Yu whistled, exerted force with his legs, and rushed to the zombies quickly. Then he kicked the chest of the zombie on the left with his left foot, and kicked it to the ground. At the same time, he held the wooden sword in his left hand, and stabbed it hard from the jaw of another zombie, killing it instantly. After the zombie on the right died, Qin Yu did not pull out his sword, but stepped forward and stomped on the forehead of the zombie on the ground. With a snap, the last zombie stopped struggling. Then Qin Yu turned around and said calmly, "After such a long time, the bones of zombies have become more fragile and can be cut without a knife. But you didn't think of this reason at the first time. Do you have to surrender without weapons? You are only restricted to killing zombies with knives, but you can't think of a way to deal with the other one?" After saying that, Qin Yu continued to walk towards the door, and then Zhang Yin walked out again. Yang Zi was still the first one. She first inserted her right hand into the eyeball of the zombie in front, then dragged the corpse with force, and then pressed on the other zombie. Then she stretched her foot back and placed it behind the zombie's legs, and pushed it to the ground with her right hand. She then used the head of the upper zombie to aim at the head of the lower one, holding the knife in her right hand, and pressing down hard. As Qin Yu said before, the zombies nowadays are actually very fragile. Even using your feet can crush their skulls. Of course, those that have just mutated will definitely not work. After Yang Zi finished, Qin Yu nodded with satisfaction and said, "Although the method is a bit laborious, the result is good. It's like this. When your weapons are restricted or even lost, you must find a way to use all the tools you can use, even fists or feet, and kill the zombies desperately, so that you have a chance to survive. If it were an enemy, then in order to survive, I would bite his throat." After the words fell, everyone stepped forward to demonstrate various methods. Although the process was painful, at least the final result was good. The children also had to face zombies, but Qin Yu did not give them the same difficulty. Instead, he cut off the zombies below the thighs, so that they could only crawl on the ground, and there was only one zombie, and they could use wooden swords unlimitedly. For these children, Qin Yu did not expect them to learn anything, as long as they did not scream in fear when they saw zombies in the future. However, when it was Zhang Rui's turn, she asked for a normal zombie, but she wanted to use her longer iron knife. Seeing this, Qin Yu had no choice but to ask Zhang Yin for his opinion, but the latter's answer was a little unexpected. Zhang Yin pondered for a while, then looked at his daughter Zhang Rui and said seriously, "As time goes by, she has changed a lot. To be honest, I don't have the confidence to protect her at all times in this environment. Instead of worrying every day, it's better to let her grow up as soon as possible." You also saw Xiaoyu. The other two kids were almost crying with fear, but Ruerui asked for more difficulty. "I am very relieved. Keep going. It's okay." After saying that, he continued to run outside. Only when he came back, he chose a smaller zombie. Qin Yu also put his hand on his waist, ready to take out the pistol at any time. As long as there was an accident, he would quickly pull out the gun in his right hand within a second and shoot to save Zhang Rui. More than 2 minutes later, Zhang Rui sat on the ground panting, but her face was excited. If she hadn't swung the knife wrong just now, she could have killed the zombie directly. In the end, the knife got stuck in the zombie's shoulder, and it took a lot of effort to get it out. Both Qin Yu and Zhang Yin were very satisfied with this result. After all, no one had ever taught her how to use a knife before, and she had to rely on herself to chop. Time passed quickly, and the sky gradually darkened. Da Zhuang and Lao Cheng, as well as Hong Wu and Xiao Kong, the four of them went hunting again after watching the chicks hatch in the morning, and would not be back until tomorrow night. After this, everyone finally understood Qin Yu's good intentions. The skills were learned for themselves. In this doomsday, he could have been too lazy to care so much. Anyway, as long as he and Dr. Xiaolin were protected, it would be fine. But since Qin Yu wanted to train everyone, he also hoped that more people would survive in the future. After dark, Qin Yu took people to drag the bodies out of the community and threw them away, and then went to Lin Yi to ask for knowledge on how to bandage urgently. In the house, Lin Yi squatted at the stairs, looking at the two chicks in front of him lying under the hen, and the more he looked at them, the cuter they felt. This place has been blocked by cardboard, and the chickens are temporarily kept inside the house. Mainly because it is a bit cold outside, Lin Yi is worried that the chickens can't bear it, so she said that they can't be kept outside no matter what, and they should be kept indoors for a week first. When she squatted there, after listening to what Qin Yu wanted to ask, she clapped her hands, stood up and said, "Okay, should I write it to you or read it directly?" Hearing this, Chinyu smiled and said, "Just you say it, don't worry, I can remember it." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and nodded his head. Lenny looked at him and chuckled, then walked to the living room. "Come sit here. I'm so tired after squatting all afternoon." Then she stretched out her hands in front of the fire to warm them, and then began to tell the story. If you have to separate your arms or legs because of being bitten by zombies, you should immediately press the wound with clothes, cotton towels, etc. If you have gauze, it would be the best. Remember to wrap it with cloth and tie it tightly. Then, according to the injured part, choose a little above the elbow or thigh, and use the rope to tie it tighter. Well, you can use shoelaces, belts, etc. instead of tourniquets. If that doesn't work, you can also tie it with a wooden stick, and then keep rotating the stick to make it tighter. At this point, Lenny pondered for a moment and continued to speak softly. But in the current environment, if you really cut off your legs in the wild to save your life, even I don't have much confidence in saving it, unless you have all the tools, there is a little chance.